Watch a man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground. Better watch a man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Moves like Jagger, piss, come on, new one's better. We ain't in a mix, no grubber. Them trick bang fraud like scammer. Ex claim you real, that's a real bone capper. Pass don't matter. Build strong, still pray this thing don't shatter. When shit gets real, so the real don't scatter. Got bread and batter. 4 hands on the bread like platter. Said it's cold out. They ain't back in beef, got the phones out. Watching where I sleep and where I roll round. Guess I'm gone now. They ain't even there when it goes down. It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, that's my baby. He let me shine and never shady. Girl, same cute, but that don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say he got a queen and that she crazy. Please never play me. He said, please never break me. He's switching station to Mercedes, thinking that it faze me. I can love you for the dark and all my days, but you just never break me. It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground.
This land is calling.
A very good morning and welcome to Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup. We have the honor of being one of the first games here in Riyadh and we can't wait to get some of the Dota 2 action started. To talk all about it here, of course, I'm not alone. I'll be your host, Shiver, this morning. And I'm joined by Jenkins and Effie. Jenkins, how are you doing this morning?
Hello, it's great to be here. It's great to finally... We're finally at the apex of the EPT. I feel like so many times this year we've said, eventually we're going to get to Riyadh Masters. Yep. Eventually we're going to go to Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup. Finally we're here. We get to see the teams competing for millions of dollars. We can't make the excuse, this is a small fry tournament, you know, they got the points. They're already in, yada yada. Doesn't matter. We're finally here. This is what it's all about.
It is.
This is the big one, right? This is what they've been working towards all year. We've seen teams have different approaches to the EPT as well. Like some teams, they secured their spot earlier on, took some breaks, and here they are at the EWC. We're going to see if that break helped them, which team had the better strategy to making it to the EWC.
Yeah, and we've got close to 8 weeks of gaming action, because obviously Dota 2 is not the only game shown here. We have got a lot of games here, and when talking about all of those, they are important to talk about a little bit as well, because last year what we saw was, of course, the Club Championship, and I feel like we do need to mention that at this point as well, because this is when it all starts. All these organizations that have all these teams, and a lot of them have Dota teams, they're all looking to make a big run for it here. Yesterday's champion, of course, seems like it was yesterday. Last year's champions.
Technically, they're still the champions, so they are yesterday's champions.
They're still yesterday's champions. They are, but then they still would be today's champions as well.
Right.
But that was Falcons, of course. And how do you feel like their odds are looking this year around, Effie? You think they got a good shot again?
I do. I mean, they've got a lot of really strong teams and a lot of titles. And it's not just their Dota team last year that was impressive, right? So, you know, I think they're probably looking for a round 2, taking it all.
They are definitely looking for that. And if you are unaware of what the Club Championship entails, we got you covered.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the Club Championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million, and of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
No competition is...
Team Falcons, of course, was the champion last year. There were a lot of other Dota 2 organizations that came very high. Team Liquid was second. We had Gaming Gladiators and Na'Vi in the top 8, and I know Na'Vi at that point didn't have a Dota 2 roster, but now they do, so they have another shot at making it very far. And when we're talking about the Dota 2 teams and the teams that, of course, are fighting for that championship, they are fighting to be immortalized. Immortalized in the totem. Let's hear some more about that. We'll get that fixed, don't worry about it. We'll fix the totems and the trophy. And of course, we'll have, at the end of this full, close to 8 weeks of gaming, we'll have another totem to be placed on the Boulevard, next to the previous year's ones, actually. It's time to start talking about the Dota, though, because we've got 16 teams here in Riyadh, and we have a tournament format that you might not be too familiar with, but we're going to make it super simple for you guys. It's a 3-phase tournament, and at the moment, the only thing you need to worry about is phase 1. It's the group stage phase. We all know those. We've got 4 teams of 4. We got 4 groups of 4 teams, and at the moment, at this very time, we are only focusing on Group A. We're only focusing on 4 teams. Now, there's 2 streams going on at the same time, so they'll have 2 teams going, and we'll have 2 teams going, and that's how it's going to be throughout the day, but then obviously for different groups. Group A has got in it. We got ourselves Na'Vi, Talon, Spirit, and Extreme. Now, I do want to touch a little bit on the group as a whole, Jenkins, because I do want to gauge the power levels a little bit of these 4.
I think Group A is a very strong group. Na'Vi has been one of the strongest up-and-coming teams that we've seen on the scene. Probably the youngest team, definitely the youngest team in the world. I'm just going to say it.
Yes.
Like, these are genuinely the most promising players currently in the world. They really remind me of original, Team Spirit, Yellow Submarine days. You got Talon. They had some previous tournament results where I think they surprise people. So Talon is also looking strong, but hot and cold. It really does depend on the tournament. And Extreme looks like the strongest team out of China currently, which is they were kind of getting dumpstered by Tidebound in terms of the international results for a while. So that's quite nice for them. It's Spirit. I mean, do we have to talk about Spirit?
Yes, we do. Come on.
Yeah, I think Group A is quite exciting because there are the up-and-comer teams, but also teams that feel like they belong here. Like, we talk about Talon. SEA in general has not had a great time in Dota the past couple of years, but this is kind of the return to the old Talon that 2 years ago, at 2 EWCs ago, had a top 3 finish. And they had some really historic moments. And that is what, 3 out of the 5ths of the main roster? Or is it 4? So I think to bring that back here, they're feeling the energy. They know they've done well on this stage before, and I think they're going to surprise everybody.
Okay, I hope so. I'm looking forward to it. They definitely have had a good run already going up to this EWC season. We should focus our attention on 2 teams that we have playing on our stage right now. We got Team Spirit and Extreme, and they will go head-to-head. Now, all matches in the group stage are 2-game series, so we'll see both teams, or all teams, play 2 games against each other. We saw Extreme Gaming not too long ago. They played in Wallachia. They came top 6. And I know, Jenkins, you mentioned they're the strongest team coming out of China. And it has been a little while since we were even able to say that the strongest team coming out of China would make it to a top 6.
Yeah, and I mean, for a while there, we had Tidebound doing very well on international scales, and Extreme was they will dominate the Chinese region and then come to the international waters and then not do so well. Like, that has always been a Chinese curse, at least depending on the year that you look at it. Ame, we're kind of memeing on him, is like crazy builds. He forces things. He has like massive hero diversity, depending on the tournament. But they completely dumpstered the qualifiers for this. And we were wondering, is this a really hot extreme, or is it just a weak region that they're playing in, you know? And it looked like at Wallachia, this is a very strong extreme. They carried on exactly what they were doing into the main tournament and did extremely well.
Extremely well, but who actually knocked them out of Wallachia? Was it not Team Spirit? This is kind of a bit of a rematch for them.
This is true.
It was.
They have some strong opponents. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, but no, I'm very excited to see them. And you mentioned, interestingly enough, how a lot of Chinese teams, when they do well, like locally or within their region, go at an international stage and not do that well. The Chinese curse. Interestingly enough, Extreme Gaming does not feel like they've been part of that curse. It feels like they've always functioned independently of that in a lot of ways. Like a lot of, for example, Chinese teams in new patches would struggle on the uptake, right? They would be drafting old things, not come up with ideas as quickly as possible, whereas Extreme have always been drafting in their own individual way. They've never really
They can't help themselves.
They've never really suffered during patches, and they've always been able to perform regardless of how their region is doing as a whole.
I think they make themselves suffer, if anything.
With you know, their roaming Monkey King, nobody can forget.
Nobody can
forget Zinky's Monkey King.
This is true. That I do have my doubts that we're going to see this week, though. If we're talking about these two teams, obviously roaming Monkey King aside, is there any type of specific style of play that we're expecting to see coming out? Because they did play so recently already, so we have a little bit of data to go off of. They already played competitive games in the C patch, so we know their take on it. Are we expecting to see anything out of the ordinary to come out here at V?
Out of the ordinary, I think that we're going to see a lot of the typical heroes we've seen in the last couple of tournaments. However, I do want to say that both of these teams are famous for their team fights. Extreme Gaming is also a very strong team fight team. They're also very good at playing from behind and playing around specific timings, the same way that Spirit does. So in that regard, if Extreme Gaming doesn't have a poor laning stage, they can always take it to Spirit, who are probably the best team fighting team in the world in terms of overall execution in that sense. But it does seem like Extreme Gaming did suffer in that early game versus Spirit, especially at Wallachia Jenkins.
Yeah, I mean, they have weird players. They have weird picks. Whenever I look at Extreme and what makes them unique, the two players that come to my mind right now, at least, I know Jin-Q in previous years, like he's done his crazy stuff, but XM, he only plays lane dominators mid. It's like maybe you'll see him force like a puck or something, but a lot of the time it's in a free puck game. He's one of the few players that'll have Sniper banned against him. He'll have Viper banned against him. He'll do Jungle Venomancer. Like, this guy is unbelievably hard to draft against. And Ame, he's playing Carry Queen of Pain. I mean, this guy is cooking. He's always cooking.
He played that the once, and then he got like banned every time.
Single time.
And then there was one game they let him have it, and he just horribly lost. It's like
was a horrible loss,
something must have happened there also in scrims, and I'm sure Team Spirit also got some funky stuff coming. But if we want to know a little bit more about how Team Spirit is coming into this EWC, let's hear from them.
Team Spirit are no strangers to high-stakes competition, and throughout the years, they've won pretty much everything there is to win. While they've been extremely successful for most of the team's history, they looked shaky for much of last year, with several disappointing results in a row.
A couple of teams just better than us right now, so what we can do.
With that in mind, Team Spirit started their road to the Esports World Cup 2025 with some uncertainty, as well as their roster facing turbulence with Yotoro, Collapse, and Mira taking extended breaks from competing. Entering Dream League Season 24 with a roster of Satanic, Laurel, Malik, Rue, and Maposhka, Team Spirit were thought to be a shell of their former selves, but somehow managed a top 3 finish. They went into the next event, ESL 1 Bangkok, with the same roster, and this time placed top 4. Following this, Yotoro and Collapse decided they'd had enough sitting on the sidelines and made their returns, but Rue stuck around as Mira's permanent replacement. That leaves us with the current roster of Team Spirit: Yotoro, Laurel, Collapse, Rue, and Maposhka. And it instantly paid off as they went on to win Dream League Season 25.
They're back at the top, and they're better than ever.
And placed second at ESL 1 Raleigh. Seemingly, Team Spirit never lost their magic. They're coming into Esports World Cup 2025 as one of the strongest and most tenacious teams in the world. With never-ending hunger for victory, will Team Spirit manage to reclaim the throne?
It's so difficult to gauge with Team Spirit. You can look at the results of this year, and you'll see a lot of top 6, top 4s, and first place as well. They've obviously been steadily good, but when it comes to an Esports World Cup or an international, you never know. You never know. They could just sweep the floor with everyone, Effie.
Absolutely. Like around this time is when every team is terrified of them because this is their season. There have been jokes over the years, you know, oh, Team Spirit prize pool buff. They always play better when there's more to play for. But I think they are a team that always do seem to find their most stable and strong footing towards the end of a season. And this is where we're at right now. They are definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I think so too. And part of it is that I think a lot of other teams feel the pressure of being at a tournament like this, and whatever culture they have on the team lends itself to not feeling that pressure. And from what I've heard, like Corbin is actually a pretty decent part of that, like rallying the boys, and same with Maposhka. I mean, you talk to the guy, he's always got such a calm, chill demeanor, and especially in the current Dota patch, where it really feels like at any point you can turn a game around and win it, it's even more intimidating to go up against Team Spirit.
Yeah, I think that atmosphere of warmth that you described, Jenkins, is actually a really important part in these really high-pressure LAN environments, and that's why we've always seen Team Spirit do well in front of crowds, where other teams maybe fumble a little bit. And outside of having such a good team environment like that, I think something that really distinguishes this team from others is their inner motivations, because this team is decorated at this point. They have a lot of really incredible finishes to their name, 2 TIs, an EWC, and even with all of that being said, the players did not lose their hungers. They still practice all day. They still scrim really hard, and it doesn't feel like they're winners in that sense.
It does not, but everybody can be winners here in the next 2 weeks, as I feel like all players are on a pretty even playing field. Of course, there's our favorites, and for the Chinese region is definitely Extreme Gaming. Let's hear how they are coming into this EWC.
Extreme Gaming is one of the staples of Chinese Dota, one that's seen the highs, lows, roster reshuffles, retirements, unretirement, and some truly extreme moments. Formed in 2021, Extreme Gaming quickly became known for their patient, calculated, and highly cerebral playstyle, typical of the Chinese region, but with their own dynamic flair.
What's going on? They're killing him in the base. Oh dear.
But consistency hasn't exactly been Extreme's best friend. Random dips, sudden peaks, roster moves, they're an incredibly unpredictable team, for better or worse. And speaking of roster moves, their current lineup features a lot of familiar faces. Ame, one of the GOATs of Dota. Jin Q, apparently unable to retire properly. XM and XXS, who have both spent almost 2 years on the team, and their newest recruit, Pelosi. As I said earlier, Extreme Gaming are certainly not one of the most consistent teams around, and the trend continued in 2025. They just can't seem to perform as they historically have and should be able to, considering the players on the team having a wealth of experience competing at the top level. While the days of Chinese dominance in Dota might seem distant, Extreme Gaming is on a mission to reclaim some of that former glory. Will this roster stabilize and bring back China's golden era? We're about to find out here at the Esports World Cup 2025.
I feel like there's something we should mention when these two teams go head-to-head. Now, we already heard Effie say that both these teams are strong team fight focused teams. And when I look at these two team names, I'm just taken back to last year. Last year, Dota 2, all the grand finals. How am I going to say it? They were bad. They were very one-sided. Maybe not necessarily bad, but they were pretty one-sided. And if one team was just ahead, it was clear in all games that they were going to take it. There's only one finals that was the exception to this, and that is when these two teams were playing in a best-of-5. It went to game 5. It was so close. It was so clutch. And it was all about the team fights and the late game. I feel like every time we talk about these teams, we also have to mention the late game. It's something Team Spirit, for some reason, is extra experienced in, Effie.
I mean, we've seen them pull off insane comebacks. Like, we've seen them win games that they shouldn't win. But that also brings to mind a few times, even at Dream Leagues last year, where Extreme Gaming was pulling off, like, pretty ridiculous comebacks as well. And something we didn't mention is that earlier this year in March, Zhao8 joined Extreme Gaming as a coach.
That is very important.
It is very important because it's been a few months of him with an addition to this team. And before, I always looked at Extreme Gaming as a team that competed for fun because a lot of these players, you know, they just wanted to compete but not necessarily like play for the gold. With the addition of Zhao8, the team environment has to have changed. It's been 3 months, and I think we're going to see a different side of Extreme Gaming because of that.
Zhao8 doesn't do anything other than play for the gold. So yeah, I completely agree. Extreme at Wallachia looked completely different from the Extreme that we saw all year, and you know, I know that we heard the sad violins playing showing the results, but it's been a really easy year to be inconsistent in terms of results because Dota feels like it. This is like, at least in terms of when I've been working in Dota, I've never seen a year of Dota where it feels like any team can actually win. You know, even some NA team goes to a tournament and they're taking games off of, like Shopify just took a game off of P-Vision, Shiver, at the most recent tournament before this one. So it's like, what the heck is happening here?
It's what I'm saying. Everything's possible. And I feel like this patch, nothing is set in stone, and I feel like there's still a lot to discover.
It's the facets. That's my theory. It's like there's so much depth to the game right now.
I also think the competition is just closer than it's been because in the last year, there's been a huge migration to the Europe West server, and whereas like a lot of
that's true. It's like a training arc for a lot of people.
A lot of the competition would be like localized within the server that these players scrimmed on. It's become much more normal in Dota to move just to play pubs, to even play pubs from North America or what have you, to boot camp for longer just to have that experience. And because everybody is mostly pubbing and competing from this region now, there's a lot less like gatekeeping in terms of knowledge and heroes and playstyles.
Yeah, you can't gatekeep. You're seeing it in your pubs.
I actually also think that, you know, let's say there's people that only watch EWC. They might also not know the big change that has impacted professional Dota 2, as we will talk about the draft in a second. But the big change is that the data from pubs is not public, and
for pro level pubs,
for pro level pubs, and that means that if you want to know what's going on, you gotta get in there, you gotta play. And I think for a lot of players, they have to play now a lot more than what they normally did. They normally might have needed to scour, you know, all the websites to see what everybody's doing. No, if you want to know what everybody's doing, you have to experience it.
You have to pub. You have to pub. Like, definitely the teams that are grinding a lot, these are the teams that are successful on the current patch. And I love this. Team Spirit, you can see that they did look at the data. They looked at what Extreme was picking in the last few tournaments.
Yeah.
They banned out the Queen of Pain. They banned out the first phase sniper against XM. Actually. And then Extreme just goes, okay, well, we're going to pick Dazzle. Like, this is a hero that we saw BB team.
I have a question.
They used in the grand finals of Wallachia, right? Katomi played it.
That's true. But because Spirit picked first, they picked Axe. And then answer is Dazzle.
No.
I have to. Yeah. Okay. You know what I was going to say.
I know you're going to ask. You can dunk through the shallow grave.
Yes, you can.
I get it. But there's this age-old argument between Axe and Dazzle players is that Axe likes to run and like cut the wave, and the way that he plays the laning stage, Dazzle can just poison touch him and run after him. He's actually one of the hardest heroes at cutting wave against. And also, as Axe, you jump into a fight, and Dazzle just heal bombs you, right? So, and you can protect the guy that's being jumped by Axe. So yes, it does one-to-one counter the shallow grave, for sure. But if you ask a Dazzle player, they will say, no, Dazzle counters Axe.
Yeah, they really love to play that laning stage versus Axe because of the poison touch that you mentioned. But I also think that later on in the game, when everybody kind of gets tanky, the heal bomb stops mattering. Like, you need to make sure that you've gotten enough of a lead where, because Dazzle as a support hero just becomes a late game save, right? He needs to hide, get these graves out, and Axe does make it difficult. So it depends on what stage of the game that you're playing for. Because if you're playing as Extreme Gaming to get out of the lanes with an advantage, this is perfect. If you go to that late game, you are going to struggle versus this Axe.
Here's a question. Is what you just said the case if it's a carry Dazzle? Because I could see Ame just forcing this against Axe. And then it's like you can't taunt the main guy, right, on Dazzle, because he's got his ult illusion or whatever it is, the clone.
My question is, do you think carry Dazzle's good? Because I feel like his damage output is way too nerfed right now.
No, I don't think it's good, but it's Ame, so you never know.
True. I think if there is ever going to be a core Dazzle this tournament, we'll probably see it out of P-Vision from that offlane, but I think some mid Dazzles could also come out this patch. Carry Dazzle, we'll have to wait and see.
Well, we do have the Monkey King coming out for Extreme Gaming. Is it still considered a flex pick? I know we were mentioning it for ZinQ, but I don't think he's played it in a little while, at least not in a competitive setting. Where do we think it's going to go? Or is it actually still considered to be open here?
I think you should always go into the perception that most picks that are picked early on inside of a draft are open, otherwise they wouldn't come out that early. But I think Monkey King with the removal or the nerf to his facets makes it so that support Monkey King just does not look appealing in any capacity.
It's pretty bad.
But you never know.
And a Nature's Prophet and a Muerta coming out for Team Spirit.
All very strong heroes and fairly flexible. We have seen teams flex Muerta to be a carry. BB Team was also doing this a lot, picking it early.
Yeah, we have renamed Muerta at times to be Huerta, named after, of course, the position 4 of Team Spirit route.
True. That is a very strong lane as well when you pair it with Axe. I like Team Spirit's draft a lot so far in terms of how they're going to play around that Axe lane, because with the pairing of Muerta, it makes Dazzle a lot less scary. You can deadshot him back, you add the Battle Hunger, you can stop things like Graves and Heals with the Muerta Silence, but with the addition of this Nature's Prophet, you know that your Axe, if he's playing behind the tower and he's in a pickle, or they can get the double wave on the enemy carry, your Furion is there. You have a third hero in that lane, and it's gonna be really difficult to play against.
Even if they run carry Nature's Prophet, which against Timber, probably not. But if they did run carry Nature's, he can still TP in as well and get active. Actually, this whole draft from Spirit is very flexible. We've even seen position 5 Axe from quite a few teams.
We did.
We've also seen carry Muerta.
Yep. How do we feel about the flexibility coming out of Extreme? Now we have 4 heroes on the board with the Timber and the Earthshaker adding to the mix.
Their draft, to me, only looks flexible, like between the Monkey King and the Timber Saw. I do feel that this Shaker is most likely ZinQ's hero, and they want a hero that's going to be active on the map early on. And also, when you see a Timber Saw, it makes Shaker appealing because he's a hero that really activates that hero in that sense. You can Fisher block the first wave, give him that level 2 roam once he's self-sustaining at level 3, go around the map. So it's very synergetic in that sense. So I do think it's an offlane Timber, but again, flex is always available.
Yep.
Yeah, Team Spirit's got to reveal something here.
Yeah, this is Team Spirit, of course, with first pick, and that means that their 4th pick, which a lot of people will call 18, because it's the overall 18th hero that will be done anything with, is the most important pick. This is the one that will define their draft.
You get 2 bans.
2 bans to protect it, and it's a Storm Spirit.
That's good. I mean, maybe in the previous tournament, you would see Puck here, even against Monkey King, even though Monkey King's a good lane counter to Puck, but every matchup we've seen, Puck just doesn't lose. But Storm Spirit, same idea, right? Like there's a severe lack of lockdown from the side of Extreme Gaming right now. And I know Monkey also does well in lane against Storm, but it can go the other way as soon as Storm hits level 6. You can easily take Monkey off of trees, you can jump him from the tower, and he can't jump away from you. You have tons of magic damage.
Yep, you also have to keep in mind that like lane matchups and the way you look at them change when there's a Furion in your draft. Like you're talking about close calls in the mid lane, boom, you've got an extra hero. You're talking about dives happening on the Axe lane, boom, you've got Nature's Prophet. So it's going to make it so that Storm Spirit has an easier time on lane if this is thrown to the mid lane from Monkey King. I also wouldn't be surprised if it just played as a carry versus Axe, something that can punish it once the Dazzle starts to go on it. You know, get that kill potential, and maybe you get a stronger counter for Storm Spirit in terms of reliable lockdown.
Yeah, that's definitely what I'd be looking for Extreme as their last pick, something that's a little bit more reliable. The Puck is banned. Ember, I imagine, will probably be the next hero banned by Spirit. So if those are not options for Extreme, I mean, it's XM. So there are XM heroes you have to worry about. Like maybe you're worried about him like picking Viper, you know, and just completely dumpstering in lane. But it looks like Team Spirit with the Puck ban. I mean, it's XM as well. Like, this is one of his best heroes, so maybe you also consider this a lane dominator just because it's him.
You could also do oddball things like Void Spirit with a Axe Rush or a Slardar even, because that should do fine, give you added disable. Give you a means to do Roshan. Doesn't look that clear right now for Extreme Gaming.
And I think Void Spirit is pretty good against Muerta as well. Like, she doesn't really like being jumped and silenced, and he has tons of magic damage. Axe also doesn't. It's very hard to catch a Void Spirit, and he's quite tanky. So it's just not an easy hero to blink call. So I could definitely see XM going for that. The only thing is, I think in lane, Storm does much more fine against a Void Spirit than some of these other options.
Well, the Viper will be banned, and a Templar Assassin. This was one of the strongest heroes of the B patch. Got maybe hit with the tiny nerf, but how do we feel about the Templar Assassin in this particular draft?
It's a very strong lane versus Timbersaw.
Yeah, exactly.
And the trap vision is going to be a nuisance to play against, because if you look at the two drafts on both teams, Team Spirit has a lot of means to follow up on jump, right? The Axe Claw, you've got the Storm Spirit zip in, and the Fury on TP. Whereas for Extreme Gaming, if they want to win these fights, they can't react with Grave because they're going to get dunked. They have to start the fights, and Vision makes it hard for you to get that blink initiation.
Ooh, that is a really nasty last pick to get against TA. I mean, I remember when TA was first pick material.
This was banned.
This was always banned. You had to ban it, even though TA was considered like the most broken hero in the game. And I mean, the idea is pretty simple. You shred through the refraction charges with the Iron Shell. You spawn an illusion of her with the wall. She gets stuck in the wall, constantly breaking her own refraction charges. But it's definitely not as good as it used to be, because the wall slow was dramatically nerfed in the most recent letter patch. So I think this is why Spirit didn't ban it, is because I do think the matchup got a lot better with that nerf.
Yeah, they also assumed that maybe they'd tank the bad Timbersaw lane, but they just threw the Timbersaw mid on XM, which is going to give Storm a better lane, and they're just hoping that they're able to shut down this Spirit safe lane enough to play off of that.
Well, we're going to find out what's going to happen in this game. In this game one of the two-game series, both Extreme and Team Spirit, together with Talon and Na'Vi, are in Group A. And it is very important to do well in your group. We didn't really talk about that just yet, but it should be obvious that you want to be first. If you are first in your group, you get seeded directly into the third phase of the tournament, and wouldn't that be nice? But of course, it's all about what's going to happen with the matches that will be on the stage. So there's two different streams at the same time, Extreme and Spirit head-to-head. After this draft is now done, we're going to find out what's in store for them, as I'm going to send it over to Cap and SVG.
Thank you very much, Seaver. That's right. We are going to be covering this opening match, Team Spirit versus Extreme Gaming. What do you think, Avery? You feeling Spirit? I mean, you said Spirit's going to come online at the end of the year when EWC and TI rolls around.
I did say that.
Do you think they're actually in form to win tournaments? Because they've been doing all right.
I personally always think they're in form.
Yeah, you thought that about Raleigh.
Yeah, I'm a little biased.
It didn't work out for ESL1 Raleigh.
No, but of course, if I curse them early in the year, by the time we get to the big events, they're going to be ready to go. I think this is an absolute banger of a series. I think we start out hot. We start out with two teams that a lot of people could have going very deep in this event. Yep. I think the evaluation of Spirit is, it's going to be a bit higher than Extreme right now, who have been a lot more hit or miss this season. Spirit have been pretty consistent, though I will say I think they are still firing below their own personal benchmarks by a little bit. I think they still have some room to grow. They still have some victories to claim here, and a performance in terms of where that bar is for them is always just going to be so high. This team sets it at first or bust, feels like every tournament. And if you don't get that, then you're automatically disappointed. Hard to live up to those expectations here, where if you're XG going into this game, I mean, a lot less expectations on you, particularly for the tournament as a whole. So I'm actually looking towards them to overperform on average. Just because there's no pressure on them. Like, yeah, you have some pressure from, Chinese region.
I was about to say, you're still Ame, you're still Extreme Gaming, you're still from the Chinese region. You still have the hope of, one of the most hardcore Dota fan bases in the world, a fan base that has been known for being a little outgoing in their criticisms.
At the same time, I feel like we have been saying that for 2 or 3 years now.
Well, I've been saying it for 10 years,
okay,
at least.
Well, that's even worse. But there's only so many times you can say that they're going to have to carry China on their back, and if you don't carry it, well.
Oh, I thought you were I thought you were talking about the Chinese community being outgoing in their criticisms. They're very enthusiastic in that regard, and I've been saying that for ever because it's the truth.
That's also a factor.
The players do get pretty destroyed by that community. So, but yes, extreme gaming has been the hope for the Chinese community in the last couple of years. But I mean, this season, it's been Tidebound. Tidebound has been outshining extreme gaming. Would you back one horse or the other between those two?
I'll take it.
Between Tidebound and extreme?
Tidebound's been a lot more consistent.
For sure.
I think people still have this feeling that XG has the higher ceiling if they can put it all together, especially with the names on this roster. I mean, I'm a big Jin Q believer.
I know. I was going to bring up the fact that your claim is that pretty much any team with Jin Q on it is going to be top tier. Can win an event.
I think their ceiling is as high as they can win an event. I will still stand by that. I still believe it. I will always believe it.
Okay.
He's just a beast. This guy makes teams into contenders. So XG has that card going for them, but I do think Tidebound is a stronger team right now if I had to pick between the two. However, we are in the part of the year where, I mean, it's put up or go home.
Yeah.
Time to show what you're made of here. And you want to get off to a strong start in this group stage. The thing about this format, this year around for Dota, right, as well, if you get off to a slow start, you get pretty heavily punished.
Yes.
Whereas if you get off to a really fast start, if you can clinch that first place in your group, that counts for a lot this year around.
Yes and no. I do think sometimes just going out there, getting first in your group, and then having to wait for days to play your next match while other teams are playing more matches, getting more information, learning, getting stronger. I feel like sometimes that actually puts you at a disadvantage.
A little bit. We've definitely had some tournaments where teams complain about not playing enough.
Yeah.
But at the same time, if you just dominate your group, you're going to be in good form. It's hard to see that going wrong for you overall. I think most teams would take that exchange. On average, we do see the fissure block bottom on the enemy wave holding Yatoro back. No counter block from Apochka. This will send the wave XXS's way. He's going to take some punishment for it. And this is a XG lineup that is just all in on the team fight, man. I mean, Darkseer, Earthshaker, Timbersaw, Monkey King with a Dazzle to provide some save behind for your frontliners and give you some heal burst. This is a scary lineup to 5-on-5, especially for what Team Spirit have brought to the table here. They really need a lane win. You play this Furion hero, you want to win the lanes in general, you want to play a faster early game. I think Axe is, for me, in that same category as well. An offlaner for Collapse that, yeah, the hero scales, he can farm pretty fast, but you kind of want to have a good start to the game. You don't want to be behind on this hero with his item timing in terms of Blade Mail Blink. And he is in a tough matchup versus that Monkey King Dazzle as well. So if you're looking at the lanes for Spirit, this Axe lane is not going to win. The mid is going to be favored for Laurel, but not by a drastic margin. It's not some cheese lane. So you really are looking to win this TA Furion lane if you're going to look at any of them.
Well, outside of the laning phase, though, don't Team Spirit have the kind of lineup that can avoid team fighting and focus on the pickoff, which is very much their forte here? You've got Templar Assassin Axe, but it's combined with Storm Spirit Furion, right? You've got a lot of good ways to be able to push out lanes and dodge big 5-on-5s.
Oh, 100%. You're looking to play the map. TA can always play this style. That's why the hero's such a dangerous pick. She can play lane domination. She can play team fights because she comes online so early because she farms basically faster than anybody else. She can give you Roshan, which is another angle into the mid game. She can play the map with the trap vision and the pickoff game. She gives you huge single target burst. This hero just kind of does it all. Doesn't have a lot of weaknesses. Doesn't have a major tempo weakness. Doesn't have a major lane weakness because no one's willing to pick off-lane Viper or something. Maybe we'll see ATF do it at some point. Darkseer is a good answer to the TA in terms of the lane matchup and making the mid game difficult. So I think XG brought some answers here, but we're still seeing Yatoro have a very strong start. And there is the Furion TP into mid, trying to deny Water Rune out from XM. Helps Laurel a decent amount. As Maposhka, not the most impactful rotation we've seen out of Furion, but does skew this lane even more Laurel's way, who's already pulling ahead early. Get a little harassed too.
Blocks out XM for a bit more damage.
That's just so much harass going into a Timber who's not going to have that Water Rune to get the refill here.
Yep.
Nice little play.
It's going to put him under pressure for this next wave that goes under Terror. Even using the glyph here. Thinking about even more diving. Sprout goes out. XM instantly clears it. They're just keeping XM away from the creep wave at this point. That is a bit sad for the Timbersaw. who's just not going to get any help anytime soon. I mean, you have a 4-position Earthshaker. I've been seeing a lot of this Earthshaker coming up. I think I was watching the C qualifiers. Talon, I think, was one of the teams who kept on picking up the Earthshaker. Why? Why are we doing this to ourselves? Because I feel like laning phase is still pretty important in this meta, and this hero does not offer you very much in laning phase.
Unless you're really good.
Maybe. You're just trying to give some credit to Jin Q and what he can do.
I like this hero. I don't think he's that bad. I think he can be worth the exchange, you know?
Okay, well, what is Earthshaker going to do to help out XM right now?
He blocked the wave. The Darkseer's doing the best of everybody.
Okay, yes.
He's top net worth out of the laning stage for XG's lineup.
Yeah,
so you could argue that the Shaker has been the least of the lane liabilities.
But my point is, what does he do to help his mid lane?
Moral support. you send comforting messages, you know, positive comms environment.
Just good vibes. Good vibes, man. That's what it's all about.
I do think this Furion Shaker matchup's a bit awkward for Jin Q because you can't match him around the map that well. Your counter game potential early is pretty limited because you're usually sacrificial on the support, on the levels on this hero. You rather just play the dual lane straight up, but if you can't do that into the TA, yeah, you wonder where the Shaker's supposed to go. You can't do this mid-fissure blocking shenanigans anymore, especially with Laurel winning mid, as we see here. It does leave you in an awkward position, and like you said, it is the weakness of the hero, where to find impact in the early game on him, because nobody doubts his teamfight impact. You just have to be able to get there.
Ame jumping it back in onto Collapse. Good hit from Rue. Dead shot to push him away. Still managed to get the Jingu stacks, and Collapse will end up going down. Denied, though, by Rue. So instead, the first blood that's still available. It might be Rue. It might be Plosin. Plosin heals himself up a little bit more, but Poshka trying to finish him off. Rue turns around. Dead shot to finish him. Gets the first blood.
That is a nice first blood to pick up. Tough exchange going out here, as we will see Collapse not having fun fighting into this Monkey King Dazzling. This is maybe the worst lane for Axe to play into in terms of the support and the core matchup. So I'm surprised he's getting as much as he is before that death, but Ame will strike here. It's going to be a recovery game for Collapse. Get as much out of this lane, get some stacks up, dodge this Monkey King, dodge the Dazzle around the map. You have a good matchup against the Dazzle in the team fight. You just do not want to interact with the Poison Touch early.
Ooh, good attempt there, Rue. Trying to go for the deny, and the Power Rune picked up, though, by XM just in time. So not only is he a Timber Saw with 2 levels of reactive armor, but now he's got a Shield Rune as well. So this is going to be pretty tough to put the Timber Saw in the back foot like he was just 5 minutes ago.
He's still well behind this TA, though. That's the concern here for XG. You gave Yatoro not a completely free early game because he didn't get any kills out of it. We've seen him do a lot more damage than this in early games, but he is well ahead of the pack here. And this is a scary carry to give this kind of lead to. He just takes over the game in terms of the tempo. He comes out of that jungle, he's well ahead of your enemy carry. If he gets that one fight that leads into the early Roshan with the Deso, it feels like the game becomes really difficult to play. Then you have to kind of split push, you have to find your mark a lot better. Something XG can do with Darkseer Monkey King. They can always fall back on that a little, but we talked about the catch that Spirit have with the Furion Storm Axe. Scary to fall into a game where you have to rat against this lineup. That is not going to be fun. Do see the Shrines picked up. The Poshka's still away from 6, but he does have burn charges. He wants to try and get a little aggressive with the Furion, go for the deep ward. He can get a fast vessel on the Nature's Prophet. Could be really nice in this game.
Does kind of hurt his roaming potential. The fact that the off lane is so bad for the Axe. He doesn't really have a lane to gank at this point in time.
It hurts his speed a lot. That's where I was concerned about this laning phase for Spirit. I think they're getting more out of it than I would have thought, particularly that Axe lane. This Axe is behind, but he's not debilitated. And this could have been a lane that just completely snowballed out of control. You could see this Monkey King be 3 or 4-0 instead of 1-0.
Sure.
And honestly, that's a win. That's a win in my book if I'm Team Spirit here.
Yeah.
Ame still has good matchups, though. It is worth noting. Like, this Axe matchup is good for him the entire game. The TA matchup is one we see a lot of carry players enjoy with the high armor and the Wukong. And you have an extra stun for the Storm, which counts for a lot in the later portions of that 30-40 minute period where you're trying to get any sort of lockdown going into Laurel. You will not deny that haste from him, and that is going to be your death, JQ. Bad place to be as a Shaker with no boots in the middle of the river.
Yeah. Particularly with the haste rune spawn, that is just a bit of bad luck. One of the problems for Axe, sometimes the lane is hard, you just back lane, right? Cut behind the tier 1 tower, just cut down creeps behind the tower, but Monkey King, you can't ever do that too. Just hero's way too mobile.
And Dazzle. You can't do it against Dazzle.
That's also true. Yeah.
That's the problem. These heroes just completely shut off your laning mechanics for you. You can play the stack game, and there are a couple stacks going out in the jungle. It's already gone through them, and that is the power of this hero. You can always fall back on that. Same with the Darkseer here. But XXS is getting definitely more out of the lane right here, and the levels reflected. He's a full level and a half ahead, which is nice for where this Darkseer wants to be. He doesn't need the best game in terms of the net worth. He just wants levels. So when you get in these team fights, you have max gel, you have some more points in the Surge vacuum, you can set up the Shaker. Jin Q can come back in this game with nothing if there's a big vacuum into Echo.
Maybe a little opportunity here with the Blood Grenade. Free kill onto Miposhka, who's trying to take the lane while the Templar Assassin was doing a little bit of those Ancients. Yutoro is level 9. This is another thing about the safe lane Templar Assassin. Even better than it was perhaps previous metas, because now you've got an Ancient camp that's right next to you. It reminds me of the old days when we had mid-Templar Assassins and the Ancient camp was right next to the mid lane. You could stack for yourself.
That was a very broken patch.
That was very broken, and you've kind of got a similar situation here for Templar Assassin.
Not as bad.
Sure,
not
as bad.
Especially when Brood was doing it all.
Yeah, agreed. 10 minutes in, 2,000 net worth lead for Team Spirit, and they have a healthy Ancient stack to clear through as well. Don't know when our Axe is going to be able to do that. Those Prowlers are kind of a menace for those more melee-style offlaners to clear through.
Feels a little static for Spirit.
It looks like they're kind of baiting Collapse here with Laurel, who is kind of playing in the jungle there. They're seeing if Monkey King really wanted to chase after this Axe again.
I mean, I don't know if this is a bait. I feel I'm taking this every time if I'm XG.
Yeah, and that's why XG two-man smoke up, bring the Timbersaw in, but Collapse, the damage is already done. He's already cut the wave. He's backed out. Laurel's back to mid.
Trying to give him a Poshka space on this Furion to get level 6 in that Vessel up. But it does open up the smoke move here for XG. They will get a really nice ward out. You have to worry about counter rotation from the Storm Spirit, but this stack is massive right here. And they let it spawn. I mean, if you're XG, this is so much net worth on the map. Can you not take this fight? It's too juicy to turn down. You have 6 on the Shaker, Echo Slam available. You could absolutely bring XXS to this play. He's already level 9 on Darkseer.
I mean, I like the fact that they're bringing Jin Q to it. I think they do want to contest, but they want to make sure they have all their heroes to contest, because this is such a crucial part of the game right here.
I would bring 5 if I'm XG right now.
I agree. Already walking into the Calling Silence, but it's a Timbersaw leading the way, so they do have damage to threaten him here, and XM's kind of blocked out. A little awkward. Timber Chain back down to the low ground.
There's the
Extreme now brought in XXS, and Ame, he's hopping through the trees to cut in from behind as well. Ooh. He pops right on top of the Axe there for a second, almost got his tree cut down, but Ame quick enough on the trigger, doesn't manage to get away from that. Fisher goes out, Collapse. He only takes so much damage from that Wukong
Just gotta echo the stack.
And they're going to go for it. Yeah, Jin Q, he pops it, clears out a bunch of the stack. In Extreme Gaming, they got what they came for, as long as they don't lose XM here. XM getting low, tries to get a kill off it, but he finally does die. Shalgrave wears away, losing 1 hero in exchange for this giant stack. That might be worth it, but it's going to be more. Collapse, he finds the extra 1. Jin Q will die as well.
That's a little close to not being worth it. See what the gold exchange ends up being. I mean, this isn't going to show all the gold that went into Jin Q there. He got almost 1,000 off that. Super worth it for the Shaker. Not as much for XG overall, as now you're giving a bit more snowball to the Axe and the TA. You got to remember, Yutoro is still having an absolute beast of a game here.
Yeah.
And you have to make sure that this offset in levels as net worth is achievable for Ame to overcome at some point in the matchup. They're going to make another move on to Collapse. Poke him a little bit.
Being very careful not to overextend on Collapse, because they know there's some heroes around.
Yeah, he's really scared there. Worried about where the Storm is on the map with a Furion connection.
Yeah. And I think that it completely illustrates the problem with stacks and contesting stacks. If one team is stacking and you want to contest those stacks, you can, I feel like that was pretty well put together by Extreme. They didn't just barrel in there, right? They got all 5 of their heroes. They cleared, space. They took the Ancients, and it still maybe wasn't worth it for them. Despite the well set out plan and the execution, they still are naturally putting themselves in a position where it's likely they're going to get punished.
Wasn't fast enough for me. That play is like 10 seconds too slow, and that sounds like a minor criticism, but when you're making those types of plays against the top team in the world, it has to be very clean, very crisp, on point. I feel like they made this initial foray with the Timber. It didn't work. He backs off a little. Then they bring the Darkseer Monkey in, and by the time the Wukong goes out, no one's in that area anymore. You lose a lot of value at that moment. You do get the Echo on the stack. It's just, when you make that attempt into the triangle like that, that's the best position for Radiant to defend early. You have to make it very quickly and catch them off guard. And I feel like they were a little slow on it. So you get something of what you came for, but the downside is, man, your Timbersaw, he's the one guy who suffered the most in that fight because he took the brunt of the blow and went down. Exim has no game right now. He is 1,000 behind the axe. And that was supposed to be the hero that was going to have the roughest lane phase here.
Yeah.
So big question mark right now is, where is XM going to get the net worth to come back in this game and find impact? He's a Timbersaw. Your spells are always powerful, but the man's just cooking with nothing right now.
He usually needs to be paired with survivability. And if he's underleveled, underfarmed, and he's matched up against the Spirit Vessel, and he's dealing with, like, pretty good amount of magic damage between the Muerta and the Storm,
he's going to melt him.
Yeah.
Absolutely melt in this game. Can rely on Grave a little and some auras from the Darks here, but honestly, Timbersaw is not even the greatest hero to buff up with auras. Most of the time, he just survives on his own ability and mobility on itself. So giving this guy Greaves is, it's okay, but it's nothing to write home about. Next year, you're going to have to make do with their spell fighting power, right? Get some vacuums, get some walls going, get some combos going, take advantage of the fact that Spirit don't have a lot of control for the fight outside of the Axe Call and the Vortex. Maybe fight under a Calling, that's about it. And no real auras of their own. Downside of this Furion buildup, a lot more aggressive firepower, especially with the full Vessel flying out from Aposhka. Big timing for him. You can get some fights going with this. You want to use it earlier rather than later. As Ame eyeing him up, would love a kill to help him get to the Radiance. That was not his
best.
Finest execution.
What?
I guess he zoned him off that small camp.
I guess so. I mean, he lost gold on that exchange.
Yeah,
there was a creep wave he could have been farming.
It's the first game of the day.
Maybe
Everybody's warming up a little.
Maybe he's a little nervous being on the same stage with Yotaro.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, they do have some history here.
Yeah, it's been a minute since they've got together.
I wouldn't say it like that. It's a little.
It's just, sometimes.
Sometimes
it's been a while.
Radiance, 16 minutes. Not too bad, all things considered. Not the fastest, all things considered, about in that middle pocket. But is it good enough?
It's good enough to beat the 10K net
yeah,
worth
that's what I was about to get to.
Yotaro's already rocking.
Like
16 minutes.
This is pretty disgusting.
Huge.
You look at the level disparity as well. He's almost level 15 already.
Yep.
This Monkey is still at level 11. He's still looking for the second point in the ultimate, whereas Yotaro, he's blown by all of these timings right now. Still has a Dormant Curio he can unlock at that level 3 or 4. Gotta look towards this Roshan if you're XG. You cannot give up a fight that leads into these objectives when your lineup is supposed to be strong around the 5-on-5. That's the danger in this game. If you get picked off, if you don't get to even play that 5-on-5, you're going to regret your decisions around the map right now. Need to abuse the Darkseer Monkey King in your lineup. Maybe the Shaker being off the map. Like, continue to get the lanes in and stall this game out.
I mean, you're this far ahead of Templar Assassin. I would love to see him buy the shard. Because I think that the next objective is Roshan. There's no way the enemy team can contest you if you get 3 or 4 traps set up around a Roshan pit with the shard.
I can buy it.
Extreme do not have the heroes that shrug off the silence from Templar Assassin.
No, it's a really good silence game, especially if you catch the Dazzle or the Monkey randomly. You can just all in them with the Axe Call. But will Yotaro buy it? That's the question.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, he's got bigger things on his mind. He wants
Hurricane Pike, he wants Nullifier, he wants BKB. He's got it all queued up.
He might get it all this game. Been real good for him as...
He's got 10 more items alongside that quick buy. That's pretty good.
Right now, he probably thinks, what's going to stop me? I'm invincible. I'm so far ahead. Ame can't keep up with me. I'm the better carry. But he's been telling himself.
Laurel jumping in after poor XM, who desperately needs some help here, man. And he's gonna get it. Oh, that's done. It catches Collapse. He still managed to get the call, but finally he chops down the Timbersaw. So the Timbersaw is out of his fight, and Jin Q is dropping low pretty damn fast. A Fisher turnaround, and it looks like Collapse is gonna be the one to die instead. A double kill for XXS. A fight, a defensive one that works out pretty well for Extreme, even if it doesn't work out for XM.
Huge positional play by Jin Q, just being there at the right time. He went the early shard on the Shaker, not the blink. Pays off in that fight. Extra chain stunning on that Storm Go. Buys time for the Dazzles to come in. You bail out your Timbersaw. You elongate this fight. You're able to collect a Q on the return. That's massive for XG. Again, that's the fight where if you lose that, you lose Roshan. And this game just starts to spiral really quickly. Instead, Yatoro, he'll clean up the tower mid. You will get another power rune off this, but you're not getting that impact out of the TA right now, who, yeah, you're still really far ahead of this Monkey King. But XG just won a pretty decent team fight, and that gets them a lot of time to get to the next set of items here, which is what they want, especially for this Timbersaw. If XM can survive and the axe goes down, you'll take that trade every time.
Yeah.
This BKB for Collapse is going to be important, by the way. This is an axe game where you kind of need BKB. You need it early on so you can guarantee you get the Culling Blades off. Because we saw here, his Culling Blade got stalled up multiple times in this fight.
Yeah, if he could have killed that Timbersaw on the first blink in, and use that movement speed to, you know, recenter whatever he wants to do, I feel like that's an easy win for Team Spirit.
Also an easy way to just cut through this grave consistently. You don't want to go all in for this anti-grave play and then get caught up by something.
Yeah.
And just have that go wrong. So this BKB for Collapse is super important. They're going to prioritize it in this game. And that window currently exists for XG to continue fighting. This is where you would want to ramp up the momentum. You have the Greaves on the Darkseer. You have your first Aura item. The Monkey King with the Radiance can easily join any of these fights. And you always have damage with Timbersaw. So you want to fight before BKBs come out, especially if you can lock down the Storm, who does have an Arcane Rune for this fight. This is incredibly deadly for XG to fight into.
Oh, got the stun. Onto the Storms here, the follow-up Fisher, and there it is. Part of the strength of Jin Q's choice of the Shard. They've got great long-range stuns, and they can chain them.
That's massive. That is an absolutely massive find here. As Spirit just left, wondering what are we supposed to do? You have all of this strength on Yatoro and no way to use it if your Arcane Rune Storm got nothing off. Massive find from Ame. Making the better move here.
The seeds of fortune.
Well, now we're settled into what we talked about earlier, right? You're going to have to stay away from 5-on-5s.
Oh, it's
You're going to have to play the map.
Real spooky right now until you have some more survivability. And that Shard went to the Timbersaw. So now XM, he is completely recovered in this game. That was a massive move for him.
Do you think his Shard really means that much to Timbersaw?
It feels good. I mean, it's extra damage, it's extra net worth. He was already recovering in this game. He's already almost up to level 14.
I guess I would rather have it on the Dazzle, if I'm honest. That was the other option, right? Goodbye, Pelosin.
Is this Shard that bad? I mean, it's 70 DPS. You get some slow.
Let's put it this way. I don't think it solves his problem. And his problem right now is survivability. Gets his Aghanim Scepter, maybe that'll
Essence
change.
Ring's job. He's got tough Essence Ring.
He's only going to have so much period. He's only going to have a small window of time, by the way, where this Aghanim Scepter is even going to make him tanky. Because Yatoro wants a Nullifier. If he goes Nullifier as his next item, then, like, before the BKB, then there goes the Timbersaw. Jump in. Immediately jump in. Oh, Shin Q, quick reaction there. Managed with the Shard to stun up. Now he's still going to take out from the Battle Hunter.
Ame in trouble.
If Ame actually goes down, Ame is caught in the middle of that and is gone. Deadshot pushing back in. XXS and Team Spirit find their opening for a successful team fight.
Or rather, XG just kind of fumble their way into a fight that they did not bring everybody to. This Timber's not even there. That's your big frontliner, and it gives Yatoro a really good positioning. You're able to get a full Hurricane Pike, all those hits onto the Monkey King. You get a couple of Radiance misses, but that is the fight you did not want to give up in this game, because that is straight into Roshan for Spirit. Hey, Yatoro, he's almost level 20. This is going to put an Aegis on him. That Nullifier is going to be even closer this time around, so you kind of decelerated your Timbersaw's timing with that comeback item here.
Yep.
We see the Ags appear as Roche is going to fall, and that Nullifier is 1,000 away if Yatoro wants to commit for it. That's tough. felt like you were doing a decent job in this game as XG at not giving away that bad team fight, and then you just stumbled into it.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing against Team Spirit. It's going to happen eventually.
Especially on the Furion, though. Like, this is the target we saw insta buyback from Aposhka. This is not the guy you want to start on if you're not aware of where the rest of the team is, because that's going to give a free fight to Storm. It's going to give a free fight to the TA, and it's going to give a return jump for Collapse. So maybe you go and assassinate him, you keep your distance. I don't like the fact that Jin-Q got real close to that Furion. I don't like the fact that you ended up in a kind of awkward position with the Darkseer, right? If you're able to poke him down from a long range and not commit, it's a different story there. Bit off more than you can chew, and this Nullifier's already done. BKB done for the Axe. Spirit are swinging back here. They're going to hit a really nice timing. Not a lot of answers for these two big items coming out on the side of Team Spirit here.
Yeah. The team fight advantage is out the window when you have an Aegis on the Templar Assassin. And it's not like that BKB pickup on the Monkey King is going to feel nearly as good as the BKB on the Axe when he's dying to physical damage from the Templar Assassin.
Need more auras from Darkseer, I guess, just to buff up this team fight? Because I don't think Ame's items are going to help him too much in the direct battle against the TA in the short term.
Sure. What is XXS's items currently?
Just Greaves Vanguard. He's looking for potential Lotus here. Pipe is done. So you have your big Greaves pipe. It's not the greatest pipe game. It's okay, delaying some of the storm damage, but again, doesn't help you with the TA problem. Crimson Guard is okay this game. Also not the greatest against the TA. So his auras are nice here, but they're not the end-all be-all as we see them trying to get any sort of catch. But again, do you wanna reach here? The reach is so scary.
Oh, and there's a Nullifier. XM.
You just can't
He feels
chase.
the pain. He does not want to be in this game.
You just can't chase that far. You have to be disciplined there. And now you're in a 4-on-5 situation. This is...
They caught Pelosin. Pelosin, now he's going to be nullified. Does manage to get out the shallow grave, but Jin-Q dies on the right-hand side. Ame fighting for it, trying to get the die back on him. Aposhka couldn't even get that much. And now on the way out, he's going to have to pop his BKB and just run. Good TP's out.
Can't TP here.
He's still going to get caught. He's still going to be called. Collapse pulls him back into the rest of the team. Now he's going to be nullified.
Ooh.
What a vacuum. Is there any follow-up to it, though? Of course not. Ame, all he could do is boundless strike it, but everybody else on Extreme is dead and gone.
An amazing vacuum at a inopportune time as your AoE's already gone. What you wouldn't have to have the shaker up for that moment. But nonetheless, it's again getting baited into putting damage on the Furion, not the target you want to be putting it out on. The Wukong's in an awkward position, and so much of that fight starts with another awkward chase.
Yep.
You just can't give Spirit these kind of positional advantages with this lineup that has so much single target burst and lockdown. Not going to work out for you. You need to be baiting them into your AoE, the other side of that coin. Especially during the Aegis period, too. Like, that sort of chase is just... You cannot kill this TA twice here. This is going to guarantee the BKB for Yatoro.
I like that Aposhka capitalized on this situation, teleporting that deep into the back line, using the shard to get vision, right? Like, he might see where the Monkey King is in the trees and maybe cut down that tree, or he spots the Dazzle because of that vision, right? There's really a lot of opportunities, and they obviously saw the Dazzle and went straight to him.
The hero's just so annoying. He's tanky. He's kind of hard to kill. His spells are obnoxious enough you have to worry about him, but you don't want to focus him.
Yeah.
That's the real strength of this hero. And we're seeing this BKB Radiance build for Ame. It's a good Radiance game. The evasion is good. He's fairly durable, but he lacks the attack speed to deal the damage and build up the Jingu stacks. Particularly if he gets caught later in the fight where he has to man-fight the Axe or the TA. This build is kind of bad against the Axe because you get called and you don't really end up building Jingu, and you just get dragged in the enemy team.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I like the Axe has got the pollen bag. Just one more thing to mess with the Timber Saw.
To be honest, I will say this tier 3 neutral item slot can be really awkward sometimes.
Yeah.
I feel like if you're a damage dealer and you get some of the, like, you know, the Shiv, okay, sure. If you get Whisper the Dread, you're a spellcaster, sure, but it can be awkward depending on what you roll. Gale Guard is, I think, the only one that's universally fine. Like, if I get Gale Guard on almost anybody, I'm happy. But in some of these situations, you end up taking the Jedi bag, so to say, just because there's nothing else. At least it does some damage. That thing is still really close range, though. You have to watch watch where you can get in the fight to actually use this neutral item on a lot of heroes, as Ame trying to get the catch will not catch him. Working towards Scotty. A lot of extra HP on this monkey if he gets there. Something for Spirit to think about. But they feel very content right now, just getting their triple BKB timing up. And there it is.
This is nasty. Punishing him for the D ward and maybe getting the Wisdom, though the Echo does perhaps get a turnaround kill on a Maposhka. Slowing him down a bit. And Ame will be able to chase him down. Support for support, and the Shrine of Wisdom was taken by Laurel, so that's gotta hurt.
And meanwhile, Yatoro's just taking your tower top.
Yeah.
The map pressure's building here. These cores are starting.
23?
Yeah, he is massive, and that's triple BKB done. So these cores are going to play really confident on the lanes. They're going to play really deep because there is no BKB TP cancel in this lineup.
Call catching Ame. The follow-up to it. The BKB goes out from Ame. Ame seeing if he could jump away to the trees, and he is able to do so successfully. But I don't think Collapse minds.
That's an 8-second down.
Yeah.
Every little bit adding up. Did go that Kaya build up as well. Looking for the big culling blades here.
Rue. It's pretty close to an Aghanim Scepter. That adds a lot more team fight to this lineup.
That's their one AoE control outside of the big calls, so that does help a lot. Also help you follow up on these axe calls. Guarantee follow-up, particularly if you catch a couple of heroes. Could just be deadly. There's the blade. Can actually get aggressive. That's the issue. Into these BKBs, it's really hard to smoke and look for the fight because your jump is everything, and if you don't have vision for that, you're going into TA traps. You're going into potential Furion who's just going to eat the gank and then buy back. So he's a moving ward. Kind of tough to aggressively smoke here as XG and look for the fight even when you hit your timings because the defensive capabilities from Spirit are so strong around their map right now. There's BKB for XM. Maybe that gives you a little more oomph to push ahead, blind into some of these areas, and try and contest the next Roche, for example. Can spawn in 30 seconds here. Have to start thinking about that, but particularly if you pick up Gem, which they will. It's a big investment here. They're going to put it on XM, let it frontline, try and push out on the map right now. So you have to be ready to take this fight if Spirit want to bring it to you. Because you cannot afford to lose Gem, and you cannot afford to lose another fight into another Aegis going to Yatoro. Especially with Scotty done on Ame. He hits level 20. Big upgrade for him.
Yeah, it's pretty much best window you're going to get if you're Extreme Gaming to try and cut down this 12,000 net worth lead for Team Spirit. Finding Laurel. Could be big. Found the strike. Followed up by the Fisher. Chain stunned up. They used the Echo Slam to ensure it. They got a big pickoff. Now, what can Extreme do with it? 70 seconds on the clock. No Storm Spirit. And Roshan is available.
It feels like deja vu. This is the only other kill that has been super successful for XG, and it was on Laurel when he had an Arcane Rune. And guess what? Laurel, he gets picked off when he has an Arcane Rune. Maybe you should stop picking up Arcane Runes. It's really not worked out for the lad.
It's consideration for sure.
I don't think any mid-storm would ever not pick up an Arcane, but there were a game to do it in, it'd be this one. There's the Aether Lens version Q if I saw that, so more range added to that sort of gank, chain stun, pick-off potential. Not too shabby. Can they translate it into more map control, especially with Roche being up? The fact they didn't just go check this pit, try and all in it. Their Roche is pretty slow, but if you don't get lanes out here that can set up the next play, it's going to be tough to assail that position.
Yeah. It just feels so bad, the fact that they haven't been able to get anything more off this timing. Stormster is now back up.
You really wish you could have gotten at least one more pick off there or pushed onto Spirit's side of the map a little, get some extra dewarding. All you got was a couple lanes in. Hold on to your gem.
Ooh, amp damage going to be quickly picked up by Xin-Q. Will Xin-Q get punished? No. Team Spirit, they don't want to cross the river. There's danger that lies on this side of the shore.
That was pretty aggressive. Not punished. There's the smoke from XG. They're going to try and force it here.
And smoke from Team Spirit. They do have the advantage of Spirit having a global hero in the with Furion, but he's got to make sure he doesn't get picked off, though. Maybe he's going to be jumped at the same time Laurel tries to make his jump. They got the call on XM, pulling him out of position. He doesn't care. He's got a BKB. He is just frontlining for now. His team struggling to catch up to him, though. Ame really didn't get a good opportunity for Wukong's man, still holding on to that one. Jumps into the trees.
Oh, what a strike from
Sees
Rue.
an opportunity perhaps now, gets it out onto Collapse. Follows up with the boundless strike, but the BKB does manage to go out in the nick of time, and the Huerta protects herself with the ultimate. Now XXS, he's got to back away, and big call from Collapse. Catches 2 and kills 2.
Can Spirit route XG here? This Ame Monkey's still strong. Gotta find the
Got the
Dazzle.
rest of the follow-up with their nullifier. They catch out the Dazzle. The Dazzle gone. Ame does what he can. Kills Collapse. BKBs teleports out, but the fight is lost from Extreme.
Maposhka.
Oh, and maybe XM, he kills Maposhka. No, okay, saved by the Gale Guard.
This Furion's so tanky.
He's so aggressive, man.
Again, it starts with him going down, but of course he has buyback. So this kill doesn't mean a lot here for XG. Jinq was able to dodge that initial jump from Laurel, and that's what lets Extreme Gaming take that longer fight there. The fast reaction time, you're able to bail him out. The Timbersaw front lines, but this fight is not secured enough where you can test this Roshan, and that's the bigger deal here. This is going to be another Aegis going to Yatoro. This TA has yet to go down in this game. You just can't touch the guy. Too strong.
Yeah.
And there's too many heroes going in for him as well. That's another big problem. XG will run here, but they are late to the party, and yeah. Time to get out.
Yeah, don't want to be caught. TA traps. The Furion teleports lots of things. They're going to get vision on XM, blocks him out with a sprout a little bit, but should be fine to retreat back to base. But the overall game, still a problem for Extreme. 9K lead for Team Spirit, so it's been cut down a little bit, but you have to imagine during this Aegis window, they will escalate things.
Both these carries just hit 25 as well. You got the Meld Bash for Yatoro. You're going to get the extra Wukong ring.
I'm surprised Ame
pretty
caught
important
up
talents.
levels-wise.
I mean, he got a lot off that fight, honestly. He killed the Furion effectively solo. He got the Axe effectively solo again at the end of that fight. A decent amount of XP going his way. He's still having a very good game here, 6-2. Maybe they wanted it to be a bit more snowballing with the lane matchup, but
this could be interesting.
It's a 5 position.
Team Spirit are only sitting here as 3 for the Wisdom Shrine. And Ame goes for the punish on Huerta, but once again, the Huerta
nice
ultimate. This time he's getting cut down by the Chakra. Laurel on the high ground, giving them vision, spots a bunch of heroes coming, and they back out. So quick kill, take the Shrine, and retreat back to their base, it seems, as full 5. Says a lot. They get a kill, and they still don't feel the confidence. They go back to their base.
I mean, another big factor was they did hold on to their gem in that fight. So at least when you're making these plays, you get a little D-ward action. You have a little security. Don't have to spam the sentries everywhere. And this game can always turn on a dime with the vision control. You get that one vacuum into the Shaker stun. That fight's over.
Yeah.
Cannot clump in this game for Spirit, even with the, especially if the BKB durations start to get low. If these start to go down to 6 seconds here, XXS, his window will be a lot larger at that point. These heroes can survive some of the initial burst at least. Map control is everything for XG in this game, where you can place those high ground wards and fight around them. It's Spirit showing some respect. I mean, this is an Aegis I thought they were going to try and push more with, because if you don't push with this Aegis...
Yeah, when are you pushing?
Not a lot changes for you.
Well, I mean, let's talk about late game, because it does feel like this game is beginning to stall a bit. Team Spirit do not seem overly anxious about ending the game quickly.
No.
So what does that late game look like?
Storm catching up in net worth. Right now, it doesn't look as intimidating because Laurel's a bit behind, but if this Storm gets top 2 net worth and he has AoE pull, he has like Parasma plus the Axe plus the Shivas, all this extra spell amp coming through, right? He can still get 2 spell amp items. That damage is going to ramp considerably, and then you're looking at potential double call from Collapse with a refresher buildup on the Axe, which is usually his go-to. He also got Dazun Bloodright for a little larger AoE on these calls. There's still a lot of scale in the tank for Spirit here, but a lot of it for me revolves around Laurel at least getting 1 or 2 1 fights in that period to pull ahead of these other cores.
Right, because Yatoro is capping out in a way.
Yeah, he's kind of done. I mean, he just picked up Swift Blink. He's already slotting in BKB to the backpack to use this Aegis.
You can get Ag Shard and Boon Shard, but like, that's kind of it.
Did get an unleashed monocle. That's pretty dang nice.
Yotaro just casually two-shot Shin-Q. Easy as you like.
Shouldn't have been standing there, I guess.
Yeah, shouldn't have been standing inside your base.
You should have been in the fountain, or at least had that gem up on the front line. Easy high ground ward placement into snipe. Now you're without that shaker for a long time, as that's still the buyback death from earlier. Never got expended. And a Hex from a Poshka could easily just come in here and initiate this fight for the team, as racks down, banner place, no contest from XG. You can't take the team fight without your AoE control.
As you said, it's all on the brink when it comes to a vacuum echo.
You need the shaker.
If you don't have the Earth Shaker, then you've got no combo.
Vacuum doesn't mean anything in this game if there's no follow-up.
Yeah.
You're going to have to concede a lot here if you're XG. Have a glyph available. The other lanes are getting shoved in by the Furion. Still 40 seconds on the clock for the Aegis. Maybe not a long time, but it feels like a long time with the amount of damage Yotaro is pumping out right now.
Yeah, he's killing that building pretty dang fast.
Of course, you can always just slot the BKB in anyway, so I don't think he's too sad about this Aegis going down.
Yep.
They know they've hit their timing right now. Another Arcane Rune Falaral. Okay, this is an opening for Extreme Gaming. I've seen this before. This is XG's time to smoke and kill him before he gets anything off.
He has the gem, too. That would be a really nice pickoff. Let's see it, XG.
Now, the real question, though, Austin, is does XG know he has the Arcane Rune? Because if they don't, they can't make that play.
Right.
They got to get vision on him.
Do you think they knew the previous times? No.
That's a fair point. They probably didn't.
No, they probably didn't.
So the fact they don't know is better.
They're ignorant to the fact of the Arcane Rune is a good thing. It means they're going to magically stumble upon him again.
Yes. The classic 3-time ignorance solution.
I mean, what do you always say? Luck is a skill, right, Avery?
Okay, first off, I only say that because that is what Toronto Tokyo said. Who is no longer on this team, so maybe he wasn't so lucky in the end.
Maybe you should have focused more on the skill and less on the luck.
I didn't say that. That was you. I have a brand to maintain.
That's right. That was me, Avery Silverman, who said that.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Austin.
Toronto Tokyo, if you're out there listening, I challenge you to come confront me. The hotel lobby, Avery Silverman.
What's your room number? Why don't you throw that out there, too?
Shivas picked up. What else we got? Anything,
Refresher
any
for
other
Collapse
game changers?
is the big one. Not really. I mean, you're just looking for survivability here for XG. Try and hold the base, get some sort of crazy late game turnaround. You just don't have BKB control. You don't have a save for the axe jump. And this axe jump is pretty deadly right now when you got 2 of them. Though I guess his mana capacity is pretty low.
17-12, 21,000 net worth lead, and Team Spirit seem content to hold the map and wait for another Roshan.
May as well at this point. If you didn't end the game with that Aegis, you're not going high ground without it, especially when you control this much. And you know XG are going to be pressured to likely fight you around that Rosh, which is way better for you than if you have to fight them just going straight high ground into buybacks. What is their buyback situation? Take a look at it. It is not good.
Nada.
Yeah, it's not great.
They've got 2 buybacks.
I wonder if Ame will even hold this one. Like, how useful is his buyback in this game in any situation that is not high ground defense? In the high ground defense, it's useful. Outside of that, I don't think it's useful at all in this game. I think the fight will be decided before he's able to make it back. Yeah, he's going to buy out. I agree with this 100%. The rest of your team doesn't have it. You're fighting outside the base.
Nice little pickup potentially, but Rue did see it coming. He's already popped his ultimate. He doesn't have BKB to TP out, though, so he's kind of stuck.
Yeah, he can't do anything here.
Nice dead shot, but the Boundless Strike will still find him, and he is gone. So, another time that Extreme Gaming have found a pickoff right around the time that Roshan's going to spawn.
Is it close enough? Feels like every time they've gotten this, it's 30 seconds too early, which, I mean, you can't. Beggars can't be choosers here.
Last time, it wasn't 30 seconds too early. Roshan had spawned already when they got that kill.
That's true. It turned into an unfavorable fight.
They just couldn't do anything with it. Aghanim Scepter done for the Nature's Prophet. I mean, you were talking about the scale of the Storm Spirit, but we also have the Nature's Prophet, who's going to start scaling into a core.
Oh, absolutely. He's already a core.
Scythe, Aghanim Scepter, like, he's huge.
He can absolutely do some massive damage, backline disruption, especially if you find the Dazzle with the Hex, something like this.
Oh, yeah.
Then you might just be able to axe jump the front line. Collapse does not have to worry about Paulson too much at this point. Neither does Laurel.
Surprising that Team Spirit are giving as much room around the pit as they are. Roshan, it's going to be a bit. We had gotten to that potential Roshan spawn point, but it looks like it's still going to be a minute still.
Triple monocle for Spirit as well.
Yeah.
So that's just, you don't see that a lot, but that's a lot of extra range and cast range across the lineup that is trying to space the fight around a lineup that punishes you for clumping.
Yeah.
So I actually like that, because this just means your spacing is naturally going to be 100 range better across the board, right? That adds up, makes it harder to find these vacuum echoes. Is Monocle a little overpowered? Maybe.
You think it's the most broken of the tier 4s?
I think we see it a lot. I think it is.
I think the OD staff sometimes, like in the right games, that one's a little broken. But it doesn't happen very often.
It's hard for me to say it's broken. I just think it's the most consistent. Like, I think we see Monocle a lot because it's almost good on anybody.
Sure.
It's pretty hard to turn it down. Where some of these are a lot more situational. We will see a smoke from Spirit as they gear up for this Roche. It is in the bottom pit right now. They're looking for the fight into the objective. MKB done for Yatoro to try and pierce this Ame butterfly.
You know, I miss being at Dota Lands where we had players screaming, teams getting hyped.
Oh, call.
Do manage to get a good call. Perfect pickoff. Got the dazzle. That is going to make things really difficult for Extreme. Spotted Ame on the high ground here. Oh no, he's stuck. He needs to be able to get out with the Shard with the Boundless Strike, but now he's been silenced up. He does manage to get down. Boundless Strikes himself back to the base. Yatoro, now he's in man fight against Yatoro. Throws out the Wukong's command. Yatoro, quick to escape out of that one. Doesn't want to be in that AoE, but a left XM behind. 3 down, 1 buyback being used by Extreme. They've got another one still in the tank in XM. They may have to use it here just to hold their base as Team Spirit are not backing out for Roshan. They're going to go for the kill here and now.
Actually just did not expect that play at all. Completely caught them off guard. The map controls way too much here. And the second you start to fall one by one, the buybacks are just not, they're not too tempting there. How do you get back this fight to impact it? Everybody split up. That's the exact type of fight and positioning Spirit want. Couple skirmishes happening at different points. There's no big clump. There's no big turnaround potential. If you're Jin Q, you're just left sitting. You're going, who am I supposed to stun and when? Everybody's BKB'd. Everybody's at a different point in the fight.
Yeah, XXS just...
well, this is going to be awkward.
Yeah, Roshan's going to switch over to the other side, unless they try and pull him to keep him inside the pit, but that's not really going to work, and now Roshan's got the super speed.
Got to call him.
Have you seen this, though? Teams, in order to get Roshan to get to the other side faster, will intentionally run into the Roshan so he gets to the other side, and they can finish it off fast before certain revives happen.
Although you're slow, so you can't keep up with him.
That is true. So, Extreme have a chance to be able to contest. XM trying to barrel into the pit quickly with his Aghanim Scepter, but we'll find the pit is empty for now.
But how do you get the favorable jump? That's been the problem for XG this entire game. Who leads the charge, and who do you even want to lead it on? Your only chain stun potential is if you commit the Shaker. At the same time, you have to hold the Shaker to win the team fight off the vacuum.
Well, they don't know it, but right now...
You're getting ratted, too.
It would be nice to catch Laurel. He's the one person who does not have buyback.
I mean, you
Team
have
Spirit.
to take the fight now if you're XG, or you have to back, because you're about to lose.
Amplify damage. They jump inside the pit, collapse immediately with the call, and they just melt through Ame. No chances. He's going to be able to live through that one. JQ tries to do what he can, but it's still going to be a grab of the Aegis from Collapse. Now, Collapse at half HP. He's got the extra life. It's Yatoro who's full health, and he jumps back in. Goes after the Timber Sod. Nullifier on him. Got the call after that one, and he's dead as well. Ame comes back in with the Wukong's command. Boundless Strike on 3. It's a beautiful setup. Can they keep the heroes inside of this Wukong's command? He's doing his best. He's already taken out the Aegis, but he doesn't have the vision to spot Yatoro turns around with a fraction, takes him out easy. 2 down on the side of Extreme, 2 deaths for Ame, and that is the game done, Avery.
And all the time with Poshko, he's probably going to take Megas off just the Treants anyway. You were in a lose-lose situation. That game spiraled really quickly. You did not get that massive 5-on-5 team fight you were looking for in the mid-game to push it in your favor. XG just kind of left wondering, how are we supposed to play the map? And how could have we gotten our Timber Saw enabled going into that mid-game? Because XM, he just never got off running.
Yeah, no, he really didn't. Unfortunately, Extreme Gaming banking off some momentum they just never really got in the first place. And Yatoro And the rest of Team Spirit doing a great job, taking control of the game and keeping it the entire time. Set back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. Game 1 of this 2-game series taken by Spirit. Now, I will be very honest that I was kind of hoping, kind of rooting that at some point this vacuum wall echo slam would go off and Extreme would make that big team fight happening that would potentially allow them to come back into this game. You could tell that they were really trying to hold, to wait for that perfect opportunity. But it's just not good enough if the positioning and the map control for Spirit is in their hands. They, Effie, played very much in a way that did not allow Extreme a way back into this game.
Yeah, they played a very strong early game, I think, which is what helped Extreme Gaming's game look so bad. Because I do think had one more lane gone in the side of Extreme Gaming, we could have seen something different. But the respect was there for the things you mentioned. Like the threat of the vac wall into the Wukong's command was the reason why Spirit decided to bide their time, play a more disciplined approach to that late game, despite being so ahead. But like ultimately, Team Spirit just looked one step ahead from start to finish.
Yeah, I think a big part of why it looked like they couldn't fight on the side of Extreme is that the supports on Spirit were doing a really good job getting farmed. Like if you looked at the net worth in that game, Miposhka was higher net worth than the enemy Darkseer, right? So it's kind of like, who are you vac walling? Who are the squishy, easy to kill heroes that you're going on? Like we saw so many times, they just kept going under, kept going under, kept going under. But I mean, who cares? You have other cores. Like there was even a time where Yatoro is like going in on a fight. He has to BKB Hurricane Pike out of the Monkey King ult, and it's like, okay, well then where's the damage coming from? The TA is gone. It turns out it was actually Miposhka. Like they were killing another core on the side of Extreme in the opposite side of the fight, because even if you're isolating Yatoro and making him a non-factor, everyone else on Spirit, they were splitting the net worth so nicely that no matter how the fights would go, they would always have damage.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive to even have a good shot at trying to isolate Yatoro, because I felt like he was supposed to not do well in that lane, Effie.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, Sheaves, because they picked that lane in order to shut down Spirit's safe lane. So two things, they end up throwing the Timbersaw mid, and it's not really a matchup versus Storm that shuts the Storm down. It's not really something that will activate you. So what you're banking on is with that rotation, you will really, really win your side lanes. And it just didn't happen. Maybe it's because of the strength of the Nature's Prophet, maybe Spirit just outplayed, but without their win through that offlane, their entry point into the game was far too late. And at that point, Spirit was ready to fight with the Axe Blink and the Axe Call.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like they're just tripling down on winning lanes and then not winning lanes. I don't know. I mean, you just got to go back to the drawing board on that one. Like sometimes this happens in Dota matches.
Yeah, they still did try, of course, to make things happen. And Effie, there's one point in particular that you would like to show us. It happened a little bit later on, so the laning stage was already done, and I believe Team Spirit had already won their first decently big team fight.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to highlight the issue in Extreme Gaming's draft, and I think in one of these team fights that looked glaringly obvious. So whenever this replay shows up, there it is. Basically, what happened here is XM Timber chained in, got killed very quickly by the Axe Call, and then Spirit just had free reign to enter the Dire Triangle. They just walked in with nothing. And then as you'll see here, basically they have to expend the Wukong's command to protect the Dazzle in the distance and stop them from blinking in. But in the duration of this Wukong's command, Furion TP's out. Their lack of disables looks so glaringly obvious. Like you have this big Monkey King ring, nothing to really keep them in there. You don't have the bit of damage to even kill the support Furion. And then after that Wukong's is over, you just chase Ame into that tower and kill him. And you know, it begs the question of maybe they had a hero that could stabilize or anchor the fight, layer it with that Wukong's command, things like that would look different. Maybe they could protect their triangle a lot better, but with this lack of disable, it wasn't just the Storm, that was the issue, but they had no way to anchor the damage for their Monkey King, who was all of their net worth at that point.
Yeah, I feel like the words support Furion is just like an oxymoron at this point, because every single game we see the hero, it like seems to dumpster the lane. Like it does, you will always win lane if you have Furion as a support, right? You snowball the early game because you can do the rotations that you were talking about a lot during the draft. It's like, okay, well this lane goes this way, but okay, let's watch out for the Furion, right? And then in the late game, with the build people are going, you actually do damage and you scale, and then you're tanky, like we just saw in that clip. So how do they kill him? Like I can understand why certain teams value Furion as like a first phase pick, first phase ban, especially when you have the flexibility of playing it on multiple support roles and then also core.
Yeah, and I think also, I mean, so I'm, you know, it's only one game, so maybe it's too early to tell, but I do feel like maybe if we look back in a couple of weeks, a couple of weeks ago, Nature's Prophet, Temper Assassin were first phase banned almost every single game, and I see this game, and I'm like, how did they get their hands on them anyway? And I believe, Jenkins, you're going to show us a clip.
We got a very important clip coming up here, guys.
Very important.
We're going to roll the clip. It's going to be Jing Q doing gameplay. He had to be sitting, even in the base, he's not safe from Yotaro. And we're going to go ahead and Shiver and show that clip a second time.
Roll the clip, please.
We'll roll the clip again, just so in case anybody was not watching. We'll go ahead and roll the clip.
Yeah, don't worry, they're on it. They're on it, just in case you missed it, because you could have.
There he is. He's right there. And then now he's not.
Now he's not.
And I do agree with one point that Avery was making during the cast, which is the question is, like, where's the entry point for Earthshaker in the early game, given the draft that they had? As you mentioned, there's like a Timber mid. So what do you like rotate towards mid? You know, it's a hard question to answer. And then once you get to the mid game and the late game, Earthshaker needs to commit his hero into fights in order to have the chain stun potential of like killing any of Spirit's heroes. But he had a bad early game, and the rest of the cores on his team are suffering, so you're just blinking in and dying. Even in the last fight, we saw BKB blink in Echo Slam, yes, gets the Aegis, or gets the Roche kill, but then just dies through the BKB. It did feel like a little bit of a weird Earthshaker game because of the flexibility they did in their draft.
Yeah, and I think having all of the responsibility of actually locking down enemies be on your Force Shaker who lost lane versus TA, that makes it a lot more difficult. Because, we haha laugh at the fact that Earthshaker got two-shotted, but if your Shaker is getting two-shotted, there's nobody who's going to Fisher or stun anybody. Echo Slam, go on the backline. There's nobody on the side of XG that's controlling for you. It can't be your Monkey King, because he's going to be doing the majority of the damage, and he can't be the one to set these things up. So maybe making that more accessible through XM potentially in the future, where he's not playing the damage role, but the lockdown role, could fix this for game 2.
Yeah, which often they do, right? He's puck in half of his games. It's just it was banned.
The band and the Sniper band and the Viper band, these are all
very fixable problems. Zhao 8 is going to be absolutely glaringly aware of these problems if we are, and I think we're going to see a different drafting game too.
Yeah, because the way we were talking about this game, it does feel like the majority boils down to it just wasn't the right draft for Extreme to answer the heroes that Team Spirit had. Maybe a little bit of a misread on the power levels on some heroes as well.
I think they tried something. They tried to double down on dumpstering the lanes. It didn't work. It often doesn't work on this patch, to be honest. Like, so many how many times did we see teams try to counter Puck, for example? Huskar doesn't work. You just dual lane it. You know, Dragon Knight, bad hero. It's like, it's the same thing. It's like Axe getting countered by Monkey Dazzle. He just farmed stacks.
Right.
There's always play options, it feels like.
I think that's the big thing too, because their winning lane was the Monkey King lane, where they didn't give the Monkey King to the mid lane, where they could have had a better lane versus Storm and more control. They gave it to the safe lane with the idea that they're just going to have Axe have nothing. But then if your Axe is retreating to triangle and catching up there, but there's no hero from the mid lane and there's no hero from 4 that can go chase Axe into that triangle, what value are you getting out of shutting him down on lane? It's just going to be corrected within the next few minutes. And yes, we did see XG invade the triangle at some point, but honestly, it was a few minutes too late, and they were able to respond very well in Spirit. They got the return kills, and they wasn't a loss for them.
They did Echo Slam the Ancients, though. That was quite awesome from JQ. I like that. He died immediately after, which was unfortunate because you get this big network bounty, and you just
gives it back.
Give it back to the enemy team. I mean, that's a great pickoff from Spirit, though, to get that return kill.
It really was. I also am wondering, because it was a game their Spirit came out ahead of. What did they take away from a game like this? Because they also know that Extreme is going to adjust and adapt, and this is definitely not the only, you know, play that they have in their book of plays. How are they going to change, if they are even at all going to change? As it is, it's a 2-game series, so you want to get both points on the board and not just go for a potential tie.
I think you don't want to overcorrect anything, or like if you take the win, you take the win. You go into the game 2 saying we did X, Y, and Z well, let's run it back. But at the end of the day, there are definitely going to be some takeaways. The key one in this game is, despite the net worth lead, it did take them time to close out the game.
That's true.
And that's because potentially the lack of auras, the lack of like a clear high ground, but even in that situation, they handled it pretty well, and they
Yeah.
showed discipline where they needed to.
Like, maybe that's just axe drafts. Like, you have axe as your offlaner, or a lot of the time you lack the auras, so I don't know. I feel like if you're Spirit, you're probably, like Effie said, you're probably fine with that. Just go next, play the same, draft the same.
Okay, well, we're going to find out if they're going to play the same, draft the same. I don't think Extreme will do that. They'll, of course, try to change things up, but let's see what happens in game number 2 after a break.
It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Moves like Jagger, piss, come on, new one's better. We ain't in a mix, no grubber. Them trick bang fraud like scammer. Explain me real, that's a real bone capper. Pass don't matter, build strong, still pray this thing don't shatter. When shit gets real, so the real don't scatter. Got bread and batter, 4 hands on the bread like platter. Said it's cold out, they ain't back in beef, got the phones out. Watching where I sleep and where I roll round. Guess I'm grown now, they ain't even there when it goes down. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, that's my baby. He let me shine and never shady. Girl, same cute, but that don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say he got a queen and that she crazy. Please never play me. He said, please never break me. He's switching to Mercedes, thinking that it faze me. I can love you for the dark and all my days, but you just never break me. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, bitches got a ring and feel safe now. They see a pretty bird, but I don't want to cage out. It's a playground, telling me mine, I don't play about. I tell them rise up, used to cry, river shit done dried up. I lost a couple bros on the climb up, I don't mind, but ain't lost nothing that ain't mine, cause it's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new
This land is calling.
You are watching Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup, and we are about to head into the second game of our first series of the day. We got Team Spirit and Extreme Gaming. They're going head-to-head in a two-game series. They're part of Group A, and today's first day of groups. We also have Na'Vi and Talon playing on a different stream. Those are the other two teams in Group A. And so far, it's Team Spirit that's one game up in this series. And it was a little bit of a draft issue, mostly, as we kind of concluded after game number 1 here with Jenkins and Effie. And Effie, if we're looking towards game number 2, what do you want to see? Is there anything you would take out after a game like that? Obviously, we saw Templar Assassin still being strong, but was it really the problem of Templar Assassin being strong, or did Extreme just play it wrong?
So I think that something did go wrong in their bot lane. So it's not just... I don't want to necessarily call it a draft issue because I can see that draft winning also. It just means that key events in the first 10 minutes have to go differently.
Yeah.
Like, let's say Timbersaw wins the first wave mid instead of loses it. Like, that can sway the balance of the mid lane.
Yeah, he got the first range creep denied.
Yeah.
Unironically, these little things sway the balance.
It really does matter. And, like, let's say one of the aggressive plays bot lane did work, and all of a sudden your Shaker is more enabled to go mid. Your Timbersaw's a little bit stronger. You're, like, going into the triangle earlier. You're playing into the top lane. That could go differently. But if it goes wrong, if you're banking on winning the early game and inside of your draft there's no team fighting plan B, that's where it's tough. So for this game too, for XG, I would just say simplify it. Like, simplify the draft. Have XM on some type of hero that will tempo control. Timbersaw does not do that without a friend, a +1 stunner. Someone XM can use to, like, control the backline, stun, and then give Q maybe something that wins lane a little harder than an Earthshaker. Yeah,
I totally agree. I think Extreme, when they pick a draft like this, they are well aware of what they're doing and what they're banking on. Where you are putting that pressure on yourself to make big moves in the first 10 minutes because you're picking heroes that are hard to execute unless you're playing from some sort of advantage. So it's like, it's a gamble, right? But it's a calculated gamble, and they gambled and they lost. It's against Team Spirit. Team Spirit's an exceptional team. They're going to see what you're doing and punish this, play safe, play for the stacks, things like that. So I totally agree with Mira that I think just you tried it once. I don't think you try it again in a series. Yep. Just play a little bit more normal. Don't try to win the lanes. You know, even look at these bans from Spirit. They first phase ban all targeted heroes. Puck banned out, and they first pick the Queen of Pain to take this from Ame. Also, banning the Puck is, you know, classic Queen of Pain counter.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. You guys will see the draft in just a second. But we do have a little bit of a change where Extreme Gaming this time around will be playing from the Radiant side and Team Spirit from the Dire side. It will still be the same pick order, though, as in Extreme Gaming previous game, they went for that overall last pick. They'll have it again for this upcoming game as well. And as Team Spirit just picked up the Queen of Pain, the answer comes from Extreme Gaming with the Shadow Fiend, Effie.
Yeah, I think the Shadow Fiend is such an interesting hero to watch this patch because we see two, like, very specific,
completely different.
Like, it's on either end of the spectrum.
Yes.
So you either see, like, the carry Shadow Fiend with that Mask of Madness right-click build, or you see that mid-SF play for, like, Kaya, Refresher, Hex, really awesome things like that. But I do like it as a response versus Queen of Pain because if this hero is going mid, SF is definitely one of the better ones to lane against it.
And I personally think the best combo in the game with SF currently, Naga. If you pick SF, you are looking for a Naga. If you see an SF pick, Naga is probably going to be your ban because the song setup into Requiem is completely devastating. It's just an insta-gib on any hero. The reel back in lane to triple raise is an insta-gib on any hero. You're guaranteed to win the lane. It's a melee support to run in front for the SF. It works so nicely.
Yeah, there it is on your screens now as well. As we are already in the second ban phase, we have the Dazzle out, Shadow Shaman out as well, and it will be Extreme banning into picking straight up. Is there anything else you'd want to remove?
Alternatives, Tusk.
Yeah.
Definitely solid. On previous patches, we would see, like, Clockwork plus SF. BB Team has run Nature's Prophet plus SF. I know it sounds weird, like double ranged, but current Nature's SF5 kind of plays like a melee hero. You just run in, tank, stand near the trees, heal. He's a high stats hero, so that also works.
It really does sound like he does it all.
Yeah, I think Marcy works quite nicely.
Marcy's amazing. Yeah, that's a good call.
As well with SF, but I do think that they want to hold this out for a potential mid SF2 instead of looking for a lane partner, because like the Queen of Pain mid, you want a hero that eventually builds some form of sustain against her, because like you know you're going to be playing into that early Blade Mill. You need something that will either lifesteal or build an early BKB.
Yeah, that is definitely true. Like I think SF versus Quap is so volatile. Like you can definitely kill her with the insta burst and like you said, like BKB hero. But also like any +1 rotation, Quap is maxing dagger in lane, you jump the SF, that can definitely cause him to suffer a lot. But it goes both ways for sure.
We've also seen SF punished by like this vengeful offlane, like who builds an Ags early, just swaps him into every single fight, even if she gets burst by him, has a second life.
Yeah, you don't care, you got a second life. Yeah, that definitely works. That hero has the highest win rate in, I mean, you can't see on Dota 2 Pro Tracker anymore, but you can see in the Dota client with Dota Plus that in like 6K pubs, Venge saw like a 7% win rate increase since the last ladder patch. So definitely an underrated hero, and we did see a decent amount at Wallachia. Like Ace was playing it a lot, and they got second place.
But also the Kunkka, I guess that's also a take to Blade Mill and Blade Mill buyers, and also the ability to put this Kunkka mid makes your mid carry flex much more appealing. Like right now, Team Spirit don't know what they're playing against between the two, but you also have this rum buff to play into that Cop Lincoln Blade Mill.
Yeah.
You mitigate her damage.
Yeah, definitely really strong in this matchup. Also playable from the offlane. There's a lot of safe laners that don't really like playing against the constant sustain harass of Kunkka. Now if you're Spirit, you know, you're thinking about like the life stealers of the world, these heroes that have magic immunity against SF, or Warlock is a good response as well, because this sustained damage coming out of Kunkka, Warlock will just heal whatever carry it is through it. So you can like Warlock Ursa. That sounds like a really strong lane against Kunkka, and then also amazing against SF in the game.
It also gives them the ability to BKB Pierce the Requiem. Like, even if you can buy 1 or 2 seconds of stopping SF's Requiem animation while he's BKB'd, that could be the difference between being in a winning position or a losing position.
Yeah.
And Golem does that for you.
Oof. Yeah, so they have a counter initiate in the Warlock, like you're mentioning, and then a Tusk who can save from the Requiem. I mean, it could go both ways. You can also Requiem right on top of the Snowball. You can save from all of Kunkka's spells, right? Kunkka, you just target one guy, you press Boat, you press Torrent, you just press everything on the ground. Tusk just snowballs. Like, in my opinion, this is one of the most annoying matchups for Kunkka in Dota, and it's just very inconsistent to try to target your Boat and target your Torrent on top of the Snowball location, because a lot of the times it's to a creep, it's to a hero that's moving. It's not an easy thing to do.
It also is a deny pick, because you're talking about the potential of the Tusk coming out with the Shadow Fiend, and it is one of XG's more popular supports.
Tiny. Now I wonder, are we going to see a Tiny 4? Because I remember back in the day, the Tiny toss into Requiem was really strong, and they just changed Tiny's toss so that it's now quicker. Well, okay, maybe not so much. Mid-Tiny, probably. Or
Looks
carry, also possible. You still don't know. All of these cores on the side of Extreme are very flexible.
But the preferred would surely be Tiny mid, SF carrying Kunkka 3.
You can still also 4 Tiny, and Pelosin is one of the few people who plays Mirana currently. So a Tiny Avatos setup for Mirana Arrow, technically it did get better when they changed it so that the Avatos combo doesn't have to happen at the same time in order to get the extra Ava damage. But then on the flip side, they nerfed it by making toss quicker. It's like the toss backs are better because they're quicker, but the toss ups for chain disable is worse because the toss is quicker duration.
I've lost a lot of faith in the Tiny Flex unless it's picked very specifically, like it's countering a puck mid.
Or with like Enigma.
Yeah, or it just, you needed a carry with a ridiculous amount of armor where sure, like that will be helpful, or a core with a lot of armor, but like you do have mixed damage coming out of Spirit as well. I feel like for Tiny to work, you really need to have heroes that are ready to play with it, and at least they have that going for them. Like you mentioned, you've got the Mirana follow-up. You've got the Kunkka that you can just rotate to, like look for pickoffs, play on his bow. So it's not the worst, but I do think showing all 3 of your cores like this in the first phase is... No, I mean, the second phase, that's pretty crazy.
That's exactly why I was thinking, like, maybe they're doing some interesting Tiny as a support, because it's Jin Q drafting for himself, right? So he's like, I want to play Tiny. You know, it's very possible, but into Lifestealer, it's difficult. Magic community here is very strong. You can you can use Lifestealer Rage during Tiny Avalanche, during the ticks between the Avalanche. You can dodge all of Kunkka's damage that's ground targeted. You destroy a Kunkka in lane, you'll destroy a Tiny in lane if it's a 4 position. You don't care about any Mirana spells. SF can't Requiem combo you. This is a really great Lifestealer game.
Yeah, I think they have to solve how strong of a Lifestealer pick this looks like. And so Spirit's read is that this is a Tiny 4 and they're banning scary carries for Ame, like PL, things that they won't have solutions for.
That's a great ban.
Yeah, things they won't have solutions for as the game progresses. But if they take out any gotcha last picks for carry, I think just run this carry and pick something like a Bane, something that can like Fiend's Grip the Lifestealer, and maybe you kill him through that. Because if you leave him unsolved without a gotcha pick at the very end, like a PL, you don't have a means to win.
Definitely a good option. Definitely a good option. I think they... another option is maybe like Morphling for Ame. If they do want to go for like the 1-to-1 carry counter route, he's one of the few players that will play a lot of Morphling right now. Like you have these last pick Morphling players, Satanic, Ame. It looks like a pretty good game for it. They don't have burst for him. They don't have lockdown for it. I would really be surprised if it didn't get banned out here. But then that leaves a Kunkka Tiny lane against Lifestealer. Like that just doesn't sound that good. But then again, maybe the argument is like Warlock Lifestealer has so much sustain, you're not really going to lose to anything. So you may as well just run double melee, like play for having a good mid-game and carry-to-carry matchup.
Well, I'll say that it looks like Team Spirit is running out of time here. They've got one more ban to go into a pick. They'll still ban out that Morphling that you were talking about for Ame, so they had a similar train of thought. And so for their final pick, they need to decide what they want to do. It should most likely be a Collapse hero that is coming our way. Any specific boxes, Effie, that you want Collapse's hero to tick?
Honestly, just any kind of Link start. You want something that follows up with the Queen of Pain, and you're happy because your lifesteal just looks so strong. So you also want it to be stable in lane so that it's not playing for a comeback, right? And you just hope that your lifesteal carries you.
Or
so offlane Queen of Pain.
Offlane Queen of Pain. Well, still a Blink start. Still has that Blink.
This is kind of what I was thinking, because the same reasons the Queen of Pain is good against SF mid is the same argument holds for SF in a side lane versus Queen of Pain, right? It's even honestly even better in a side lane because there's so much distance between you and your tower that if he's ever out of position, support's a little far away, you've like level 2 dagger, you jump on the guy, like he's dead. There's really not much that you can do, and there's not great disable for an Ember Spirit in this game. Now, I think if you're Extreme, you're considering putting the SF mid somehow because it does destroy Ember in lane. Is there some way that they can make that work? Like carry Kunkka, SF mid.
Well, they ban out for Ame Hero, so we are... Oh my goodness! We didn't even mention it a single time. But there's only one player that would pick up the Juggernaut, and it is Ame. Why now, though? That's the question.
They just wanted something that could kill the Lifestealer. So like the idea is you Omni Slash him. That's always been the idea of this hero. He wants the early magic resistance too and the sustain because they're playing into, like we mentioned, Blade Mails. The healing ward is going to go very far on that lane. But this makes the draft a lot harder to pull off in my opinion because if your SF gets ganked in any capacity, your means to come back is incredibly difficult because your Jug is not ready to play for a long time.
I'm not personally a huge believer in the Jug pick, because Lifestealer versus Jug, you also can just infest when he Omnis. Like that happens all the time. There's Snowball versus Omni Slash as well. So it's not like it's a completely free Juggernaut game by any means.
It's just Ame.
Yeah, he just likes to play it.
Is the X factor at this point, because you don't really know what the power spike is. When's the last time we've seen a Juggernaut playing in competitive? It has been a little while, right?
It might have been Ame. The last Jug might have been Ame. And also, okay, another thing, not to harp on the Jug too much, but I know there's an idea that you can spin off the Queen of Pain Q in lane, and maybe you can use the healing ward and sustain through the harass. It just doesn't go that way. Like, you can't, you cannot spin for her Q. It's too low cooldown, and she's very good at killing the healing ward in fights and in the lane. I've played this lane a dozen times. Like, Queen of Pain loves this lane. And that's a last pick Jug.
Yeah, but with all of that being said, and we have expressed our concern, I do think that Jug is in a better position this patch than he's been for a few years. And I think late game he is a beast.
If they get there.
If they get there. And that hero finally has potential to carry in the end again. So we'll see.
We will certainly see if Juggernaut will get a success rate here for EWC. Let's find out what's going to happen though. It's game number 2, Team Spirit versus Extreme with Cap and SVG.
That's right. Ame is back on his BS, man. I don't know what he's doing, but he's playing Juggernaut, Avery.
What's wrong with Juggernaut?
Well, a lot of things, I think.
Name me one thing that you don't like about Juggernaut.
The hero can't effectively carry games because he's too much based around his ultimate, and there's far too much RNG and counterplay that can negate the power of Omnislash.
Okay. Name me one other thing about Juggernaut that you don't like, though. You can't, Austin. You can't.
Okay.
And that is, the ultimate point about this hero is that he only has one flaw, which is he's kind of just not good. But outside of that flaw, he's quite good.
Okay, sure. Why would you ever pick Juggernaut?
He looks awesome. This hero has some of the best cosmetics in the game.
All right. I'll take that, honestly.
I genuinely...
That is the best argument I've heard for Juggernaut in a while.
You think I'm memeing, but I actually think that is a large reason why eventually pro players pick this hero, is because they just enjoy looking at the hero and playing the hero, and he's kind of cool. And then about 20 minutes into the game, you remember why you haven't played this hero in a long time. And you go, yeah, that's why. I will also say, Our World staff ruins this hero.
Oh, yeah. It's bad. It's bad.
That has to be one of the most absurd neutral item counters I've ever seen in Dota 2. Because, okay, you know, Synderin is notorious for complaining about neutral items. He's notorious for complaining about neutral items that he feels counter specific heroes.
Yeah, he does hate that.
You cannot play Juggernaut in Outworld staff. It is an automatic Omnislash destroying. It's just disgusting. So
that's what I was saying, man. Last game, I said OD staff sometimes is just overpowered.
I don't think the hero is unplayable though. He can be pretty spooky if he has a decentish start. Omnislash can do a lot of damage. He can man fight some enemy carries. Healing Ward does give you still good Roshan and high ground potential, but there's no easy way to kill the Healing Ward.
Okay.
This is a hero that can cause Ember some big problems. I think that's one of the big factors as to why it was picked up here. You look at the style that Ember plays into this hero. It just sucks. You just push with Jug. You have Healing Ward. You slight, you chain, you do a bunch of attrition. He doesn't care. He just forces the timing, forces the objectives. It can be a tough play style for the Ember Spirit in particular. So that's kind of what I'm looking at here. There's not a lot of real good burst damage on the side of Team Spirit outside of this off-lane Queen of Pain, which came out for Collapse. Kind of another wild card in itself, right? Can be a good matchup versus the Jug because it gives you the burst damage. Really can't ever spin on this hero. The lane's completely fine for the Queen of Pain. Not worried about any of those aspects. But outside of this Sonic Wave Infest burst, the Ember's not giving you a lot to follow that up with. So in some ways, it can be a fairly good Juggernaut game for Ame. Of course, it is Ame, so see what he can do with it in his hands. He also, I think, had a pretty good Monkey King game in the previous game. I think he played fine and he got a decent amount of farm. The lane phase could have gone better, but I don't think I've ever looked at Ame as a lane-dominating carry, so it's fine to forsake a little bit of that snowball for some more scale security. Hopefully you can follow it up here.
I guess we'll see if it works. I'm concerned, to say the least. Especially when you pull this out in like a Game 2 scenario when you already lost Game 1. It is a very different draft. We do have a very different draft on both sides. What do you think Extreme Gaming took from Game 1 and said, okay, here's what we need to do better for Game 2?
Maybe more initiation and playmaking options. Like they brought out this tiny for Q, which you can argue is also a little bit of a lane liability. Paulson.
Snowball after Pelosin. Pelosin is going to die. Got off the blood grenade at the last second, but Collapse is not going to die to that. So It's just going to be first blood for the off-lane Queen of Pain. We've seen this Queen of Pain moving around a bit.
Oh, it's a straight flex hero. This hero is just strong. It's very hard to fight him in the early game. Sonic Wave is always going to be a good spell in the team fight. I think the off-lane Queen of Pain has been underplayed a little bit in the past few months in general. We might see more of it. I believe in it. I don't think this is that off color here for what Spirit are showing. If anything, I kind of don't believe in the Lifestealer a bit more, but maybe I'm just a bit biased there. I mean, you're talking about how much you hate Juggernaut. I think Lifestealer's, he's not far off. The hero definitely has more utility and offers a lot more, but
yeah,
I'm a notorious Lifestealer hater, so I'll put my bias into that equation very readily. That said, maybe the most interesting pick in this draft is this support Tiny. Like, he went back for this melee for Jin Q. He likes his playstyle. He likes the roaming, you know, the melee guys who are going to cause a bunch of disruption, scale super well into the game if they get a lot of farm. But again, a big lane liability in this early game. He's kind of just wandering around, not finding his mark. I think in these games where you don't know where to go on this 4, or the mid gank doesn't feel easy, you have to go to your safe lane. Like, you have to just go to that pseudo tri lane, get 1 or 2 kills going, put some pressure on, and then you can play off the reaction it forces out of Spirit, because that is the one reliable lane you can almost always gank with this roaming 4. It doesn't mean you're going to sit there the whole time, but you have to get the ball rolling in order to free up some gank elsewhere on the map. And I just haven't seen Jin Q go to this lane in either game yet.
Yeah, it's a good point. Because they do have a combo. They do have Avalanche, Toss into Arrow. That's like something. You could actually kill the Queen of Pain or the Toss.
They don't have Arrow because they didn't skill it.
Well, okay.
But I still think you can just go and kill this lane. Like, you just spin on Collapse, he's going to blink, you just run behind him with a Tiny. If you have a deep lane ward, you have the kill. And I think Jug is one of those heroes that you can try lane for. He doesn't need insane early levels. He just needs a good start CS-wise to get into the Battle Fury. Or the Mjolnir when it was the Mjolnir patch, but we will be seeing Ame go for the Battle Fury here. So you're fine tri-laning with this hero. He's not bad in it. And right now, XSS, he's cutting top. Spirit are aware of this, but not much Maposhka can do about it on his own. So this is the freedom that Jin Q has in this game, right? The Kunkka's being left alone. It's a little sacrificial. Where can you make up for it? He's just been eyeing mid. It's putting some pressure on Laurel, who's already feeling the pain in this one-on-one matchup. I don't mind
this. With the tag team, Torrent isn't going to land. XXS is in real trouble. Blocked in, and no chance of TP out because Snowball, so Yutaro comes in to help collect the kill. Neither one of the heroes actually got the last hit. It's the creeps that take it, so bounty evenly split amongst the 3 of them.
And they are really committing wards and pressure on this mid lane. It will get the power rune for XM. Nice pickup here with this catapult still going to the mid tower. He's gonna maybe opt to tank this, keep it alive. Jin Q though.
Toss away back into XM. Snowball right back into play on top of Jin Q. Helps get the kill, but it does result in a trade-off. Jin Q goes down first. Both 4 positions end up falling.
This is mega worth for XG. This catapult was alive the entire time. So much tier 1 tower damage. And of course, Laurel still not hitting 6 because everyone's brought into this skirmish. They got a decent amount out of this SF versus the Ember mid. A full level and a half. Big net worth disparity. You're going to get this early tower down. This is the lane that XG can play through in this game. We've seen some really strong Shadow Fiend games in this recent patch. This hero's come back with a force. Just playing off early Blink, early Kyle, a lot of early spell damage. You just run around, you just slay everybody. You can get these games where you go 10-0, 12-1, whatever it is, and just dominate.
Yeah.
That's the playstyle around this hero that I want to see more of, and not this kind of slow AFK farm playstyle.
Especially for heroes that all have some sort of escape mechanism, right? You've got Rage, you've got Ember jumping back to his Remnant, you've got Blink on Quap. But if you get to the point where you have Kaya Yasha and you even have the Aghanim Scepter, you do the pre-cast, right? Where you cast it first and then you blink in afterwards for the instant fear. That could definitely catch, you know, some of these heroes that are reliant on their mobility. Snowball onto Ame, but at the same time, the Avalanche onto Collapse. He does manage to get a blink away on a sliver of HP. He will survive. Rue, not so lucky. Tried to go for a shard play here, cut down by an arrow from Pelosa.
There's that tri-lane gank I kind of wanted to see out of the Tiny here. Eventually get the connection. And now, brought some heroes off the map. You know the Queen is likely going to TP back bottom. You can look back towards mid here. Likely not looking into this lifesteal lane, but you can also bring the XXS and this Kunkka around. I think XG have more play options in this early game than Spirit do. Spirit, because the Ember's their big playmaker and he had the worst time, their options are pretty limited. Like it's going to Laurel and maybe trying to get him a power rune or fight around him a little bit, but you're more defensive oriented here for sure. You're looking for turnaround plays, levels on the supports especially. You have a couple of Grimoire charges from Maposhka, but they're now giving him mid lane on this Warlock, just trying to get the Golem online, which is a big spell in this game. This Golem interrupt on the spin TP gives you a lot more confidence to go at Ame.
Avalanche into Arrow. Pelosin has the Arrow leveled up now that he's 4, but it is not good enough for the kill. Man, collapse in his build. Wait, Pelosin double leap on Starstorm because of lane ward. It pays off. He finds the kill anyway.
Super good lane ward. That's exactly the ward I was calling for. Because these blink heroes, you just force them to blink, they're going to hang around. They're going to mess the lane up. You get them on the second side, and that's a big pick-off. Gives you more confidence to go in this lane. Will give an earn charge to the Queen of Pain, which Vessel's almost done. Could be influential here, but I'm surprised we didn't see Ame slash that.
Meanwhile, Laurel has lost his tower. Did manage to get the deny on it.
Another Obs kill in mid. That's a lot of golden XP for XM. He's 9.5 here. He's a beast, man. See if they rotate this SF around the map at all. If they want to bring him top and try to kick the lifesteal out to put more tower pressure on this game, or just let XM continue to farm.
Avalanche toss back into the Requiem. They got it. No, they missed the Requiem. Laurel managed to get a slide off right as the Requiem went off. I did not think that the Tiny was actually going to get there for the toss. It almost felt like XM didn't believe in it either.
He did not. He needed to cast that earlier, and I think we all felt that Jinq was not going to get there for that toss back. Still get some power rune here. Not the biggest cooldown. Up again in 100 seconds here. And again, you're shutting down the Ember. You're putting pressure on him. I don't mind that play. Don't mind it at all. Buying time for the Juggernaut. Which is, I mean, what you got to do with this hero.
What's a Juggernaut build nowadays? He's going Battle Fury, so you're not seeing any of the Maelstrom Mjolnirs sometime past, but like how early do you get Aghanim Scepter? Do you have any of these answers? Because we haven't seen Juggernaut in 15 years.
I mean, it's still Battle Fury Manta, and then you split it off. This is for sure a Manta game. There's a lot to dispel in this game. I still think Mjolnir is really nice on this hero. Just the attack speed and damage in your Omni is insane. You do the spin static charge as well. It's kind of nice. Scotty, I'm sure, is back on the menu for this hero with the new Scotty.
Okay.
Used to be a pretty classic item, and we're seeing Scotty back into the meta in general, so I would not be surprised to see Ame go that route, as we saw him go that route on the Monkey King last game. And this is another game where if you just tank up and can't get bursted by the Queen of Pain, your team fight looks pretty good.
No Infest available for Yutoro if they can somehow catch him without the Rage.
There's no way. This Lifestealer is going to be tough to bring down this game. You're going to have to just do it in the team fights.
I mean, don't they have the possibility, though, of forcing Rage and then getting an X on him a couple seconds later?
You can always,
the
infest, though, if you really
Right, but I'm saying when he uses infest like that,
yeah, sure.
Right? It's a possibility.
That is an aggressive golem drop.
Avalanche trying to cover him here. Arrow's going to be able to land. XM, no way out. He has to fight his way through. Managed to get one kill. Sonic Wave on the side will help get an extra. Pelosin, they'll chase him down with a Remnant. Good use of the chain gang there. Laurel throws out the Remnant and catches him off the Remnant with the chains. 2 for 1. Very valuable fight for Spirit.
Okay, catching this SF while the Requiem was still 10 seconds off cooldown. If he could have just sat there and channeled it, that's a very different fight. Spirit knew their timing. The aggressive golem pays off for Maposhka.
Actually managed to catch him without the mana to pop the Rage. Rue, he's going to go for a snowball save here, but too much damage. Now Rue's going to be in trouble. Tossed up. XXS and Jinq can probably just chase him to the ends of the earth. There is no save coming in anytime soon. Rue is just going to have to juke this one out. Does manage to juke the Torrent initially. Gets hit by another round of Tidebringer. Blocks him out with the Shard for a little bit. Heads down river. Little loop-de-loop.
Oh, Cobalt Cup to give him some move speed. They're fast here.
They actually going to lose him here in the trees. I think he's out.
I mean, just get the tower, right? This is the bigger prize.
True. Though TPs are coming back in. Lifestealer's back into play.
Man, they could have just killed the tier 1 there. I think it was the better option.
Yeah.
All said and done. That's still like killing the Lifestealer that just should not have happened in this early game. That's a huge find for XG, particularly for XXS, who's basically just been playing up here solo.
I didn't realize Rage was so heavy on the mana cost now. 120 mana? Didn't it used to be like...
It used to be the 75.
Like 50, 75, yeah, in that area. Damn. All right, wow. 5-5, 1,000 net worth lead for Extreme.
So open up more of a gap between Ame and that Lifestealer. Should expect the Battle Fury to come online, and it is online, in fact, faster than this Radiance for the Lifestealer. So you should accelerate a little ahead of him, especially if you can get some stacks going. It's kind of where you want to be. If you can get this Manta up fast this game, it's really nice. Dispel the bonds, dispel the other bonds. Sorry, the chains of the bonds, I should say. As well as maybe a dagger from the Queen of Pain. Some nice stuff to disjoint in this game. But the bigger thing is just keeping your SF alive. Like, I feel like a lot of this game centers around XM. Can Spirit burst this SF down before he gets to play the long fight, output all the damage? Or does he get kept alive by saves, boat rub, and healing ward?
Toss straight in the air into the arrow. Torrent off of that one. Well played by Extreme. I was beginning to think the smoke wasn't going to find anything, but do manage to successfully catch Laurel again on the Avalanche before he could jump away to his Remnant.
And they steal more Ancient Stacks. I feel like XG have farmed more of Spirit's Ancient Stacks this series than Spirit have.
Collapse trying to push him away with a Sonic Wave. Blink up, 6 seconds. He's going to be on the slash, tries to bounce it over to the creep wave, and does manage to do so successfully. He's going to be good for now. Meanwhile, XXS is trying to help out XM. He backs away with the Requiem, managed to get the kill on Rue and not die to Yutoro, who's trying to get into the mix a little bit, surprisingly.
Big win for XG if they get out with everybody. See if Xingqiu can escape. Cobalt Cup, not enough to bail him out of that.
No.
And Toro will get something for his trouble down here as he pushes towards that Radiance.
Now Xingqiu's turn to try and juke out in the trees. It does not work, though.
Keep all your cores alive, though. You pick up some more kills for the SF. You get big ults out of Team Spirit, right? That's Golem plus Sonic Wave used. Collapse is just not finding huge kills with the early fighting items between the Blade Mill and the Vessel and this Queen of Pain. This is where you'd like to get more involved, start taking over some of the early skirmishes.
So why don't I like Juggernaut, Avery?
Because you're a hater.
I think that on the Slash was a great example. You had a hero that was dead to rights, right? You caught him with the blink on cooldown.
Okay.
Used your ultimate of your carry on him.
What other carry ultimate would have killed him there?
Other carries would have been able to kill him because, you know, they have things like stuns or they have better burst damage. They have facets that are useful.
Are his facets that bad? That bad. No, Laurel's dead. Xingqiu making some moves this game. Having a lot more early game impact than that Shaker. And another power rune for XM? No, says Maposhka. Your time has come. No more runes for you. That would have been a big one, haste as well. Look, I agree. Omni Slash is not the most reliable spell. But it has swagger.
I actually think it gives the enemy team swagger. Because I think if anything that was swagger there, it was Collapse having the wherewithal to walk back into his own creep wave, disengage the Omni Slash, and then walk away. I mean, I think Collapse looked pretty cool.
You forgot one thing, though, Austin, as you usually do.
Okay.
Perhaps Ame wanted to farm those creeps instead. It is Ame, after all.
It is Ame.
What is more important, KDA or CS?
Right. He was using Collapse to disguise the fact that he really wanted to Omni Slash the creep wave, but his team would have been demoralized if he did that and reported him. So instead, he bounced the Omni Slash. Oh, what an arrow. That was pretty nasty. Quick TP wave before the punch. Sonic Wave will overwhelm him before the punch catches him.
This is the Gore Storm's time to shine, Austin.
It is.
Gore Storm, Ancient Lizard, running at you. Okay, it did not do a lot there.
No, it rarely does.
I mean, this facet has to be a downgrade for the Lifestealer compared to the original HP buff.
100%, yeah.
That was an insanely good facet.
And the sad part is, this is the better of the two facets. So.
Yeah. How the mighty have fallen.
Really a battle of the trash carries here. Yutoro and Ame.
It really is.
Really tried. They're both hipsters in that regard. They both like playing the hard carries that are out of the meta.
Yeah, game one, they had the TA and the monkey. It's like, okay, we're going to play with the tier 1 heroes. You know, this game, it's like, no. If you're going to play trash, I'm going to play trash.
Rue and the extra.
Ooh, 2 for 1.
And 1. Rue and Maposhka. So a 4,000 net worth lead for Extreme now.
And that's all before the Tiny Blink. That just arrived for Jinq. He's level 10. He's got Blink. He's got Tumbler Toy. A greedy Tumbler Toy. This Tiny is in heaven right now. He's having a really good game. He's about to own Spirit across this map if they don't group up.
Yeah, if they catch Laurel here, toss him back into the Requiem.
That's the thing. This Tiny is a threat to everybody with the SF or Arrow follow-up.
Yeah.
Nobody is safe in this game, so Spirit are really scared to show right now.
Ame's going to reveal some of these heroes. He's baiting him out. Throws out the Omni Slash, and they cut him off the toss. So the Ember Spirit's just going to die to the Omni Slash, and the blink back from Collapse was caught by the smoke wraparound from XM and Pelosin.
Oh, what a beautiful ultimate here from Ame, showing the power of the Juggernaut Omni Slash that Austin does not believe in.
Yeah, and I'll stick with that. Again.
Can't get the spin off. He does.
Blocked in by the shards, though, and beaten down.
Okay. That was incredibly well played by Spirit. Not an easy kill, but Rue hit everything at the exact right time and the exact right point. And these two supports will always have interrupts for this Juggernaut.
Moonlight Shadow back into play and throws out the Requiem. And Toro saw it coming. Already had the rage going. Avalanche trying to come toss back onto XM, trying to get him out of this fight. He turns around, goes for the kill on Rue, but the heal's already going to be able to outdo the damage. Team Spirits will be able to walk away with an XM scalp and not losing much for it either, finding Pelosin there as well. So,
what a value sentry.
Kills. Team Spirit bouncing right back.
Just a random sentry that happened to be there from earlier. About to expire now, but that is as good as that extra detection gets. Yeah, like you said, straight into Tormentor. See who gets the shard. It'll be Rue. I mean, he deserves that shard. Pretty good sequence from him. Not the best early game 0-5 here, but the 9 assists have found their mark here. At least started to. These supports clawing it back here for Spirit.
And the faster he gets that Blink Dagger, the more impactful we may see him be. Is then we would have a save mechanism, perhaps for some of these heroes that, as you said, everybody is threatened by the toss, whether it's toss an arrow or toss back into Requiem. Maybe he
Snowball
can get
could be big.
Yeah.
Could be really big. He does have to blink Snowball into Avalanche, Torrent Boat, Requiem. So there's a decent amount of AoE you have to go into here. Particularly that Tiny matchup can be annoying.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's a really good Tusk game. You destroy the Juggernaut. You destroy the Shadow Fiend. You generally have a good matchup against the Kunkka, as long as he's not the one just randomly catching you first. Yep. Pretty rare. So you're going against all 3 cores here. This is kind of a dream Tusk game if you can get pretty farmed. And that'll be his blink done. I do like that aspect of Spirit's lineup here, but biggest concern for me is where the damage comes in if you're Spirit. If you can't get a good bonds or it gets dispelled, there's a lot of sustain in this XG lineup. Like you have Pipe Kunkka with Boat, who's going to have an Ags as well. You're going to have a BKB Shadow Fiend, and you're going to have this Juggernaut Healing Ward, pumping everybody up. Moonlight Shadow on top of it with auras from the Mirana. You can eventually get the extra evasion on the Moonlight Shadow as well. There's a lot of just AoE HP to get through in this lineup.
Yeah.
It's scary, man.
That
Scary
combination of percentage-based heal of the Healing Ward combined with the damage delay of the Rum does sound really nasty.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. And that's where I went, the burst damage in Spirit's lineup. Do they have enough to punch hard enough in the onset of the fight to counteract that? Or does the fight always have to go long if you can't get the jump? And kind of the power of Mirana. Like, this hero is tough to start fights against because you basically have twice the amount of smokes the enemy does with Moonlight Shadow. So you can make these aggressive plays with the smoke. If it doesn't land, here's XG. Guess what? You just go into an objective, or you can just pop the Moonlight and look again. Or at least have Moonlight for the fight here. Manta done for Ame. He feels strong enough to force the fight. You have a Shield Rune on XM as well. Huge here, considering his BKB is not done. This is a really nice point in this game for XG to try and force the 5-on-5.
Gonna be a little awkward though. Laurel, he gets inside the pit, gets a chain on the 2, can they grab the Aegis? It's on the ground. Who's gonna be able to get it? Laurel manages to rip it away from Extreme. Meanwhile, massive Requiem out from XM, push them into a dead end here, and that'll wipe them out. That's Requiem and Omni/Use. Not much left, and Collapse gonna make sure they can't retreat in peace. He pushed them back in with a Sonic Wave, toss up in the air onto the Queen of Pain, but it looks like they're just leaving the Kunkka high and dry here. He is gonna be marooned out on an island and taken out. So, the response is a Kunkka for a Tusk is the one-for-one trade-off there. They do not get to walk away with the Aegis, but I believe Team Spirit got the last hit on Roche. I think it didn't say Snatch, so yeah.
Ooh, dropped Golem, put their 2 blinkers in, and got the job done. Huge plays from Spirit here. That was a tough fight to take head on. And we kind of see what their idea was, flanking an angle with the Queen of Pain, going in delayed, looking for the Aegis Snatch. They didn't want to just fight it heads up. Did everything right there, negated this timing advantage for XG. Could have been a pivotal moment for Ame in this game, and instead did not get what he wanted there.
Jin Q, for a while he was working on the Blink Dagger, now has a Force Staff. Does it save him though? XXS.
Very deep.
I mean, they're diving in deep for this kill. They might get punished. XXS trying to think about what he wants to X here. He's going to go for Collapse. Collapse trying to fake him out. Does get pulled back into the arrow. The boat will land in time alongside the torrent. It looks like, oh, the snowball save? Is that enough? It is enough. Collapse able to blink out. They'll go after Rue instead, but with Yotaro running interference here, he's keeping Extreme back, and no punish, no dice, won't be able to get a kill.
Can't even chase right outside their base. Ame does not want to come to that exchange. Working towards the Ags will be his 3rd item of choice here. Wants an extra Omni Slash in these fights, can't blame him. Of course, BKB done for XM might give him more confidence to go in for aggressive Requiems, but it feels like Spirit, they whittled away that early game lead that existed.
An aggressive deep ward there from Team Spirit. Spots out Extreme, who were pushing forward to defend their tower. They just back away.
A lot of scale in this Spirit lineup that's going to come from all 3 cores getting big. This offlane Queen of Pain can continue to build into more core items and just ramp up the damage. We already see Octarine done for Collapse. You get that with some of the talents later on. This Sonic Wave is insanely low cooldown. You buff it up with some Kaya Spell Amp. You're dealing some significant DPS. And you're extremely tanky. Your HP is very high. XG need to isolate core targets and bring them down with the chain stun potential. That's kind of what makes their lineup function. And then you present a situation where if you take out one of the cores, Spirit don't have enough damage to punch through the rest of your survival.
Welcome back. You are watching Dota 2 here at the Esports World Cup. Thank you so much for sticking with us. We have hopefully solved the technical issue we had, and at least that silence didn't last as long as the silence Gaming Gladiators have had against BB Team, because this year, 2025, Gaming has not won a single series against this squad, and we're going to see if they can change that fate, as that is the series we're going to be watching in just a second. I am joined by Effie and Kazu. Kazu, welcome to the panel. How you doing?
Thank you. Great I'm very happy to be here.
Good to see you again.
We're back in action.
Nature,
and I hope
nature's healing.
I'm always nervous, Sheeler. Thanks for pointing it out. No, I'm always nervous, guys. When it comes to this series, I also hope, like you were saying, that Gaiman, they've been looking pretty bad when it comes to Mr. BB Team.
Yes.
So I hope that they can show us something better today.
Yeah, especially when you consider that just recently there was a grand final series between these two teams at Wallachia, where BB Team were just one step ahead of Gaming Gladiators again. And I am optimistic for Gaiman because they have made so much progress throughout the year, but it feels like there was a lot to learn from that series in particular, and they're getting a rematch so soon into the EWC.
Yeah.
I wonder what changes we'll see.
I wonder about that too, because it has been fairly recent. It was just about a week ago that they had that best of 5, and a lot of things can change in that time. I do also want to point out that these two teams are in Group B here for the group stages. They are in Group B together with Falcons and Execration, and if I were to point out any group in particular, Kazu, that was potentially the group of death.
It's this one.
It's this one.
Yeah, having Falcons as well. I mean, maybe you don't truly know how good they are because they skipped some tournaments, so you don't really know what's happening. But yeah, Gladiators, they just played an online tournament in the Fisher universe. They placed dead last. So you go grand finals into dead last, which is obviously not great. But like Mira was saying, hopefully they could take some things away from there. Because yeah, I mean, placing last for this team is kind of a joke to them.
Yeah, and of course, with Gaming Gladiators, we are going to talk a lot about them. We're going to talk a lot about BB Team as well. But before we're going to talk about that, we are going to actually hear how BB Team is stepping into this EWC.
In a thriving CIS Dota scene, BB Team has been a top contender for the past couple of years, and they punched their ticket to the Esports World Cup 2025 through consistently high placements across ESL Pro Tour tournaments throughout the past season. While they didn't win any of them, they placed top 5 in almost every EPT event this season, the exception being Dream League Season 25. Their talented roster consists of Pure's aggressive carry play, GPK's dominant mid-presence, Miro's versatile offlane, and the strategic support Save and Kataomi. They consistently manage to reach deep tournament stages. However, a notorious struggle to perform in the playoffs continues to haunt them. What's the underlying cause behind this?
It's quite rough to get eliminated like that, top 4. But such is life, guys.
No one knows, seemingly not even BB Team themselves. What we do know is that this has been an issue for ages. Even going back 2 years to a different iteration of BB Team, they were still facing the same problem. They have countless top 5 finishes over the years, but very few first places. With sheer determination, BB Team aims to finally break their playoffs curse and seize glory here at the Esports World Cup 2025.
And everything that Cap says is obviously very true. I feel like the ongoing trend, though, even when Gaming Gladiators was winning everything. There was a year, 2023, where they were winning basically everything. Even then, even with the other iterations of BB Team beat Gaming almost every time. And I feel like there must be something stylistic about these teams that makes that the way that it is. So I was hoping we could shine a light on why the teams play like that, and I figured we'd first go for Gaming, because they are probably the easiest to understand, because I want to say, Kezu, the thing about them is they just play fast.
Yeah, they just have very good laners. You have Quinn in the mid lane, also Ace and Tofu always so great in the off lane. I think Watson and Malady have stepped up a lot for them when it comes to the safe lane. They have good lanes, they play fast with auras, they ball up, they try to tempo the game on you. So if you're not ready with good lanes or to fight them in the mid game, I think you're going to have a bad shot against them.
For sure, and that was the style that you mentioned, Jeeves, in their dominant year. They played incredibly fast, they snowballed out of the lanes into quick 25-minute wins, and that's why their matchup against BB Team was so bad historically, because BB Team a couple of years ago was known as the best laning stage team.
Yep.
So if your goal is to snowball out of the lanes, it was very hard to do that against them. Whereas now, I feel like while Gaming Gladiators are still a strong laning team, their emphasis is not on it the same way that it used to be. We've seen Gaming win games playing for the late game off of their carry and Watson. We've seen them have to kind of play the defensive farming game, look for their opportunities, and throughout the year, they've honed that pretty nicely.
And I think also, like, when I look at BB Team especially, I mean, they're all obviously impressive players, but when I look at GPK, I didn't see him lose, like, a single lane. When it came to Wallachia, like, no matter who he went up against, he kind of had their number, or at worst went even. And it's similar for Quinn. He usually wins his lane and then, like, drives the tempo forward. So I got my eyes, like, really strongly on this mid matchup.
And I will also say, I think in the previous games that we've seen already today, the mid matchups do seem to be also focused in the draft in terms of trying to set people up for success. I believe we have Puck banned for the majority of the games as well, obviously for both of these players, a high value hero. Which heroes would make it through for this mid lane? And how important is it to get overall last pick in a draft like this if you are having that focus in the mid lane?
Yeah, I guess, I mean, obviously it matters quite a bit, but it's also different. Like, some teams, I feel like Gaimin don't always rely on Quinn having last pick. Like, he can also play different matchups, like being picked a bit earlier. I think heroes we might see could be maybe Ember. I think it's like a good enough hero that isn't like the best in terms of being banned. It's usually like your Pucks and Quaps. So I wouldn't be surprised to see like an Ember, Storm, Pango maybe for one of them.
I could see that for sure. There are also some niche ones as well, like the Leshrac that we'll probably see come out later. But there's been this trend emerging, right, that there are a couple of flex heroes that are very strong laners mid that can also be played on the safe lane, like the Queen of Pain and like the Shadow Fiend. And I think depending on which of these flex laners you can work into your draft early on, you don't even need to rely on that last pick mid. But if we're talking about like overall last pick territory or 18 pick territory, you always have to worry about the Puck, the lack of disables for the Puck, and then the surprise things like Huskar that always exist if you talk about mid laners like GPK and Quinn.
I feel like this mid lane obviously can be very exciting, but I feel like we should mention the lane that I think we're going to be talking a lot about after the games are done. It's about the carry players. I feel like at the start of this season, Gaimin was quite criticized for replacing Naruto. And at the start, Watson was not having a good time. And I think if we're looking back to the last tournament that Gaming Gladiators did do well in, the last Wallachia, it was Watson that stepped it up big time. He was the shining star, and you could tell this guy has been #1 MMR for like on the leaderboards for a very long time. You could tell he was living up to that name. I think the competitiveness between Watson and Pure, and maybe especially because Pure in his winner's interview from that grand final says, "We did it for the ratio," that must sting a little bit as well for Watson. So I feel like this is going to be one to look at too.
I mean, it has to sting, but I mean, I don't know if they're friends. It didn't really seem like it. It
No,
seemed more
it
like,
did not seem like it.
actual beef. But you know, people just like to hate. At the end of the day, he got into the grand finals. He's doing great. You know, he's proving the haters wrong. Obviously, he's good. He's been rank 1 forever. You know, it takes some time. He's a different player than the Rach. You need to get used to the team. You know, learn what the others need from you. Like, how do you fit in? I mean, he's looking great. So hopefully, it doesn't you know, get to him.
And he was the only one that pulled out Phantom Lancer, wasn't it?
I believe so.
I believe so.
Or he was the first one, maybe also the only one.
I mean, honestly, I really believe in Watson as a player. I think sometimes it does take time for certain players to click, but people do forget that Gaimin was already on a downward slope before Watson even joined, and that's why they made their changes, and they were struggling in adjusting to how the map changed, that affected them heavily. How auras changed, that affected them heavily. And all of these changes happened to coincide with bringing in a new carry player. So outside of just changing the way you play overall, you have to adapt to a new player, and that just took longer. But here they are. They made it to a grand finals. They've improved regularly throughout the year, and I think we'll continue to see that improvement.
I mean, also for me, like always, like Pure, he's really good. He's one of like the standout carries for me, especially like he's very young, he's very explosive. But when it came to like the start of Wallachia, he had a lot of, I mean, I would like to call them like XD games even, you know, like 0-8 on Lina, like having bad performances. So, you know, of course they pulled it around, they win the tournament, but you know, he's gotta be a bit careful because Watson, he's definitely gonna take that to, you know, too hard to beat him.
Yeah. I would think so too. It's quite a bit
Sorry,
of
just some yelling around.
It's all good. I don't know how much of that gets picked up on these microphones, but definitely some very invested players out there. I wanted to talk about the offlane for both teams in this because I think that people have been fairly critical of both of them at times. Again, they were both very good and Wallachia, and I think we're going to say that a lot. I mean, how could you not if you make it to the grand finals? A lot of data to go off of as well. But I will say, I think that stability for the offlaner on the side of BB team is maybe a little bit more important for Miero than it is for Ace. I feel like Ace generally gets a little bit, I want to say, I don't know if this is wrong, Kazu, please correct me if it is wrong. I feel like Ace normally gets a tiny bit more freedom in terms of what the game plan is versus what Miero is expected to do in a game.
Probably. I mean, I would also say that Ace gets like maybe like overall more help. I feel like Miero, to me, looks like the type of guy, you know, he's left on an island, but you still better have a 10 out of 10 performance. Whereas Ace, I think when he doesn't have a good game for his team, they kind of fall apart pretty quickly because he's oftentimes a centerpiece with whether it's team fighting or auras and whatnot. But Miero, for me, has been a standout player for a long time. I mean, he lanes with one of my favorite +4s in save. I think this guy's incredible. They always clutch out like some first blood in the lane. I don't know exactly how they do it, but I love their offlane.
I agree. I've seen them win lanes that they shouldn't just because like they'll have a techie hiding in the woods somewhere and then he just comes like bombing out of nowhere and then the Morph lane just dies and all of a sudden a lane that they should have lost on paper they won, and it's really cool when they pull off things like that. But I also think Miero had a bit of a slump this year where it looked like at some tournaments, Dream Leagues in particular, like we just weren't seeing the performances we were used to out of him. But the recent Wallachia has made me feel like Save and Miero have reignited their chemistry somehow. Their lanes are going better and his impact is there, where the last few tournaments leading up to Dream League, it didn't seem that way.
Yeah, I'm kind of happy they got to do that because, I mean, same for him. Like, you know, you're young, things can get to you. I saw some of, like, their videos, too, or maybe it's even, like, the ESL, you know, behind the scenes where, like, how they talk to each other. It's kind of rough. It's very strong.
Yeah, it's very strong.
So you just have to make sure that you can take that, even if it's hard, and, like, get better and do better. But it looks like they're doing just that.
They are doing just that. It's actually pretty interesting. Miero is actually one of our younger offlaners in this, this EWC.
We're good, guys.
We're good, we're good. And Ace is one of our older offlaners, 31. So there's a 10-year difference between the two, 21 and 31. And that is an incredibly large pool of experience Ace has compared to Miero in that sense. Do we think that has any bearing in the tournament like this?
I think in these high-pressure moments, it will always have bearing. Like your ability to kind of play like you've been there before because you have, the way Ace has, it, especially in front of a crowd, will clutch for you. Whereas Miero, he is newer to it, but I've been very impressed with his maturity, especially his emotional maturity. When we've talked to him in interviews, it seems like he meditates a lot, he knows how to temper himself, he takes criticism very well, and he's very open to learning. And being in a team like BB team with all of these strong voices, having a player like that who's able to just take it sometimes is really necessary.
I do think it also helps them. I mean, they've been like the most prone team in history when it comes to like tilting and stuff like that. So of course they've had outside sources also like help them. And when it comes to like, you know, meditating, how do you deal with your emotions? What do you do in this situation? Like, how do you deal with the pressure? Of course, Ace has like the upper hand, but also when you're young, you just care less. And that is oftentimes also like a big benefit. So it kind of depends on the games too, like how much pressure is there, how do they feel? So it's hard to tell, but usually experience will, you know, triumph over the younger kids.
Yeah, and just to touch up on something Kazuya mentioned earlier about their playstyles, I do feel that Miero is often expected to perform from behind a lot more than Ace, because Ace I would consider one of the greedier offlaners. And yes, we've seen him adapt, we've seen him play different styles of heroes, but ultimately Gaimin do look like they're in their best when he's top of the net worth and leading their entrance into that mid game alongside Quinn. Whereas for Miro, like he's able to just have a really bad lane, just play a blink stun hero, and they can win games off of that. He's also able to like pick a summons hero last minute and change the game because he's a Lycan specialist, for example.
Maybe that's actually a key point why BB Team is able to have games number so frequently, because if they put that much effort into having ace on top of the net worth, which they definitely do and definitely have done in the past, then Kataomi and Pure are basically shutting down the whole game plan because their lane is generally just very strong.
You know, they're always like just very solid when it comes to like the heroes and their laning and like what they do. And overall also, like as I mentioned like earlier, I just really see GPK as like one of the most individually skilled when it comes to like the particular laning stage in specific. Because yeah, like we've been talking about with Miro, I feel like, okay bro, you have a bad lane, you know, I'm gonna make you 1-2 stacks, you go farm it on your axe and like you'll come back later. Whereas yeah, Gaimin, they rely more, I think, they need to be more straightforward and like hit their early strides. And if they don't, that's usually when they sometimes at least look a little bit weaker.
Well, we are in it. Let's see what's going to happen in this first game. So this is a 2-game series. We're going to have for this first game, Gaimin on the Radiant side, BB Team on the Dire side. And it is first pick going the way of Gaimin. And that also means overall last pick goes the way of BB Team. Might be getting a slight edge on that side as the bans are so far pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I mean, they have left a couple of key ones between either team, like the Undying and the Batrider, which I think both of these teams will snatch up in an instant. And it seems like for BB Team, they just value getting those pesky flex heroes out of the way, the strong laning heroes that you can throw in mid or carry.
I mean, I'm just not surprised. This hero was like already pretty good, and then you get a few good buffs. The Stoked Facet is also really damn strong. So yeah, like this hero from a support role, even as a core, we'll have to see if that ever comes out, but support bad, it just looks so solid. It lanes well, gives you great initiation, and it kind of just changes the game. Like it's just really annoying when you play against Bat. You always have a very clear way you can just burst one target, and that's really crucial when it comes to like high-level Dota.
And I think one of the reasons why we're seeing a lot more Bat play in competitive, he was the most contested hero of the previous Fisher tournament. I'm not sure where he lies in Wallachia, probably top 3.
He came up like towards the end for sure a lot also.
Yeah, it's just when the game slows down, this hero farms exceptionally well. Like there's always going to be like, okay, we need to calm down for a few minutes after lanes are over. That's when Batrider is happy to take some stacks, like farm for his Link Dagger. If you need him to fight, he'll be present. If you need him to win lane, he's capable of doing that.
At least BB Team, you know, they get their hands on another. I mean, this to me is one of the best supports also. So, you know, it's no surprise that you kind of have to pick him early on if you can even get him. With Rasta, hero lanes well, great lockdown, can give you like push on the map, pick off, great laner. There's very few things this hero doesn't do from a support role.
Very true. He also just makes it so that if you need him to shut down a Bat early game, he can, just because a lot of Batrider's like usefulness in the laning stage is his mobility. He's able to get on top of you. The shackles just go on for a really long time. You can go chicken fingers, layer up that disable, making his lane impact a lot less severe.
I love the respect on the Bane here coming out of the ban for Gaimin. Kataomi plays such a great Bane.
I'm surprised Undying's been ignored as well. I feel like Kataomi has loved his Undying.
This is true. And not even him. They also played it on Miero a couple times on the offlane.
I mean, the hero's incredibly strong. They must just rate maybe just one of these matchups a bit higher with the Rasa. I mean, the Batrider is kind of good against Undying. I mean, because you kind of choose where the fight happens. But overall, I think Undying is just such a good hero overall. You can kind of ignore that if you like it, especially if you flex it.
Yeah. And I guess with the Shadow Shaman, you kind of need to secure it early in your draft before it gets banned. Because when you look at Quinn's hero pool, it's like high mobility, tempo, spirit type heroes, and Shadow Shaman gives you that lockdown from the very start.
Yeah, you definitely need some type of lockdown or like maybe silencers that, you know, like kind of shut down the spirits or your pucks a bit more. So I do think that makes a lot of sense when you do go up against Gaimin.
The Monkey King gets taken out by BB Team, so now it's up to them. And normally around this time, teams still like to be ambiguous to make sure that they get to react to what Gaimin is going to do rather than setting the tempo for themselves and have Gaimin react to what they're going to do. So if they can get a hero that is a flex pick, that would be ideal in this situation.
You know, I'm not quite sure what BB Team are looking for. It is most likely a flex pick that answers bad in some capacity. Usually, you know, Abaddon would be high on the radar, but with a Monkey King ban, I don't really see it. There's too many other heroes you need to ban for him, like Darkseer and whatnot. So maybe they just go for a secondary support, unless there's a different like flex core that I'm not currently looking at.
And there are things like Abaddon, I suppose, that you could play. You could play that as your carry or your offlaner that could lane against Bat, give your team a means to play against the Lasso later on.
Kunkka is also considered to be a flex pick, as we have seen it in the hands of Pure, Miero, and I believe GPK at least also.
He played it a lot, actually, also. He's quite good. I mean, now the Monkey ban also makes a bit more sense, because, I mean, of course, you want to keep your Kunkka open. I kind of like it. You have the defensive X also when it comes out, so yeah, I like this one.
Yeah, defensive X is quite nice, but also just a way to catch Batrider, right? He like flies over terrain. He's very pesky early on.
Let's see what the reaction to this is for Gaming Gladiators, as they have not used any of the bonus time until just now, so that's quite interesting. Also, I do find, and this, I don't know if this is even an important point, but it's something that I like to think about. BB Team and Wallachia did not play with their coach. They had contact with him every time in between games over the phone.
They phoned him up.
But like during the draft, and obviously directly after the game, the talk down of the game happened mostly with the 5 players. And I can only think of that as something of tremendous value. That you have that experience to work it out with the 5 of you. Obviously, Bulk is a very good voice and strong voice, and we know the impact that he has, as the team has multiple times also said that in interviews and whatnot. But I feel like that tournament playing without their coach during the draft must have gave them a little bit of a step forward.
I mean, it should give you a lot of confidence, right? Like when you can kind of deal with the problems just by, I mean, sure, he gives you like help verbally over the phone, and you can kind of then like deal with it yourselves and win the tournament. It should be like a double confidence boost, like to yourself.
Yeah, I think so too. We got a Warlock and a Doom coming out from Gaming.
I have a question.
Okay.
So if Doom eats the Purge creep, does that purge off Kunkka's Rum?
That is undispellable, I believe. Pretty sure it's undispellable.
So not the one from his boat, but his innate.
I believe it should be kind of the same. So I'm going to say it's both undispellable.
Okay, because I was wondering if there was some Giga Brain going on here, but honestly, Doom has just been a solid hero. It's something that Ace has looked good on, and Watson has also looked good on. I believe Gaimin were one of the first teams to introduce it to the meta as a carry too, and they've found good success with it. It's just strong on lane, right? With like the level death and the scorched earth, like you're able to always secure your farm, and like if you get on top of a target, you can kill him.
No, it's a good laner. They also, like you were saying, also they both play it, so there's some flex to it. I like the support duo a lot between Bat Warlock. I mean, Warlock usually struggles playing the map because he wants team fights, so Batrider kind of fixes that for you. Batrider also brings the fight to you. Like, he starts, you lasso a guy in. Usually the enemy team will need to help the guy that is getting lassoed, which is where Warlock is like, haha, Fatal Bonds, Upheaval, Golem, whatever, kind of drops out. So I like how Gaimin are setting it up, at least for now.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'm not the biggest fan of the Warlock, because I think it left them susceptible to something like an early Storm.
That is true.
Like, you're showing 2 supports without lockdown, and I was thinking that Storm should be in consideration for Gaimin on 18 here, because there's like the Shaman on the side of Bet Boom, which means they can easily, comfortably pick up the Storm after like, a few rounds of banning. But 2 supports without lockdown, you just punish it here. You're not that afraid.
No, you definitely left yourself susceptible, which, of course, I mean, it's good teams. They're going to keep one-upping each other when it comes to the draft. Well, I do like the Silencer when it comes to this. I mean, Storm and Silencer is kind of a very classic combo. And I think most of Storm's counters don't like playing into Silencer. I think Gaimin, there's a high chance for, maybe they wanted like some Ember that they want to play through. I'm usually not the biggest fan when it comes to like some 18 Tinies, because, I mean, when you see Silencer, you don't like the spirits as much, which is like, your Kunkka, your Tiny, they go up in value. But they don't feel like that great to me if you pick them here. Like, I wouldn't be too happy.
You also just don't have counterplay for the global Storm initiation. So like your 2 supports, we talk about how they don't really defend themselves that well. Batrider does not really build defensive items early on. So let's say that you've got Vision on him, Storm makes a zip forward, you cover it with a global, Warlock's not going to protect him, Batrider's not going to protect himself, and then Gaming Gladiators just have to reset. They just have to take the L there, and they can never fight her on this initiation.
I mean, let's see, if you're Gaimin, you need to find a way to somehow break the team fight, at least in my mind. So maybe you're looking at like a Ace hero that like builds Greaves or Pipes. So like in mid-game, sure, the Storm zips in, you global, and at least like, you throw out some stuff with Ace, could be like Darkseer or Tide, or they still go Ember.
Because if you would go for your offlaner now, you're kind of revealing the Doom as a carry, right? So
it's true, but I mean, at least in like their kind of defense, you don't have last pick anyway, which means you have to reveal. I mean, you could screw with BB Team's bans a bit, But Gaimin will just go for, which I would say is one of the most obvious picks with the Ember. But it's not a perfect Ember game. It's good for you, but BB Team, I think they've kind of protected themselves pretty nicely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there are pluses to the Ember as well, though. Like, let's say we talked about BB Team's strength with their Global and their Storm Spirit, but that is pretty high cooldown early on in the game. You can make a lot of aggressive moves, and you can make it so that Shaman doesn't really feel comfortable in these team fights, because Ember does love to run at these squishy supports. So if they can set the tempo themselves on Gaimin and not play reactively to that Global, they've kind of solved that problem.
I mean, it is also nice, like when you do play against Silencer, you want like more high-tempo heroes, because like Mira is saying, you have cooldown, of course, on the Global. You want heroes that also kind of potentially are looking at BKBs for the mid-game. So sure, Global comes out, you have triple BKB, you still just overpower him when it comes to team fighting with that. So I'm obviously okay with the Ember too. And now when it comes to Gaimin, I would prefer if they pick an offlaner with teamfight. So I'm not surprised to see the Darkseer ban, especially after the Ursa came out. Because when you play against Silencer, it's kind of important for you that either when they go, you have the counterplay with like Greaves, Pipe, whatever it is, or like a Tidehunter that will break free from AoE damage to then Ravage, or you need to be able to start the fight yourself. If you just allow the Silencer lineup to choose every fight they want, you're going to take a big fat L.
Yeah, just a more reliable means of going in would be helpful, because you can't really depend on that Doom initiation. It takes way too long. Your Batrider is a support. He also needs time, and he's not going to always get the jump. Also, there are going to be times where Batrider does see a lasso, but then gets countered by Global. There's going to be a cover for that. So if you have some ace hero that can just do a low cooldown blink stun, maybe something like an Axe, he has loved that hero a lot.
Yeah, they did take it out. So they have a similar read as you have with Axe not being in.
One more ban coming out for Gaimin, as the side of BB Team should be looking for, well, I guess they can still flex between either a pure hero or Miro hero, wherever that Kunkka is going to go.
Yeah, I would assume that most likely it's just going to be a carry.
Yeah, that's what Gaimin thinks as well.
For BB Team, yeah.
When they instantly snap up that Centaur.
I think it just makes sense. It gives you the initiation, and if you're quick on the hands or if you live through the Global, of course you can stampede your team out.
It's low cooldown as well, right? That's what you needed so that you can tank the Global, go in and out, and then have a means to like re-enter. You can't really do that with something like a Lasso or a Doom.
Yeah. I mean, BB Team don't have much reserve time. I see Sven for them. I think someone else that goes in for you is kind of cool, or you don't care too much about Doom. Yeah, at least you have over damage into the Centaur too, but let's see.
They have left, oh!
That's a PL coming out from Pure.
I have seen this hero a lot more when it came to pubs, and it does look quite strong. And I have seen it beat lineups that, well, had some counterplay, because you might see some Radiances, whatever. I would have looked more at other heroes, but I'm honestly still, the hero's a little bit of a question mark to me still.
Yeah, I think that Doom himself is comfortable to just build like the Shiva's Radiance. Like, you don't necessarily have to play on that right-click Doom, and then that's really all you need to play into PL lineup, so it's not a PL that's unsolvable. They have heroes that can itemize, but if he gets off to a good start, I can see them hitting a really scary timing around that Global.
I prefer BB Team's draft, at least by a little bit. I think like this early mid game with the Global is very strong, and it kind of can help Pure like to secure when it comes to the late game. I think for Gaimin, it's important how they get fights going when it comes to like the 7 to like 15 to 20 minute mark. Can they outplay the Global? Can they get their stuff going early? Because in my opinion, they need to be ahead and kind of stay ahead to win this one.
And can they do that with a PL is the question.
And I really don't think PL has a comfortable early game here. I think Batrider is one of the better supports at running him down early on. He gets a lot of move speed. He can just give AoE damage over the illusions on lane. And Centaur he trades against him so easily. Like, he will get his denies and last hits without any...
How does this tie in with the playstyles we discussed earlier? Because we said generally Gaimin wants to play fast. Can they play fast with this lineup?
If they win their lanes, they can. And if they get an early blink on Batrider, they can. I think for BB Team, they have a timing that they want to play on before supports on Gaimin get Lotus Orb. Like, if they can always play around these globals, they'll be able to make plays and make space for PL.
Okay, let's find out what's going to happen. It is time for the first game between Gaming Gladiators and BB Team. We will, of course, have another game going on at the same time for the same group with Execration and Falcons. But to be fair, this is going to be the blockbuster of the group right here. It's, of course, a repeat of a best-of-5 grand finals that we had just the other day. And the question is, can Gaimin finally break a curse and take a series over BB Team? Or will BB Team still reign supreme like they did just a week ago and claim the championship? We're finding out together with Cap and SVG.
That's right, thank you, Shiver. We are going to see if, indeed, Gaming Gladiators can overcome a bit of a mental block they seem to have against BB Team. Avery, we've seen some mental blocks in our time, some rivalries that just stay one-sided. Gaming Gladiators was involved in one of those. Their matchup against Liquid seemingly just Liquid could not beat Gaming Gladiators when it came to the finals. Now it seems like Gaming Gladiators are having a tough time with BB Team. So what is it? Why do we get this?
Why do we get mental blocks in professional competition? Is that what you're asking me?
Why do we get it in Dota specifically?
Austin, if I knew the answer to that question, I'd be a much wealthier man than I am now.
I mean, I'm just saying, I understand when a pitcher gets the yips, you know? Can't seem to perform quite as well. Do you feel like Dota players get that?
Honestly, no.
I don't think so either.
I think it's just these invisible blocks exist because of a clash in play style, and that's why it's so difficult to figure out, because you can fix the mental side, and I think most of these teams that play against each other, they're not afraid of each other. There's not a mental block. I think most of the teams that used to have that aura have disappeared from the scene.
Yes, the old Team Secrets of the world, Evil Geniuses, those kind of teams.
To get back to that level of aura, you have to be on a crazy dominant win streak, which I think one could argue Gaimin was there at one point when they were winning all those tournaments, right? There might have been a little bit of block due to that when Liquid were going up against them, because you just lose so many times. It's like, oh man, I mean, we just have no chance at a certain point.
Yeah.
But in terms of the gameplay clash, I think that's what's more common nowadays. It's not really as a mental block as much as something about how we play against this team just doesn't work, and then you have to figure that out, and that is usually a very tough thing to figure out.
So if it is a stylistic thing, if you were an analyst for Gaming Gladiators, what would you identify in their matchup against BB Team that you think is just not working out for them? What stylistically allows BB Team to do so well?
I think they're just competent enough laners that Gaimin can't strike their usual advantage in that area of the game.
Yeah.
And that makes it generally hard to run them over. And I think they also draft faster than some other teams in a lot of ways. Like, I think particularly with this roster, when you have Pure, they have a lot of flex potential in the carry. They have a wide variety of carry picks. We're seeing Phantom Lancer in this game, right? Like, this guy is literally willing to play anything, pick anything. And that means they can adjust to tempo fairly well, because I think a lot of your tempo adjustment comes between the 1 and 2. I think the 3's kind of set. The supports can always kind of play fast. It's rare you get a super slow support duo. And I think the majority of your adjustment comes from 1 and 2. Are you playing super greedy, super slow with some, Battle Fury carry, or is this a carry that's just going to fight early? And I think Pure can adjust that pretty quickly. So I think most of the time, BB Team can strike an even tempo against Gaimin and alleviate a lot of the normal advantages this team creates. Now, I do think Gaimin has slowed down with Watson recently, so it's maybe not as vital as it used to be against that old squad, but maybe part of why they've slowed down is Gaimin is having a difficult time finding their own pace in some of these games, which that's
early first blood, finding that one. Tofu catches save out, trying to do, I assume, a little bit of bounty rune shenanigans here. So where I was leading this to, Avery, is that BB Team, I think part of the way that they contest tempo-wise is the fact that Pure does have that versatility, but I feel like that versatility has always shown its strength against Gaming Gladiators because of his willingness to play more aggressive carries, right? Like Dawnbreaker. And I feel like that is actually what allowed them to be able to match up. Here, playing Phantom Lancer, I feel like you are opening yourself up to the pace that Gaming Gladiators is so notorious for.
So it's not the carry I would want to play against this team. I'll put it that way.
Sure.
Particularly if it's not an ultra free game for it, which when you look at this lineup, they do have Doom, they have Ember. Centaur is a little bit of AoE. It's not an ultra free Phantom Lancer game. You have some cores that can scale well into him. Ember can cause some problems later on with Shivas. Doom is a Radiance buyer. You have the 2 big items that are going to come online eventually in this game, which is what you look for versus the PL, and you have enough AoE clear that you can play the fights and not be super worried going late. Obviously, you can play the outskirts of the fight a little bit with this hero. You can abuse the new Ags with the extra rush range and stuff like that. He does more damage than I think people expect, and he's probably more viable than people give him credit for. It's just a little surprising to see Pure busted out here. Maybe he's just ultra confident in the pick in general. Doesn't care about playing into a couple of counters. Of course, they, more importantly for me, have that Storm Spirit on the mid lane, which I think has been GPK's best hero this year by far. Even in some of the games they've lost on it, he still went like 15-1. And then he lost going 15-2, but that's still a tremendous performance on the hero. And it's a really scary hero to give away in these games where you have limited insta-lockdown potential. Here, Gaimin have tried to address it. You know, you have Doom, you have Stomp, you have Lasso, you have Lasso Chains. But if the Storm does want to commit for defensive items here and go early BKB in this game, there's not a lock that shuts GPK down in the fight. Then you really have to find a Doom on him, and that is unlikely if he plays the fight well, especially with Silencer Global to back him up.
Sure.
So I kind of like the Storm pick here. I think it generally works out for a BB team more than it does not. And they just have a pretty well-rounded lineup. Really will come down to what this PL gets done in general. That's the one piece of this puzzle that, well, I don't know if anybody knows 100% what it can do here.
Yeah, we did see a Phantom Lancer recently, right? I don't remember where we saw it, but somebody else picked it up. And was it actually Pure? I remember whoever did it just went like a straight normal Phantom Lancer build. Did not go any, did not go the Aghanim Scepter. Oh, it was Watson.
It was Watson.
It was Watson.
It was
That's
Watson
what it was. Yeah.
Pick. Was that? But I'm trying to think. Was that before or after the buff to the Ags? I think it was before. So that did make a big difference for this build-up. Assuming that is what the route Pure wants to go now. We'll see what he ends up doing here. Of course, this could be a game where the PL just doesn't do anything and he wins. Could be a game where the PL does nothing and he loses. Can always be the PL factor.
True. I think one of the other things for me about this matchup is that Quinn is such a proficient laner, and I think GPK is one of the few mid laners who can beat him in that matchup.
Oh, for sure.
And I think he has shown repeatedly, especially in that finals recently, that GPK did outwork Quinn in that mid matchup time and time again.
I have always said I think GPK can beat anybody in mid lane, and he can be the best player in any lobby. It's just a question of, does that happen? Because the biggest thing holding this guy back is maybe himself in some of those situations, particularly if he's gotten over some of the mental block issues that people categorized him for a long time. I personally think he has. I think he's a lot more consistent than he's given credit for. And particularly his laning, it's not bad. He wins a lot of his lanes, goes even at worst, as Kezu mentioned on the panel. And that is something you can play around. That is something you can build around.
Tofu, flame break, pushes Miro over to the side, and just full aggression. Attempted TP out, smart play, there is no stuns the moment Watson swung that Infernal Blade. So that kind of ruins Tofu's rotation.
And not expecting the early TP here, but ends up working out. And this kind of leaves Ace up to high and dry out here. Sacrificial Centaur lane, he is the poorest core out of this laning phase. Generally not a position this hero thrives from.
No.
And also, I feel like not a position Ace thrives from.
No,
and
definitely
I think this has been a big issue for Gaimin overall this season, is how do you balance the farm amongst these three cores compared to when you had Dyrachyo before, who is way more sacrificial in playmaking than Watson by default. That takes away a lot of natural space in farm priority for Ace when you have to make sure you give Watson a better game than maybe you had to prioritize with Dyrachyo. And you end up in these situations where you're just kind of left up here alone. You give up another kill, you give away an int, a free lane for the Phantom Lancer. This Centaur just has nothing right now.
And I feel like that shouldn't be the case. I mean, Batrider, Centaur, like on paper I would say like, oh, okay, this Phantom Lancer's not going to be getting any kills out of his lane. In fact, he might even die. The Silencer can be quite the menace in the laning phase, but you add in Tofu rotating around and, ooh, managed to get a deny on the Arcane Rune, but Kataomi is going to be run down by the Firefly. Help Quinn get the kill, though. Tofu trying to save it for him. Instead, Firefly will burn him out.
A little snowball action for Quinn on this mid lane. Exactly what you want to see. If this Ember can take the game over, he can be a menace here. It's not the greatest Ember game I've ever seen, but it is Quinn on his signature Ember in that mid, so can always do some serious damage and can enable the supports more importantly. If he can get the Warlock in the back going in some of these early skirmishes or for runes or wisdom shrines or whatever it is, this lineup can come online for gaming. You have Stampede to back it up. It is not a slow lineup by any means. All three of these cores can come online very early in this game and cause BB team problems if they're not ready to fight it because the PL is potential liability there. You just get outnumbered if the Doom is willing to join early fights. And Ember is the guy who's going to set all of that up, particularly if you get those power rings. So I would fully expect Gaimin to commit supports on the 8-minute rune here. BB team should be aware of it. And that means either put some pressure on the side lanes, don't let them commit so heavily to this mid lane without getting punished somewhere else, or just take the fight to Quinn if you believe you have the lockdown, which Silence or Shaman can give it to you. So you actually do have that option this game.
Going after Ace again. Man. He just picked up his Vanguard, so he is a much tougher kill than previous, but it's still okay. Hit the stomp right as GPK jumps in. Don't think that saves Ace, though. GPK, plenty of magic damage to pump into the Centaur. The Vanguard simply will not save him. Does get as much damage as he can out before he falls. Does a little bit of extra work against Pure.
They are targeting the weak point on the map right now. It is this Ace Centaur. He is behind. He's getting put farther behind. Just starting to feed off him.
Look at this. Quinn cutting the wave that's coming in this mid lane, so he has more pressure to be able to, one, hit the tower, but also hopefully more control for the 8-minute power rune. That's what he really wants out of this.
Now, you set this up well. He should get it here.
And we'll get it. It's a shield rune top.
And nice little play. They're getting stacks up as well if you're gaming, so there will be some recovery here. Centaur wants to join in on that, and they're going to get aggressive. This is Ember gameplay to a T.
Should be free dives with the shield rune. You know, even if the Storm Spirit shows up, Quinn's not really going to be threatened by that. So keeping the pressure up, take out the support, put some damage on that mid tower. Spying out a little bit of stack in action here from BB team. Miro wants to cleave through this with the Tidebringer before they get to work on it.
This is full HP mid tower. You're just giving up off of one sequence here because the Storm went top and used resources. Quinn takes huge advantage of it. Calls the supports mid, dives the Shaman. Now they're going straight into that triangle, eyeing up the stack situation.
And they're going to take him. Miro, he wasn't able to clear it out fast enough. Maybe the Torrent takes a last hit or two.
I got none of it.
But otherwise, yeah. It's all going to Game of Gladiators, and now the supports are being pulled in to try and protect the triangle. Now it's all kind of getting a little slippery out here. GPK goes for the punish, though. The support's pushing in too deep to dive after Kataomi. They do have the golem. They're going to drop it on the Storm Spirit, but he still managed to get the kill onto the Bat Rider and zips away. He's good for now. BB team. This is getting a little awkward for Game and Gladiators. Clear out the ward at least.
They would have liked that to have been cleaner, for sure. They're still getting the map pressure and the control they want. They got the ward out, steal some of the stacks. The Ember is snowballing. That's the most important part here of their game plan. He's your biggest initiation tool, easiest way to set up these kills. So as long as Quinn is surviving, having a good game, getting runes, you're generally happy with the exchange.
And Centaur usually is able to recover off of maxing out return, right? He'll play the lane, he'll play neutrals. Like, I feel like this hero's not the worst when it comes to being shut down early in lane.
Especially with the amount of stacking that's been going on.
True.
There's a lot of gold waiting for Ace here, and he is gonna clean some of it up right now. Juicy stacks for the Centaur. This will get him back in the game. He can still contribute on the map with Stampede. You don't need him to have the fastest game here, particularly when you have this carry Doom. This is a kind of scary lane for a BB team to sit in while this Doom is active.
Gaimin up by 2,000 net worth, but they got to stay ahead. That is the one thing. The onus is on them. Set the tempo of this game to put pressure on BB team, to keep them on the back foot and make sure they don't let this Phantom Lancer get online.
This Ember is controlling a lot of the space right now.
Yes.
BB team are not having fun interacting with this mid lane.
Early Diffusal Blade might help put Pure into a position where he can kill Ace again, but kind of unlikely.
Mana Burn's going to be solid this game. These are not cores that like getting burned out.
Yeah, that's true.
They're also cores that I feel like can be mana burned out pretty easily because their mana pools are not that large for the spellcasters they are. You're looking at the double strength core and the Centaur and the Doom with pretty low mana pool, and This Ember can get burned out in Vortex duration. For sure. With Global Silence on top.
Got the chains onto Pure, but he's underneath the tier 2. This is too much for Gaimin. BB team will respond with teleports. Gaimin, I guess they got those teleports out of him, and they still have some control up here. They're going to push this top tower. BB team, though, they're pushing in mid, they're pushing in bottom. Feels like this is pretty efficient trade-off for BB team.
Yeah, they snake bottom, get some value out of Save's ult. And Gaimin, they want to respond to this. This is not a tower they want to give up for free. Especially with how strong Watson is. Doom available, he's full resources. Gotta farm up those snakes.
Get the extra gold off of it. He got the lash on the Shadow Shaman, so we may see that come into play later on. He might be able to get some solo kill potential with his Serpent Wards.
That's a lot of damage.
It is.
BB team are basically just saying we're okay giving the Ember a strong early game here if our PL gets an uncontested lane, which is effectively the trade they got.
Yeah.
So they should be happy with it in that sense. Just a matter of GBK not giving up bad kills on this Storm and being able to eventually catch that Ember at some point as we enter the mid game here.
I do think this part, I was playing Warlock recently, and I did feel like there was a significant life upgrade of Fatal Bonds plus the newer Shadow Word that does the AoE bit of damage. You can't actually clear out waves. It did feel pretty decent.
Yeah, he's been able to do that for a while though, right?
Yeah, I know. It's just, you know, Warlock.
Oh, you haven't played Warlock
Warlock hasn't been meta for a while, you know? And I was trying it out, and I was like, wow, this actually feels a lot better than I thought it would, you know? Because before it was just like, does AoE Shadow Word like really... In my head, I was like, is this going to change anything about the hero? I doubt it. But with the prevalence of supports, you know, needing to also farm, also be able to, whether it's hit neutrals or push out waves, Warlock has that option at least.
We're going to see some kill trade-offs here if BBT want to go on the Centaur while this kill is happening.
Ooh, heavy commitment, but definitely a dead Kunkka. But a trade-off, Ace, he activates the Stampede. Pure's able to keep up with him, though. Runs him down.
I'm not going to lie, it feels like every time Ace goes down, it feels real bad because that's another int he's lost.
Yeah.
This int's going to add up for him in this game. You combine the lowering of his mana pool plus the fact he has to play into the Diffusal PL. It's a significant problem for this Centaur. He might be able to sit there with some Crimson later, but if he has no mana, your fight contribution is going to be pretty low.
14-minute Wisdom Shrine. Save trying to be cheeky,
he's
take it away. It's actually getting it while he's shackled, but with the Global Silence being used, they might be able to get this Bat Rider. Pure's going to run him down, but he's burning in the fire and flames.
Oh, yeah,
the combo with the Doom and the Bat Rider. Flame. The fire rises.
Fire rises, Austin. That is, that was my concern with the PL in this game. You're into a decent amount of early AoE. I just don't know how much you can join early fights, particularly if Watson shows up. I feel like Doom just squashes any hope of you contributing in these early fights as the Phantom Lancer. You just get burned out so fast between the Scorched Earth plus the Radiance. You can also potentially get that Alpha Wolf or at some point buff up the Ember damage on the Slight. It's a lot to deal with. Stampede going through as well. Not fun for Pure joining these early fights.
Trying to get the deny. He does manage to get it. But the zip. He's out of remnants. Quinn is dead. Big pickup. Was the deny on tower worth it? Certainly not.
No, that is the biggest kill to give up in this game. That's your Blade Mail Ember off the map for 30 seconds. Real rough stuff. I felt like if that kill was going to happen, it was going to happen off the back of a global too. You didn't even need the global for that. So now you have it back up in 30 seconds here. Pretty big opening for BB team as they find themselves down a little bit of gold, but not too much. And this is a nice gap to open up between the Ember and the Storm.
Catching Tofu next to the tier 2, but Quinn is here, back in with the Golden Sun, Fatal Bonds on a 3. Look at him burning out. So much AoE damage. They almost killed Pure off that. They're going to run him down, make sure he dies, then go back for the Shadow Shaman. 2 cores and a support. Oh, BB team, I feel like they were in a decent spot after that Ember kill, but trying to get way too aggressive as the Ember is respawning.
I don't understand that play at all. I mean, why go that aggressive, that deep on limited vision while your global was 10 or 15 seconds off cooldown?
Yeah.
Your window in that series was when the global comes back up, you can make an aggressive fight, and then you don't have to worry about the turnaround potential. It is a spell that can counteract the Stampede save, the Golem turnaround. Instead, you just run headlong into all of it. With this Phantom Lancer in the early game that we've seen is not a real threat if Doom can just join the fight against him in response.
Yeah.
That was way too ambitious. Trying to get GPK some snowball action instead causes the reverse, and now you find yourself at an 8K deficit out of nowhere. That Doom he's turned on the money printer.
I do feel like when Watson was playing the Phantom Lancer, he was not trying to join in on these fights the way Pure is.
No, he just farmed.
He just farmed, and he got to that heart butterfly period of time. Global Silence put to use here.
Oh, Quinn in trouble.
He's half HP and might just die. The Glimmer King trying to save him, but no. He does end up going down. Save fighting around his wards. Watson trying to finish him off with some of the burn damage. Meanwhile, Pure going after Tofu. Once again, a lot of AoE damage, so he can't stick around for long. He backs away a little bit, kiting him out. With GPK, might go back in after another kill. Do you really want to go after Ace, though? With no mana, there's nothing else to burn. He's just raw HP, 2,600 HP with a Vanguard and a Blade Mail.
Blade Mail plus Retaliate. Not a fun target to lay into here. I mean, Blade Mail is a super meta item right now. And BB Team running into two of them, not having a lot of success getting this Phantom Lancer involved. It's looking rough for Pure. Went this early fighting build. He is falling behind. Every one of these fights he joins that he doesn't get some kills out of it, the game becomes harder.
Yeah.
Like these late game AoE items are going to come online for game, and you're going to have more defensive capability. You're going to have a larger mana pool to work with on some of these heroes.
And I think the scary part is BB Team really can only fight with the Global Silence. You use the Global Silence to get the kill in the Ember Spirit, but guess what? The Ember Spirit's back into play, and he is going to run at you.
That is a rough death for BB Team. This pick has just not worked out at all. It's now getting hunted around the map. And the whole time your PL is getting hunted, this Doom is completely free farming the jungle with Midas Radiance. Watson's massive right now. BB Team need to find a way to stabilize this game. They're now 10K behind. This is not the team to fall behind early on.
Oh yeah, you know, Game of Gladiators are more than capable of ending games early. You may never get to see a third or fourth item on that Phantom Lancer.
Got to fight around the Global Silence plus the boat. Those are your two strongest team fight spells right now. Try and get a power rune on the Storm and get a good jump. If you can jump Watson and kill him, or jump the Ember, kill him first with Global, that can be a recipe for success.
Yeah, I feel like I haven't seen BB Team setting up the fights with the Kunkka first so much, right? I haven't seen an X-Torrent boat into like wards on a hero. I mean, that would probably bring down the Doom.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't feel like I've seen Miro at all this game.
Yeah.
Like, he's been in the fights, but I have not felt the Kunkka's impact in dictating how these situations develop. There's no chase downs with the X, as you said. There hasn't been some definitive turnaround with Torrent boat that has stopped gaming in their tracks.
Yeah.
It will continue to be useful as the pipe will be finished up here, and it is a very good pipe team. There's definitely some strong items that can come out for BB Team that Gaming have to think about. As you know, Gaming's going to push towards BKBs. That's what's going to be strong for them. But the defensive items for BB Team can be really good here. The pipes, the glimmers, the Lotus Orbs in particular. Really good Lotus Orb game against Ember, Bat, Warlock, Doom. Good single target ults to reflect, and a lot of good targets to dispel here. I would not mind seeing 1 or 2, even 3 Lotus Orbs on the side of BB Team if it really comes to it.
Gwyn, he's going to find something. Oh, he spotted him in the trees. Unlucky for save. He was just about to finish that TP. The Global Silence going to be put to use. They found Tofu on another side of the map and put the Global Silence to get that kill and make sure GPK does not die to the Doom. It looks like he did zip away far enough away. Watson will not be able to give chase.
You get the BKB out of the Doom as well. Not insignificant. That was the 9 seconds. But all these ults on cooldown.
I mean, Miro's out here in no man's land. There's
nowhere
to really go.
Might take a while.
That's true. Okay, they spotted him on the Lotus. Quinn lost him, but then I think Malady saw that the Lotus was being charged up, so.
Dude, so many scans. 3 scans up in
Oh
this
my
top
god,
lane.
he's gonna get a Wisdom Shrine.
What?
He got out, got a Wisdom okay.
That was mega worth.
It really was. And the funny part is, he might still die, because Tofu, he's coming out for the Wisdom Shrine. He's like, wait a minute, the Kunk is still here, guys.
Yeah, he's just out.
He's just out. No lasso. Wow.
Well, that worked out really well for him.
It did.
Quinn juked himself, and then he ends up getting a Wisdom Shrine.
Snapped his own ankles.
That's how you do it.
It's okay, I feel that. Twisted my ankle recently. Sometimes you just trip up on yourself.
Thanks for the personal story, Austin.
Chains on 2. And they're just leaving Ace behind. Goodbye.
More int. Got Diomi here. Feels like this is the only guy he's taken the int from, but
he's
getting smarter.
He's got 7 intelligence. How many times has Centaur died?
4.
4?
So, yeah, over 50%. Not too bad. I think he got in all 4 of those times. He got it at least 3.
Dire are scanning.
Ace Rune for Quinn. No BKB yet, but he is real strong unless you can get the lockdown on him with Global to protect it.
Looking for an opening here off this lane ward sentry combination. They've got a Doom. Want to make use of it. But BB team playing very cautiously.
Did cut this lead down a little bit. Their map movement has not been too shabby here in the last 3 or 4 minutes considering the position they're in.
Tofu, his smoke's gonna break. He's got the lasso onto the Storm Seer, pulls it back. Instant Hex from Save and a global silence. What a beautiful save from the combo BB team supports.
Man, right on point there, using that Aether Lens. It's a great use. Will bail that Storm out. Is costly with the global on cooldown, but would way rather have GPK alive.
Yeah. Just sick reactions from Save.
Gank dodged. Gaming will have to settle for Tormentor, something that cannot be saved here. See who picks up the shard.
Thinking they're hoping it's the Warlock.
Well, it's the Bat Rider.
Goes to the Bat Rider, of course.
I mean, now Tofu can siege the base.
That's true.
High ground has been broken open here.
I mean, the combination of the Centaur tanking the tower and doing retaliate damage and Tofu with his shard sticky napalming, there you go.
Yeah, so Watson's just like chilling in the back?
Yeah, Watson's just eating a creep in the background, you know? Munching on it like an apple.
Did get that Alpha Wolf eventually. Took him a while. Actually, a pretty slow Alpha Wolf to find for the Doom, but we'll eventually get there, and that'll add some more DPS that Pure has to worry about in these fights. Gaimin trying to suffocate the map right now. Use the Ember's mobility to corral BB up into this top lane. Might prompt a smoke out of this position if they feel strong enough to fight. Pure has a bit more HP to work with, but he also has 3K in the bank right now. It's kind of an awkward time for BB to make this smoke move because this Phantom Lancer doesn't really want to join the fight. He would rather finish this Ags.
Trying to catch Miro on the jump back to his X. They certainly get him with the chains, but it's a bit of a bait. A jump into the Storm Seer, and they're going to grab with the shackles and everything else. They throw everything they had to be able to get the kill on Quinn. And now, game of Gladiators.
It's an early BKB.
Wanting to punish something, but yeah, Watson's early use of the BKB means they're just going to give up the Shadow Shaman and say, okay, you can have it. As long as everybody else gets out.
I mean, this is a lot of space for the Storm, who gets out of the final end of that gank bottom. Pushes him towards the BKB. You get another key Ember kill in this game. The Storm does not die. And yeah, I agree with GPK, looking good. I mean, they're clawing this game back. Gaming are not getting that snowball action they wanted. They're not getting to use this Doom's incredible net worth lead how they want to right now. And it's not the best hero just going in the Roche pit, taking Aegis and forcing high ground or something like that with the advantage he has.
Tofu was sure to bring it to us. GPK, he's going to try and get the response kill here with a lot behind him. They won't even give up Kataomi. That's just flat out a Tofu death.
This Storm is getting scary in this game.
Yeah, he was not supposed to have as many galvanized stacks as he does.
It felt like the Ember had a way better start, but this Ember's had a couple key deaths here. He's 4-3, and this Storm is starting to power up 4-1-4. He has the global to back him up, and it's made a world of difference here. You look at the itemization from game, and you're still waiting on that BKB for the Ember so that he can deal with the big disables here. It feels like everybody else has a dispel at this point, outside of Ace. Arguably doesn't need it as much.
No.
But there's the BKB for GPK. I think this is the most important item for BB Team in this game. Can you use this Storm's BKB to get you a large enough advantage to power you into the PL's timings? He should be invincible in this BKB. Like, you pretty much have to lasso or doom him, and that just seems impossible, especially with Global that can either back up his jump or bail him out, as we've seen it used both ways this game.
How long does GPK need to stall out this game, though? When can this Phantom Lancer be strong enough to be a real threat?
Ideally, you want to fight with that Ags. And he forewent it here, so it's just going to be hard.
I think you have to go just raw HP.
This is the classic Phantom Lancer build.
Yep.
I do like the heart because you need some HP regen here to deal with all the burn, but
I do think heart is where you start being able to, like, because they have a lot of small AoE damage magic. I think the heart starts being enough that we're going to see effective Phantom Lancer.
I think he still gets melted, honestly, if he enters the fight.
I guess it determines when he's going to be jumping into this fight. Certainly not going to be jumping down here. Save. He just goes for a run down the bottom lane, throws down the Serpent Wards, get some damage, get some attention. Game of Gladiators, though, still trying to find more.
I think he needs another item. I don't see this PL going in the fight and doing anything, even with the heart. I think he needs the Ags to either just output a bit more damage and be able to pick his moments better. He needs more HP with something like a Scotty or...
Scotty, yeah.
You know, what if he wants to go Silver Edge and play sort of the entry and exit type style. GPK still doing work,
so
man.
much work. Long zip, TP out, he's good.
I think this is one of those games where if he loses it, he's going to feel real bad.
Yeah.
Like, what else was I supposed to do while this carry's just AFK farming for what timing? It's just going to be a lot to go into. Particularly if you let Quinn get to Shivas here. I mean, if you want to try and fight before the Ember has Shivas, I can buy that idea. But if Quinn gets to Shivas, you have Radiance plus Shivas plus double Blade Mail plus Crimson Guard and Stampede to reposition or chase down the PL. I mean, good luck. That is a lot to go into for a Phantom Lancer.
Thinking about another factor. The last time the Phantom Lancer was relevant, okay, running into Ace. Not really what they wanted their smoke to run into, sadly.
Really don't want him.
Yeah.
That feels bad for them. Because he was pretty alone. I mean, the response was coming, but it was a long way away. Of course, they didn't know that. Just feels bad to leave a smoke on the table like that.
Phantom Lancer has not been a truly meta hero since they upgraded Crimson Guard, that it now scales up.
Yeah.
I think that's a really big problem for Phantom Lancer. If Crimson Guard already is like a great item against this hero, but it's good early on. But now the fact that Crimson Guard can scale up, and they've got a Centaur holding on to that Crimson Guard, so it's going to scale up a lot, that's going to block out so much damage. I think that really kills some of Phantom Lancer's, you know, like, timing. I think it just means you have to go later and later to make it so this hero feels like it's being a real threat, doing real damage. But he can burn out some mana. Quinn, 1 minute and 40 seconds left on this Aegis. Still trying to get to that Shivas. Game of Gladiators, do they take these last couple of tier 2s with this Aegis? It does look like they're looking at mid.
Oh yeah, you keep pushing your advantage for sure. You are not afraid of taking the fight right now. Especially with how well Ace recovered in this game. He has auras online, continuing to scale up everybody. The Shivas is closing in. If the fight ever starts on BB Team's backline, I think it's just over. They cannot lose the Shaman or Silencer early here. That'll be full AC done for Watson, by the way.
Oh! A stomp lands for Staff. Pure is able to get back up to the high ground. Watson was not able to immediately jump off of Ace's initiation, so perhaps a missed opportunity there. Controlled up by Miro, but they will finish off this tier 2. And they saw the Phantom Lancer, so they know the PL isn't getting a ton of farm at this period.
It's just GPK on the map. He's thinking about Nullifier. I mean,
really?
That's a mixed bag. Is this even that good of a Nullifier game? The only thing it really does is you can jump the Warlock and all in him. But I don't know how important that is in the grand scheme of things. The Nullifier versus everybody else is not that valuable because there's BKBs already on the table. And especially on this Bat Rider, BKB already done for Tofu. That's pretty massive here. This Bat is way more reliable as an initiation source for Gaimin. Means Quinn doesn't necessarily have to commit fully as the initiator going in. He can just kind of go in, give some vision, be that frontliner, create some space, and then Tofu finds a latch. You BKB, you force that, pull that guy in. You can BKB, just doom him as well. This could pose some problems for GPK.
I would feel a lot better if that was a Parasma, but we'll see.
I mean, or Lincoln's. Nullifier just doesn't do anything for this hero. The armor, health, regen, damage are not that relevant.
Miro constantly. X pushing out the mid lane. They try and punish him. Excellent Hex once again from Save. Now here comes the boat, and they're clumped up. Now it's still going to be double BKBs out from the cores, but the supports are going to get melted throughout this one. Managed to get a lasso, pull back onto Miro at least. Pierce chasing in though. The BKBs have worn thin. They're going out to the Doom. He gets shackled up a little bit. They quickly deal with the Shadow Shaman. He's not lasting long, and BB team are realizing, okay, despite the quick reactions, we still cannot just brute force it against these cores.
This PL is doing nothing, man. I don't want to hate on this pick, but that felt like such a good moment to get the PL in and try and capitalize on all the BKBs being down. You landing this sick bow combo that just forced out early BKBs, did so much damage, an incredibly clutch Hex on the bat jump that disjointed Gaimin's initiation. You still just can't commit to the second half of this fight. Don't have a carry that can run in and deal the significant damage. It's so dependent on the Storm. I mean, this is as good as it gets for BB team at this point in the game, right? This just tells me you have to go even later, play for later time. We're going to see Pure go in here, but doing nothing. And if anything, they're looking to turn around on him. Well,
yeah, he almost doomed him.
I'm not afraid of you.
Yeah, between AC Shivas and the Crimson Guard, the damage is being nullified of this Phantom Lancer entirely.
And the Radiance, of course, on top of it all.
Yeah, mischance as well, yeah. Throw in some extra, like, armor enchantments, brawny enchantments and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, double Gale Guard on this lineup.
Oh, yeah?
That's not helping us. It's just hard to output the DPS right now. That's another reason I'm a bit mixed on the Nullifier for GPK, because I feel like his position in this game is... I think it makes some sense to play to set up the Phantom Lancer a little bit, which I think is traditionally how you play with this carry, but I also feel like he just has to carry this game.
Yeah, I actually think he needs to do more damage. Got the Doom onto the Phantom Lancer, so he's certainly not going to be relevant in this fight. Jumping after more, it's going to be both the supports cleaned up as well. Game of Gladiators, very quick with it.
This is where they can end this game. They just got the Shivas on the Ember. They have every item in the book against this Phantom Lancer. Time to make him deal with it and just take the fight to BB side of the map, take it to the Roshan, take it to the base.
Oh no, got lassoed. They have stuns to follow it up, not really. So if anything, GPK might still get the kill on Tofu and then zip away. He goes off the map and he survives because of that. Now a late teleport, but he's not gonna make it out. Oh no!
Not like this.
GPK tries to push it too much. Understandably, I mean, he's the only thing holding this game together, so he tries to min-max the use of his BKB to get a kill and get out. Instead, neither happens. He dies, Tofu lives, and Game of Gladiators free entrance into the base.
I've seen that one before, you know, I've seen it in my pubs a lot, right? You have the Phantom Lancer carry, your frustration at him being completely useless builds.
Yep.
You're like, I gotta do something crazy to salvage this game. You try and go for the solo play, it backfires even harder. You go report Phantom Lancer, go next. It's a classic. We've all been there.
We've all been there.
And even in a pro game at EWC, it appears that we see the same thing.
They're just like me. Lasso pull back, so no silencer for this fight. And still no Storm Spirit. And yet BB Team thinks they maybe have a chance here, but unfortunately they weren't able to finish off Quinn, and the Phantom Lancer's just gonna have to run away, but the Doom, he's already tracked him down, harpoons him back into play, but it looks like he is home free. Gaming Gladiators will chill out a little bit. Kantomi had to buy back and use Global Silence, and still nobody on Gaming Gladiators was even close to death. And Aghanim Scepter, formality, gracious.
These supports are getting quite big. We saw the Lincoln's done for Tofu as well. He's about more farmed than this Kunkka at this point. Gaiman looking to close this one out with some confidence to go into that game too. There's just not a lot of entryway into the fight. That's your silencer buyback. Gotta get a good jump. That's what it feels like. You have to jump. I mean, it has to be Ember or Doom. It's just the Centaur can likely bail you out. There's no Dispel. Oh, he just got Lotus. So, yeah, even that is that's a big problem now. That the Centaur can Dispel Global and bail the other cores out. But you're going to have to get rid of the damage. You have to take the Doom off the fight so the PL can have an impact here. There's no way
slipping
around
by each other. Tofu, his break, so does Kantomi's. They immediately drop, double wards, quadruple wards. Quinn, he braids it first. Slight, finding openings on both supports. You said the backline needed to be able to live. Well, they immediately get jumped on. Both coming in, trying to finish off Quinn. A second boat to try and catch him on the Slight. No, he jumps away to his Remnant. He lives for now, and Pure already at half HP. He's just trying to clean supports up. Malady is still not dead yet. Pure might die before he gets a position 5. This Phantom Lancer is doing absolutely jack all, and Gaming Gladiators, another clean fight for them.
I'm surprised they didn't call it after that fight. That felt like the Hail Mary to do something here to salvage this game, and he just ran into a straight brick wall. That's what this game has felt like. They just don't have enough damage to take the fight, even if the openings have been pretty well played, even if you're on vision, even if you can start on the Ember and lock him down. There's no follow-up. There's too much HP in this lineup, too much tank, too much Doom. Why do people disrespect this hero, Austin? I don't understand.
You have been saying that for like 2 months at this point.
The man is 10-0-9. He's dominated every fight. You picked a Phantom Lancer into it. Yeah, you put this game on a platter for Watson.
Well, unless a Giant Small is going to change something here for Pure.
I feel like
I
feel like Watson's Giant Small's a bit better here.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Especially combined with his damage that is extremely amplified, hitting for almost 400 damage a hit, potential for a crit out of his passives from the Wolf Commander, and the Giant Small crit. And then that's disregarding all the magic damage he's doing. With an overwhelming Strength Blink, Radiance Burn, and Scorched Earth.
Looking back on this game, it feels like BB Team had to get more out of Pure joining those early fights that he tried to join with the Diffusal, like Diffusal Yasha. If they win those fights, I can absolutely see them being in a position to snowball this game a lot more and shut the Ember and the Centaur down in the fights themselves and just play through the Storm, getting Aegises, creating space for the Phantom Lancer, that type of thing. But the second that kind of backfired, the PL falls behind, you just can't itemize this hero out of the hole. Like, you're going up against too much here, and I think Gaiman itemized pretty perfectly this game. I cannot criticize anything across the board. I think the supports getting greedy is totally fine as well, because you have this Centaur buying utility for everybody, right? You have Crimson, you have Pipe, you have Lotus, you have Stampede. Ace is doing it all here. So why not get some more damage on the supports and just finish this game off?
Outworld stabs for the supports of BB Team. Don't think that's going to save them from the pain that's coming.
They have triple staff? Yeah.
Who else got it?
GPK.
GPK.
Is solid this game in trying to dodge some of the single target jump ultimates here. However, like you said, you just come straight back into the fight and it's not much different.
No.
Quinn sitting on an Arcane Rune, as well as closing on level 25.
Pure's trying to do this by himself. Somehow managed to get the Doppelganger Tofu lassoing. Not quite the right target there.
Up again in 45. Didn't even have to BKB for that. No harm, no foul. you need some damage to salvage this game, if it's salvageable.
And where's that damage coming from?
Bloodthorn Phantom Lancer, that's it.
Yeah.
He is a long ways off, that Bloodthorn.
Quinn spotting the real one. Immediately hexed up, though, as he gets inside the base. Shackled, Global Silence. He still has BKB, and he's going to pop its light and Remnant out.
He can
Getting that much out of them. Okay, Golm's going to be dropped here as well. GPK is actually going to jump for it. He goes after Malady. Once again, the position 5, an opportunity here to try and get 1 kill for BB Team before they lose this fight. And they got him. They got that 1 kill. Maybe with buybacks, they can get another one. It's not going to come from GPK. He is out of this game. And Pure, while he's struggling to get the other support in Tofu, got him down to half HP. Another doppelganger. Tofu still at BKB. Okay, well, there goes that. Trying to get a 4-staff to Pure to survive, but no. He does have a buyback, but don't think it really means much.
He's back, Austin.
Look at him go.
Everything is down. They doomed an illusion, I believe. It's time to shine.
I mean, the fact
Lancer.
that like Quinn has been stunned for like 20 seconds in this team fight, and the Phantom Lancer has probably hit him for like 15 of those seconds. I mean, he never even really came that close to dying.
Yeah. It's one of those PL games, you know?
Just one of those games.
It looked interesting. I saw some potential in the mid game for BB Team to win this if they can really dominate those fights with PL joining, but it's just up against some tough core matchups. I think one of the things about this hero is even if you're against heroes where it's like, I can outplay a Doom because he has to single target Doom me and I can do this and that versus the Bat because he can't lasso me. So much of modern Dota is about itemization and what items you can buy and how you can use them. And they just have such good heroes that bind the right items against PL. It just feels very one-sided for me in terms of where Pure can find his moment in this game. And I think that window is way too small and closes way too fast.
I mean, all I have to say is you called it, Avery, when you said that this Phantom Lancer pick was is going to go down as the worst pick of EWC 2025. So I'm really interested to see what the analysts have to say about that very astute observation.
Thank you, Austin.
By you.
Yeah, I think SVG definitely said that. Definitely heard him say that with my own ears. Congratulations to Gaiman for taking this game 1 of this 2-game series. This looked very smooth. And it did look a little bit rough on the side of the PL. We'll get to that, don't worry. A lot to break down here. I'm here with Kezu and Effie. And Gaiman taking this game, I will say, Kezu, this did feel like Watson had just basically free play.
Yeah, it was kind of felt like
game.
a walk in the park from lanes. Then they like played nicely around Quinn. When it came to the mid lane, he had a lot of runes. They were all kind of like free farming and doing what they wanted. I do think they did it very well. But the last times they played up against BB Team, I feel like they had a bit more aggression when it came to that and also better execution. Like, I don't just want to pin it on the Phantom Lancer maybe being not great. I think it's also the way they executed.
I want to disagree with the whole take that it was a bad pick. I don't think so.
Okay.
I think his lane went exceptionally well, and
It did.
a lot of things went badly in a small window that, like, if you aren't hyper-focused on the things that went badly, you'd think it was a terrible pick, but, like, Tofu snipes his career with his 11-minute defusal blade. So that defusal minute, like, defusal slowed by 2 minutes, and Batboom had some, like, impatient moves. Like,
They did.
They made a play without global silence. They brought their Phantom Lancer, who was free-farming, and they just kind of, like, dove a tower. So there were a lot of times in that game that I really feel like it could have looked so different, Kezu.
I'm also thinking, like, when you do last pick this hero, I mean, obviously he sees something. To me, the hero's still a question mark because, yeah, it is rising popularity like lately and pops and whatnot. But when you decide to pick this PL, he doesn't counter Centaur. You will give Ace, like, a good game. It means that when you have this last pick where you don't shut down the enemy, you need to bring even more from yourself. So, like, these mistakes that they're doing, honestly, they hurt you, like, twice as much. And it's also other things, like they have some globals, they have some other stuff where it didn't really come through. I think GPK played incredibly well. Like 6, 3, and 5 on the Storm, kind of he tried to bring it back, but they're so far behind. You see it with the items. Pure, he doesn't really deal any damage when it came to the late game.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing against Crimson Guard, you're playing against, like, all these auras, you're playing against Warlock. It was really funny to see them throw everything at Malady at the very end, and he just lives for 20 seconds. Like, if you're at the point where you can't kill the 5 Warlock, throw in the towel. But I think that what they should look at in this game is not at all the draft, but the play, because that game was very winnable. And because of this, like, really small window that went badly for them, it looked that terrible.
Yeah, I will say, in the fight even before they killed Malady, where they also killed Malady on the attempted Roche wraparound smoke, dropping 2 sentries and 2 obs is you know, at that point I thought at that point, Kezu, it was already gonna end, because that looked like also maybe slightly tiltable in that sense.
I mean, it just means that, you know, they know that they need like everything to hit and there's one fight, so everyone's like, you know, like overthinking, okay, I need to do this, you need to do that, you need to make space for Pure, he needs to get 20 illusions, outlast the Crimson and whatnot, but at some point, I think unless GPK like came in really hard and like got like maybe a shard and Ags and Pure gets like 4 or 5 items, I didn't really see another way for them to win.
For me, I think that, so 2 of the 3 lanes for BB team had a really solid start, but then Gaimin really corrected in the ways that they needed to. So basically, there was this point where Bat goes bottom, abandons the Centaur, suddenly Centaur's game is terrible, but they compensate for that by really enabling Quinn in the mid lane, and off of playing off of Quinn, and BB team taking some bad fights early on, that I'm gonna stand by this and say that that's really what caused the game to snowball badly. A couple of like choices that BB team made where they lost their PL early on, it's really hard to recover from that.
Yeah, because you also wanted to show us something that happened fairly early on around the mid lane as well with the laning stage.
Yes, if the highlights are ready, I would like to take a look at Gaming Gladiators and how they enabled Quinn in this mid lane, because when you think about GG, they really are a team that just, they're known for that mid lane. So as you see here, supports are coming from both sides. You get the Fatal Bonds on that mid wave on the right side. Tofu is waiting here on the left side. They got an Arcane Rune for Ember, which is a dream, by the way. They got a nice little freebie here on Katayomi. And the important thing is, like, if you looked at that CS, Storm was at 50 CS and Ember was at 30. So this is about the time that you needed to bring your team to this mid lane. Here we see Quinn cutting the wave before the 8-minute rune, making it so that the creeps are hitting the tower. You also get this shield rune that spawns top. Again, the supports are playing around them. You see all 3 of them in the mid lane. And what this results in is, of course, getting the tower taken into a triangle invasion later on. Oh, here, another freebie on Savior.
I mean, why not? I mean, it's kind of just, Avery was also saying it like during the cats, this is how Ember functions. Doesn't matter if you're a Flame Guard or a max Sleight of Fist, you are always like the king of the mid lane.
Yeah. And because you take this tower so early, you go into this triangle, you see their stacks, you take their stacks, and it just, you get that free gold there, you get to apply a little bit of pressure here, and all of a sudden, BB are in a position where like, okay, RPL is free farming, he's gonna have a good timing, we kind of sacked the mid lane. So for this game to look good after all of that, we have to make sure RPL has an explosive entrance into the game that GG can't play into. But unfortunately, Kezu, that's not what happened.
Yeah, because in the highlights that I have, it kind of shows, so they put everything into like the PL basket, but then there's just like a couple of plays where it's not really the ones you really want to go for. So if we have the highlights,
we should be able to pull those clips up for you.
Don't worry, we've got time. Computer. I'm doing the Jenkins. There we go. So they're going for like, it's 40 minutes, so you want to invade the Vism. He just got his Diffusal Blade because, as Mira was saying, his courier got sniped earlier. But PL, you know, he's not, you want to go for these plays, sure, but you need to ensure that you get out. Whereas Gaimin, they're already up 3K, 4K gold. You already have the Radiance on Watson. So boom, first counterplay, you lose your life, and you know, it's horrible. Secondary play later. They kill Quinn. They kind of want to make a comeback. I thought here, they're going to smoke on the mid-tier one and wait for Global. Because Global is not up. This is what you need in this fight. Because look at this. Again, they go too far. Fatal Bonds, Golem. Basically, 3 heroes just instantaneously die. Like, why do you pick Silencer if you're not going to teamfight around Global to make it happen? Especially with all the things we showed earlier. They needed Pure to come up big in this game. And I think this was, you know, kind of one of the games where he didn't really come through.
And the saddest thing about that play that we just saw was that Global came off of cooldown like 8 seconds afterwards. You're telling me you couldn't have waited 8 seconds before you dove tier 2s? Because that was still a really nice timing for them. With that PL, he had a lot of items. They didn't have any items versus the PL. They only really had the Batrider Firefly and the Ember running into him. But BB team just looked very impatient today.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit shaky first game of the day, first game of the tournament potentially as well, but let's find out how they're going to do in game number 2 coming your way after a break.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
We are getting ourselves ready for the second game between BB Team and Gaming Gladiators. They're playing in Group B, and this is, of course, day one of Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup. Now, Gaming took that first game, and they made it look good. They made it look somewhat smooth and easy, but not just because of their draft. It was also just because BB Team was kind of dropping the ball a little bit here and there. We're expecting them to not do that in the second game coming, because this is a team that we know for actually doing well against Gaming. Effie, it wasn't necessarily the draft that went wrong for BB Team, it was the way they played. Is there anything they can do going into the draft for game number 2 to make it a little bit easier for themselves?
I guess going into the draft, maybe like more straightforward carry for Pure, but I also think that they shouldn't really look at the draft right now. Like, maybe they can talk about PL later on today after they've played their games, and they can reassess their opinion of that hero. But what they should talk about is diving tier 1 mids without global silence when it's like 8 seconds away from being off of cooldown. Like, that is not a mistake that you see from the BB Team that won their most recent Wallachia.
I mean, like, no matter even which type of draft you end up with, you need to play it towards the strength, right? You're gonna pick Silencer because of the global. You're gonna pick it with Storm to combo it up, he goes in, you global, you follow through, you make it happen. Gaming, they played that draft really well, whereas I think Bedboom, you know, maybe not so much. So they're going to talk about maybe you want to be more patient when it comes to that. But at the same time, PL is fine, and I'm still okay with it. But the way that they traditionally win against Gaming is when they have Pure, who shuts down Ace a bit more in lane, where it's not, he doesn't just play for himself, he also slows down Gaming Gladiators. And I think if you want to beat this team, that's ideally what you should try to do.
No, it wasn't really Ace that you know, the way we talked about Gaming before was that Gaming normally wants Ace to sit in the top of the net worth. I kind of felt like almost Watson was doing the Ace job this game. Is that fair to say?
It's very fair to say, because basically what happened was that top lane got abandoned at some point by Tofu, and both supports decided to put all of their resources into enabling Quinn at that point. Then what happened was Centaur did get killed a couple of times, or run down at least. Like, there was one rotation with a Storm that killed him, and one regular like duo combination that killed him. And then because the supports were rotating mid for like both teams, Watson was just free farming. He was just joining when they invaded the triangle minute 9. He was walking mid with his Scorched Earth. He was super happy.
He was just being chilling. I mean, he had no pressure on him, right? He's just free farming, and then his camera's like, okay, what's happening? Do they go too deep? I'll TP. In the meantime, he just keeps free farming. So for a BB Team, I would say it's more about like the minute like 6 to 15. Like, this is the type of stage you need to survive against Gaming. So be on top of the board. What are you gonna do about runes? What do you do? How do you want to use your spells? Which heroes do you want to combine? That's what we need to see from them next game.
Would we also, because, okay, so how much of this game also was Watson on the Doom had a great game? Like, do we want to remove the Doom at all? Is there anything from Gaming you'd say like, oh, that hero definitely caused ourselves to be not able to make the move, or not able to play the way we wanted to around those timings that you mentioned? Any hero you would remove?
I mean, Gaming had what they wanted. I don't know if their heroes I don't think their heroes stopped BB Team from doing what they want. Like, Bad Rider will start his fight, sure, it's a great hero. Doom is great hero with his Radiance and whatnot, but I feel like it's more that BB Team do what they want and to execute through it.
That's definitely true. I think maybe if they want to take something away, the Doom has been shut down before. Like, we've seen carry Doom have difficult lanes. But like Tofu and that Bat Rider, I thought what he did around the mid lane in the triangle, like lassos later on, pretty disruptive. And they have an excellent Bat Rider player themselves in Save. And I feel like had they had that initiation from their forward the same way that Gaming had, maybe it would have been a more clear-cut way to take fights.
Yeah, this was the first phase Bat Rider coming out from Gaming, because Gaming had overall first pick as well. So in this case, is it enough to ban, or would you try to have different answers about it? Like, let's say that pick order is the same.
It is the same?
No, let's assume it is for the moment. You can check, actually. You've got the power.
BB Team have first pick, so they could just first pick it as Mira wants, which obviously, I mean, there's no problem with that. The hero's great. The hero is first picked and first banned for, well, this exact reason. So you could just take it. I mean, they try to go with the Silencer answer, which is not bad, but it still gives Bad Rider the jump, which ultimately is what he wants. You just need to pair it with more jump yourself, which they just didn't manage.
Yeah, or they have really strong picks that they take, like Undying, that they ignored for themselves
was completely ignored.
Yeah.
Because if we look at like the impact that Batrider gave Gaimin versus the impact that Shaman gave Gaimin, these were like the first 2 picks in sequence. I didn't feel that much from Shaman, and that's not Save's fault. It's just they were getting completely run over at that point and getting run out with auras. And what can a Shaman really do? He also went for Aetherlands instead of Blink, so he was more reactive than aggressive himself. But they didn't get that much out of their response pick.
I mean, Shaman, he's just kind of he's a follower hero. You know, when you're doing well, he makes you do well, like even more. He opens up the map, he catches people. But if you're behind, like he just gets ran over, he's slow. Sure, you drop some wards on some towers. That's about as much as you can do.
Yeah.
So, you know, for BB team, they just need more to like align the heroes, in my opinion, a bit more, so you can do what all the other heroes also want, and then do it together.
Yeah, I will say Shadow Shaman. I mean, even with Cluster Cluck, he does die fairly fast. I think that's actually one thing that stood out to me in that first game. We watched Malady on the Warlock. He was so tanky. How does the Warlock get to be so tanky? Was that a lack of damage on the side of BB team, or do we feel like Gaimin inherently had in this particular game just sturdy supports in the Batrider and the Warlock? Because we saw BB team put a lot of effort into trying to take them down and not being really successful at all.
At the end of the days, it's net worth and the items. You know, he got to like Glimmer, Lotus, and of course Ace. I mean, this is what Ace does when Gaimin do well. He's gonna buy auras. He has his Pipe, his Crimson. Like even, sure, you go on Malady, he's gonna take off the global himself eventually with the Lotus. He's gonna Glimmer himself, then he gets Piped, he gets Crimson, there's a 4-staff. Ember is Sleight of Fisting around with the Shiva's Guard, and it just takes forever. And when it takes you this long, to kill the +5 Warlock, you're not in for a good time in the game.
I mean, had they kept up in net worth and PL was like 6-slotted and they were fighting, then there would be no issue in taking down the Warlock, because GPA did end up getting a Nullifier on Storm, which is what they needed to take down these targets with all the Lotuses and Glimmers and whatnot. But it was too little too late at that point. And again, we can harp on it over and over again, but their PL died twice in key moments where had he lived, farmed, or maybe they were made more patient moves, then they would have easily kept up in net worth.
Yeah, it sounds like overall we just want BB team to clean up their act a little bit more for the game number 2 that we are jumping into right now. As we have changed, as mentioned, it will be first pick for BB team. We are going to see Gaming Gladiators on the Radiant side still. They preferred that one. So let's see what's coming your way. And let's see if we have anything that is inherently different from that first game, especially in regards to those first phase bans. With the 2 teams swapped around in terms of pick order, we got Shadow Fiend, Terrorblade removed on the side of BB team. Actually, early Lifestealer ban out. We did see Gaimin ban out that Lifestealer in the previous game as well, but it was in the second phase. Monkey King, Templar Assassin, Naga Siren will join those. And that means the only 2 heroes that at the moment aren't banned, but were banned previous game, is Nature's Prophet, Queen of Pain, and Puck.
That's quite a lot of good heroes, especially with the other ones we saw last game, because we already talked about the Batrider, which we would kind of like both teams, you know, to see it in their hands. I will say that I like the approach from Gaimin. In my opinion, the way that BB team faced up against them is that, you know, when BB team had their own aggression to kind of offset Gaimin themselves, so taking out the Lifestealer, which they've lost to twice in the most recent Grand Finals, I think is quite good for them.
Also, from what I remember from those Grand Finals, they were collapsing on lanes with like 4 heroes. So they would go to Watson's lane, take a fight, get that tower early, like bring the numbers every single time, and not be the team that had to like TP react every time. They were the ones making Gaimin TP react at Wallachia. Yeah, and they did it really well. And I think with those bans, it makes it a bit harder for BB team. I could see a Dawnbreaker here overall for Gaimin. I think it's at least. I feel like the hero's getting kind of figured out, but they're still the best ones when it comes to playing this hero. They usually struggle against Lifestealer. They've taken that out already. In my opinion, it's good against Nature's Prophet. He kind of deals for, you know, he goes for slower kills around the mid game. You can always answer. You can also answer like his wave push a little bit. So would be kind of chill for them, but let's see. I wouldn't mind it at all, like just the global reaction.
Yeah.
Going to be super valuable. You buy a Blade Mail early, you can get on top of Furion's face if it is a flex to carry.
I mean, because they're taking quite some time.
They are actually going into their bonus time for that second pick that they have. Is there something that you think that they were just not expecting to be able to access at this point?
Maybe they're probably considering like which of their picks overall is like the one that they want, because like you mentioned, the puck is left in the pool, as is Queen of Pain, which are also pretty good when it comes to mid laners against Prophet. They're not easy to be ganked. You can rotate on him easily, but in my opinion, this one just makes the most sense.
The Dawnbreaker.
Yeah.
Do they ever flex it, or is it mostly just Ace?
I believe Watson can play it, but I have not seen them flex it overall.
Well, let's see where the answers are gonna come from. Is there, because those heroes that we mentioned that are still in the pool, what was it? Puck and Queen of Pain.
Yep.
Are we expecting them to be banned in the second phase, or do you think that the teams, because in this case, BB Team can of course try to leave everything in to maybe get one of the two still?
I mean,
or would they just ban out two?
I mean, you'll probably see at least one of them, I would assume. Overall, if you're a BB Team, what you like against Dawn, like the way that you deal with this hero the best, I don't want to like mention one-to-one counters, but more, you want overwhelming teamfight that when you go on the first guy that Dawn wants to go save, he drops into the worst thing ever. Like Warlock Golem, Monkey Ring, Winter's
Warlock
Curse,
banned.
Dark Willow, whatever, like all of these spells.
Also, I know they just lost with it, but Silencer is a huge nuisance
Yeah,
to
super strong.
Dawnbreaker drafts.
Yeah.
So you can run it back even though it didn't seem that good in the first game.
Yeah.
But if you can fix the inability to play around the global wall from game one, it should do the trick.
I agree. It's like one of the best support matchups.
Yeah. The only downside for BB Team is that out of this phase, it is Gaming that picks first. So they have to ban out that Warlock themselves, because otherwise Gaming might pick it up. They have to leave one juicy treat in that then Gaming will take, and then BB Team will have an answer prepared for it. At least that's the hope on their side. But a lot of thought goes into these couple of bans to try and see if they can set something up already in advance.
I mean,
It's got to be between the Queen of Pain
I think so
and the
too.
puck.
Yeah. Like if you're Gaming, you kind of need to decide here, okay, do you just want to like, do you want to protect your Dawn with how Mira mentioned, like maybe a Silencer ban, or do you feel like there's something else you want to take out? Or do you just like, you could ban Puck and take Quap yourself also for Gaming out of phase. You can flex it between 1 and 2 if you want. Or you can just take a chill, ban for your Dawn, pick a 5 or a 4 for either Tofu or Malady that you feel comfortable with. I think it's like more easy for them going out of this phase.
Well, at the end, BB Team ban out the Doom. The Watson Doom from previous game was not something they would like to see a repeat of.
And they sure would not. 10-0 full free farm?
Yeah.
No thanks.
No thanks. That puck gets banned out, and then the Queen of Pain gets picked up as expected. Well, at least it was going to be one way or the other.
I mean, BB Team, there's no way that this is surprising them in the draft, or at least it shouldn't. I'd be highly surprised. Silencer is something I would like, as you mentioned, Mira. I think now it makes even more sense, with Quap also in the pool.
Yeah, I think if you're running this Silencer, though, I would very much like to see this a pure position 1 carry Nature's Prophet, because like you've taken out the Doom, that would make it a bad pick.
Yep.
And it's not really that threatened by Queen of Pain because it itemizes with early BKBs and lifesteal if it is played as a core.
Okay, so they go for Kunkka, which, I mean, of course for them it's a flex pick. If they want to try to like match it up into Quap, I think it's fine. It's okay.
It has a team fight that you wanted against the Dawn,
no,
right?
It definitely does. Like you can start on the guy, okay, like Dawn is going to come down, you drop your Torrent, you drop your boat, of course that's good. I do feel like it would make Silencer maybe a little worse now. Like if that's the hero they wanted, I don't love the combo too much.
I think you're happy to just take Dark Willow if you're gaming Gladiators. Like you see this Kunkka, you need a Yule's Fire, you see a Tusk, you're like, oh, let me just press Bramble Maze on you, bro. But maybe they go in a different direction where they want to potentially deny pick team fighting 5, something like a Silencer themselves. But we'll see. What I want to talk about with the Kunkka is I think you see Queen and Dawn, you know these are double Blade Mail heroes, and I do think Boat is very underrated in terms of how it deals with Blade Mail.
That's true.
A lot of your early game damage is mitigated because you don't want to pop yourself on Blade Mails, but Kunkka does protect you from that.
No, I fully agree. That's also a good point. And then you have like the follow-up team fight, which is kind of nice. I mean, let's see. I will say I have seen GPK have a couple of incredible Kunkka performances, so we'll see if like maybe they want to try to keep it more in the mid lane as opposed to the off lane. But now this is quite a good zombie game, at least for now. And there's the Willow you mentioned as well. I feel like Gaiman have a very like, this is very straightforward, like some of the best picks that they can go for on each pick like choice so far. So they should be very happy with what they've got going.
Yeah, and in terms of fighting against Mr. Undying, like what do you have so far? I guess Sprout is what's going to give you vision on these cliffs for the Tombstone.
Yeah.
They need to choose.
Tusk and Kunkka don't hit the Tombstone comfortably.
That's a core Dazzle, or is it a core Nature's Prophet then?
A core Nature's Prophet, I think. That's what I would like to see, simply because like it will farm very fast and be able to build the items that it needs to versus Blade Mail heroes.
Yes,
but we'll see.
Yeah, I think it's likely you just have the Tusk 4 with the Dazzle as a 5. I mean, I remember there was like a time where a lot of people like playing this offlane Dazzle into like Undying in terms of the lane because he has to overcommit, you poison touch him, your heal becomes more effective because you're lower HP. But we'll have to see, because I still think for now, sure, you see this Undying, I don't really feel like you've addressed him. Like Tombstone is still gonna, how do you deal with it? Your best choice right now is you buy drums and say, okay guys, we're gonna kill it or run away from it. And that's usually not the best tool you want.
No. Well, it looks like our ban's going the way of the mid lane. We got a Huskar ban as well as an Ember ban coming out. Are we indeed expecting Queen of Pain? I know it's flex, but what do we think is more likely, the Watson Quap or the Queen Quap?
At this point, to me, they're both kind of as likely as one another. Like they have last pick, so they kind of have ultimate choice. So for them, it kind of doesn't make sense to really decide yet. If you go safe lane, you go with Zombie. You enjoy that one. And for now, maybe it depends who's ultimately going to go into the mid lane from Mr. BB team.
Yeah, I mean, if they see a stronger counter pick for whatever GPK picks here, they have the position to respond, and BB do respect that, right? They take out the Huskar for whatever hero we're going to see here, so they understand that it's basically in their hands what they force game into play. With that being said, do you think that Dazzle 4 could be something on the table for BB
I'm not
team?
sure. I haven't seen, that's the one role I haven't seen it in. I've only seen it 3 and 5. I mean, I'd like save on more of a hero that does stuff on the map. Like where he's more set up, you know, like you play fast, you've got your natures, you set up some stuff here or there. I think Tusk might just be his, but sure, you can also lane the natures with the Tusk, and I feel good about that. I'm honestly not sure.
Kunkka, right? Because
you could, yeah.
If Kunkka's going offlane and not mid.
For some reason, I feel like that BB team might be looking at the Kunkka in the mid lane. I just have like a feeling after last game, and maybe also the Huskar ban. Is there anything else they can do? Because I know that you had P-Vision in the last tournament, played a lot of offlane Dazzle.
Ooh, Marcy coming out.
Okay, so you have Marcy, you have Marcy Dazzle offlane, Kunkka mid, and Nature's one with the Tusk, I would assume. I think that's not a super easy lane for a Zombie. Like being put out, you already run in a lot, you get put out of position by Marcy, or at least you can, like into a Dazzle Poison Touch heal combo.
So it is a 4 Dazzle then?
I think it's 3 Dazzle.
3 Dazzler.
A 3 Razzler Dazzler.
A 3 Razzler Dazzler.
Yeah.
Do you think that's better than Marcy maybe taking that Unleashed facet and then playing into just killing Tombstone, killing the Dawn and the Undying? Is core Marcy 2 out there right now?
Actually, what I like a lot about offlane Dazzle is that he enables other heroes to go in more for you as well. So I think even though your Marcy is 4, you make it quite easy for the hero to like go in, use your ult, like kill the Tombstone, whatever. You get healed, you get graved, and he just keeps backing you up. So I think you kind of get the same, just with less net worth, because Dazzle helps you.
My only issue with Marcy not being a core here, if that's the case, is that she needs a BKB to play this game versus Dark Willow. And if you have double melee supports versus Dark Willow, like you can't really move comfortably. Like navigating teamfights with Bramble Maze is already hard enough for Tusk, right? But then you add a Marcy into the mix, she might not be able to rebound and save in key moments. But if you win the lanes, who cares about teamfights like that?
That's true. I mean, I will say for a game, and I like this last pick a lot. I know people hate on Weaver, but there are specific instances where heroes are good. You see Dazzle Marcy, you want to help your Undying, like not feed. You also don't feed to this lane. I think you have a lot of speed you can play through with your Quap, you have Donald, you've got the team fight. I like the switch-ups that BBT made, but my heart and what I see on the screen has to go with Gaimin.
I can see Weaver being really good, but I do think they have good enough catch for the Weaver, and I think that Nature's Prophet, like if he hits his timings, is just gonna look stronger than the enemy Weaver early on. Like he can easily itemize for things like Orchid too. But both ways for sure.
Do we feel like BB Team has a little bit of an easier entry to the game compared to previous game?
Yes, for sure. Because like their Dazzle Mercy lane looks really destructive. I mean, they're not going to be in a position where their offlane isn't doing anything like last game.
I mean, they're strong. There's like easy things to play through. You set something up with a snowball. You have X Mark. You can TP in with your Nature's Prophet and like make stuff work. I'm just a little worried. Like, sure, you go in, but then there's a Donald, there's a Terrorize, there's a Tombstone. So obviously they can make it work, but they need their offlane to, in my opinion, do really well on BB team.
Okay, so it is the Dazzle and Marcy that we are gonna put our eyeballs on to make sure, because if they do well, BB team should be doing well.
Yeah, if they do well, their other heroes can come play with them and be, you know, buddy friends.
And does that mean that we're also gonna see Gaimin put a lot more effort into keeping that Weaver and Undying safe? Like, are we going to see rotations coming out from Tofu's Willow to try and help that lane along? Do they need the rotations? Or are they going to be okay without them?
That might just be a very high... I think a lot of stuff can happen in this lane. Tofu can rotate. Maybe you help Dawn get ult. Not sure.
And you're fine to not rotate it as well, because like you can just play more defensively away from sentries. You're not going to get disposed back on Weaver. Like, you do have a tombstone after all. But it's just going to depend. I think what they're going to do is play around Quinn like they did last game for that early game, and then see what happens from there.
Okay, so they do have maybe a little bit less of a strong early game needed, at least, to be able to do well this game, or is that
and I think
too simplified?
And it's not too simplified, but I think ultimately, like, Gaimin are in their best form when Quinn is just getting all the runes and they're making moves, so that's what the supports should focus on.
Okay, let's see who's going to take game number 2, Gaming Gladiators BB team with Captain SVG.
According to our analysts, BB team will live or die off of the Marcy Dazzle lane. My bet, Avery, is they're going to die. I think they're going to die off of that combo. I do not believe in the offlane Dazzle here.
Well, that's fair.
I think there are a lot of heroes that can get on top of that Dazzle. I think there is a lot of ground team fight, right? Tombstone, we own this area. Dawnbreaker ult, we own this area. Brambles, we own this area. One of the things about Dazzle is that he has this new trick up his sleeve in the ultimate where he's able to get his ghost out. But if you're initiating on him, you're in that area.
First off, it's not a ghost. Get the terminology correct, Austin. It's projection.
Projection,
not a ghost.
It's astral spirit.
Yes, it's a spiritual projection.
I understand as an Elder Titan player, that's why you're so defensive about this.
Let's respect the terminology.
Okay.
I think it's maybe a tough Dazzle game because of the core matchups. Dazzle doesn't generally perform well against high mobility heroes that can go in and out of fights. He generally doesn't perform well against sustain. It can be another issue for this hero if you just match him, and then he doesn't deal real damage. He deals like attrition damage over the course of fights as a core. So you have a little sustain with Dawnbreaker plus a 9, and you have some mobility with Queen and Weaver. So I think on paper, it's kind of a tough core Dazzle game. Of course, if the lane goes really well for him, which it can with this Marcy Dazzle versus Undyne, I could maybe see you kill this Undyne once or twice. If you can never catch Malady on the side with a Poison Touch and run him down, it can be a tough matchup for the Undyne lane-wise. That's where Miro can find his mark in this game. That's what I'm looking at. Otherwise, you're getting some tough core matchups on paper and some heroes that might just be able to run you down in the fight. Set up the Tombstone, Tombstone AoE control, Sonic Wave, deal somebody else, someone's caught in a Bramble Terrorize, it gets a little murky. You can only throw out one save, you maybe have to use it on yourself. That said, this was where I was talking about the adjustments that BB Team can make in a series like this against Gaimin. They went way faster this game, particularly for Pure. He is on a significantly faster carry. In fact, I don't think you can upgrade the pace much more than this. From PL to Furion. I feel like that's from the slowest carry of the patch to the fastest carry.
For sure.
I mean, maybe within the top 3 or bottom 3, whatever, but that's a drastic jump in pace.
I mean, is there a slower hero than PL in the meta?
The only reason I'm hesitant to say he's the slowest is because I think, in theory, that hero can play faster.
Sure, in good PL games, you can be more active. Pure tried to be more active, but it wasn't a good PL game last game. Tombstone going to be drop blood grenade, running after Miro, and a bad start for BB team. On the other side, okay, maybe a decent start. All right, things are a little bit more even. Pure does not die, and they do manage to get the kill against Gaming Gladiators. The sad part is BB team do not get the first blood.
Yeah, I would have liked it up here on top. Nonetheless, bringing down Dawnbreaker at level 2, not an easy task to outtrade that hero.
No.
They'll get the job done. See if Pure goes to base and comes back. He's kind of lingering on this lane.
Katomi, snowball, and makes a run for it. Should be okay.
Dangerous to hang around this lane at low HP. Dawnbreaker can all in you, especially with some Shadow Realm follow-up. A lot of early damage. See if they can get the all-in on the Furion. interested in this mid lane as well. The Queen versus the Kunkka. I think we've talked about this matchup, how it looks in the new patch, with Queen coming back into prominence.
Yep.
It used to be a really good matchup for the Kunkka. I think it has swung a little out of his favor, but I do think Quinn is putting in some work here. He has won the regen battle considerably.
For sure.
And that is going to do some damage.
He's doing all right in CS. The CS chart makes it look like he's doing okay, but the dagger is beginning to build up. GPK is either going to die or he's going to start missing out on some CS.
The Quinn of Pain, feared by many foes, some gaming fans.
Tofu blocked in, double sprout. Decent damage, snowball through. With the tag team, they might be able to finish him off. Oh, Starbreaker, that doesn't really land too much there. And Ace might even die here. They're going to chase him down underneath the tower. Meanwhile, double kill for Malady on the other side. They don't get the kill on Ace. It was almost a double for a double.
This Dazzle Marcy lane is not working out.
No.
The issue is this lane, you throw Swarm in plus Tombstone, you can't take care of everything, right? It's too much to auto attack down. This lane combination is pretty nasty when you go up against a lane that has to try and all in you.
Yeah, by the time you have done the attacks to kill the bug, you've ramped up like 3 zombies on you.
This is the situation that they wanted to end up in more. They're barely going to eke out a win trade here.
Oh, we got the deny, Watson. Well played.
Never mind. They'd get nothing off that. But that is the type of scenario you wanted to get, was just an isolated Undying you can run down with Poison Touch. That's where you win this lane. Getting stuck in the head-up trades, you were never going to win that battle against the K Tombstone plus Geminate hits going in on Swarm. I'm surprised they played it that way.
Especially if you're getting multiple double decay shots like Malady was doing very early on in the lane. Managed to separate Tofu and Ace a little bit. Bramble is going to be able to catch the toss. That's big. Starbreaker lands on Kantomi. Kantomi's low, but they're going to finish off Ace first. Now Kantomi. Wait, whoa. Okay. Pierce just... I don't know what that was, to be honest.
Yeah.
Did Pierre think he was in trouble? Like he was going to be targeted? And he was like, okay, I'm going back to base, and then I'll TP back in?
He was not going to base, though.
Where was he going?
He was TPing to mid. That's the part I don't understand. I was thinking maybe like GPK said, hey, this Queen blinked aggressively and killed him, but Quinn had everything up. So I really don't... Maybe it was just one of those like BM
it's the
TP
ultimate
in your
mind
faces.
games. Yeah, maybe.
He's just causing confusion, you know. He's sowing chaos across the map.
It's stemming off your conversation with Seb in the green room.
He's like, he's saying, you know, I'm TPing out from top, but at the same time, I'm faking the TP mid. Quinn's worried. They're not sure what's happening top. No, I don't even know what's happening.
Quinn's frantically, what's going on? I'm being teleported on, guys. What's going on? Am I being ganked? Are there supports coming too?
That's mental warfare right there.
Sowing chaos within the enemy ranks.
Is Quinn taking this lane over, though?
It is GPK who is getting the rotation. He is actually going to challenge Tofu here for this play.
That was an early Shadow Realm, so should take a lot of damage here.
They are going to be fighting into Quinn, who has his Sonic Wave ready to go. Snowball's going to pick up, dodge some of the damage there for save. Tofu gets off another Shadow Realm. He's going to TP out. No AoE damage is going to stop him here. They'll deal with the Tombstone, pick that one up, but it is still a power rune for Quinn, so it is a trade-off, and he denied the Tombstone?
Yep.
Ooh. That feels really bad, especially at Miro. I mean, he's left alone in this bottom lane. Oh! What a turn! Nasty move from Miro, as it looked like he was gonna die, but caught him slipping on the creep wave. Meanwhile, X back onto Quinn, tosses him back, but he gets the blink away still.
Oh, you had like almost full wand charge on that Weaver.
Oh no, that makes it so much worse.
Yeah, that's a brutal death for Watson. Is he had so much lane advantage down there, and it's all thrown away. Looking towards Ace again. This would be a third death for the Dawnbreaker in the laning phase. That is crazy. To extract this much value from a Dawnbreaker as a safe lane, not an easy task. And they're making it look easy right now. This is going to be a big boost for Pure. That pushes the Dazzle straight back up to a winning lane position on his bottom with that solo kill. EV team striking back. And this is the adjustment of pace and early game aggression that I like when I see out from this team. It makes them a formidable force to draft against, and it makes it hard to just clean sweep this team in a series. I think it's very rare we see them get swept in anything. Like maybe they lose series, maybe they lose finals or something, but they almost always win a game out of it. they can almost always swing it at least towards their favor a little bit and learn from what was going wrong in those early games. We see them striking back here. They're going to look towards Quinn with the boat.
Lots of stuns, lots of damage. It's enough to kill Quinn, and now they'll turn their attention to Malady, who, with that Wrath of Nature. Talk about lots of stun, lots of damage. I mean, Wrath of Nature this early on into the game.
Oh, they're just demolishing him in these skirmishes.
Yeah.
They're just powering through this dying. That's a tombstone that stays up for a pretty decent amount of time.
Gotta be careful, though. Malady's back into play here. They looks like they got GPK off of Watson's play. Could not save Tofu, though.
What a rotation from Watson. Try and even out what was happening, because this was just turning into a stomp around these early fights. He will even that out in a big way. Collects a big core kill. A lot of extra XP for this Weaver that needed it.
I think we've seen the growth of both Gaming Gladiators with Watson. You talked about how they slowed down a little bit for Watson, but I also think similarly, Watson is sped up sometimes for Gaming Gladiators. That rotation in mid lane, great example of that. Blood Grenade on two, though. Tofu, he's going to collect a double here off the Shadow Realm hit.
This is
that
a really
one,
fast-paced
and maybe
game.
they get Pure as well, threatening him to terrorize, making sure he's going to be running back into the open arms of Quinn and Tofu. Dominating streak.
Just don't stop here. I mean, what a sequence for Tofu. He was having a little bit of a rough game. He'll just collect 3 quick kills there. Get a couple earn charges, pushes him up to level 7. Suddenly his game is looking almost better than Ace's at this point.
Did he start that fight 5 and then get a kill and get 6 off of it? Or was he already 6? Because he's almost level 7.
I don't think he was 6 when he TP'd in there. He was very close. A lot of fast turnarounds happening in this early game. Got to be on point. You want to build a lead here. See if BB team can keep using this save Marcy, which taking a page out of Boxy's book. Using this pick-me-up to good effect in this early game. Very strong facet when you can get it going.
I just don't think it's Save's kind of hero, to be honest. I think Save is usually, I don't want to like pigeonhole him too much, but I feel like it's the ranged 4s that are usually what he shines on. You know, the Shadow Shaman, the Muerta, really good Muerta, right?
I would agree, but I think he can play pretty much anything.
Dazzle,
yeah, you're
stuck
in trouble
here. Now, he might be able to get the kill on Malady. Malady is going to die, but obviously trade-off well worth it for Gaming Gladiators. BB team do not want to be trading core for support.
Especially when you can contribute this Wrath of Nature into the fight, and Gaming are not putting the Solar Guardian down yet, though there is the reveal of it.
Oh, with the Terrorize too. Quinn not dead yet. Oh, he blinks forward onto Save, and Save does manage to get that kill. Sonic Wave goes out. Ace, though, Starbreaker, trying to run for it. Now, damage is still there. TP out. Oh, good TP from Pure. Great read of the situation. Teleport into a bit of a sticky spot there. Gaming Gladiators do not manage to finish him off.
Ace's woes continue.
Yes.
As Pure having a comeback game here. 4-1 and 5-star for this Furion. He's been involved in everything. The Wraths have been great. Early Maelstrom's going to amp up the damage even more. This is a scary multiplier to come into these fights for BB team. Gaming have to continue to match it here. Just so tough going in these fights where if the Weaver joins, you have some confidence to match what that Furion can do, but if Watson doesn't join, you're going to be outnumbered. You're going to be outdamaged. And we're seeing how tough these late portions of the fights are to convert for Gaming. Like when you go in after the tombstone drop, maybe it gets killed, maybe it gets kited out. Once you use your Sonic Wave, once you use your Solar Guardian, it's not a lot left in the tank if the Weaver doesn't join you and pushes you over that edge.
Yeah, it's a hard situation for Gaming Gladiators to play clearly because it was hard enough for you to be able to say.
That's right. I really stumbled over that one, Austin, but
dust on Watson.
Glad I have friends to back me up in my time of need.
Him out. They get the double hit from the poison. Malady, he'll TP away. Oh no, he's not TPing. He's stuck here. He's got TP.
I bet you I wish
available.
Watson had friends to back him up there as he stumbled a little bit.
Hey, don't worry. Watson's got Malady and you've got me.
Do I, though?
We're both going to sync together, apparently.
It doesn't feel like I do. Feels like I'm all alone. Like, I'm sure Malady felt like he was all alone. Just a poor Undying.
BB team not up 1K, now up 2K, thanks to finding 3 bounty runes. Apparently all the bounty runes, Gaming Gladiators were just hoarding them on their side of the map. Caught inside the bramble, nice pick me up, but the Sonic Wave is gonna hit both of them. Save has turned 1 death to 2 with that little play.
That's a rough one, going through the brambles there. Quinn happily collects, didn't even need to use his amp damage rune. As the swings into this game continue.
Yeah, they do.
Still feels like every time I look at this net worth chart, it's Pure pulling ahead, which, I mean, that is the way of the Furion.
Yes.
Let's call it what it is, you know, a gold inflationary hero. But still, like, even the Kunkka's in a really solid spot here. And the early blade mail on GPK is annoying.
Once again, the Solar Guardian to try and help out Quinn. This time, Quinn survives. Half HP, still can fight. No Sonic Wave, though. Instead, puts damage on the mid tower. Watson will chase away Miro, and the tower is secured. Ace says, I'm having a rough game, Quinn. I'm going to take this last hit, if you don't mind.
Sure, Quinn would have liked more out of this amp damage, but you do have to respect the fact you have limited stuns with this lineup, limited catcher on that Tombstone. If BB team want to kite you out like we saw there, they don't have to force the engagement, and your only catch at that point is Bramble or Terrorize. So
yeah, not amazing.
The fights are not always going to be up to you in this early game if you're gaming, unless you just want to get really aggressive and dive towers. Start on the Willow, and that's a freebie, man.
Yeah, that was
physical.
Surprising how easy it was, considering he had Shadow Realm up.
Well, forget about that Weave.
Yeah.
Weave plus some
Stacks
physical from the tag team. You can always have that Wrath of Nature bounce through. There's a lot of surprising bursts from this BB team lineup when you just run in aggressive like this. And I think it's part of the reason we've seen Gaimin kind of not try and get on BB team's side of the map too much in this early game. I mean, part of it was it's not been going, you know, perfectly on cue for them.
Apparently BB team were also hoarding bounty runes.
Yeah, what is up
Another
with this triple bounty rune nonsense, dude?
Nobody wants to move to this awkward part of the map, I guess.
I mean, it also shows you just how fast this game was. They were just constantly fighting. No one's been AFK farming jungle. That's amazing. I'm all for it.
We've had 28 kills in 14.5 minutes in.
Whew. It's my kind of Dota right there.
Be a world record for other games. 15-minute. And Quinn looking for more action. Under the Kataomi.
I mean,
not much to make
out
of
of that. Now that I think about it, 13 to 15 at 15 minutes. That, in certain matches, like if this were a Falcons Tundra game, that would be the number of stacks for each team.
That's true.
That's true. The score would be like 2 to 4, but we would have had 13 stacks against 15 stacks. Would
Once
you have
again,
had as much fun?
Quinn in some trouble, but he's got Essence Ring, he's got Solar. Oh, the Wrath of Nature, it's not quite enough to finish him off, but the Sprout in from Pure, and one final hit delivers a killing blow. But now Pure can't really go anywhere here. He needs help, and Save to the rescue. Jumps in, Terrorize though, hits onto both the Marcy, and the Pure Nature's Prophet is almost dead. Watson will be able to finish him off. No, turns his attention to Save, gets that kill. Tofu using a Shadow Realm hit to chase after Miro. GPK can't help him, he's low. Watson almost getting caught by the Shadow Wave, heals once again, but now they've surrounded Miro. Will finish him off. A triple kill and a team wipe against BB team. Gaming Gladiators may have broken this game open a little bit.
That is a huge fight to win in a game like this that just felt so scrappy. You're trying to get a foothold on it. Huge mental break for you to gain some momentum. And right as the Dazzle finished his Ags, not an easy team fight to win, but the fact you get on the Furion early, you can only stall this death for Pure by so much. He's just in the mix of everybody in.
Essence Ring making a huge difference here. The fact that Pure has to make the extra commitment to finish off Quinn kind of puts him in a bad position. Back into the game, though. Of course, we're going to have more action. Ace jumping to his hammer, gets the Starbreaker out. Save trying to jump away, but they're both going to die. Both supports are gone. BB team trying to keep their cores up. Gaming Gladiators will not go for the dive. Got to be careful with that against a Kunkka. Yules from Tofu into the stun, and they bypass the Kunkka, go straight for Miro's Dazzle. With an Arcane Rune on Quinn, yeah, he wants to put use to this one. Sonic Wave immediately goes out. Meanwhile, Pure had to teleport away. Tofu is going to go down, though, and Miro is still decently healthy. Gaming Gladiators are not able to break these cores underneath the tower, and now, yeah, Pure, he's back into play, catches Quinn. Quinn's got a blink. BB team might not be able to collect more kills out of this, but they will at least keep their cores alive and chase Gaming Gladiators out of here.
Did get the tower last hit for Watson, though. This Weaver has collected a lot of net worth here in the last 2 minutes, and the Deso is flying out. That is going to ramp the damage considerably as Pure finishes his Mjolnir. Both these carries really want to win these next fights with these big damage upgrades. You're just missing the supports in that engagement if you're BB team. From dying earlier, can't get back to that fight. They're the majority of your lockdown with this Marcy Tusk. Super important to keep them alive here to keep these fights going favorably for you.
Yeah.
Gaimin, they strike back hard in this game. Big team fight wins, especially for Ace, man. I mean, you got to remember, this Dawnbreaker was last in this game. Now he's up there with the Kunkka.
He is. 500 ahead of the Dazzle.
It's a lot of utility he's going to offer in this game. Coming in with the Vlad Zora plus the Ags, a lot of heal, potential chain stun off of catch from the Dark Willow, which could be really nice in this game.
This new Ags is pretty nasty, and I feel like Queen of Pain is maybe the perfect hero to make use of it. Now that everybody's going for this plate mail build with the facet that she has, she gives you the mobility for a really good ultimate, and then the sustain just makes this hero a monster. Like, how do you turn around and hit the Quap knowing that she's got Essence Ring, that she's going to be getting a bunch of heals off the Dawnbreaker ultimate, that you're going to get stunned near instantly when you jump onto the Quap from that Starbreaker, or that Dawnbreaker ult?
You have to just insta-burster with all of your overwhelming physical. It's kind of the only way. Or you bait out spells from Gaimin, reset, and then re-engage with a boat for the second half of the fight, something like this.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there is still the... You are jumping into potential. Oh, Sage just going to jump right into the pit, but it's a little bit of the wrong time for it. Toss the Undying out of the pit, perhaps for his allies to finish him off, but it does leave him dead, as he's not dead yet, actually. Heals up a little bit thanks to the Dazzle, but yeah, it's still going to be support for support. Quinn, he's almost dead here. Snowball stuns. Quinn,
can they finish him?
Final hit, it finished them off. Miro. On one side, Pure on the other. They do manage to get him GPK. He's got a BKB. He can shrug off the Bedlam damage, no problem. This Dawnbreaker's starting the Sprout, and Pure just casually teleports away from the Weaver. Watson just committed a bunch of his time to hitting a Nature's Prophet, who he hasn't even sent out of the fight exactly, because he's going to teleport back into play. They get Tofu, and now it's BBT, who nearly wiped Gaming Gladiators. Couldn't get Watson's Weaver, but they got everybody else.
Pure's abusing the TP so well in these fights. He's baiting out a lot of damage, resetting, coming back in, and that's that re-engage that works. That Sprout was not helping the mobility there, but that is a massive Aegis to snag. And honestly, the initial go from Save looked pretty bad. It ends up working because the Grave keeps him alive long enough to kill the Tombstone, which was a big factor in that fight. You can suddenly take this fight without the Tombstone. That's a big AoE control spell for Gaimin that's out the window with right off the bat. You have to evacuate the Roche Pit because it wasn't low enough and they didn't commit for it. Kind of reset a lot of Gaimin's momentum in that fight.
Yeah.
Man, what an Aegis for Pure to get in this game. Probably not one he expected to get that easily, but now he is wickedly strong. I mean, this is a Furion who's suddenly 3K ahead of this Weaver. Has 2 lives to play with.
This is going to be close. They're both going to get low, but as it dies, BB team is close by. Snowball after Malady, so Malady's certainly dead. Watson hiding in the corner, teleports away. They try and find him with the dust. They spot him, but it's too late for GPK to get there with an X or a Torrent.
Nice attempt on the Hurricane Pike for the Kunkka to get in range for that X, but it's a nice better hiding spot from Watson. There's the Ags for Ace. Would have liked to combine that with an Aegis on this Weaver so you could play more aggressive in these fights.
Trying to protect their Wisdom Shrine here. Watson doesn't want to give it up, but the 2 supports confidently pushing forward. Solar Guardian, there you go, gets used. Brambles, it catches Save. Now Save has the Shalgrave on him, and they're not going to give up the supports for free. Pure, he knows how strong he is. Melting supports and cores alike now.
BB team starting to take this map over. Giving up that Aegis was such a big blow because this Furion's a glass cannon type hero, and now he has so many lives to play aggressively with. BB team are just going on the gaming side of the map, daring them to take the fight.
And they're struggling to be able to get these hero kills fast enough.
Too much
kind of
sustain.
guaranteeing the boat comes in, that the heals come in, the Shalgrave goes off.
These heroes are not squishy anymore. Solar Crest, Essence Ring on Save. Essence Ring plus the Soul Booster going into that Octarine for Miro. This Dazzle's up to 2,500 HP. You have Boat Rum across all these heroes. And of course, you have that Blink Snowball save if you really need a bailout.
Yeah. I mean,
the lack of control is going to start to hurt Gaimin here. This is entering a mid-game where, you have mobility heroes of your own, but how do you lock these heroes down so the damage stops coming out from the Fear and stops coming out from the Dazzle. Tusk isn't just hitting you with punch plus tag team.
If you don't have enough control and you don't have the burst damage, Game of Gladiators are going to have to gear up for longer team fights. Which means they're probably going to have to wait for BKB on the Weaver. Quinn protected by the Terrorize, but BB Team doing a good job of chaining up some disables. He still gets away, though.
Amp damage on Pure right now. You got to watch out. It's expiring, and he'll get some quick damage on this tower.
That was an important Terrorize there from from Tofu, because, yeah, Pure would have destroyed Quinn.
Need the BKB on Watson to take a fight here. That's some more sustain. Being able to take the longer engagement as Ace. Oh, what a Sprout placement.
He already used his hammer, so he's not able to get up to the high ground very quickly. Melody's, interrupts the Solar Guardian. The 1 second charge time is too much. Game of Gladiators, they do manage to hit a good Sonic Wave, but Save hops himself out of here. The Dazzle's protecting them, getting some good heals. And BB Team, I think they're able to reset without anything lost.
Pure's just sitting there hitting everybody, man. The guy don't care. Just daring you to go on him with the 2 lives plus all the sustain behind him, the boat run, the Solar Crest. You have a little bodyguard to throw in there. I mean, the man's a menace right now. Already level 18. He has fully pulled ahead in this game. It's where this hero's terrifying. 10, 2, and 11. This hero controls the map. He controls the objectives. He controls the damage. BKB done for Pure as well. The items are flowing in right now for BB Team as they have gained a lot of momentum in this game 2. Gaiman on the back foot. Got to take some defensive fights in good positions. This could be one of them.
It would have been a nice quick pick off, but the snowball does go off. They'll still get the kill, but are they going to get punished for it? As Pure is aggressively taking the fight to Ace, nowhere to run. Still, support for Core, still not going well for Game of Gladiators. Trying to go after Pure, but his Aegis was expiring in 20 seconds.
Does slot in an Ironwood branch.
Very important. Got that one extra
Note that down, Austin.
Stat. All attributes.
Aegis frees up slot for a branch. If that branch saves him in the upcoming fight.
We'll be sure to make note. The most pivotal branch all Dota's history. Now Pure, he's going to replace that Aegis with a BKB as well, so he's not too scared of the Quap. But we did see that the physical damage from Weaver was a little intimidating.
At the same time, he's not solo threatening them here. They try and walk it off.
Bugs on 2, teleport out from the Nature's Prophet. Solar Guardian to be able to stop the teleport away from Miro. Smart call there. And Game of Gladiators, they managed to wear through BB Team to finally pick up a kill. Just 1 kill, though. Not really enough to change the game, I would say, but they do have the BKB on Watson. Maybe that's where Game of Gladiators' confidence comes into play.
He needs more damage, though. You can pick up the damage scale later in this game with the Queen of Pain, but the Queen's a little behind right now, so this Weaver has to do the brunt of the heavy lifting to push you through this pocket.
Are you saying he needs like a more dramatic item than Hurricane Pike? He needs to go Crystallis, Statalis early on?
I'm not sure. I don't think I like the Hurricane Pike here, honestly. I don't think there's enough utility value in this game. I understand you want it for the Sprout. You want to get rid of this Quelling Blade eventually.
Yeah,
that's the issue. It's going to hurt your damage
GPK.
output.
He already used BKB earlier, so he's kind of stuck here unless he can get bailed out by Save. Pick me up and take me away. GPK bailed out, and now maybe Quinn's the one to die. Oh, the Wrath of Nature cuts him down, and Watson falls as well. Pierre's just an absolute monster.
I mean, Pure Save is much doing the work as he is here. This Marcy just laying into everybody. No one wants to man fight him on the front line. And the right clicks are Pure, giving him the backup. He is starting to build the DPS now. And look at the damage there. 2,000 damage out from this Marcy.
Nasty stuff.
Significant. When it's a support who just run around with Solar Crest.
Yeah. And apparently, Fearless diving into the tier 3. What a move. That was really cool looking.
Just clean.
Pick me up through. Tag team as you're getting the punches in. And then you snowball out.
I will say this is one of the more effective support duos I've seen, where there are 6 and 15.
Yeah.
It does not feel like they have 15 deaths between the two. Feels like they've gotten a lot of work done in this game.
Quinn is he dead here? The Solar Guardian can't save him. Too much burst damage.
Ace is
and
in
now
trouble.
Ace is going to die for it as well because that's...
This is just crumbling.
I mean, every fight. I'm not sure if there's been a fight that Gaming Gladiators, outside of the one, I guess, where they wiped BB Team, has there been a fight that Ace hasn't died in?
I don't think so. His game has been incredibly rough. He's 1 in 10. That is insane. I don't think I've seen an Ace game where he's fed that much.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a third of BB Team's kills almost.
Probably have to go back to the Danish Bears last time he went 1 in 10.
I don't think he wants to go back to the Danish Bears. I think he was quite happy on Game It.
28-minute. That means Wisdom Shrine will be taken by BB Team as they take the Tier 2 at the same time. Satanic for the Furion. This guy is untouchable. BKB, Satanic. I don't really care what items the Weaver's going to get. It won't be enough. Watson pops BKB here. He's going to have to pop his ult, but he's still kind of stuck in this area. Tries to kill Katomi real quick, but Yule's dodge goes back for that hit. No, not enough damage.
They're looking for him still.
Oh, got him on the stun.
Very nice.
Save there. Once again, I mean, this guy has had just great presence around the map. His timing on the saves have been fantastic, and well, it has put BB Team in a position to even this series up. Up 14,000 in 29 minutes.
This is how I prefer this team to play, honestly. I'm surprised they don't just do it more from the get-go in these series. Feels like they always have a slow game, and then they are like, all right, no messing around. Now we're going to take the fight to you. I think they always just look better playing this style. I don't think they are a team that needs to farm too much. They can take the aggression to you. They can farm you plus the map. And I think that, to me, that's Pure strengths. I think Pure is a carry that shines.
Yes. When
he has active fights he can connect to happening all the time, and he's on a carry that always has the option to join those. Doesn't mean he has to, but he can, right?
I feel like last year was his best performance I've ever seen from him, and that was how Tundra played to a T, right? They enabled Pure's
constant initiations from the supports. They're setting the fights up for him. He's coming in with a hybrid carry hero, you know, the carry Dawnbreaker, the Pudge, the Leshrac, the Furion in this instance, the TA. These heroes that can get really active early and still scale really well. There's these hybrid 1-2 type heroes, not these true hard carries like the Phantom Lancer. Maybe the Phantom Lancer game, he was trying to also play that style with that hero, which, you know, I'll give credit where it's due. I think it can work like that. But here, it's really looking a lot better for them, and
once again, they're going to burst down Quinn. It doesn't matter. You Solar Guardian, do whatever you can, but it's just not going to be able to bail him out. Once they've caught Quinn, at this point, BB Team is far enough ahead. They can ensure the kill.
They're just running him down at this point. There's nobody who can frontline on this gaming lineup.
No.
You just melt too fast to the overwhelming physical between Marcy, Tusk, and a Dazzle Weave powering it all up. Just a nasty amount of physical burst. You just couldn't get the armor on fast enough. Like, we're seeing naked plate mail on this Queen of Pain. It's just not enough right now.
And Pure will lead the charge.
This may be a game where you wish you had the old Dawnbreaker Ags.
Yeah,
some
for
evasion.
Yeah.
You need the evasion here.
Yeah.
You'd way rather have that than the extra heal. BB Team straight into the pit. Put an Aegis on Pure and this game likely ends.
The roar goes off. I mean, they can maybe get there fast enough for Quinn to jump in and Solar Guardian, but it would have to take them instantly going in, and they don't. That means an Aegis picked up for Pure. Watson in trouble. Watson, oh, Hurricane Pike into the ultimate. And he actually pushes
nice
in into
crown.
A great position with the Curse Crown. 3-man stun with the Sonic Wave over the top of that one. Still, though, they can't commit for the kill. Nice pick-me-up. Gets him out of the pit. Allows them to be able to reset. Watson still wants the kill, though. Oh, Pure turns around with Satanic. Oh, you thought you were going to get me. You can't even get the Aegis out of him. Oh, and the Wrath of Nature to find Quinn. He'll stick on top of Tofu. Tofu does have the Ghost Scepter, so never mind. There's a Yule Scepter to stop his TP. There's another Yule Scepter to stop whatever else left he has in this life. Triple kill for Pure, beyond godlike on this Nature's Prophet.
I mean, he has
One
been
hell of a clinic he's
beyond godlike this game, that's for sure.
Yeah.
18, 2, and 15, that is a KDA to boost up your fantasy points, if there are any. And still, I give a lot of credit to Save in this game. I think he pulled these fights together with the Marcy.
Yeah, I would agree.
I think this pick-me-up facet, honestly, it's a broken facet. I think, maybe the Marcy is not in a broken state itself, which is why we don't see it that much, but when you see heroes or players like Save or Boxy use this facet, it just looks so plain stupid.
Yeah.
It's so powerful for what you can do with it in terms of the save, like we saw top on the Kunkka, or the aggressive potential, bringing these high damage dealers into the middle of the fight.
Yeah, bringing the Tusk on top of the Quab so they can tag team.
Like
Shoulder Guardian hits on 4
nasty.
heroes, and it doesn't do anything.
No, you don't have the damage anymore.
No, you don't. I mean, Watson's sitting there swinging on heroes, and it's not really coming close to getting any meaningful kills. GG is called. BB team. They'll make this series. They'll push it 1-1.
Yeah, 2 1-1s for us today. I mean, these have been some close series, honestly. These are series I would be very curious to see who wins that game 3. Because we saw teams strike it from both sides, right? And this is another series where we saw how fast BB team can play and take it to game in that game 1. I think BB team probably not too happy with that draft. I think both teams would feel like in the end that PL pick felt pretty muted. This was a much more even draft overall, and they just outplayed them, man. They out-skirmished them, outpaced them, out-tempoed them, and had a hero for Pure that he can shine on a lot earlier in the game and take over a lot more and abuse that lane advantage. And man, 19-2, what are we even doing here, right? The sad part about this is I actually think Watson was playing fine.
Oh, yeah.
It's just the way that game got set up is like, what is he supposed to build and do to combat what BB team are bringing to the table with the ramp that happened in that game with the physical burst? It's just
his
insane.
item timings were good. He had that nice rotation into the mid lane, but Pure was just having a flat-out better game. And he did a fantastic job taking BB team to a 1-1. We'll see what the panel has to say about our even series.
There we go. Thank you very much, Cap and SPG. It is a tie on this series, and it's also a tie on the other side. So this is another group with all ties across the board. I do feel like BB Team did a 180 for this series. They played a lot more smooth, Kezu. I felt like there were very little flaws rather to be found in their playstyle.
I feel like they really cleaned it up. Also the way like how they played around the map, they were collapsing and doing stuff right. So honestly, like a lot of standout stuff even from them. You know, the Razzle Dazzle Miro looking good, safe on the Marcy as well. We don't see it all that often, but he did really well. Pure as well, as Avery was mentioning, 19, 2, and 17 on Prophet. Can't really ask for more.
Yeah, I honestly think BB Team, like they felt the fire inside of themselves after so many mistakes in that game 1, because that top lane of Nature's Prophet Tusk, it really feels like there are a lot of clutch moments. There's so many back and forth moments where Willow was winning some trades, Tusk was like playing on the edge, but ultimately they did get the one up. They outplayed very heavily on that lane, ended up getting more than they should have potentially for the Nature's Prophet, and then there was just this like roaming duo of Katayomi and Save running around together with tag team and Marcy early on, like doing rebounds. Like they killed mid, they went top, they killed top. So a lot of really nice movements from the supports in particular in this early game that allowed Pure to become the beast that he was.
Also, like the laning stage that you're mentioning, Mira, I think it matters a lot, because when you play against Dawnbreaker, I mean, you want the early Dawn ult, you're going to help your co-op in the mid lane to like turn things around, but when you play into this lane of Pure and Katayomi, who did so well, like you're mentioning, with like getting the kills, which I don't think that's supposed to happen. Like I think Dawn Willow is a very strong lane that should be able to hold their ground, which honestly they didn't. So they got outplayed in that lane, and that mattered a lot for BB Team.
It really did, and you know, it's odd because we were watching and we were heavily praising Tofu on his Willow. He made fantastic moves. He was very fat as well.
He had some really peak Willow gameplay moments. Like there was this moment after Tusk and Marcy like get the kill on his Dawn, he TPs in, like kills one with Bramble, blood grenades the other, gets the Shadow Realm kill on the Tusk. Suddenly he's level 6. Quinn is there. He's like, I've got terrorized. Like he had a lot of moments where it felt like he was the rock for Gaming Gladiators, because he definitely performed on that Dark Willow, but it was not enough, unfortunately.
It was not enough. There was another rock on the other side, and that's who we're going to right now. It's there, Pure.
Thank you, Shiver. Yes, I'm here with Pure of BB Team. I wanted to ask about the last game. You played Nature's Prophet. You were hitting super hard in the late game. Were you concerned at all with the state of the game? Your offlane didn't go so good, but how did you feel like about the matchup against Weaver and Prophet as a carry right now, despite some of the nerfs?
I just feel bad that we lost one game to these guys. First game was tough. I think I fucked up on the drafts. First game.
You messed up on the draft, is that what you said?
Yes, that's exactly what I said. And I think we've done really bad in the first game, so I don't know. Like, second game doesn't feel good, because first game was really bad, and that's kind of it.
Okay, so you're like a zero mistakes kind of player. Well, about first game, do you feel like you shouldn't have played the PL? Is that like the beginning of the draft problems?
I don't think that PL was the main problem. I think the main problem was like first phase and like different bans and etc. etc. I think on the stage where we were deciding to pick the PL, the draft was already horrible. So, you know, like PL could save it, but maybe it made it worse. Who knows?
Okay, on the topic of PL, it's been bad for a long time, but there's some glimmer of hope right now. People have been talking about the Ags, and I saw you queue it up like 3 times that game. You're like, Diffusal Ags? Then you're like, no, I gotta get Manta. And then later you're like, no, I gotta get Heart. And then you finally bought it. Is that like the normal order that you buy it, or was it just that game and the circumstances?
It's for sure not the greatest build from me, and for sure you should buy an Axe earlier, way earlier. But it was just a tough game for me, for my team, and I had to buy these items to, you know, to at least stay in the game.
So what does Manta bring you there that Ags wouldn't? Like split pushing or something?
I mean, Queen is playing his Ember Spirit with 3 chains on 3 units, so gonna be tough. And there was some also spells good that they can dodge with Manta, so Manta was good.
Okay, and then one last question about game 2, even though it felt bad, I know. Did you feel confident like the entire game that you were going to eventually beat a Weaver, or were you scared that he might, you know, he has got really good mobility, eventually he's going to gap close you, maybe kill you. Did you worry about that at all, or did you just know that you'd be backed up by Dazzle and have Satanic eventually, that kind of thing?
Not really. I mean, Weaver is not it's not great nowadays. I think everyone knows that like that Weaver is kind of bad in Dota nowadays, but NP is good. So you can buy anything on NP and you're still gonna be able to you know, carry against the Weaver. So game 2 was kind of free, and it was not fun after first games, as I said.
That's okay, you'll have time to recover. I'm sure you'll win all your other games. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview.
Thank you for asking me to do this interview.
No problem.
That's amazing. Nice, great ending to that one.
He's really happy to be there.
He is really happy to be there. I will say, I mean, he says game 2 was free, and to be fair,
he also said it felt really bad.
But it felt bad because game 1 was a loss. I mean, how critical can you be? I mean, is that a decent mentality because you're focused so heavily on the mistakes? I know he's in tournament mode, so he's always looking to improve, and I get that.
I mean, it's good and bad. What I liked at least was that he was saying that, like, I mean, let me think what the good part was. So he said that game 1 like fell back because of course they played wrong and so on, but he was still like critical of what he was doing in the game and what items he could have bought and so on. Like, I still feel like he was kind of clear about it, but this could also, like, if you shit talk the guy you play against and then you lose to them, it's gonna get to your own head. So
yeah.
It was also nice to hear his take on that game 1 draft too, because like I didn't think PL was an issue within the pick. Like I mentioned it multiple times, but he identified the first phase as the issue. So that was what was corrected in this game too, because like they gave away Batrider and they took a Shaman, and maybe they didn't ban out heroes that they needed to. Whereas this time around they take out the Batrider and they snatch up Nature's Prophet, and it did look very different.
It looked like an incredibly different game this game too, and it did go very smoothly for BB Team. There's a couple moments we'd like to show you. Kezu, you want to actually focus on something that happened around the first Roshan fight.
Exactly. It's like very critical, especially for both of these lineups. You know, they're playing fast. They want to get their first timings like done. So it's around here where you have the Marcy Dazzle combo. And even though, you know, say if he just goes in, but what's important is how much time he's making and how much vision he's giving to his team. Tombstone runs out or he even gets to kill it. So sure, he gives his life, but look at all this positioning. When you play an Undying teamfight lineup, you want to hold this position, which they lose it. They have to Dawn ulti like very defensively. And this is where Gaiman, like, you're incredibly strong. You want to fight. around this Roche pit. You have Desto on your Weaver, you have Vlads on Dawn, like all these heroes want to fight, but Miero, he just stays alive with his Axe like this entire time, keeps healing through, GPK gets his BKB, and this is like a really, really crucial timing. And BB team take the fight, they win it, and I think from here on, they were cruising through.
They really did cruise, and also we did mention the importance of what the Dazzle and Marcy would look like together, and I really think they were on point, because in that highlight we just saw, Miero had perfect positioning. He got the Grave last second, bought 5 extra seconds for the Marcy, which made Queen overextend, and he did so much impact in terms of like armor reduction and like pumping the heals through, and that wasn't the only time in the game that he was graving Marcy. So they had this really cool like idea of just Marcy going in first, being the sacrificial line, being kept alive by the Dazzle, and while all of this is happening, Nature's Prophet's just beating you up. And if the other highlight is ready...
The other highlight is ready.
We can see what BB team did to kind of play into the moves that Game In tried afterwards, or how they cemented their lead. So after the... No highlight, but you know what? I can talk about it from memory.
Source, trust me.
From memory, they just did like a really cool 21-minute Wisdom Rune invasion where Marcy again goes in first, gets graved. They managed to kill the Dawn. They stopped Game In's big move because that was a smoke that they made a play for. And then afterwards, it felt like there was just too much defensive capabilities coming out of BB team. They had Snowball, they had Grave, they had Dazzle Heal, they had Boat Buff. They had Tusk Snow, like we already said Snowball, but there were just so many things going on where like it was so hard to kill a target. And we even saw when Gaming Gladiator saw GPK top, he was like 10 HP. Marcy's rebounding him out. He's getting like Hurricane piked away by his Furion. Like Sonic Wave just barely clips him at the edge.
They just make like
it was
so
really
much
cool.
time. I mean, this time I just really like what they did, where I feel they really changed how they want to approach Gaming Gladiators. Kind of what they did back at PGL Wallachia. It worked there. Why not redo it? Worked out.
It did work out very well in Game 2. They still will tie the series. And I want to just gauge their level a little bit. We have seen them in the finals, the last LAN. Do we feel like they continue where they left off for both of these teams, or did they take a little bit of a step back? Obviously, we did hear from Pure that he was very self-critical about that Game 1, so he probably does not feel like he continued where he left off, but Game 2 could argue for it. How do you feel about both of these teams, Effie?
So my take on the interview is that after the finals at Wallachia, they felt like there's no way they could lose against Game In, that they figured them out. And them losing after they feel like they've solved how to play against the team probably made him feel like they're regressing a little bit, and losing that momentum after winning a Tier 1 Grand Finals. You want to stop it before it gets out of hand. So maybe that's where the emotions come from here. But for Game In, I think they can be like pretty comfortable with this performance. Drawing with the team that beat them 3-1, that's not bad.
And especially after them, like they just bombed out of the online tournament, like looking quite poorly. So I think Game In are quite happy, and BB team, sure, you lose one game, you bring it back, so you're also quite happy.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's a tie on the board. Tie for the other stream with Falcons and Execration as well. And that is Group B done for the day. And that means we are going to move towards Group C. After the break, you'll be able to watch here Virtus.pro versus Tundra. See you soon.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
This land is calling.
Welcome back to Dota at the Esports World Cup. We're in the second half of our day one here in Saudi Arabia. It's going to be so much fun. Joining me, you guys have already seen them if you've been tuning in today, Jenkins and Effie, but I haven't had the chance to ask you how the first half of your day and the day of games have been going.
It's good to be here.
It's
great to be here.
Welcome back.
This is what we do.
It's
great to be here.
Back.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Well, back. This is my first time showing my face on the broadcast.
It's been 1-1s. It's
a lot of 1-1s.
Yeah.
Both this stream and the other stream as well, I've been noticing.
Yeah, you know, all year people talk about the only thing that really matters is Riyadh and TI.
Mm-hmm.
Here we are at the Esports World Cup, and it looks like everybody's bringing their game face, actually. So, you know, this narrative turned out to be true. We weren't just making it up, Mira.
We were not. It's been a competitive year. And
do you make things up normally?
Yes.
Okay.
He does.
Yeah.
Often,
No, you though.
No, I Wikipedia things. Facts. That's called fact checking.
Give us a fact. Let's hear a fact.
A fact that we're in Group C right now, and
that's a good fact.
That is a good fact, and I was most curious about this group looking at it because objectively, I felt that it might be the one where the teams that you would expect to do may falter a little, just because we haven't seen the greatest performances coming out of them recently, especially Tundra being in this group. They're supposed to be like the killer, but I do feel like there could be upsets today, where maybe Tundra potentially loses, Aurora potentially loses.
Okay, I feel like they're really bold claims, but it's not unjustified, like you guys have said. The other groups and the other streams right now, everything's going to that 1-1 in a best of 2. And you've already kind of talked about one of the teams that we're going to see here, but for our series right here on Stream A, we have Tundra up against Virtus.pro. I'd love to talk about the two teams and what you expect, right? You're saying maybe they could falter a little bit, Effie, the Tundra roster. Is this something that's been proven recently, or is that just something you're getting from the team when we see them walk in here on site?
So Tundra are a team that when I think they're on, they're terrifying. Like, they're top 3 teams in the world. But what ended up happening earlier this season was they did win Blast Slam 3, but then they took a break. They wanted to rest before EWC, so they didn't play at Dream League, which is when the patch was. They then go into Wallachia with no competitive experience playing the patch, and they don't look as good as you would have expected them to. Like, they got 8th place, and they go on like a four-match loss streak before, and that's their entry point into this tournament. So to me, it seemed like they haven't quite found the way that they want to approach the patch, specifically through the offlane, and for that reason, they're quite punishable right now.
Yeah, I agree with that. I feel like the argument that we were talking about at Wallachia was that like 33 and teams that he is on, like they're very data-driven, you know? Like they're the sort of team that will look at all the replays, they'll look at the stats, they'll look at like Dota buff stats, they'll look at trends, and they'll try things. They'll like try to find the ridiculous abusable tech. So there's the argument that like Dota 2 Pro Tracker is no longer available, and then there's also the argument that we're like late enough into the patch, late enough into the season that a lot of the abusable stuff is kind of fixed at this point. This was the argument. I think it's wrong. I think that I think that Dota has way too much depth since the fastest patch, and I think that is not giving enough credit to the brilliance that is 33 and Soxa and Moonmeander. That guy's insane.
Yeah, and Moon, you can't undersell. Yeah,
he's insane.
For sure. And I like hearing your viewpoints on it as well. But some people maybe aren't as familiar with this team, with Tundra Esports lineup right now, just exactly what their journey has been to this Riyadh here at Esports World Cup.
Tundra Esports has historically been a strong team ever since they formed, but in the past couple of years, they've been very unstable when it comes to their run. roster. For a brief period of time, a few months ago, they looked like the best team in the world until Dyrachyo decided to leave the team. However, it seems that Tundra may have found their footing once again. The roster they've seemingly settled on and entering the Esports World Cup 2025 with is the brains behind it all, 33. A legend within Dota and a longtime teammate of 33, Saksa. The newest recruit of the team, Crystalis. One of the most dominant mid players in recent times, BZM, and of course, Whitemon, who has been a part of every iteration of the team for the past 1.5 years, and for good reason. With a stable roster, Tundra are gaining momentum once again, and have recently been looking like a formidable opponent for any team. Tundra's road to the Esports World Cup 2025 was fairly smooth, despite playing less than half the season with their current roster. The majority of their qualifying points came from only 2 events, their second place at Dream League Season 25 and their third place at ESL 1 Raleigh. The challenge for Tundra will be to maintain their momentum coming into this event. Will they manage to keep performing at a high level at the Esports World Cup 2025 and prove that this version of Tundra is the best yet?
Yeah, this team, they've done a lot for themselves. We got a nice little introduction to each and every player, just why they do deserve to not only be here at the Esports World Cup, but also being on this Tundra Esports roster for themselves. And we've talked about how their year has been. They've participated in 9 Tier 1 tournaments for this calendar year and having won 3 of them. That's pretty phenomenal.
I think that was the most Tier 1 wins, because if we're not counting the last Fisher tournament, which was only online for Liquid, I think they're actually leading right now with 3 placements to themselves, and Liquid would have 2 without the
online one.
The online one. So they've done great, which is why watching them at Wallachia, it felt so interesting to see them crumble, because the break that they took, I thought would definitely benefit them. Nobody knows that they're going to play. Nobody knows what their take to the patch is, and they might come in refreshed. But it did seem like it hindered them a little. With that being said, it's been a week. There were a lot of takeaway lessons from Wallachia, so we'll see what they're going to apply here today.
I mean, we talked to them a decent amount, and they were scrimming. They were practicing. It wasn't like they went into Wallachia just like, that's it. Those are their scrims.
Okay.
So sometimes you just have a patch like that, and I also like where a team just doesn't feel as good on that patch. Sometimes you don't find your footing, and I also think that they just, I don't know, like they're
one of the teams that, in my eyes, having a tournament like that at Wallachia gives them a lot of learning lessons, right? They're a team that's able to push through it. We've seen some rosters in the past that they have a bad tournament. It kind of just keeps snowballing. It keeps going into, oh, another bad tournament, another bad. It's hard to take themselves out of the rut. But Tundra's not that.
No,
they are
not
that
team
at all. So I think, yeah, this Wallachia for themselves, it was, okay, that big wake-up call, yeah, we had our break. Yeah, we were still prepping for it. It wasn't enough, and now they've just turned it up even more. They're like, we need to overcompensate a bit and go at 120%.
Yeah.
I'm super curious though, because so you remember Blast, right? And the way that they played and won that tournament was like they just didn't lane, right? And that was their big, that was how they broke that patch, when they realized that they could just first pick Sand King every single game, even sometimes for first picking Wraith King. And if their lane sucks, so be it. They go into the jungle. They have Saksa like stacking those 2 new camps that are on the side for 33. Then he just goes and roams. 33 just farms the jungle. And that's what they did almost every game. And it felt like teams didn't really have the best answer to that. Now it's super different. You can't abandon the offlane early in this match.
I wonder if they like double down too hard mentally on that, on like the idea of playing to not play. And they just like, they try to do that for a tournament, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
And then you switch it up. But I'm also just confident in their players and their staff to come up with something new, to like identify that and then just like, okay, we'll play normal Dota. Like maybe the mid lane is where you break the game, you know, not the off lane anymore.
Okay, yeah, trying to change where that point of focus is for themselves. And same thing that I want to do here on our desk is change the point of focus, because we talked about Tundra Esports there, but their opponents, well, they're a little bit of a mystery. So let's hear on out what Virtus.pro and their roster has been.
Virtus.pro is one of the most well-known and respected names in Eastern European Dota, but the past few years have been filled with instability, lackluster results, and frequent roster changes. They're attending the Esports World Cup with yet another fresh roster: Vtune, Lorinov, Dahak, Antares, and Rain. While most of the players individually have many years of experience in pro Dota, they're coming into this event with very limited time playing together as a team. Most of their time so far has been spent on qualifiers for events they unfortunately failed to qualify for. The exception being the qualifiers for this event, where they took down Team Secret and Enigma Galaxy. But even that was anything but smooth, as they lost games in every series they played. As you could tell, Virtus.pro really has their work cut out for them. They're coming into this event as massive underdogs. But maybe, just maybe, they can make the run of their lives. Eager to reclaim the prestige the name Virtus.pro once had, they'll be hungry and motivated for victory. The question is, will this iteration of Virtus.pro finally be the one to succeed? Or will they remain in the background? We'll find the answer here at the Esports World Cup.
A very different story for the Virtus.pro roster coming into the Esports World Cup compared to their opponents here in Tundra. You know, Tundra, stable, didn't have to go through the qualifiers. However, for Virtus.pro, yeah, it was all on the lines for them. It was a massive make or break, and they made a roster changes for those qualifiers, Effie. They changed them straight into qualifiers for EWC.
Yeah, they were definitely dominant through that Maswa region, but we talked about bad Walaya performances. They definitely had a really bad one.
Yeah, that was rough. That was really rough.
They bombed out, but I think that they're capable of so much more, because if there's one thing about the Hawk teams, they are entertaining and they have like an X factor that can never be explained. So I'm looking forward to seeing if they're gonna just, you know, have that weird Dahak pick from the off lane that suddenly the enemy team doesn't know what to do against.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned Dahak, like the Chimera arc that they had where they got 4th place at Dream League was Dahak and Lornoff as well, right?
Yeah.
Like, and that was a lightning in a bottle type team. I feel like Dahak is always on these rosters. Lornoff was on Tundra. Like, he literally was on Tundra.
Yeah, he was on loan at the end of last year.
And I feel like Lornoff has been a player who's consistently been on really good teams. They do very well with him, and then he just gets replaced by somebody who's like equally as good. Like, it's one of the biggest like sad stories of esports in terms of like a player being so good and fitting in so well, but it's just the replacements like maybe the same skill level, but the players like wanted to play with this person originally.
Right, it's more of like a team atmosphere.
Yeah.
They're longtime friends or something. It's like, this is our chance to play together. Sorry, Lornoff, you get the short straw.
It's unfortunate for him, but he's always been like the standing king. And then Vatoon, he just stood in for Liquid. They got top 8 in Dream League. And Terrace, he has gotten 5th through 6th at TI and also at the Esports World Cup before. It's just that this was on 9 Pandas way long ago, like a couple of years ago, you know? But this is a star-studded team, and the only real new guy is Rain. Like, he's young, he's new, he has not much competitive experience. You look through his Wikipedia, it's mostly qualifiers. But in interviews, they talked about Rain as a big ideas guy for the team. Like, he brings a lot to the team in terms of their attitude and how they function within the game.
That's what you want out of a 5, because those are like the best 5 additions, ones who aren't afraid to speak up and have clear ideas, because they do see the early game like much more differently. And for the Lornoff topic, like I do feel bad that this often happens to him, but he's been a standout on almost every team he's played on. And what he really is good at, or was good at a couple of TIs ago, or last TI even, was that he just had like so much net worth at minute 10. Like, they would stack Ancients on the side of his teams usually, especially the SEA version of Aurora that he played for. He'd play like Pango or Puck or Shaker or something, and he would just take those Ancient stacks minute 10. He'd be topping the net worth, and they'd make a rotation a few minutes afterwards, and that felt like that was his formula for success. I don't think you can necessarily recreate that on this team because the patch feels a bit different, but there are a lot of greedy mids in this patch too, like the SF and the Queen of Pin. So it'll be fun to see how he plays.
I'm glad that we're talking about heroes a little bit, because obviously we're all eager to try and get a draft on our screens. But the other thing is Rain being new. Jenkins, you already talked about him as a player, what he brings to the team, but what is his X factor when it comes to his hero pool, when it comes to him being a great 5 in lane and later into the game?
Yeah, it's a funny question just because he's like, from what I saw in the qualifiers, the guy is like silencer in every game. You know, like it's...
Silencer was good that patch, though, okay? You can't knock that.
He was good, yeah. It's like, I mean, the way that he was playing was around Lornoff, you know? He was, like, silencer, and tell me Lornoff's most common hero. Like, what's Lornoff's best hero?
I don't know, Puck, Storm?
It's Puck or Storm, right?
Yeah.
So he was always playing with like a Puck or a Storm, playing Silencer, and every single fight setting up for Lornoff to go in. He goes mid, he secures the runes. He's very sacrificial. He'll play Undying, he'll play Enchantress, Warlock, like heroes that basically just give their game to the cores, and he can fairly consistently do that. Like he's a you know, the player I'd compare him to mostly would be Whitemon. He's a very sacrificial type support. Maybe he's looking at Whitemon replays.
I mean, maybe. Honestly, if your 5-player is playing Silencer multiple times in a row, that's an asset to your team, okay? Because most 5 players will get bored and they'll ask for something else. But if you're willing to endure the pain of playing Silencer game after game after game, let your mid player go crazy.
I do feel like the teams, when we see them go on a pretty good streak in a tournament, it is one of the supports willing to just play that same hero, over and over again. And then it's like, it's a nice stable opening for our draft. It's a good hero that we know can lane well. And then we can kind of just put our core players on whatever can pair well with that. It gives a lot more freedom when it comes to those side lanes. And where you want to be putting the brain power and a lot of your money, a lot of your time, a lot of your farming into those cores there as well. So yeah, Virtus.pro, it's nice to hear a little bit more about them from that video from you guys as well. But this specific head-to-head matchup of Tundra Esports and VP, is this one of those upsets, Effie, that you hinted towards earlier?
So I think this is one where an upset could occur. Like obviously you look at these two teams and anyone's going to favor Tundra, but I think that Tundra showed us that they're not or weren't in their best form at Wallachia. And for that reason, if VP can pull out something special that Tundra aren't ready for, this is the time to do it. Like right now, while they're still adjusting to finding their footing in this patch.
Yeah, my question is for both teams, like, how are the scrims going? You know, it's like if Tundra can come out of Wallachia and have some good scrims against some of the top teams and get that confidence back, then like this is going to be a stomp. But there's also a chance that VP coming out of Wallachia, they also played against some of the top teams because they played at a Tier 1 tournament. So all of a sudden people are considering them as like they're worth scrimming, you know? And maybe they're doing well. Maybe taking a game off here or there where they're getting a little bit of confidence. But I do have a lot of faith in Tundra as a roster and like not exceeding expectations at a tournament and then coming to the next one and doing excellent.
Yeah.
Maybe that trend is not something that you can say also works for a tournament like the Esports World Cup, because this is a different ballgame. Like this is about who can withstand the pressure more than anything.
Yeah, and there has been a lot of data to go off of because towards the end of Wallachia, a lot of the picks and bans changed, and when you figure that out, it starts to make more sense. Because I looked at their drafts from that tournament, and they were like doing things that, if you think about them now, they don't make sense. Like picking Doom early, picking Beastmaster early, picking Death Prophet early. Other teams aren't doing that, and they're like opting to prioritize really strong supports like Undying or Batrider or the Flex cores. And obviously, they're going to adapt to that. But with that being said, this Tundra first pick from Virtus.pro, I think that's really cool. Because I was thinking to myself, that's probably what Tundra should draft. Like this Darkseer, that should be something that they're looking to, like a Darkseer plus Marcy. Like just play off of what they're really good at, that's really good in this patch. Virtus.pro did not want any of that. They're like, we're going to first pick it, and you're not going to have it, and we're going to build our draft around it.
Yeah, and I think Marcy in general, the stock in the hero, has been rising. I really hope that Tundra is willing to run this hero, to run Doom as a carry, because pretty much every other team is picking it exclusively as a carry. It feels like it's just punishable in the offlane. It's punishable in lane. You're playing kind of slow. You're not maintaining a level advantage and abusing the fact that he has this like crazy innate that's giving you more damage. And the carry build, like the Sanj and Yasha, the carry build, just it feels stronger and something that's more suited for the carrier role. So,
do you think there's just never really enough momentum for Doom coming out of a lane to build like a carry, and then your carry player is picked on a hero that can change up depending on how that tempo goes? Or you also think that Tundra's not the type to try and experiment with that?
I think they can, and I do remember watching Chrysalis play it maybe once where they really needed to, but you're looking at a team with 33. This is one of his signature heroes.
Yeah.
He loves the hero, and I don't think that if you're running it offline, you should try to build like a carry, just adapt to the game. But if they run it carry, it would be cool, right? Because you can eat the Iron Shield creep, like it's a nicer lane, but from the offlane, it's just a good pick because you see the Darkseer. Like Darkseer is probably the highest priority Doom target.
He's a great Doom target, yes,
in the game. Like if he's Doom, the enemy team can't really fight, because usually the whole strategy is built around this hero.
Because otherwise he just surges the guy that does get doomed, right, and protects him. So yeah, I agree. I think for Tundra, this can definitely work. And I also could see 33 going for like Greaves Pipe. He's often the type of player that will completely change up a build. Even if you see him do something on Doom every game, like he might think that it's slightly more optimal in a game to go entirely auras, and he will actually be willing to go for that, but it does depend on the rest of the draft. And of course we have the Soxa Shadow Shaman, still a very strong hero in the meta. Both facets are good, I think.
For sure. And what Nat mentioned about potentially building like a carry from the offlane, I think that is also something to consider, because oftentimes you do need a Radiance hero, and your carry isn't something that builds it. It has to be your offlane Doom too. So you have to be able to just make the distinction there.
Yeah.
And Virtus.pro are doing something
a little bit more to that
I love
Chaos
CK.
Knight and Disruptor.
This is such a like homage and respect to their Eastern European brothers.
BB team.
Yeah, this is a BB team classic, and pretty much all of the other Eastern European teams started doing this once they saw Save play Chaos Knight. You can play with either facet. You can play with the one that makes the stun bounce, or you can play with the one that gives you occasionally the break. If you're against like Bristleback, something like that, where the break is actually valuable. But Darkseer plus CK is quite the lane. I think even a Doom carry, where like you're picking Doom to counter Darkseer in lane because you can eat the Iron Shell creep. Well, if there's an Iron Shelled CK running at you,
you can't eat him.
You can't eat him. Yeah,
what I love about support Chaos Knight is like the tower dive potential is insane too, because his HP is so high.
Yeah.
Like, he can tank the tower for so long, he can like pull people in, and if you get the facet that splits your Chaos Belt on a Darkseer lane when you've pushed the wave into tower, both of the heroes are in danger, not just one. So it's honestly looked great. I've also seen like at Dream League Save just go from winning that top lane to walking mid and then just killing mid and then going back, and
you can even just port in with an Iron Shell, and it's insane.
Because that hero is so fast, right? Like, he has such high move speed. So a 4 with that kind of move speed, like running mid with Iron Shell, is not something to be underestimated.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like Tundra is running the carry Doom, which I think...
That feels way more plausible than a carry Axe.
Yeah, I mean... let's see. I don't think Crystallis is playing a carry Axe. That's maybe the one guy. Depending on the team, maybe they would do it. But yeah, I feel like, once again, Tundra's a very data-driven team. You look at all of the offlane Doom attempts in the previous 2 tournaments, it has gone terribly. You look at carry Doom, it goes great. It's like the data is staggering. So I like this. It doesn't seem like the sickest of Axe games, though. I will be honest.
I'll agree, because a lot of Axe's strength also comes from how good his laning has been, right? You just buy the ring of protections, you dive, you play behind the tower, you dive the enemy support, and that's the key here. You press Battle Hunger on enemy support, they can't really lane, it makes it harder. Abaddon counters that entirely. Like, you aphotic shield your support, you protect him, you allow him to win trades on that lane, and you're never actually pushed into the tower the way that Axe wants you to be. I think that's very valuable in that sense, but also you can buy extra time with Doom. Like, a Aphotic Shield will get you much needed seconds against them, because sometimes that's the difference between a kill and the hero living.
Is there some world where Tundra was just really confident that VP had to pick a ranged carry? Like, the Axe is blocking a certain archetype of hero that they felt like was really good in this draft? Like, I'm trying to figure it out, because I don't think Axe is particularly good against, like, CK Disruptor Darkseer, right? And that's what they saw. I mean, of course, if you jump Disruptor, you will kill him. He's a squishy support. But he can also push you away. He can glimpse you out. He's a backliner. He can stop your blink. So it's not... I don't see exactly the idea. Maybe they just think Axe is the only remaining, like, good offlaner that will give them the disable they need to take these, like, skirmishes. It's also very good with Shadow Shaman in lane.
Yeah, I think they just thought that they would beat up on any hero that goes to lane with Disruptor, because Axe plus Shaman, like, Disruptor really can't do that much, and they thought that would be a free win for them into having a super low cooldown way to fight compared to Vakwall. But this Abaddon pick is probably what threw that idea off guard, because if you're not winning that lane that you draft to win it, you're slowing down a lot.
You know what the idea maybe is? You mentioned the Sand King.
Yeah.
I think for, you know, just dodging the lane and jungling, I think Axe is probably the best offlaner currently at doing that right now.
Oh, so you think he might just be like, oh, okay, let's try to get like 1, 2 levels. If it doesn't go that way, we just sack it, we go jungle.
Yeah, maybe this is, in 33's mind, like the best stack farmer right now. You know, it's like a hero that can, I don't think they are playing to, like, just go lose the lane. I think, like you mentioned, Mira, like Axe Shadow Shaman is going to munch on a Disruptor. He's going to suffer. So you play to win the lane, but then you stack with Shadow Shaman, you go back, take the stack, Shadow Shaman takes the lane, and they can play for efficiency, and this is what 33 really loves to do.
Yeah, I also think it's just such a strong hero that you can pick it without really needing a reason to. But also, maybe it respects the idea of CK being a potential carry. Then you have like an offlane the hero that can deal with that flex too. I know we've only been seeing CK as a support, but you never know what kind of teams can pull out last minute.
Damn, Lornoff Leshrac. Okay.
Yeah, when you ask the question of like Loronov's best hero, I'm not going to say Lesh is his best, but that is a very memorable hero
it's
for
in
him.
the conversation.
He's done well, for sure.
Yeah. He's recently done very well with it, popping off in games. I think they won like 1 or 2 games with it in Wallachia, so he has looked good on it. And it does limit BZM's hero pool mid a little bit.
It does, but I also want to say that I truly feel bad right now for Tundra supports, because like you look at Shaman and Warlock, and if they're playing against a blink first Leshrac, which is what every single Leshrac does, they just go Arcane Boots into Blink Dagger. These heroes, like, these supports cannot defend themselves. This is just a ridiculous amount of damage at such an early stage of the game, where yes, eventually you will doom the Leshrac and try to deal with him that way.
Yep.
But if you're dooming the Leshrac, your Darkseer is free to surge him. He's free to get a Photic Shield. Like, the way that this draft is enabling Leshrac right now is quite scary to me. Like, outside of the Ion Shell plus Surge on him early on, he has like the shield keeping him safe. He's going to have the Disruptor Kinetic Field locking targets down for him. This pick is a problem.
Okay, they're going to go with the Mage Slayer. That's, in my eyes, this is what Ember is in this matchup. Although, actually, the Blade Mail build is also very good against Lush, because you can just jump him and kill himself with the Blade Mail.
That's probably the idea. Like, now you have 2 Blade Mails in Ember plus Axe, but I still think Shaman plus Warlock will really suffer if Leshrac gets off to a good start. It's so difficult to play these kinds of supports that are backliners with not many defensive capabilities against a hero that will kill you in 3 seconds.
So then how are we expecting Tundra to play team fights out with that lineup, with such vulnerable supports for themselves, to try and, I don't know, split it a little bit? Is that what's going to give them the advantage against that VP lineup?
I think so. You can like poke a little with the Ember and then look for good jumps. Like if they can jump Disruptor, for example, or even, I mean, Darkseer is the ideal target, right? It's just kind of tanky. But if you've damaged to poke a little bit and then 33 gets like a good call on Darkseer, that's probably how you play fights.
Yeah, if you slow down the Leshrac, like you play around that mid, get the runes for Ember, buy some glimmers, then you're not in a position where it's going to eat you. It just depends on how much you can stop that timing. And then of course you have Axe, who will be able to call Leshrac later on, and hopefully you can kill him, but
I mean, they've double Blade Mail versus Lesh. That was not a Dota team, if anybody heard that.
Yeah, I don't know if
we
anyone
don't make
heard
noises like that.
if anyone was wondering, that was Valorant.
I was scared for my life a little bit there.
Not
and,
us.
It was not us, but there is one thing I need from us before we are going to be getting into our third series. Our first game of it is asking you guys just exactly who's going to have the best momentum, who you see taking out this game number 1 in a best of 2.
2-0 VP.
Dude, we don't even have the same game draft. Relax, relax, relax.
Based on draft, I really like what VP has, but I think Tundra should be superior in terms of like fundamentals, knowledge, gameplay, etc.
All right, well, I have loved the insight that you guys have been able to give us. I've really enjoyed talking about the lineups, but I'm going to enjoy this game with our casters, Sunsfan and Kezu, even more.
Thanks, Natty. Really appreciate that throw. Just a privilege to be with you today.
Beautiful.
Man, oh man. And I'm joined by Kazoo, the one and only.
I mean, Jenkins called it. This is going to be a 2-0. I see it. Do you see it?
Well, it's definitely a possibility. There are only 2 games to be played, so it's a 50-50, some would say. But yeah,
some would argue about that.
Yeah, depending. Well, there's only 2 outcomes possible.
Yeah, but if one team is better than the other, then is it still a 50-50?
Don't worry about it. All right?
Okay, anyway, back to the game.
So VP versus Tundra. And these teams, I'm sure, have played against each other a decent amount. Of course, we haven't cast together in quite a while, Kazu. It's just a privilege to be next to you, as always.
As always.
So what are your thoughts on this draft? So the CK support being coupled with the Darkseer, we've seen that many a time from these Eastern Europeans.
No, for sure. There's been a resurgence of the +4 CK. Honestly, it's pretty good. It also received quite a few buffs, like when it comes to the stun, when it comes to the shard, so it's good. And it is the Hawk on his Darkseer, who's currently getting bullied quite a bit. But when it comes to these drafts, honestly, I kind of like what VP have, but I do feel like Tundra are equipped to fight back.
Well, we're going to see the Hawk on the Darkseer, attempting to run away, but going to get slowed by 33 playing that Axe as Chrysalis and company looking to get first blood on the side of Tundra, and they're going to get it for Whitemon on the Warlock.
That's a pretty big deal. Remember, you've got the good old the book that Mr. Whitemon will read later for some more XP. As 3-3 showing off the best item build Dota has ever seen, Shannon, with 4 rings of protection.
Wow. Incredible. That's a lot of armor.
It is.
How do you counter that?
Don't touch him.
Rain playing the Disruptor. That's going to be a pretty annoying hero for 33 to deal with, but off to a pretty good start for Tundra's side. So talk to me about the drafts. Which ones do you... Which one do you prefer?
Let's see. There's things I like about both drafts quite a bit. I would say that VP are, they are the underdog when it comes to this game. So I like when, as an underdog, you have the tempo to play with, which they do. You have Lash, you have Abaddon, you have Darkseer, like lots of teamfight to go with. But overall, I would prefer to play the Tundra lineup. I think it's a little more straightforward. Like you've got the Doom, you can drop it down. Of course, you've got like a lot of teamfight as well with the Warlock. So I think both teams are pretty happy with what they have.
Yeah, V-Tune on that carry Abaddon. Feels like this hero doesn't stay carry for very long, but it has for a decent amount of time now in this, I want to say, last few months at the very least.
He's just he's a very formidable laner. You can flex him in multiple roles. He should lane fairly well against Axe. You can take off the Battle Hunger. You can also run him down a little bit. It is annoying for you to play into Doom, because of course when that spell drops on you, you're not going to be healing later, even with your ult. So it just makes it quite easy to kill you through it.
And of course playing against, as an Abaddon, feels like Shadow Shaman is literally against him every single time with that level 15 talent that breaks, making it oh so difficult to stay alive, even on the very tanky hero that is Abaddon. Obviously going into this, they know that's going to be the matchup, but they still end up picking it. Why is that?
It does matter. Like it takes a long time, right? Like level 15 talent, until then you still kind of own like the Rasa quite a bit if you're the Abaddon. So it's just overall a good matchup. Abba is a good hero when it comes to the game. You have lots of pros. Sure, even later when the Hex talent comes out, you can like force staff him or like get him out of trouble. So it's not like a super GG, you know?
And Chrysalis on the Doom. Gonna be harassing Antares a bit here. For Chrysalis, how do you feel about position 1 Doom? I feel like this hero can be played in basically any position, but position 1, is it too much of the same thing?
It's the hero's best role at the moment. Like offline, it seems so slow. You want more like, you want team fight or like straight jump or auras from your offlane. As Mr. The Hawk will throw in a little pause for us.
I'm surprised we haven't seen a 33 pause yet this game. That's his specialty, to make sure that everybody turns down their lights because he can't handle it.
Oh, that's true. I forgot about that.
Despite being one of the most clutch players in the history of Dota.
That's true.
Can't handle the bright lights, but that's a literal thing as opposed to the figurative.
Well, not this time. Maybe he trained. He played in light at home.
Maybe they got sponsored by some sunglasses.
Maybe. Well, he's not wearing them now.
Maybe they're the new tech glasses they have going around.
Like the ones that don't look like sunglasses, but are sunglasses. They're
That's
good.
right. They do look quite legit. So in terms of this series, going into this, did
Jenkins
you have
2-0.
Did you actually agree with him?
No. You can't just say 2-0 before the series starts.
No. Like, yeah, you can.
No, you can't.
In some way, I'm not saying. Okay, coming into this, who's the favorite?
Tundra.
Okay, by how much?
75-25, 80-20.
Okay, that sounds like a 2-0 to me.
Sure, but I'm a real analyst. I'm going to look at the draft. I'm going to give them like real percentages.
A real analyst. Wow. I've never seen such a thing.
Shout out to Jenkins.
The one lane we haven't really talked about is the mid lane. Lesh versus Ember, the classic. Lornoff right now sitting on 20-2, and a 15-1 on the other side for BZM.
Yeah, Lornoff will be. Both of them should be quite happy in this lane, but Lesh is favored, especially like with how you play Lesh nowadays. You get high levels in your Edict, you get like level 5, level 6, you can run him down, especially if you get 6 before the Ember, or if you can get some support rotation to come and help you. So both of them should be quite happy.
That's 33, getting some action here. Going to be helped out by the Shackle at the moment onto V-Tune.
Blood grenade.
A lot of blood grenades being thrown out as Rain will run out of them now. Still has the 9 charges on the stick though, so just harassment in the end. Let's be careful with this courier though. Pathing very difficult in Dota 2. I mean, who's winning this lane right now, would you say?
I mean, certainly VP, if you can read.
They get the glimpse. And Saksa looks to be dying in all likelihood, although a nice call comes out as Rain.
Shackle.
He shows himself. That's going to cause the Shackle to come out, but the Abaddon will aphotic shield it away as Saksa will eventually be brought down, despite having arguably the best innate in the entire game.
Yep.
In that foul play.
I mean, VP are definitely winning this lane. Like, if you just look at his CS, he's doubling up. Ooh, BZM.
Yeah, he's in quite a bit of trouble. Lornoff bottling up.
Fairy Fire.
Lightning
Glyph.
Storm up in 2 seconds, but gets to the other side of the trees. Meanwhile, 33 eventually is run down. So double kill for Vtoon. Yeah, that lane firmly in the grasp of VP now.
I mean, that's a big one. I'm sure, like, in terms of the CS, apparently Saksa has 9 CS. I don't know how many of those are neutrals and how many are lane creeps, but
wow.
Yeah, VP are doing really well when it comes to that lane.
Yeah, only 2 more for the core 33 Axe. All right, in terms of tempo, how good of a start does Axe need to have in the current meta to have? I feel like in old patches, this hero had to get off to a good start. Is that still the case?
I mean, it's kind of similar, but I would say it's not as bad. Because, sure, if you have a bad lane, just stack it up a little bit on the side, you know, get your Vanguard, farm it up. Because usually this hero just relies on, like, his... If you have a very good game, you can go Blade Mail Blink. If it's less good, you can go, like, Vanguard Blink. But I would say he's still fine. We have to check in again in, like, 2 to 3 minutes. Does he have stacks? Is he getting them?
Set your timer.
Setting it.
Let's check back here.
He's going for the cutty cut.
He's going to get glimpsed, though, and he is surrounded by enemies at the moment. And Terrace made his way over as well. That's 33, already half HP. Will be going down one way or the other. The only question is who gets it. It will be Vtoon again. So 3rd kill for the carry Abaddon. Insane start for VP in that safe lane.
Yeah, they're doing quite good. I like what they're doing. Like, sure, 3-3 doesn't have a good lane, but with Axe, what do you want to do? You want to cut, but you have Disruptor, you have the CK support, you bring them over. Now we'll just have to see if VP can start playing around Mr. Lorenov next, because he's really strong. Like, this Lesh, at this point in the game, he's the strongest hero. You're not 1v1ing this guy at all.
And Lorenov in the cover of his tier 1 tower. Both level 6s on the mids for each respective team. You can see a smoke purchase on the side of VP. We'll see how they use that. The Hawk very low on mana right now.
For them, it's probably best if they can try to bring Lorenov to the top lane, like into this Doom lane with the Darkseer, but we'll have to see first because BZM has got a haste rune. Wants to help his team with the Wisdom Shrine invasion.
Oh, the Hawk. Yep. Searing Chains is there. Rain attempting to help out. Gets off the kinetic field, but the Sleight of Fist is enough to take out the Hawk. As BZM and company can run away pretty easily, and the Wisdom Shrine, Vtoon will end up netting that for his team. Gonna try to chase down Whitemon in the meanwhile. And this is gonna be a very exciting chase, as Whitemon will continue to heal. Just an inevitable thing. As Vtoon gonna be hitting level 6 relatively shortly, put the sentry down, all right.
I'm a bit surprised Whitemon didn't bother for the TP, but I assume he didn't have vision of Antares, so just expected him to be around. I mean, I like that Vtoon TP there. Like, one of the worst supports to have, like, them steal the Wisdom Shrine from you is Warlock. This guy takes the Wisdom Shrine, reads his book, goes through the gate, and the golem, like, pops up at your tier 1.
That's true.
Yep.
As we see the first Doom of the game onto the Hawk, Chrysalis makes his way over. And attempting to deny on the creep, but Chrysalis will get the kill in the end.
Nice chains.
As BZM trying to slow this down a bit. Lorenov taking a lot of damage, though. They get the glimpse off as Antares come to play as well. Chrysalis comes back dead. Lorenov actually living through this exchange, but the remnants come through, so BZM and company end up making this a 2-for-1 as Antares now completely surrounded, and the end result is a 1-for-3. As Tundra, despite losing their position 1 Doom, still going to be pretty happy with this exchange.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they had a really nice ward in the triangle that spotted, I think, the Hag overall farming first, and then they just bring over all the other numbers. As we have a little dunk from 33 to give himself some movement speed bonus.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. First dunk of the game.
That is a long cooldown.
Yeah, 80 seconds, who cares?
Really long.
Super long.
They've made a lot of cooldowns quite drastically different. Like Wraith King ult is...
It's like 5 minutes.
Used to be more, though.
I mean, this... I like the way you can just play Ember against Lesh like this. You don't really have to commit, of course, to chain him with the chain gang facet. Just put a little remnant on him, and you can keep him away from yourself. Taxa is tailing him.
Yes, he is. Steals some XP. Golem comes out from Whitemon. The Shackle, full duration. Lorenov is dead. the slight from BZM on the outskirts of that fight. That's another kill for Tundra, and they're going to try to potentially use this Golem to take out the Tier 1 tower as well in the mid lane.
This is quite a big deal. Like VP, you want to play through your Leshrac, but he's the one dying. He's the one losing his Tier 1 tower as well. And in the meantime, 33 down bottom, he just gets to farm. You have Doom up top. Like, these are some really good side laners who just benefit from being left alone.
33 in the triangle, still has those 4 rings of protection. I mean, is there any other build to this hero? Just gonna be Blade Mail into Blink?
Yeah, it's like Phase Boots, Blade Mail, Blink. It's just the best build you can get away with, for sure. I mean, in some games you can go Vanguard Blink, or maybe you Rush Blink, but this is just straight up the best one. So here is the smoke that they're going for. They will also D-Ward before.
They're gonna have double Blade Mail, actually, with BZM opting to go that.
And that's, you cannot play Leshrac into double Blade Mail. Like, 1 is already hard, but 2, you're just gonna kill yourself. Ooh, wall.
Yeah, won't do much. Saksa.
Glimpse. Can we reach the Glimpsy Glomps? Glimpse Glomps?
Right, not in range. Puts down the kinetic field to scare away Tundra. It works, kind of.
Yep.
He does live. As Chrysalis now with the Hand of Midas on the Doom.
I mean, he's definitely enjoying this game for now on the Doom. Top net worth alongside V-Tune. Saksa get level 6.
Yeah, it has the snakes now. Oh, Searing Chains from the south, so BZM, another successful rotation for him. He's been all over the place this game.
I mean, this is one of BZM's absolute best heroes. He's level 30, like, his Ember is about as legendary as his Invoker. So, Virtus.pro, they are struggling currently. And I like this move from Tundra. You take over mid, you take over the top tier 1, what's next? You start smoking to one of your weaker heroes, help 33 out, and see if you can put a stop to V-Tune's net worth.
Yeah, already, I mean, this is with a Doom, obviously, but 4K lead. Into the pit they go, and it is the Serpent Ward facet. We didn't really talk about that.
Strong.
Very good for these single objectives.
We've seen this at PGL Wallachia, like some of the earliest Roshans that we've ever seen without like an Ursa being in the game. It's just this guy. I've seen it with these 2 supports. I feel like this is like Na'Vi did this quite a lot at some of the most recent tournaments. And yeah, look at it. This is minute 11 with 2 subs.
And look at this. BZM, who didn't contribute at all to this Roche kill, will be getting the Aegis, of course.
Classic.
Unless a support snags it. Not going to be the case.
I'm sure he even asked for the last hit. He told Saksa to stop hitting.
Yeah.
Well, he'll be quite happy with that.
Greedy mid heroes, man.
Well, that's 5K lead plus Aegis at the 12-minute mark.
Pretty good. Pretty good start for Tundra.
I mean, if you're VP, you're going to need to look at some levels. You need Rain to get his level 6. Like, Disruptor desperately needs his ult to kind of get back in his game. You need a couple of levels on Darkseer. And we've got a Golem to take the tier 1.
Yes, sir. There will be another tier 1. I mean, this wasn't going to be contested either way, so... Puts that big old ult on cooldown for now. Of course, can use that to farm pretty easily. Is Rain, he's going to run into BZM. Glimpse takes him out of the equation, but the Remnant's back in. And Rain, when he gets to the high ground, Whitemon doesn't have the Golem to work with, of course, as the Aphotic Shield comes out from V-Tune, scaring BZM away now, so the support will survive for VP. And in terms of farm for the old Abaddon, the Sacred Relic just purchased, so 1,400 away from full Radiance.
Of course, they have some things that they're playing for. You know, we've got your Darkseer with the Leshrac, you can combo it up with the Disruptor, but you're running into 2 problems. First of all, you need levels on Darkseer and Disruptor to get these combos off later. And the one you have the highest net worth on is Abaddon, who's hard countered by the enemy carry, who's up a lot of gold.
Yeah.
But let's see, maybe they can find Mr. Saksa.
Yeah, they certainly can.
He-Day.
Chaos Bolt sets it up, and the death of Saksa comes. Dahak takes credit for that one. I mean, usually when we see the Chaos Knight picked as a support, I feel like they're a little bit more active early on.
Yeah, they didn't get much, or, well, he in particular didn't get that much done. Perhaps he invested a lot of time to like really try and get Dahak through the lane, which didn't really work out, right? And now being down 6K gold, it's a bit awkward to play this hero at this point, because a lot of them, like Lesh, Darkseer, even Disruptor and Chaos Knight, they all want to play forward, but you're down so much gold. It's not easy for them to play around this map right now.
Yeah. Courier kill for BZM. Rain looks like he'll be able to walk away safely. And Terrace in the meantime, is he going to be spotted? Saksa with the Glimmer onto the high ground.
Time to keep running.
Yep, Chrysalis and company seem to know that he's in the area. Saksa turns around though, so a good location to TP out. It is successful. Now we're at the 14-minute mark. Looks like the shrines will be traded. So no crazy shenanigans this time. 33 on that axe.
I kind of like what Tundra are doing. At
interesting.
Least, yeah, with their itemization. So they got a glimmer on Saxa, and they're getting a pipe on 33. In my opinion, the only way for VP to come back in this game is for them to eventually like ball up and win a fight with like Radiance, high levels, Lash combo with the darts here.
Yeah.
So what I see here from Tundra is that they're gearing up to fight the one thing VP later on want to like kind of make happen.
Are they also getting Mage Slayer?
I don't think so. I mean, maybe they are. It's kind of gone out of favor a lot on Ember. We see all these. I mean, I hate this combo. The Blade Mail, Chip Vest. I personally don't know why we brought it back, but anyway.
I love that item. How dare you? Chaotic Offering comes out onto Rain. He's going to melt eventually. Searing Chains again onto 3 heroes. They get the support. Looks like that's all they'll get, but Whitemon and his Golem. You got the Snake down. Tier 2 tower is going to take a hefty amount of damage. And VP, what can they do about it? BZM, another beautiful chains onto 2. Is there follow-up? Splitith is completely missed here as Chrysalis uses the Doom.
Glimmer.
As Lesh trying to get a kill here, but it's not going to happen. Just barely getting outside that range of Pulse Nova. So they get the kill on Lesh, the tier 2 tower. Not sure if they're going to fully commit. The wave is coming, so they might be able to get that pretty easily here.
Yeah, I think they're getting it. Just with the Master Serpent Ward, the Creep Wave and everything. BZM, he wants something else.
8K lead. This is insane. As BZM with the Searing Chains onto the high ground. He's going to take a stun from Antares. That was a pretty long one, actually. And into the trees, he TPs out. As now you see the Radiance come online.
Yep.
Does feel, I mean, easy to say when they're down 10K, I guess, but a little too late.
Glad you're, Mr. Whitemon. I mean, any kill at this point is a good one.
Yeah, they will be able to take out the Warlock, who has drums and the Endurance neutral.
The Cobalt,
love to see it.
Cobalt Cup. Always love that one.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just everyone is like about to run on haste speed when you pop those two. But let's see. I mean, for Virtus.pro, of course, they need to stabilize the game and kind of get themselves into it with, again, they need more levels and try to fight back later with like a combo, because for now, if you meet Tundra head on, you are getting destroyed.
So what exactly should they do, Kazu?
Split the map into a very, like, you need to split the map super wide open.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh. This is not the one.
Already used the Surge, now shackled up. Whitemon, well, he's just going to be here for moral support because BZM is going to be doing most of the damage. And Axe, first dunk of the game on a hero.
When I see other teams play and they have Axe, they just don't give a, like, they just don't care. You know, when you have Axe, let the brother dunk.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, 33, you know he runs a real tight ship there.
Oh, you know
if
that
he doesn't, he's not allowed to get that kill.
He just snaps in the microphone.
There's going to be trouble later. Yeah, absolutely. Just fearsome dead eyes. Anytime you look into his eyes, you know that he's seen a lot in his lifetime.
A lot of stuff.
Including 2 TI victories, of course. Okay, Static Storm. This is going to be a nice play from the side of VP. Do they have the damage, though? BZM, he's A-OK. And just like that, that's a big ult down for VP, which opens the door potentially for Tundra to just continue the pressure here with this 10K lead.
I mean, it is good, of course, that they're looking for some moves every now and then. You cannot just AFK for half an hour, but if they want to go for a kill with like Static and Glimpse, they need Leshrac in the equation. They don't have enough damage to kill anyone through it. I don't really blame Lorenov. I assume he's saying, guys, I need BKB. They have double blade mail. I cannot play. Let me get BKB and then we try again.
Another snake up.
Yeah. Next objective.
Rinse and repeat.
Like clockwork.
Tundra. Every team that 33 is on, it feels like it's so methodical in nature, you know?
I will say that these two supports together, they complement each other like quite well. Warlock kind of wants team fights to happen. Rasta kind of forces them, or you to just take free objectives like this. And they're both very good laners.
And the fact that they can push without any of the cores potentially, means
just
that
keep it farming.
They can just farm away.
And Tundra be like in the farm.
Oh yeah. Greedy boys.
Oh, here we've got the smoke. You've got Lesh in the combo. Let's see if they can find someone on their own. Because if they find Tundra together, who might be reading this move, I believe they did finish the pipe on 33. It is not easy for them to fight into that.
No. Chrysalis would be an amazing kill for VP, though, if they run into him. Still under the cover of the tier 2. They're going to wrap around. Eventually, this smoke will pop as Chrysalis shows himself in lane. Saxa in the area now. They're going to try to go all in onto Chrysalis. Bring him back in. Static Storm on top, but the pipe is there, like you said. Now the Chaotic Offering coming out with the Fatal Bonds onto several heroes and a long shackle on the Lorinoff. Isolated from his team as 33 dunks and Terrace. And the rest of VP are likely to fall here as their play is absolutely punished. Second dunk from 33. And it looks like a third triple kill for the Axe. Beautiful plays from Tundra. They were ready for that.
It's just clean what they're doing. Like Saxa is there. I believe that Tundra didn't see too much on the map. You know, they could kind of sniff something out. And Saxa, he TP'd in early. And he fully controlled Lorinoff. And he's the one that needs to dish out the damage for VP. So the moment this happens, their fight is done.
We see a replay here.
Yeah, look at Saxa on the side. Gets Lorinoff hexed, glimmers himself, gets a full shackle, and into the pipe, Glimmer, like, no way.
It feels like the fight ended when pipe was activated.
That is also true. I mean, that's what I mean. Like, how many axes would go pipe in this situation?
Yeah, I would never. That
of course
sounds
not.
Really boring as an axe player, you know?
I like winning,
Hawk
so it's good.
gets taken out.
Oh, Mr.
So
BZM.
another kill for Tundra, 14K lead. I mean, any new viewers watching right now, they look at the score, 7-14. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's really the net worth is crazy.
It's bad.
So from VP standpoint, what exactly is the plan? Like your high ground defense is, it's not particularly great. I mean, the vac wall is something to fear, obviously, but
one of the next ones you're looking at is it's Lorinoff's BKB, in hoping that the Hawk gets more levels. You need high-level vacuum with like a splitter, maybe a static. Those are the next ones you're looking for, and if those fall flat, it's gonna be tough.
Second Roche of the game at 21 minutes.
That might be at least like a recent record. At least like top 3 timings.
It's pretty damn fast.
It's really fast. That's another Aegis on BZM, who already had pretty much a flawless game.
Did he even use it, the first one?
No.
I don't remember seeing it, so. Feels like he has not really been in any risky situations.
I mean, he might just end this game deathless with how it's going so far.
Yeah.
He's got Blade Mail, Max Flame Guard, Glimmer, Golem, Pipe.
There's a smoke now from Tundra. Trying to continue the pressure here. As Antera is taken out by Chrysalis on the sideline. They're going to get another support in Rain.
Space.
Gets the glimpse, but as always, Remnant is there. BZM, another kill to his name.
This is what we call space for the cores.
Well, BZM is a core.
No, for the VP cores.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's one way to look at it, I guess.
Yeah, gotta stay positive, Shannon.
Yeah, I'd have a tough time doing so. 15K net worth.
Well, that's why you're here.
That's true. What are you doing here?
That's why I'm here too.
All right, just checking. You know, the Manta style, interesting. What is this about?
It's the Radiance Manta, right? He's kind of like, in a way, like when you're this far up, all you need to do is have the map in a good position. If you have the Radiance Manta, like helping with some lane, it's going to help you have BZM on another. You help Saxa to get the catch. And overall, I mean, he's so far ahead, he can kind of RNG his items a little bit.
Yeah, true.
But overall, it's just about the Radiance Manta with the map play.
Okay. Yeah, obviously the Radiance Manta just in general makes sense. It's just on Doom is really, really kind of weird.
He's kind of like, nowadays you always buy Radiance on this hero. And I mean, Manta Raids is just an incredible combo. As they find the Hawk.
33, little snack into Hawk, pops the Lotus. As Antares is here as well, gets the Chaos Ball, connects onto 2 heroes as the Hawk up the Sleight of Fist just in time.
Oh, got a
big
base dive.
Kill, and they're going to go on top of Rain as well. That's 2 dead in the VP base. It's going to cost 1 buyback onto the Darkseer, but the Chaotic Offering comes out along with the Serpent Wars. Lorinoff in a lot of trouble. Pops the BKB in retreat as 33 is pretty deep himself. Gets on the outskirts of the kinetic field, though. So the support in the form of Saxa, the only one so far for VP. And Tundra, they maintain the Aegis. BZM even with the damage rune. The Static Storm just, the kinetic field not able to hold them in place.
No, they still need more. But honestly, it is a good hold. Like, you defended there against the Warlock Golem and the Rasta Ward.
Oh yeah, that felt
dunked
good.
that illusion.
That felt good.
Get that move speed, still off cooldown. But yeah, at least this should mean that your high ground is safe for like another, what, like 2 minutes until the next round of spells are up?
Since when does it refresh on illusion kills. Is that new-ish? Back in the day, that definitely did not
I feel like that has been in the game for a bit, but I couldn't tell you how long. I mean, to be fair, it's not like you can do it endless because it costs mana, but...
Yeah. Well, Octarine?
Sure.
Endless?
Well,
close enough.
We'll pay attention to when he gets that Octarine core.
Yep. Still waiting. Roche banner play, says Tundra.
They
are
see
looking
that
to
TP,
push.
so they should know.
They have another connection on the bot lane, though. Long shackle into the Hex, but the Surge
they
gives
cancel
a little bit of
33's
distance.
TP, or he canceled his ult.
V-Tune. All right, so his ult is already down, and now he gets doomed. They still need a little bit more damage. A nice stun onto BZM with a splitter to follow, so he can't finish the job. They're building, hitting. He's still ticking away. Is he?
He's dead.
He's dead.
Last take death.
Wow. Man.
I thought they actually saved him.
That is unfortunate for VP. Yeah, I thought that was more than enough time to get away.
Good
Just
call.
can't heal there. Static Storm placed. There's nice vac.
That's a good
onto
vacuum.
2 heroes, and the Pulse Nova is starting to stack up. That is a dead axe. 33 down as BZM uses the Aegis. Another slight. Looking to get aggressive, but he's going to get brought back by Antares. Now Kinetic Field placed again. Their building hitting is just absolutely pathetic. That's probably the one, outside of having the Golem and Serpent Ward, obviously, but in terms of the heroes, they do nothing to these
their
buildings.
heroes don't enjoy it, but that's where the supports come in. Let's see, Crystallis.
Yeah, brought back. That's a lot of damage on top of Crystallis. Inside that Kinetic Field still. Gets vacked.
Manta.
Yeah, looks like he'll get away here.
Glimpsy Glumps.
Looks like he will not get away here. Glimpse back into the Chaos Bolt.
Rifted back, vacuum back.
He is so tanky. He's just getting kited, but they want to give the kill to V-Tune, but Lorenoff will take it for himself.
Yeah, I will say the last few seconds of that kill looked really funny. But they will
Playing
make
with
sure
their food.
Yep, that Lorenoff did get the kill. So he does now have a BKB and a Kaya Sanj. Eventually, if Tundra go to the high ground again, I would like Lorenoff to think about a shard. You know, the split nerf just keeps coming back. It is quite strong. But for now, he is eyeing a Blink Dagger. So VP, at least for now, holding on pretty well. Didn't lose any racks, only a tier 3.
Yep, that's BZM.
He's got a Shiva score.
He's fine. He's
big.
A-okay. Has the gem right now as well. As VP looking for their second tower of the game. Been that kind of game for them. They'll claim it. But you can see Tundra completely spreading the map. Doing Tundra things. Anytime 33, not to bring up his name for the 1,000th
You will do it many times. I can see it.
It feels like he really has an imprint on every team he goes to.
I mean, it just goes to, like, some players just have a very strong idea. I mean, obviously for him, it's worked very well. He's also been coached by AUI, who loves the map and, you know, being efficient.
Yep.
Just goes to show.
A bunch of nerds.
Absolutely. That's what we all are.
No.
Okay, you're not. Yeah. I mean, something else that I see from, well, some teams more than others, especially when you have like tanky heroes or you play into a lineup that has damage issues, getting Poor Man's Shield. Like, this tier 2 item is really, really strong. And they have it on both Axe and Ember. It's nearly like a free Vanguard on Axe. Like, he doesn't have it, but with this neutral item, basically he does. As Antares going for a little warding mission.
So you like Poor Man's Shield, but not Chipper.
I mean,
Chipper's Vest.
Chipper.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Chip Vest is just stupid. I think Poor Man's Shield kind of is too, but they're both too strong, which means you have to take them.
What's wrong with that?
What do you mean? I mean, Chip Vest to me, especially with how good Blade Mail is, like, it's also because of how
nerf
good they
Blade
both
Mail
are.
then. Don't touch Chip Vest.
Don't touch the
Don't
Chipper.
touch it.
No, Chip, it's just low skill. Is it not like, oh, you hit me, you take damage? And it helps you farm so much.
Did you know that I asked for Chipper to be in the game? And then
cool
they
hero.
added the name
Chipper Vest.
Chipper to Chip Vest, its ability name.
Wait, that's what the ability is called?
They
got you
highlight
good.
them.
They got you good.
They put Chipper in the game. What can you say?
We don't have any more Chip Vests in the game, do we?
That's too bad. I guess we'll never know.
I'll check game 2.
Yeah, we'll definitely see another one there.
We will. Do you know how OP it is?
Yeah, it's quite good. There we go. Chipper. Passive is Chipper. I think it did not have a name before.
Until you message
they don't name passives, I guess. The Hawk on the run. BZM, he's got the mobility. Oh, he gets vacuumed. That's a bit annoying. Obviously has the mobility. He's going to use a TP instead, actually.
I guess a little bit annoying. He didn't have any remnants.
VP potentially waiting for somebody to pursue them, but that is not to be occurring here. Do you think Gale Guard is balanced now?
I mean, it's also very
Why are you
strong.
such a hater on every tanky
Because
neutral item?
it changes the game so much. Like, imagine, like, back in the day,
So they
before
shouldn't have
neutral
any tanky neutral
No, of
items,
course
that's what
they
you're
should be,
saying.
but they need to have, like, a certain level. And, you know, they're doing better at making
So you want them
right.
to be bad?
I
Aren't
don't
you an
want them to
offlane
be
player? I
OP.
don't understand.
Yeah, of course I am.
Doesn't sound like
okay,
it.
you pop Gale Guard. They don't deal enough damage. You can
Okay.
blink out. Super
Yeah,
cool.
That's great.
You get Poor Man's Shield, suddenly some support Tusk is, like, unkillable.
Yeah, who cares?
What do you mean, who cares?
That's good for the game.
Yeah, it's not that great.
Make tanky. We don't see enough tanky heroes, Kazu.
Look, Gale Guard.
Yeah, he's a tanky boy.
He is. I mean, I wonder
He's
what...
going to be buying his 4th Midas of the game here soon.
Yeah.
The old classic Doom.
He's had 33 lessons, of course. From
Yep, of course.
Oh, Soxa with the catch.
Efficiency. Yep, Shackle to start, Soxa.
They're
actually
pinging
going to put the
aggressively,
Serpent
though.
Wards down as well. Static Storm placed by Rain. He's going to die to that big old Serpent Ward. The question is, will anybody else follow suit? Soxa pursuing
Look like it.
that Glimmer Cape, and Terrace does go the correct way. TP attempt, and 33 not able to see through Fog of War here. That's a
shame.
Good to check on that every once in a while. You know, got to keep these players honest.
That's true. Well, we've got a Blink Dagger coming out for the Hawk, and they kind of got through like a really hard stage of the game. I mean, not to say it's getting easier, but they are getting some tools. You've got levels, you've got a Blink on Darkseer, you can look for some combos. And of course, both Vtoon and Lorenov are continuing to scale. I mean, Vtoon, he's gearing up for the late game. He's been holding on to the Dormant Curio for one of his next neutral items, if they make it there.
How often do people lose with a Dormant Curio?
A lot. I think a lot.
They're going to attempt to try to contest this Roche, number 3.
Okay. They're looking to force VP out of position.
Yeah,
into their own
BZM, he's
smoke.
going to pop the smoke here, get the Searing Chains onto 2. The Vac Wall is placed, but no follow-up here. Is now 33 getting a BKB delivered.
That's a big deal for VP. I feel like you might want to call off this Roche defense without wall, but they want to go for it. They want to go for a big Wombo Schwombo.
They're going to attempt it.
Okay.
Onto the high ground they go. Static Storm is placed, but Chrysalis just pops the BKB. He's going to use the Doom onto Lesh. And now the dunk comes out from Mr. Axe, 33 himself. And that's no more Darkseer. And that means no more fight for VP as they run away, so Roche will go the way of Tundra. Which means Refresher Shard this time. So might see the double Doom, might see the double Warlock ult.
I think double, how about double
Ember.
Rasta wards?
Or Ember.
Why are you not thinking about the one guy who can like him?
I like double everything.
Then double big ward. Who
Double
doesn't enjoy
Berserker's Call sounds incredible.
I don't know why I'm
Game
here.
ending.
I mean, it could be good. Let's see. Oh,
Right.
it's a big surprise.
There you go.
Saxa's holding it.
Yep, that's
The
too
fifth
bad.
person you guessed it will take it.
I'm just going down the list. He just happens to be 5th.
Of course. I'm going to remember
Look at the
this
top
one.
bar.
You just like Brown.
Yeah, that's true. It's 33. Nice call. Could have been a double call if he had that Refresher Shard, but opting to not take it this time around. And what level is Sox? Is he 15 yet? Oh, he is. Oh, boy.
Double Hexer Breaker.
As a
Not
tanky
touching
33. He's continuing to get healed with that Shadow Word. Double Battle Hunger onto Lash, doing a lot of damage. Lorenov's going to have to back away as Vtoon still has his ult to work with, but of course the Hex he does have to worry about. And there's the Shackle to start things out, but he's going to pop the ult a little bit beforehand, make sure that he can actually get away here. Probably a good move. Another double Searing Chains, but the nice Vac Wall comes out onto several heroes. Unfortunately for VP, there's not a whole lot of follow-up. More used in a defensive measure, which means Tundra can just opt to go to a different lane.
I mean, the VP are doing good with how they're fighting, but I'm not a fan of how the Hawk is using his wall currently. Both the last 2 walls, I think, are a little rushed. Like, this defense, you had already defended. Like, they honestly, if you want to fight back from a 20k deficit, you need to clutch your spells and really have a good plan. So kind of, I would like them to talk about it, because they need to wall, like, aggressively. Get that Doom Illusion, even though it's not that good. Like, you need as much as you can get being this far down. And Terrace running away from Big Bad Doom.
He's very scary.
Yep.
And here is a top 5 Ags in the game right here for Ember Spirit. 33 finds a connection onto Antares.
Oh,
I thought we were going to have a discussion about that, but I guess not. Antares?
No, we will soon.
Will be dropping. Wyman in the meantime, though.
Oh, he's
will be traded out eventually.
That's a nice little kill. Yeah. And who else is in the top 5? Pango is definitely one.
I wasn't talking about having a full discussion. It's more about if you agree with it
that it's
being
a top 5? Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Well, I'll slowly get to the 5 of them.
You know, to make content, you need to actually disagree with me. That's what Synderen usually does. So
sometimes
just
you can have a little W. Sometimes you say smart things. I'll let you have it.
I'm not used to that actually. So
well,
as a call comes out from 33 onto a bunch of creeps, unbelievable play.
They dodged it actually.
Yeah, obviously. Okay, again, this is something you'll learn over time casting with me here.
What, sarcasm? Very good.
Pipe is activated. 33. Gonna get gone on, but the counter Doom comes out. 33 is really low. He actually does drop. Doom applied to the Abaddon, though. Ult will give him a little bit of time, but he might be ticking out nonetheless. It's Chrysalis and company on the high ground. And is this another sad situation
last
for
tick.
our boy?
Yep, last tick magic.
Very unfortunate for V2.
Well, at least one more time, they're not losing their base. They're holding on to like the same type of net worth in the game.
That's a good positive attitude to keep.
It is.
Let's try to bring that energy to game 2.
We will. I know you won't.
Gonna need it.
Relax, dude.
You still have Refresher Shard on the Rasta?
I mean, if they cleanly get to the base, they will drop that. So I at least like that VP are trying to, you know, force the fight like kind of outside. Uh-oh.
Pops the Gale Guard. He's invincible now. Chrysalis, nice dodge. That Manta, but these wards. Looks like they're going to have to give up this set of racks as the Shackle applies to Lesh, but be able to get back to the fountain. They don't have Abby for another 30 seconds.
Okay, vacuum.
Got the wall, or the vac onto 2, but Antares easily cleaned up as this 24K lead for Tundra really starting to show. And by starting to show, I mean it's been 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah, they've been kind of owning them.
Yep.
I would really like Lornoff to start considering the shard now. Like now that they're ending up going high ground, like you can try to keep them in place.
That's a losing mentality.
Okay, tell me how they win with a winner's mentality.
Well, you can get up out of your seats and
that's calling GG.
Go to the other side and
sit down and pretend you won.
Unplug some computers. I don't know.
Nah, I still see
he's hacked. Do they have the damage to burn through him before he gets? Nope. He's dead.
He did.
Big kill. 80 seconds of no Abaddon. Soxa.
Look.
Eventually going to be taken out. No, he's going to be healing. Finally does drop, but again, it's just a support after all of this, and Lornoff left to his own devices. Double kill for BZM as Tundra looking to finish this game in style. GG's come out. So game 1 goes to Tundra easily.
Oh yeah, I mean, they just kind of owned them from start to finish, you know, starting with the lanes. I think what's really hard for VP, well, their top lane went quite rough, and even then later they couldn't really play through their Leshrac, which Shannon, they really needed Mr. Lornoff to come through on the Shard.
If only he had the Shard, I think they would have won this game.
Great.
If I'm being honest. But yeah, I mean, this was kind of expected. Jenkins did say 2-0.
You said 2-0 VP.
Usually that does start with a 1-0, so...
Yeah, for the wrong team. He did really good.
Did he actually say 2-0 VP?
Yes.
God, I really don't listen to anything this guy says. It's probably good for business in our failing game company that we're creating right now.
Yeah, quick plug on Relic Arena.
Thank you for that. As we see the players not very excited after that game 1. Of course, it's a warm-up. First game of the day is always a warm-up.
Even if it's at 8 p.m.
That's right. I mean, knowing these players, they wake up at about 7:30 usually p.m.
Ain't no way.
Yeah. As game 1 is over, which means Natty can take over.
Yeah, I think I'm going to need to take the reins from you guys there. Great cast. Great game 1. If you're a Tundra fan, that is. Unfortunately, though, for Virtus.pro, it's not that 2-0 that Jenkins was predicting. It's not even the 1-0 that both Jenkins and Effie.
I said 2-0. I said 2-0 Tundra.
Oh, sorry. It was my selective hearing.
I'm not insane. VP, they're clearly the underdogs here.
Right.
I'm going for the overdogs.
You never root for the underdog. No, absolutely
of course
not. No.
That's just a Jenkinsism. Like he'll always say 2-0 for some random. He does that.
He does do that. Yeah, we know you quite well by now. So let's actually break it down on what did happen for this game. And number 1, yeah, not the Virtus.pro win for themselves, but lanes weren't horrible for them. It felt like there was a good opening for themselves, especially when it came to that mid lane. We didn't know exactly how the Lesher was going to be, and it was their overall last pick. It was that last pick for VP, so it should have been a bit more of a wow factor there, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, my biggest gripe with Lesh was just going for the Kaya instead of the Blink Dagger as the first item. That isn't where the destructive power of Lush comes from.
Yeah, that was unusual.
Like, maybe the read that he had on it was that Darkseer would surge him in and they'd take fights around him, but I do think the strength of that hero is just being able to like insta-kill supports in the early game. But to give him credit and to be fair, like by the time he did pivot to that item, it was because Tundra around minute 7 started making really good moves around the map, and maybe he felt that the game state itself changed.
Yeah, that's possible. Or like he thought he had the extra time. You know, sometimes you're like, I can get a casual Kaya before I go for the blink, but then you just can't.
Yeah.
Tundra did cook that game, though. They had some interesting builds. Like BZM on Ember, he maxed Q and then went W. No points Flame Guard. Like the build that we're normally seeing when people go for the Chain Gang facet is 4-1-4. So you can farm with the Flame Guard. But the thing is, like, you're playing into Lesh. You don't want to run into the fight anyway until you have a Blade Mail. And at that timing, even if you're maxing your Q and W, then you can get Flame Guard, right? So that actually made a lot of sense. And the way that he was playing fights, the way that he was able to kite because he went for this build, it was completely devastating in the early game. Like, he was setting up all of the ganks across the map.
I also think that you're not really expecting a team to be playing as aggressively as they were, right? You talked very briefly, Effie, about that 7-minute there. They went for the Wisdom Rune on the side of VP and then just hung around their try. That triangle was just no longer theirs on the side of VP, and they're like, okay, where do we go? A lot of us kind of want to farm on our cores here, and it's already 7.5, 8 minutes, and we just can't go anywhere. We don't know where we're going on this map.
Yeah, there is a very like destructive sequence of events that Tundra did, and this is where their experience really shone through, because something of an even game state from lanes just got blown out of the water within a few minutes. The net worth lead kept building and building and building, and that's what Tundra does best, is they just get these insane net worth leads and play off of them. And if we've got the highlights ready to pull up, I do want to look a little bit more closely at some of the moves they did in the early game to give them the lead. The key thing here is that Chrysalis walks from the top lane to Doom Darkseer as he's farming stacks. What happened was around that minute 7 rune fight, that ward got placed in the Radiant Triangle, which allowed Chrysalis to see that Darkseer was there in the first place. So because of this ward, they're able to play very aggressively. Tundra bring in both of their supports here. And while it was looking almost okay for Lorinov with him getting away, BZM cleans up at the very end here. And that was just kind of the beginning of the end. We'll see afterwards that there was a ward. You can't see it, but it's right next to the mid lane tower that allowed Tundra supports to scout out where Lorinov was farming. They actually didn't smoke at him, by the way. They just ran behind the tower, no vision. They just solo kill as 2 supports this Leshrac. And then afterwards, look, they go as 2 support duo, they go solo Roche and they give it to BZM. Like, they just put the whole game on their backs there.
That's it.
Support diff.
That's insane. That's actually insane how much supports can make the difference. And it's so funny because, like, you know, we talk about Tundra in the previous tournament not doing so well. Are they not able to cook for whatever reason? And then they just solo Roche with 2 supports, and you're like, all right, they're cooking. Like, there's no issue with Tundra here. So, yeah, VP, they have their backs up against the wall on this one, for sure.
Yeah, you've highlighted all of these things that the Tundra supports are doing well, going from warding, obviously being able to take that Roche just between the 2 of them. That was a brilliant use of taking the big Serpent facet, plopping it down there to be able to help kill Roche on there. And then on the other side, this Chaos Knight support, right? I think that's a pretty big talking point here, because you guys hyped it up a lot when we saw it in the draft. Like, this is working for a lot of other teams. We've seen it have success in the meta, but I feel like it really fell short here. I'm not seeing the same vision that you guys have in the past of this hero.
I think the snowball just happened so quickly, because like the 7-minute rune fight, afterwards, Darkseer goes to farm stacks in the triangle without dewarding, and maybe versus lesser experienced teams, you can do that, but like Tundra's instantly there on that ward. Like a few minutes after, the ward in that mid lane makes both supports follow the Leshrac and solo kill him. Well, solo kill, but like as 2 supports without core, like sure, BZM comes and gets the last hit. But support CK, when he's playing against like that kind of vision, and they're not the ones making the moves, but they're just getting moved on, like what can he do really? Because how you want to play the hero is like you want to dive towers with Ion Shell, you want to like wait for a smoke of your own, you want your Darkseer to initiate your Lesh to be stronger. It's not really capable of doing the same things that we saw just now.
I think there's also the theory that when we did see it get picked, it was for a very brief window, and maybe it looked good in those games when BB Team was picking it because people didn't know how to play against it But I can tell you, like, after that tournament, it was ravaging pubs. Like, everyone was playing.
Oh, so now it's a solved equation, you think?
Yeah, maybe. So, like, it's not like Tundra hasn't played against them. They're, you know, they're not like, oh, like, I'm going to play up super far in the mid lane and die to Lesh plus CK stun, right? It's like BZM has probably already played against Lesh CK on this patch.
All right, well, I like it. And we can talk a bit more about this team in a little bit because it's not over for their matchup, all right? It is a best of 2. That was only a game number 1. We're going to go to a break. When we do come back, we'll see that second game and hopefully a little bit of a better draft for VP.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Yeah, this best of 2, it waits for no one. Tundra obviously eager to get in, see if they're able to be the first team to get a 2-0 for themselves. On the side of Virtus.pro, though, they got a lot to prove. They came through the qualifiers. They want to show themselves that, hey, we deserve this slot. We're able to bring it. And it's day number 1. We don't know what teams have been preparing, what exactly comes in. And with this phase 1 not necessarily being elimination, is there room to have a little bit of a play around Effie? Have a little bit of a, this has worked for others. Is it going to work for us?
For sure. So I really don't think it was a draft issue. I think they just got like support diffed.
You
super
stand by
hard.
it that the draft was so good.
I mean, it was a good draft. Like Leshrac didn't go blink first, right? They were farming sacks without dewarding their triangle. Leshrac was getting hunted by 2 supports, and his supports weren't there. I think you just have to shape up your play because that was either Whiteman and Soxa being elite S-tier players, which they are, but normally, like when you play against teams like Tundra, you have to be ready for these kinds of movements, especially coming from the supports, because they are the heart and soul of the team.
I mean, even the builds were different, right? Like 33 on Axe, he didn't rush Blink. He went Blade Mail, Pipe, Soul Ring, Blink. I can guarantee you, not in a single game that VP has played in the last year has an Axe gone for this build.
True.
But Tundra is that type of team. They understand that they're snowballing. All they need to do is not die, be tanky, run at towers, run at objectives. And he went for the best items for doing that. He went for an item that'll protect him and his team, and then an item that'll give him mana to constantly spam stuff out. So I agree. It's like, it just felt like Tundra was on another caliber. So if there is some sort of like pocket strat or something like that, this is the time for VP to pull it out. But I felt like coming into this tournament, VP needed to find their identity. Like, yes, they won the qualifiers. I understand that. But we're expecting them to find some sort of identity in their drafts during Wallachia. They didn't do it because they looked really inconsistent coming into that. So I think for them, probably there's not a pocket strat, but they also just haven't found their identity yet. But that's not saying that they couldn't do it in this next game. It's just that in order to find their identity, I think completely switch it up. So that way they can try something new, get a feel for it. And it's like, oh, okay, this hero worked. Slowly, this is how you figure yourself out, right?
Okay. Does that resonate with you as well? I feel like the big switch up is needed for VP, even though it's only been that one game there.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need to develop that identity, but I also think that like throughout this tournament, they'll have a chance to work on smaller things, like what to fight around, like where their enemy vision might be. Things like that are a lot like smaller scale than what we're talking about, like big drafts, big ideas, but I'd argue they're more important. So we'll probably see them level up throughout this. They are a team in their infancy, but that game one was tough.
I agree with what you're saying, but I think it kind of in a way goes back to draft, because I think if you're playing heroes that you're very comfortable on, if you're playing a draft that you've spammed over and over and over again, you feel like it is your identity, that the dewarding and that other stuff is something you can focus on, because you're not thinking about the hero. You're not thinking about strategically, how do we play this? It's like you can focus on the micro movements if the macro is something that you're used to, like, you know, repeating.
Or it's like in your subconscious, right? So you're not actively putting thought towards it. Yeah, that's just something that happens.
Exactly. You have the reps in, right? It's like you're just doing another rep, except you're playing against Tundra.
That's a pretty heavy rep, by the way.
It's a heavy rep. That's
like going from a 5 kilo weight all the way up to like a 500 to try and do deadlift.
Yeah, it's a 1 rep max for sure. Like you're doing it once and then that's it. But you know, they got to do it.
But to that, I wonder. Were they uncomfortable with that draft? Like, we don't know if this is something they've been playing a lot. Like, we only have.
You should go down there and ask them.
We've got the sample size of their qualifiers and their Wahe, but we don't know what their scrims have looked like, because they picked all of this stuff very quickly. By the way, first pick Darkseer confidently. Their second phase
it seemed confident.
was like
You're right.
lightning. It was so snappy. So they had an idea, and it has to have been something that they tried and thought was good for them. So I don't think this is something new that they're bringing to the table. It has to be something they've played multiple times before to pick it that quickly. Like that Disruptor, for that CK follow-up with Disruptor into the Abaddon on 18, that happened in like seconds. It was like boom, boom, boom. They already talked about what they wanted to do.
Yeah, at least they felt like they had the answer. Yeah. And I guess even if they're, you know, repping with this, they run into Tundra and then it's like, oh wait, the weight has changed. It's now like heavier on one side, you know, because Tundra is now doing a different build. Like, yeah, Ember Spirit, I have not seen anybody go for this build on Ember. It's like
and Axe,
and Axe, like the builds are just unusual. Like you can't rep this because most teams will not change up the way a hero is being played like this situationally. You have to be experts at the game, experts at the heroes, and Tundra are. So
yeah, I feel like we have already stated it, but there is no overstating just how much both Whitemon and Saxa did for Tundra in this. Yes, it's like they're invading early, they're putting on that pressure at the 7-minute wisdom and then transitioning that triangle, but it felt like the two supports were running everywhere together, and then a core would come. They're setting everything up for their cores. Like, I loved seeing that. Normally we're seeing a support and a core run together.
Yeah, it was so funny watching a Warlock and a Shaman walk behind a tier 1 mid. They weren't smoked. They just walked behind the tier 1 mid. They found Leshrac. They just ult him, and then here comes VZM who first sleight of fist gets the kill. He's like, yeah, I didn't have to do anything, and I got really rich there. Like, that's got to feel good. Same with the Roshan, right? They're doing Roshan minute 11. VZM just walks. It takes like 10 seconds of his time to walk from the mid lane that he was farming to pick up the Aegis and walk back. Like, when you have supports that are setting you up for such a nice game, that is your dream as a mid player.
And also that Axe build that you're talking about, the items he didn't feel that pressure to go the Blink Dagger. I liked what you were saying about how he just wanted to tank through Jenkins, but do you also think like the way that it was drafted, it was never a necessity for this Axe to have a Blink, for them to catch someone, for them to be able to constantly lock down and just dish out the damage that they were able to build?
Yeah, and I mean, I guess part of that is like, Abaddon is a very slow carry on this patch. You need to farm the Radiance. It takes a long time, and showing up the fights before that feels kind of bad. So 33 felt like he could be kind of like delayed on that. And the cores on the side of VP didn't really look like he needed a blink to blink and catch and kill them. You know, Darkseer is kind of hard to catch and kill with the Blink Blade mail. So is Abaddon. He's just going to ult. Leshrac was already dying, so it really did feel like all they needed to do was not die, and they were going to win the game. And so that's why he built the most obvious item versus a Leshrac, who's the only potential hero that's going to deal damage, or like a Radiance on Abaddon. Actually, all of the cores deal magical damage, like AoE magical damage. So the pipe was a great pickup.
Also, around the time he got the pipe would have been around the time where Lush was finally getting that Blink Dagger too.
And Abba has a Radiance, so yeah, it fit for sure.
Yeah, but something really cool that Tundra did also was just they played on Crystallis's lane. And because he's a carry Doom, he can be a lot more active in these fights. And that's kind of what Crystallis was famous for before joining Tundra, being that active carry, being very skirmishy, being everywhere. But if you saw it, like, they just went to his Wisdom Rune, right? They fought with him there. Like, he was the one who walked into the triangle afterwards. 30 seconds later, started that fight. Afterwards, 30 seconds after that, they're also diving the tier 2 near Crystal's lane. So when you can take all of the action away from your offlane Axe, who's farming up a storm, and still come out on top, that's just genius map play.
Well, our Game 2 draft is here. We've sung all the praises that we can of Tundra. We've given the criticism that we felt was valid for VP, but, you know, they're into it now. They're going to have to look forward to what this Game 2 is, what the draft is, that they're able to pull it together. And clearly, they didn't think that there was an issue with the ABBA. They're very happy to play that slightly slower carry for themselves. And, yep, same sort of response.
Straight back for the Doom. I mean, we saw
if you won't change, we won't change.
Yeah, we saw the counter to Abaddon in that game a few times where he would run back to Fountain, the ult would pop, he would be doomed, and he would just die. Like, I do think Doom is an excellent counter to Abaddon as a core, so and maybe after that game, if you're VP, you're looking to swap this to be a position 5 and play it that way, because I really think you nullify Abaddon as a hero by just dooming him, no matter how many items he gets.
Yeah.
Maybe they felt that the Shaman was a bigger counter, because like once you hit, because they ban it out before picking it, right? So I hope that was a good read by them, because giving Doom away to this team that have shown that they will win with it on carry, but then also have probably the best Doom player in the tournament in the offlane is brave. But it was the Hex breaks talent at 15, like they would just Hex Abaddon, so he would be broken and he couldn't manually press ulti and he would die too. So maybe they think they can play against one counter, but not both.
Yeah, and I mean, I get that, like, Naga ban, nobody, I really will be surprised anytime Naga gets picked up in this tournament. Like,
It's already been picked in this tournament.
Has it?
Yeah, Skeeta played it.
And it won?
It lost.
Oh, he played carry Naga? Well, that's why they lost.
Sorry. My bad for giving you the information.
That makes
I'll take it back.
It all makes sense. It checks out. Aui's the only person that would let it through in the draft. It's very strong. Like these other bands make sense. Monkey King also, you're playing against Crystallis. BZM Monkey King is something to behold. The Warlock respect is cool. I love to see that. Like Whitemon, he invented this current version of Warlock, the Black Grimoire Warlock, even though in an interview when we talked to him about it, he lied and said, I don't go for that fast, I go for the other one. So every game he went for the Black Grimoire.
You're still holding on to that?
I'm going to hold on to that forever. He just lied. He don't lie to me.
He did straight up lie. I would like everyone to know that this was over 6 months ago.
I will not. He pretends he's a nice guy. Everybody loves the guy. He's SEA
He's just
pride.
a straight up liar.
You can't lie when you have a whole region, you know, on your back.
Right, right.
For a long time. Now there's talent, you know, we're good. We're all good.
We can distribute it. He can be a liar again.
Yeah, he can lie now.
Okay.
Is he aware of these claims you're making, Jenkins?
Yeah.
We'll make him aware. We'll make him aware.
We'll make him aware.
We'll make him aware for this.
So Tundra go for Soxa's Marcy. I mean, this hero with the rebound facet is very cool because not only does it give you aggressive potential, but the ability to save. We saw it earlier today in BB Team's game, how good it looked in the hands of save. But I really think that if there's anyone who's innovated Marcy or like really pushed her to the limits competitively, it has been Soxa, so it's exciting to see it. But this also means that if they feel like flexing Doom to carry again, Virtus.pro have to think about Darkseer, because that Darkseer Marcy lane is really hard to play against also.
Yeah, and Darkseer loves getting illusions of Abaddon as well. Like, Radiant Spire, you're reflecting also the passive that Abaddon has onto himself. He doesn't like that. Once again, there's the potential support swap here, but oh man, VP, they have 30 seconds left of reserve time. They're going to go back for the Disruptor. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of that time was kind of spent for themselves on that first phase bans. Or when they were like, do we ban that Shaman? What exactly was the big issue? A lot of time was spent there, and you're now thinking about what they pick up after the Marcy is picked, after they've shown the ABBA for themselves. And yep, so far their draft is still the same as what we saw for game number 1, just in a different order.
Do you guys feel, my read on Disruptor is that they basically just wanted Rain to have some position 5. Like they asked him, like, what hero do you want? He just thinks Disruptor's good. That's how this reads to me, is they needed to pick a support there. It's not like Disruptor's particularly good against do Marcy. I mean, I guess they're 2 melee heroes. Like, you can get them in the Disruptor ulti, but also Marcy will destroy a Disruptor.
What do you think about Disruptor in this patch at the moment?
He's fine.
I think it's fine.
Okay.
I think it's fine, but I also think there's 5s that are spamming it that think it's really good.
I think that it's not just Disruptor in a vacuum. Like, they have this idea in their Abaddon Disruptor lane. They've played it, they think it's strong. Like, he provides a lot of lockdown. The Glimpse is very good for Abaddon, who can kill targets so long as like they stay in front of him. And also, Disruptor is good against Marcy with Kinetic Field. If you're playing Rebound Marcy, it stops her from rebounding. So the kind of Marcy that, I mean the pick-me-up, if you're trying to save somebody, this will stop it, because they will hit the edge of the kinetic field and they can't go further.
That's it. I did not know it worked like that. That is interesting. So you cannot save from Disruptor ulti then if the kinetic field is down.
No, you cannot. With that being said, like, on lane, it's still quite scary because you just get rebound disposed and you're dead as Disruptor. Even an Aphotic Shield can't save you if they go for something like a Darkseer.
Yeah.
With Doom, maybe it's fine.
Yeah. Okay, well, Puck is an incredible hero. I was surprised to not see it picked a lot more in this tournament so far. I talked to XM yesterday about Puck, and I asked, like, do you think the hero has any bad matchups? Like, Huskar, Tiny, Dragonite. He said no. It does not lose lanes. Curveball Facet is very strong. I do not like Dragonite. I literally asked him about Dragonite, and he's like, yeah, it's a bad hero. Like, the stats on Dragonite are just bad. It has worked, I will say, but it's worked for teams that are just the better team and have the better laner. Like, I think we saw GPK beat a team with it, but GPK was like winning every single lane. I mean, he literally won the previous tournament. So,
I mean, it begs the question of what do you pick against Puck then if DK is not good enough, because this was like the age-old solution. And I still think the Green Dragon DK is strong against Puck, even in this patch. And so long as there's follow-up to his stun initiation, which I really don't see right now, it's like a bit slower damage. Like, for example, Static Field, that's going to get healed through by Nature's Attendance. I mean, Static Storm, sorry.
Yeah.
Like, they just need that kind of strong burst to follow up on DK, and I think it would look really cool here, actually. It's just not there, the strong burst, yet.
Yeah, I agree. So, strong burst from probably an offlaner, but there's also potential that Abaddon is offlane. I could see the Hawk taking it. He has played the hero in tournaments before. It's not so much of an offlaner right now, but 33 has played offlane, Abaddon, but also they, you know, didn't do as well as people would expect them to do in PGL, so.
Or actually, sorry, Nat, like stealing the curveball illusory orb on Rubik with like 3 points in his W, like I think that's a lot of burst damage. Like, could that be enough follow-up? Because the curveball facet does more damage, right?
I think I agree with that.
That could be enough burst.
I feel like you need more than Rubik though, like like some SF PA level burst with DK. I mean, Skywrath Mage, this is a Skywrath, Marana, like those are classics, but these are kind of bad heroes. They're not looking for a support.
And you just need burst to carry through that initial, like, early to mid game, because eventually Abaddon will do a lot of damage within a few seconds, right? You just need that mid game, that early game hero to follow up on you. Maybe Rubik can do enough. We'll see what he can pull out here, because it is Rubik versus Doom as well. We haven't talked about it. That's a pretty difficult counter against Doom. Like, back when Rubik was actually a popular hero and people enjoyed playing him, we would always say Rubik versus Doom, because stealing Doom is so easy. Like, because he comes in Scorched Earth usually, because he wants the move speed, presses Doom, and he can't really cast Devour most of the time. So maybe Antros will pop off here.
There is a potential for that. The Axe is going to be their last pick. You've talked a lot about burst. Yeah, I'm not so sure Axe is offering that right now, what you needed, but is it enough to carry them through that middle part of the game, the way you think they're going to be the most vulnerable?
I think Axe always has potential to pop off and carry a game, for sure. DK, maybe not so much these days. Maybe if you have like a really good early game, but then you would probably need the Axe to be snowballing anyway. So really, there's a lot of eyes for me on the Hawk on Axe. I do think this is punishable though. Like, you're playing into 2 strength carries, Ench in lane. Ooh, a Visage. That is not what I was expecting.
Okay.
So I guess they thought that they wanted a hero that would enable like this Marcy pick. Visage Marcy is a really like tried and true lane from the days of old, and because we see this Enchantress who hasn't been a popular hero, she likes to play tempo. She likes to play with heroes that will push objectives early on, and maybe they thought that Visage was one of the better ones here. So definitely makes sense in terms of Tundra's style. But again, I think VP have a good draft. They had a good draft last game. They have a good draft again this game. It's just going to be a matter of execution because Tundra looked so sharp in that game 1.
I'm just excited to see this because I remember when they first added Death Toll as a facet to Visage, 33 was like starting in the safe lane, getting a kill, staying there, getting a kill, just ditching the off lane just to farm gold from this.
Was this the one where
if you shot
Soul Assumption was, it just had to be traveling in the air?
If it was in the air, you'd get the gold.
Okay,
yes.
Okay, so when it was a little bit cuckoo.
It was much more generous than it is now, but I still feel like if he's picking and going Death Toll, like there's some interesting tech that we're going to see in this game, which I'm very excited about.
Yeah, so it's definitely going to be that double down 2-0 for VP.
Absolutely. There's 2-0 VP. There's a 2-1. We're playing best of 3.
2-1 best of 3. And any final predictions from you for how this one's going to go? Are they going to be able to wade through the potential that Tundra are bringing?
You know, I think their draft can do it so long as they are on top of their rotations on Rain and Antares, because their draft is a lot easier to pull off, actually, on the side of VP.
Okay, an easier draft. We
Much easier.
like to hear that. Hopefully, then, it is going to be an easier game for our casters, because I know that one was an absolute barn burner, a real difficult one for them. So please, Kezu and Sunsfan.
Thanks, Natty. Great segue as always. Really appreciate your work here at EWC. What a pleasure to be working alongside you. It's been a long time.
Why are you being sarcastic again?
I'm not being sarcastic. It just sounds sarcastic. Just happens to be that way. I was born that way. Kezu, as we make ourselves
acquainted
with game number 2 here between VP and Tundra.
Yep.
Anything that you want to talk about. I'm all ears. I mean, the axe was stolen, but now we're going to see the 33 Visage, which is honestly one of his signatures.
Yeah, we need to talk about Vizzy Rizzy being 33's Siggy Wizzy. With the Death Toll, Jenkins, he was talking about it.
Yeah, I heard him babbling about something.
It was good. You don't always have to discredit him. You know, because 33, he is a Visage specialist. When it comes to gold, he knows what's up. So he must have seen something. I mean, Disruptor is a traditionally, I would say, like, Disruptor needs a good laning stage. Visage can definitely abuse the type of, like, weak defensive supports, and it's a very old combo. You've got the Marcy Visage combo all together. They lane well. You want the kills. They're both looking for it. So I got my eyes on 33.
I feel like we talked about him all game in game number 1.
I can't help it. They last picked his hero.
Can you just pick another person to talk about,
I was
please?
literally thinking of Dragon Knight, and you would call me out that he's a boring hero. Tell me that this is not the case.
Well, you can pick somebody on the other team.
Okay, I can pick Rubik, but Antares, I'm not sure he's in for a good time. If you steal an Eng spell, it's not really good. Visage, meh.
Puck is great, though.
Sure. But then what if he kills you? Can't argue with that one.
Yeah. We could talk about Soxa. He's playing Marcy as support.
Correct.
I would say normally, I'm not a huge fan of this hero in general, but as support, especially with this facet, very strong with the rebound.
I mean, the pick-me-up facet it's kind of based. I'm not going to lie. You can save, you can get people in. There's like so many different ways that you can play. As V-Tuna in a lot of trouble.
Oh, yeah. Soxa.
Okay, good jukes. He knows his tree lines.
He does, but I feel like he's in a world of hurt here.
He is. I mean, he should be fine. I saw that he did have a salve coming out. I mean, when you play against Visages, there's a few things you have to do. You need to stay on high HP, which means tangos. You need a salve early on. And when minute 3 pops, we better be seeing raindrops on both these heroes here in the safe lane of Virtus.pro.
See if Soxa and company want to dive this.
Oh, you were right.
33. Let's actually
packet loss.
We have the benefit of turning around and actually seeing people's reaction. You can see 33 not very happy about something. He's got his hand on his face.
Packet loss.
In frustration.
Should I say it again?
You're saying packet loss.
He has packet loss.
He's shielding his eyes from the light right now.
He wrote loss in all chat.
I can see him talking physically. Okay?
You're just drama forming again.
You're just reading chat, and sometimes that's not accurate.
This is not Twitch chat, Shannon. This is real game with real gamers.
I'm watching it with my real eyes right now. He's looking over at Soxa now. And Soxa, literally no emotion. That's what I love about him. When he was on DC,
we're going to talk about that.
He was the Rock, Kezu.
That's true.
Nobody could phase him, you know?
I mean, he is a man of very few words, but when he speaks, you better listen.
Oh, yeah.
Because it be wisdom.
Something like that.
Something
As 33 has reconnected, it seems the lights have been dimmed just for him. They got the angle just right.
Guys, he's literally lying. Nothing was changed.
What's the problem here?
I think he just restarted Dota.
Okay.
What?
A great story, all right? I was
Not
building.
everything has to be a story.
I was building something up, something to truly remember, and now
they turned the lights
it's
off.
just packet loss. Yeah. It's 33 versus the lights. That's really his only opponent.
Well, now that the light has been shut off, is there anything VP can do?
Sorry, are you asking? Are you asking yourself because you're the analyst?
I'm asking you.
Is there anything VP can do at
now
1.5
minutes?
Now
that the lights are off.
Oh, the light situation. Okay.
Start listening.
It's come full circle here. It's BZM on the puck, mid lane versus Lornoff on the DK. How does this matchup typically go? Is it just a trade of farm generally?
I mean, it's kind of a trade, but it is slightly DK favored. I would say it used to be more DK favored, but with all the new additions to innates and facets, curveball being good and puck being able to have the innate, puckish.
What was changed with curveball to make it good? I thought it was always good to begin with, but nobody was picking it.
I mean, first of all, it deals more damage. The way that you can kind of choose where it gets slow. On the AoE where it passes through, you deal percentage damage of your level of orb. And I think it's also the fact that there's more stuff you can do.
All right, I'm turning around again. This was a pause by VTune. Maybe the light has been redirected onto their side now. Just got to double check here. Looks like it's actually quite dim overall, except for on 33.
Yeah, that's why they're going again.
He has that pale complexion. I can, of course,
attest
keep to that.
Very close tabs on the lighting.
And back into the game we go as Lornoff will be breathe firing BZM. Sorry, you were saying something about this matchup. And I was thinking about the lights, I won't lie.
Anyway.
The curveball.
This traditionally used to be a very good matchup for DK. I believe it still is. I haven't seen it too much because people don't love playing DK all that much. But it isn't as bad as it used to be for puck.
Okay.
Is what I was saying.
But what was changed with curveball? Did you answer that?
Yeah, I did. It deals damage where your orb slows down. It deals percentage damage. It's more damage.
Did it not always do that?
No, that is very recent.
Okay.
It's 5% per second where your orb slows. Another thing that's good with curveball is it makes first of all, your orb lasts longer, and it can also go faster. I mean, it's up to you how you use it.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally just better than the other orb.
Absolutely.
But it's one of the cooler facets in the game, so I'm glad we're seeing that consistently now. This VTune, round number 2 on the Abbey. And doesn't have to play against the Shadow Shaman this time. I mean, I feel like that played almost no
It didn't
role
do anything
at all.
No, until the very end, but even then, you're down 20k gold, so...
Yeah, at that point, it became almost irrelevant.
I mean, he is still playing against Doom, which is not a great matchup, but I will say that for now, VP have done well on this
Soul
bottom
Assumption
lane.
rips through VTune, gets off the Aphotic Shield, but another Soul Assumption for the road. 33 with first blood, extra gold in his pocket with that facet. Good start in this lane for Tundra.
This is just bad. I mean, because I was about to say, they did well. They kind of survived the first couple minutes of the wave, which is good. But you need to have raindrops. VTune didn't have one yet, even though it was 330, 340 in the game. This is crucial. It's like textbook when you play against this hero. That's the Hawk. We'll make sure that the hard camp is blocked. Seems like Custodes will be set up for another pretty good game, but at least this time around, the Hawk on the offlane, he's having a better time. Because last game on the Darkseer, honestly, that was that didn't go at all as to how they planned.
Yeah. Lornoff right now with the level advantage in the mid lane.
Yep.
In terms of farm also with the advantage. Breathe Fire, of course. I mean, how much does that come into play against a puck in terms of reducing the attack damage? Because I feel like BZM...
No, it matters. But, I mean, you already have more damage, so, if you make the gap even higher, of course, it does matter. I mean, you can dodge it every now and then. If you're BZM, of course, if you're good with the phase shift. That's down bottom. I mean, let's see.
Oh boy, going real deep here, but they get pushed back by Rain as Antares actually makes his way over. 33 taking a lot of damage. Nice blocks as well. The tower contributing. VTune nets himself the kill, and now a glimpse into a blood grenade onto Soxa. It looks like VP will clean up both as V2. All right.
Didn't we see this last game?
I was going to say the exact same thing happened last game. The double kill into another kill after for V2.
If this is a pub, this Eng is pinging their offlane.
Oh, yeah.
He was coming with his creep through the gate. He was like, yo, boys, I'm coming up. But, you know, VP, good counterplay as Tundra made a little bit of an overstep.
Yeah. That was pretty much the only highlight for VP in that game 1, feels like.
Yeah, kind of.
Can you elaborate on that?
I don't know. I hope that they can do better in this game. That's what I'm focusing on. You're being very negative today, Shannon.
No.
They had one highlight last game, minute 5.
I mean, everybody has bad games.
Sure.
Especially when the lights are in your eyes. It's 33.
Oh.
Go on top of V-Tune with the help of Soxa. Gets the rebound in. V-Tune at half HP. The Soul Assumption is so powerful. Again, used. Not quite enough, but the last right click from 33 is indeed enough. Is now VP grouping up a bit to pressure the tier 1 in the mid lane.
This is definitely the correct play from them. You want to bring your supports to your DK with the first form, and you still have the siege creep. Whiteman going for some pressure.
That Wild Wing is going ham on Manteras right now as the orb actually finishes them off. They barely had to use anything to get that support kill. Impetus into the right clicks. Another support dead as Tundra. I mean, they can just do so much from a huge distance there.
Yeah, but you don't... They overcommitted their supports quite a bit. Like, even just the Wild Wing was kind of whacking away at Antares there for quite a while. As now Whiteman, he's in a position to steal another creep. He's got himself a net, if he keeps it alive. Mr. Hill Troll, Mr. Johnny, he's got one.
Nice dodge.
Good.
Great dodge. He knew it.
You know. Well, VP do have another Dragon form soon, so wouldn't be surprised if they bring their supports to mid once more.
V-Tune struggling on the farm right now. Despite that double kill, bottom net worth of all cores. He's only level 5 right now.
Imagine his net worth without those kills. It would be pathetic.
Yeah.
Whereas 33, he is set up for an ultra game for himself.
Ultra?
Yeah, giga net worth.
Okay.
Makes for ultra game.
I see. Chrysalis will find a Hawk who has the level advantage right now, but that Scorched Earth is doing quite a bit. That river,
speedy Bodhi.
Very fast. Soxa making his way over as well as Crystallis.
Face boots.
Yeah. He's burning down another Infernal Blade. Drums popped as 33. Soul Assumption, goodbye. Another kill for 33.
I mean, why not? You TP over, you give yourself like a Midas charge on a hero, you gate down bottom with your little birds.
Yeah, it does feel like 33 is having a free game right now.
Yep. He sure is. 4,300 net worth, minute 8.
Well, what's the build you want to see?
You can go so many different builds. Like, you can go auras if you want, which is quite normal.
The 33 special anyway.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what hero he plays, right?
Yeah, I could see. So he's got drums. People definitely love like the drums into Vlads used to be pretty good. You can also go straight Boots of Bearing. It's also not bad. If he wants to go for damage mitigation, he can go pipe. On it, I feel like he can't really go wrong.
Almost too many choices here for Mr. 33.
Oh, this is the Phylactery. He got slightly buffed. I mean, this used to be like a more old school build, of course, because you just play on Soul Assumption, you've got high range, you deal more damage.
Used to have a 4-second cooldown, of course.
That's true.
What is it now? It's like 8?
It might be between 6 and 8. We're going to keep our tabs on those. Yeah, this one is 4, but we'll check on the Phylacteroni. Well, that's what you were referring to, right?
Yes.
Keep it up, Shannon.
Thank you.
Cobalt Cup, so we've got a lot of speedy boys.
I never thought I'd say that. I kind of miss Phylactery. Seeing it from afar, not being in the game.
Not getting hit by it. Yeah. I mean, I will agree. I think it's a good item.
Cool item.
It just used to be too good. I would like to see Kanda more.
Yeah,
it breaks nowadays. It's actually cool, and it's undispellable. We should be seeing it every now and then.
Yeah, we should.
We shouldn't?
No, we should.
Okay, thank you.
Just assume I'm being positive.
No.
Tundra.
They're going
Smoke
for
partially breaks as Lornoff into the triangle he goes. Doesn't look like it's going to result into a fight, at least not yet. BZM still with that shield rune activated.
Oh, yeah, I like this move from Tundra. We'll have to see how VP kind of fight into this. Both supports are still kind of low level.
Soxa was looking for the rebound target. It's not to be. Yeah, 33 accompanying the rest of his team pretty much here in the mid lane.
This is a very solid move. Like this minute 10 move where you put like 3 to 4 heroes mid and you allow your weak hero to like farm on the side lane. In this case, it's their Doom. I mean, Crusaders doesn't really want to join. If the fight breaks out and they drag it back, he can TP.
Oh, Coil comes out. It's just on the Rubik. They'll take him out easily and a tier 1 to boot. So just a little snack for the Tundra side. Man, I love this curveball. I know we talked about it already. I just need to mention that.
No, the spell and the facet is actually cool.
Very cool. And for like these really high skill players that min-max like everything, like BZM.
Like you can do it, like you can shoot it the whole distance in like 3 seconds. Like in very short form, you can go further, or you can like juke more with it. You can make it slower, curve it around, and like, you know, if you're about to get stunned, you might actually live because of the facet also, if you use it right before and you drag it out all the way. And I know every time Jenkins talks about Puck, he talks about the range creep in the lane that you can now kill with the curveball because it deals damage on the spot. He didn't seem very interested.
Oh, you mentioned Jenkins, and I just checked out, honestly.
Yeah, makes sense. We've got a Blade Mail on the... I mean, at least this time around, VP, they're holding on a lot better when it comes to the game. They're only down 2k gold. The problem is that they're starting to bleed a bit when it comes to the space on the map, because they've lost every tier 1 tower.
And this will be a pretty solid steal for Tundra as well into the triangle. This Chrysalis is extremely low, but they will be able to take out all of those creeps. And V-Tune, I mean, this is looking like a potentially better timed Radiance. We'll see.
I mean, it should be, right?
He had the death earlier, but Valorant plays are really loud.
It's just shooter players in general.
Yeah, I guess so. It's meanwhile, I look over the Dota players. It's just the other end of the spectrum, I guess.
I mean, to be fair, it's not like we're ending, like, what's the equivalent to ending a round in Dota? The game?
Ending a round? Yeah.
Yeah, because every time they win a round, they start yelling.
Yeah, there's not much. I mean, a big team fight maybe.
Sure.
But I feel like Dota
Game
players
still
don't
goes
really
on,
react.
that's the problem.
Yeah, you got to focus.
Yeah.
You don't want to pull an envy, as they would say in the biz.
Or, I was going to say a 23 Savage, but yeah.
True.
Anyway.
Whitemon runs into Lornoff, and inside that kinetic field, he'll be able to
slowly
take out the inch
down
eventually.
Okay, so VP, they've got a good timing on their hands. You've got the Blink available on Lornoff, and you have both supports being level 6. So they should be looking to like strike back on the map, which is why Saxa is here, to kind of like intercept some movement.
Yeah.
As 33 is stacking the triangle with Jimmy and Johnny.
So in the MVP, basically take out both supports and creating some space for these cores. If you want them to group up, then I assume Abaddon is still farming in that case, right?
Abba is going to be the farmer. I'm not exactly sure how the Hawk is doing. I think he's got a Blade Mail, but no Blink yet. So the main 3 heroes that are supposed to play together for VP are your 2 supports and the Dragon Knight, especially with Antares having stolen the curveball. So you're excited when BZM has curveball, but if Rubik has it, you don't care.
No, Rubik has, I mean, every spell he steals is better, right?
True.
A better version of it. Especially now that you get the facets. As the Hawk starts off the initiation, but now he's outnumbered. Under the tier 1 tower, left by his team, dead. 33, credited with that bad boy. As BZM, okay. Taken out by his own spell from Antares.
No, it's good. I mean, people might be wondering, like, why is the Hawk so far up? And honestly, I was too. But in the meantime, his team was smoking. You can't just go off the map with everybody. You know, you need to kind of start acting, start pretending. So they still find BZM on the side as the Wisdom Shrine. Uh-oh.
Yeah, 33 will be snagging that one.
It's quite a big deal. Like, level 1 and level 2 birds do have quite the difference.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a different game here. I mean, at this stage, I think Tundra up is like 5K at that point.
Yeah.
And with the Doom on their side, I mean, you could say with the Soul Assumption giving extra gold.
I mean, that is where the whole lead is from. They would be behind with less Death Toll kills, for sure.
I mean, what's the other facet? I mean, there's the one where you don't control your familiars, but nobody's going to take that.
You have the AoE attack speed one, is what people sometimes took.
Yeah.
Like, where your Grave Chill, like when you play against like illusions and a lot of summons, that one is pretty good.
Right. Oh, and Terrace
mean, the game has slowed down quite a bit. Like, Crystallis, of course, we haven't really seen him, but he's just a Doom with his Midas trying to get to his Radiance. Which, whenever he wants to sell it, which is quite soon, he could complete the whole Radiance.
Thunder smoking up. Get the ward down. No cores near them, though. They might have to settle for a Rubik. Although Rain shows himself, Whitemont not afraid. Getting healed up to a high degree. 33, not able to close the gap as cleanly as they would want. As the rebound coming out, misses Rain, but it is a support in the end, so they will take that for themselves as well. So 33 on a mega kill streak right now.
Yep.
Sitting on 6-1-0.
He is actually going for the full Kanda. At least for now, he has it queued up. On it, like, it's quite good.
Against the DK, against the Abby.
Absolutely. Even like,
Axe to some degree.
Like if Axe, Blade Mail calls someone, you know, can break him, take his damage out.
Very cool. BZM, Dragon Tail, into the call. The rebound not in time. That's a lot of damage into the choppity chop.
Chop 2.
The Hawk and company get a double. Nice play set up there via the rune, which didn't even spawn there. VP take advantage.
Oh, very, very good. Get themselves a double kill into the mid-tier 1. That's them leading in the game now. And they, you know, they've got the double blink set up with both supports being ready. They've got the levels to back it up. So, gonna have to see how Tundra kind of want to look to fight back into it. Like, how much do you wait? Like, how much does Crystallis want in order to fight back? Does 33 feel like he wants to take straight up team fights? Are they looking for more skirmishes with when the Kanda is ready?
We'll see if VP can continue to grow this lead now. They have a bunch of Chipper's vests activated.
Activated, huh?
Yep, they've activated them.
That's very good. Yeah, I mean, any core that can take Chipper vest, they will take it.
Yeah.
It's just incredibly good. Same with the Cobalt Cup. I feel like every team should have at least one of them.
I feel like you're saying this about every tier 1 item at this point.
What are you talking? No, I think nobody, like nearly nobody should take Dormant Curio. I do not like this item.
There it is.
I think it's weak.
Well, what if you don't get one of the other items and you have to take Dormant Courier sometimes, right?
Well, then you can still take... how often are you telling me you're getting none of the other ones?
I don't know. I don't do the math here. Looks like they the Axe upgraded the Chipper's vest into another Chipper's vest.
Oh, that makes sense. We love chipping vests.
Yeah, that's a good item right there. Some extra mana regen now. So Blink for Dahak, we've already seen it, of course.
Yep.
As V-Tune working on the Manta style.
I mean, makes sense. He should be on for like a slightly better timing, I would say. I mean, at least this is a combo I can respect. You know, the Dormant Courier with the Tumbler's Toy? You can bouncy bounce even more. It's good stuff.
Wait, the bounce is farther with the Curio?
Yeah, that's what it does. Whenever you decide to take a different neutral item, you make it better. Whatever effect it does, you make it better.
I guess I just didn't realize Tumbler's Toy does literally nothing else other than that one thing now, because they separated the stats. Very cool.
Yeah, you forgot that one thing Tumbler's Toy does.
Very cool. Well,
kind of.
All right, moving on. BZM.
Yeah.
Rebound.
It's fine.
Yeah, he's got that orb anytime. Except when it's on cooldown, of course.
That's how cooldowns work. That makes sense. They're looking for
they're looking to re-aggress. V-Tune obviously a very difficult target, level 13 right now. He's disposed back as they're going to use Unleash as well to try to pop this borrowed time. They do so.
Okay.
Soxa now on the run. Connect field place from Rain, but there's the coil to hold the Abaddon in place, attempting to run away. Gets the Aphotic Shield off. A few more right clicks will suffice. The rebound connect. They don't have the vision. The dust to follow, though. Down goes V-Tune. It's going to be a trade for Soxa, but again, Tundra going to be super happy with that. The attempted TP, but either way, he's going to tick out in the base. So Lorenoff will fall. 2 cores dead for VP.
I've seen too many Dooms kill people in the fountain today. This is like, what, the 3rd or the 4th?
It's a crazy ability.
I will say that VP supports, they're doing a tremendous job right now. Like when it comes to these last type of fights, like first the Static, the Glimpse to bail them out. You had the Glimmer as well to even allow for a turn kill. And yeah, we've got the Kanda completed for 33. So being able to break these cores is, of course, very strong. Especially if you can like follow up with a silence onto the Abaddon, V-Tune. It's going to have to be careful with that. Because it is an undispellable break, Shannon. Anything that's undispellable is usually pretty damn OP. It means it has like no counterplay.
Most breaks are undispellable, but Hoodwinks is dispellable.
Hoodwinks is dispellable. Isn't Silver Edge still dispellable?
Is it? I don't think so.
Maybe they made it better, because that item used to be really, really weak.
Right. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, to be fair, if you invest like 6k gold in an item,
it better do its job.
Yeah, it shouldn't be getting owned by like every other item. Like 4 staff, sure. But just like 1 Lotus or Abba shielding yourself, that shouldn't cut it.
And I believe the break also works against Chipper's Vest. Really important to note here is Chrysalis and company in the shadow of the smoke. V-Tune going to get initiated on a tanky target as we've seen. Okay, that is a surprise.
Oh, he just visibly said, oh.
Oh, my.
Yeah, Kanda breaks, ladies and gentlemen.
Evaporated, and now the coil to cancel the TP. Tundra making great use of that break in a surprise tactic. Double kill for 33, and hey, there's a Tormy here to take. Why not?
Little Torment time. Got the double kill with the Death Toll once again.
And looks like Soxa gets rewarded with the shard this time.
That's a good one. It means you can you have higher range, and you can also bounce off of people when you're in a 1v1 with an enemy. He Thunder Toy into that position. Maybe he wasn't aware like you were with the higher range of the jumpy jump.
So 33, Kanda, drums. What do you want to see next?
I mean, he showed me he's going Ags, which means that they want to play the map more. I can kind of see that. I mean, personally, I wouldn't mind the Boots of Bearing, but I'm just a big enjoyer of that one. Maybe when you have the Cobalt Cup, you don't really need it, because you kind of move max speed anyway.
Yeah, they don't. I mean, the slow's coming out from VP. They got Battle Hunger.
I could also see other stuff, like maybe a AC or Shiva, but maybe he wants to tank up a bit more first when it comes to like the HP department and playing the map. And honestly, at the end of the day, whatever he queues up is probably the best one to go. He's a specialist on the Wiz.
Oh, got the call. 33 will be a great target. Static Storm placed.
Block grenade.
Oh, a weird spot here as Lorinov has to BKB the Nightfall special as Antares left alone. Looks like he's still phase shift, but uses the horsey into the Soul Assumption. 33 is destroying everybody, and into the pit they go.
Is there a graphic for how much gold he gained with Death Toll? If we have that, pull it up. Okay, we don't. Apologies.
Yep, thanks for embarrassing everybody.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, there it is.
We could do the math.
Yeah.
But then again, he got some with early kills and later, and, you know, it's a lot of gold.
BZM, you got to be careful, young man. Chrysalis not wanting to tank. I assume BZM takes this.
Looks like he'd be running in for it.
Indeed.
So
man, BZM has looked so good on Tundra.
I mean, yeah.
In the later stages of OG, I remember casting some of his games, and I love BZM. OG, I love, well, not with you. That was an irrelevant team. But regardless, Kazu, he just looked completely checked out, which is, it feels like it doesn't fit his personality at all, but it feels like sometimes just a different change of scenery.
I mean, it
different
happens.
Team, it just, you know,
I do think it also goes to show like how much it matters how you feel in a team and like how, you know, like how the vibes are you motivated, and like it's not only about how you press the buttons, but like is your head in the game, and
yeah,
because it is true. I think some people they do check out. Stuff like this does happen. Because yeah, on this team, he looks phenomenal. I think it's similar with other players like Crystallis. I think in the past he's been hated on a lot, as is
even a Static Storm used just to get that chop for Dahak.
I think it makes sense.
Lorinov, broken up, but the glimpse does come out. He's going to get stunned only once here by the Familiar.
So he's going to build into the Maelstrom. I kind of like that from him. Just give yourself like some more scale, also the AoE damage later around. Wipeman also, he's kind of gearing up for a later game. You know, it's kind of good itemization from supports as well. Like early on, you get like, you tank up a bit, you get a Pavis, Solar Crest, you help your team. And now he's kind of shifting into the Dragonlance, into the Pike.
Well, now that they've seen the Kanda, of course, VP have to play a lot safer in these instances.
Yeah, it also means that V2 has to be ready to press his R button if he's not silenced. Because last time around, he didn't.
Yeah, but even against the DK, just getting rid of that armor.
Yeah, and the Chipper Vest, of course.
Yeah, of course. He still has that?
Someone does. I just saw it. There it is.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, pick me up.
Unleash. That is a lot of damage. He actually pops the BKB and dies immediately after. Well, another second out of the BKB now. Lornoff and company have to exit the premises. Will be TPing successfully. Still a big kill for Tundra. Still 2.5 minutes on this Aegis.
I mean, I do hope that VP are also looking soon, like to strike back in a way, like to look for an aggressive play. Because I think right now, I kind of get the vibe now that they're looking to dodge, like very strongly. But they're not that weak, honestly, like with their heroes. If you find someone that is like not around, or even if there's a pick-me-up, like you can glimpse them back in if you start with the static. Because they are, honestly, I feel like they're dropping the map quite a bit. You now have a BKB up on Crystallis. Of course, you still have the Aegis, but you can play around it. As Rain finds Saksa.
Yes, he does. And there's a Dragon Tail to
That's a freebie.
follow.
Blood Grenade.
Easy kill for VP. 5 versus 4 now, but that's not counting the Aegis for BZM. It gets the coil onto 2.
Good shield.
Soul Assumption from afar as BZM pops the dust on the other side. As Lornoff has to use the BKB in retreat. He's in human form. So even if they were able to fight here, not going to be of much use on this Dragon Knight. Aphotic Shield helped dispel that stun. Looks like he will walk away. Despite losing the support on the Tundra side, still looking to fight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with that. You know, they get the kill. You bait out the coil, sure. You do have to expand the BKB. So the one thing that sucks a little bit for VP is that their BKBs are going low. So the Hawk used his new one earlier, and I believe Lornoff used at least 2 or 3 charges now. So this does hurt him quite a bit.
Yeah, Mjolnir almost online for the DK now as well. Tundra only sporting a 3K lead. As Vtune going to help close the gap with this Radiance Manta into a Basher. Almost has enough for it right now. Rebound play was not there, but Lornoff going to try to counter-initiate into the call. Easy kill onto Saksa, but the break not doing that much against the Axe right now as most of the damage is from so far away. He has to pop the BKB again in retreat.
Oh.
As BZM with a coil. Available. Will use it eventually onto Dahak.
Still chasing. Blink cancelled. Shield.
33 continuing on from the sideline. BZM still has that Aegis to burn, so not going to be too scared in this situation. Not able to find a target, though. So we'll back away. And now with 25 seconds left on the Aegis, might want to play it a bit safe. Ags online for 33, though.
On the next DK form, they could look for a smoke, or maybe even on this Aegis Expire. They don't have too much time, as the form will run out soon. But VP, they're definitely playing a lot cleaner in this game. They're only down 2k gold.
Yeah.
They did get through this Aegis timer as well. Or at least in 5 seconds they will have.
Yeah, we'll tick away. We'll refresh his HP now. And it's going to get Dragon-tailed into a call. Do they have the damage? Static Storm right on top of him. Down goes BZM. Huge kill for VP. Dahak actually lives through that impetus. Terrific pick off for VP. Feels like Tundra were not on exactly the same page there.
No, that play was lit. They had a really nice ward behind. You use the glimpse. I mean, obviously Pucks will usually dodge that, but he gets Dragon stunned, pulled back into the Axe call.
Radiant are scanning.
Cannot underestimate the scaling on VP's lineup as well. Got the Abaddon, Lornoff, of course, with very high networks. Got the Mjolnir completed now as well.
You have to see the Ags for the Visage right now. I assume after this he goes something like AC.
Yeah,
like some sort of.
I would like more auras, especially at this point. Like you've got both the Abaddon and DK like scaling more into physical damage, so you should be looking at some auras. Unless you have Crystallis who wants to buy it on Doom. But I feel
BZM is going to die again. Gets the phase shift off. They didn't have a second stun to layer there. We'll be going to the south as some TP's attempting to help him out. Not really needed, though. Oh, boy. Glimpse onto Crystallis. He's out of there. BZM going to use the coil, though. 33 will be in the vicinity as well. So they get the support kill. They are missing Crystallis, though, as he tries to make his way back over. Dahak with the initiation on the one, but they found the Dragon Tail onto BZM. Getting lifted in the air. It gets the phase shift off in time. Can he blink away to safety? Yes, at least for now. As Whitemon's likely going to be chopped first, getting healed up to a high degree, but the DK is doomed. Looks like he's going to fall first. The Doom is applied to second target now, thanks to the steal from Antares.
Donkey dunk.
Crystallis gets dunked by Dahak. Runs away in the midst of that BKB. BZM basically started this fight with little HP. Lost 3 members for Tundra, and he can't do too much now.
I mean, BZM nearly died. Like, there was a bash last second that nearly got him down. But good fight for VP. Like, once again, even with, like, you get the Stolen Doom, so you take out Crystales there as well. So a 2-for-3 trade. I mean, at this point, 33's net worth is really high, but his damage output, it's not that big. Like, you do spam out a lot of spells, of course, with the Kanda as well, but I feel like he's struggling a little bit. So maybe on his next round of items, he'll be able to do a bit more.
We'll see if VP can, once this next Roche, do you feel like they have to contest?
They should contest. Like, the game's so even, you're barely down when it comes to gold. And you will still have Stolen Doom.
Yeah, that's true.
As the Roche respawn, of course, will be 3 max.
Are you able to read the clock?
What do you mean? The Roche
in the Roche
respawn?
pin, yeah, it's really difficult.
Well, this is like really close. What is this, like 30 seconds?
That looks like a minute to me. There we go. See?
Apparently I can't read. Good to know.
I mean, one day they'll add that back into the game, the actual timer.
Oh, the actual timer? Yeah, it's 2 minutes, 40 seconds.
And Crystallis gets rewarded for a shard here. Is that the Scorched Earth healing, I assume?
It is indeed.
Not the best.
It's kind of,
it's okay.
Yeah. If there's like a lot of random stuff in the game, it feels good.
Who else could they have gotten it on? Who's missing a shard right now?
Probably, no, Puck has his Ench. Yeah, you would have preferred Sproinky for sure.
Yeah.
Especially with the items that Whitemon already has. I mean, I will say both teams have supports that really love enjoying going into the late game, like in terms of scaling. Disruptor Axe, we've got Rubik, Ench as well when it comes to like late game scaling, as 33 wants to go for a nullifier, so he just wants to make sure to cut through like some, I guess for now it's mainly the Glimmer Cape. Because there's no Crimson
out there.
Abba Shield, Glimmer Capes.
They are tanky, tanky VP. Have the shield rune. Illusion is about to pop in the pit. Wouldn't say they have the fastest Roche capabilities.
They don't. You also don't really want to like pop a DK form to kill it, because then if Tundra start delaying you, it's a really easy fight for them. Buybacks are going to be very crucial here for Tundra if they do have any, because of course if they die, they've got the outpost right around the corner to come back in, but it's only 33 who has it.
Well, they're going to attempt it. This would be a huge get for VP. Illusions, though, being sent out by Crystallis and company. 33. The Soul Champions is there. They're going to use the Doom right on top of one as Roach belches right in their face. The Doom was applied to the Abbey, so he's eventually going to tick out as well. They lose Soxa, but Crystallis is dead. That's a huge kill. Lornoff pops the BKB. A little bit of pressure. Here's getting bashed, but will TP out the Nightfall special. He's really practiced that one in the private lobbies. So after losing the Abbey, Tundra, though, still looking to fight.
Well, it is a 2-for-1 trade. I don't know if neither team can really take Roche here. Cause, I mean, if Tundra try, VP will just fight you back. And next time around, I don't know if VP still had a gem. I feel like they didn't. And they didn't have a sentry either, because Tundra had really good vision in the pit with 33 Aghanim Scepter. So we'll just have a little standoff until our bros are back alive.
Yeah, a lot of these fights feel like they're end up coming down to BKB timing in terms of how much time is left on them.
I mean, VP they're coming out a little bit ahead on some of these fights. I mean, maybe I feel the net worth doesn't truly show it, but I think the XP swing, at least from last fight, was in their favor. I mean, let's see. It's 50 seconds until this Roshan moves into the top area.
Oh, yeah, I can't wait for that.
For him to run over and slap some people.
You hear the Valorant players excited about that as well.
Yeah, they won their round.
Everybody loves Roche. 2K lead for Tundra, and it is a Roche off in the pit. Yep, still in Viz with that Ags for 33. It's the Hawk and company will smoke now.
They're drawing the line, but they're drawing two different lines. Okay, so they have now settled on the one through the mid-river. Let's see about Tundra's positioning. They should know. At this point, kind of all you need to do is hold your positioning and break all the angles.
Now they're going to go for the huge wraparound here,
No, they might just hold this area because Roche moves top in 10 seconds.
I'll see if the illusion fakes them out.
Kill it.
Nope. They learned their lesson.
They see Crystallis. Do they want to buy it?
Dragon Tail right on top of the Doom. Dahak with a follow-up. Do they have the damage? Gets to the outskirts, pops the BKB, and now in retreat, Crystallis is going to live. D-Tune and company will back away. So
that was a huge commitment
as Roche makes his way to the north.
Yeah, but let's see about Tundra, because you've had, was it double BKB expanded from VP and your Dragon form too?
Oh yeah, they want to kill Roche now, but
they need to do it
is going to be fully healed. He still has Doom.
I mean, Tundra are not going to give you this. They know that you've expanded so much on this last go. There's no way.
Yeah, BZM's going to scout it, and Lornoff and company exiting the pit for the time being. And I mean, it's only a matter of time before this Dragon form is done, and then your fight is effectively done as well.
Well, this is where teams will often get kind of pressured into these situations.
Yeah, they can see that Roche is still pretty healthy. As Lornoff gets stunned to start things out. Pop Mjolnir on himself. Already at half HP. Pops the BKB as Roche, like you said, belching into the air. Meanwhile, Dahak onto the high ground, trying to disrupt a bit. But he's going to get taken out by the impetus and just all the other spam that Tundra have to work with. That's 70 seconds of no axe. Now Tundra, they can play this safe if they want and just secure Roche for themselves.
Yep. I mean, Tundra, they played that pretty well. Like, when you play against a lineup that relies on BKBs, which, I mean, if you play DK and Axe, you do rely on them. So any long and dragged out fight from Tundra, it will always benefit them. VP rely on, like, this nice initiation, kill a guy with Dragon Tail stun, and get him killed. But, of course, they failed that in the previous fight. Tundra were ready to take the fight, and Roche is theirs.
With that, a 5K lead now. Interesting that Crystallis takes the Aegis here.
I guess now that BZM, I believe he finished up the Lincoln Sphere in the last fight, so he can't really die. I mean, he needs to have a lot of stuff go wrong. He either needs his Lincoln's broke into a DK stun or to get Axe called, which honestly...
BZM has a little bit of GPK in him, if you know what I mean.
I actually don't know what you mean.
He's got
you think so?
Well, in the past, yeah, not recently. That's the thing. But you know, these players,
so he's leveled
they
up.
get very cocky with this second life available. But without, or with the extra protection,
but he doesn't
I should say,
have
of the
second life
I'm saying with the
so
extra protection of the Lincolns, which is why he gave up the Aegis. It was his idea.
Yep. I mean, to be fair, at this point, I would say they're starting to need Crystallis to like dish out the longer fight damage when it comes to right clicks. So just putting him in the front, and he's tanky. He's got the, he's got Gale Guard. He's closing in on the Shivas. I kind of like it.
And it means they just can't burst him, so he'll always get that Doom off.
Yep.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I mean, of course, it means that if you're VP, you're gonna try to focus BZM like that much harder in one of the next fights. But it also means that you have to like commit an Axe call, and if you blink in with your BKB and that call fails, your fight kind of ends on the spot. The brawny Outworld staff, Shannon, thoughts?
Really powerful.
Yeah.
This was a neutral that I thought was going to be considered garbage. Every pro player took it for the first 2 weeks. So effectively making me think that I'm an idiot, which, you know, could still be the case.
It's fair.
But now less people are taking it.
I would say it's very situational. There was a period where it was quite, I mean, when something new comes out, of course you want to try it, but you need to be able to dodge like something in specific to kind of make it good.
So what is it here? Oh, you have to hold that thought. The Hawk with the initiation on a Crystallis. Not a whole lot of damage follow-up, though. Pipe already activated for VP.
Yeah.
And this tower, orb is stolen for Antares.
They're going for a wrap. I do kind of like this, but looks like 33 has something to say about this one.
Yes, he does. They're going to scout out Lornoff, but the Dragon Tail comes first into the call.
Nice,
but a nice rebound from Soxa, saving Visage. They go for the dunk, but he's going to get healed now. That is truly unfortunate for VP. I thought they had that. Triple coil to come. That is a lot of damage now, a lot of lockdown. 2 dead already for VP. Make it 3 as Tundra, man, Soxa saving the day. And now they can just go absolutely crazy on these buildings.
I mean, that's a nice try, and against some other teams it might work, but, you know, 33, he breaks the smoke, allows everyone to get in position. You have more time to react. Soxa with the pick-me-up bails out 33. And in that moment, the fight's over.
Yeah. So this will be the bottom lane at the very least. I mean, still 50 seconds of no axe with no buyback either. And even if you buy back on the DK, it does not have Dragon form, so
yeah, this is
might
double
just be
racks.
2. So Tundra, I mean, very even game up until this point, and just capitalizing on potentially one mistake if you don't even look at it that way.
Yep. No,
or just a really good play from Tundra.
Yeah,
I mean, you talked about the Aegis. They don't want to go on Doom. Puck is really hard to kill, so they focus Visage, which if they get that, that's huge.
It's like you have to clutch it. Like maybe they still had lift, and you need to like give vision to Antares so he can like lift Saksa before that comes out. You know, it's about small things like that. If that hits, the play might just be, you know, genius and it might work out. But yeah, game was very even. Then around the Roshan play, of course, the game did kind of slip away. Antares looking for a little Hex. Of course, always a nice item to have. They're looking to set this up. Chrysalis is kind of alone.
Yep, lift. This is still the Aegis to work through, though. Chrysalis pops the Manta.
Okay,
it's the Dragon Tail on top. Not a whole lot of follow-up. He's going to pop the Shivas as well. They actually use the Static Storm onto Sock. They don't want him to save the target, but he has Aegis, so he doesn't need to save him here. Chrysalis will likely die. He wants to die, if nothing else.
Abba ult.
As the Abaddon will get back to half HP thanks to the borrowed time. And Chrysalis just going to focus on the Tier 2 tower. It was like VP used a lot of spells to try to get the Aegis, and they couldn't even get that.
Yeah, the problem is, especially like when you play some of these lineups, there are things that are easy to abuse. Maybe it's your Pipe Crimson downtime. It could be your BKB charges, or here, of course, it's your Abba ult. Pretty decent, highly cooldown. Has been nerfed quite a few times. And DK form too. You have to be careful how you use these spells. Like if you give them away for free, Thunder will always look for this little opportunity after. Uh-oh, Mr. Loranono.
Oh, the Nightfall special.
It's like the 5th time this
He's got it down pat.
All right, he's really good.
Just needs the haircut to go with it. Then he'll be truly unstoppable. Or is it more lack of a haircut? I actually don't know anymore.
Just talk about something else.
So 20k lead here for Tundra, Kazu.
Yep. What about it? I mean, let's see. I'm still looking for, when it comes to VP, there are some things coming for them that could change the game. I mean, one would be a refresher on Mr. The Hawk, which he's working on, but it's quite far away.
Oh, boy. Oh, my goodness. All right, Rain. Goodbye.
I mean, I was hoping for maybe Rain to have more network, but obviously if you're +5 Disruptor in a rough game and you don't get any of the greedy enchantments, a.k.a. the GPM bonus, which apparently he was unlucky with, your network
was it a curio into hopefully getting that? Is that what the plan was?
No, because that one, you don't buff that one. You only buff the neutral item.
Well, this looks to be a potentially free Megas unless they'll
have a say about that one.
They have to contest this.
Yep.
Dragon form is up.
Birdie Birds are going for the push.
Yeah, the Hawk gets a call. Only onto the familiars, though, as the rebound. Will save one.
Staff.
Yeah, very big usage there. His pipe is popped, but V-Tune just tickling at this point, I think. To the Hex onto Saksa, but he just walks away. And that Roche banner being put to pretty good use as the Megas are secured for Tundra. As Jenkins looks to be right here in the 2-0.
Yep.
Wrong team, though, of course, but
great call.
That's just a minor detail in the grand scheme of things.
It's
BZM coil onto 2. With the follow-up from 33. They get the break, but Abaddon does pop the ult in time. The Hawk now with the BKB. Feels like every single time we've seen him use this, he's had to run away, which is unfortunate state of affairs for the side of VP. Tundra with the Mega Creep secured. Well, see how safe they want to play this.
Will be a tough hole. Even if you jump 33, he can unassemble his Aeon Disc, and he'll be saved into the shard.
Yeah.
Do you think that you should still be able to do that? Like, what if there's just some items that you can't like split like this?
I mean, in terms
like
of, game design, it's a band-aid. You know, it should be all or nothing.
Sure.
I mean, it's a weird one, I guess. It's just a high. I feel like it's not an issue in most games. It's just high-level play. Right?
It's true.
Yeah, it's whatever. I think it's fine. I mean, I remember back in the day when the buyback situation was the biggest issue with the game. You just have unlimited buybacks.
I mean, yeah, sure. But they did a good change, like putting cooldown on it. Which is also better, because at some point in Hon, you had like 2 charges or something. I think the cooldown is the right way to go. And let's see, what can Antares do in this game to like kind of come in clutch? Can steal Coil, can steal Doom. Because they need big things to happen. When you're down 25k, the win ain't just walking your way.
Well, if your team Spirit, they level up when they're down.
Well, they do, but they find every instance of what they can do. Like, what can you play for? What do you need to do on the map? At this point, you're kind of cornered. You're against Megas.
Yeah.
You're down 25k gold.
It does feel like if you call somebody, you have to static storm so that rebound has far enough range that you don't even have to worry about that, right?
You need the field to be up for him to not get pulled out.
Yeah.
Which is a tough ask, because this Disruptor has 0 net worth.
Yep, as you've mentioned that twice now in the last couple minutes. You really hate this guy, huh?
What are you talking about? It's just a hard game. Guys playing against Megas as Disruptor, and they can't kill anyone. And he didn't get a GPM enchantment.
Yep.
It's sad.
BZM.
Imagine he gets it and he has an Aghanim's. Maybe they win.
Oh, they do get an AC, but it's on the Enchantress.
Yeah, makes sense. You chat it up.
As the Nullifier was opted for 33 instead, so.
I talked about that too, but I guess you didn't hear that.
I mean, he's had it for a while. I'm just,
also saying,
catching people.
You're also talking
There's
about
people
it
that join the Twitch stream or the YouTube stream 30
Or
seconds
Kick.
ago, and they would never know,
Yeah, very important.
You say Keck, yeah, that makes more sense. 26K lead here for Tundra, as they should be able to secure this Roche and likely the game afterwards.
I mean, VP need to gear up for this high ground, right? You need to somehow bait maybe Tundra to go in too deep, have some buybacks available. Whereas for Tundra, it's very chill.
Now do you give it to BZM?
Does it matter?
He's in the pit, so that means he's taking something.
No, he's just hitting it. He could just take Refresher also. He can take whatever he wants.
He's staying. He's getting it all.
Take all the items.
Except Roche Banner. No,
Take the banner.
No core wants
you
that.
have Megas. You know how strong they are?
Oh, yeah. They're
mega giga creeps.
Especially against these two supports that can't do a whole lot. As Chrysalis now with the Refresher Orb. And Tundra looking to close the door here on this two-game series between the two.
Slowly stepping forward and taking over some more areas. Got a good ward in the enemy base.
And one of the few wards left for VP.
Yep.
Showing their own base. Kind of the state of affairs there. As the Hawk tries for initiation, but again, not a whole lot of follow-up. But now the Doom on top of the Abbey. And they do steal the Doom, but are they going to be able to do anything with it? They've already popped the BKB for Lornoff. As now Roche's banner placed, so the buildings will start to melt now. The Hawk again, initiation.
Oh, they won BZM.
Impetus doing a good amount of damage. Yeah, a lot of damage being applied, though, but that is a Rubik dead to start things out. No buyback as well. As a rebound. Oh, he wants to get aggressive this time instead of the save, as V-Tune drops to the deck. 90 seconds, does have buyback, but Soxer and company looking to finish this, and they will do so in 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, the good old 33 Vizzy Rizzy. But overall, Tundra, no, they just look pretty clean. I will say that VP did clean up their gameplay quite a bit from game 1 to game 2. Still not enough, so they're going to have to keep shaping it up throughout the group stage. But yeah, I would say Tundra looking pretty good, at least in these first 2 games.
Not too shabby, getting off to a good start. And, I mean, you came into this thinking it was going to be 2-0, if I remember correctly.
Talking to me or Jenkins?
Both of you?
Yeah, I just had the right team.
You picked the correct team?
I mean, yeah, Tundra, obviously they are the favorites. So for VP, it's more about you want to try to see if like your strategies are good. How do you fare up against them?
In all seriousness, coming into this tournament, where did you place VP?
Probably
in the grand scheme of things.
Bottom 4, bottom 6.
Bottom 4?
Probably.
No, they do better than that.
You asked me for my opinion. I gave it to you.
No, expand on it, please.
I think other teams are probably on the average better, but I think it's also, to be fair, rankings like that don't matter that much. It's about how you come in, how do you adapt from those games, what can you take forward. And I will say, looking at game 1 to game 2, it didn't look that bad.
Yeah, 33 shielding from the light that you can see underneath the table. Just can't handle it.
Great story. Good fill.
I mean, could use some sunglasses or a hat next time, but using the desk this time around. I mean, he's a true veteran, so knows how to shield himself from all these situations.
From light situations, yeah. No, I mean, for me, it's more about what Tundra did, in my opinion, in these games. Like, if you're also VP, you should look back into at least some of your picks. I don't think that their drafts are unplayable or anything, but, you know, some of the abated, maybe you want different openers or to take out different heroes that you don't allow Tundra to have. But more importantly, you know, look at the gameplay, try to clean it up, take it forward, and if you're Tundra, you're pretty happy with what's going on.
Yeah, BZM and company will be definitely very happy with this 2-0 result. We've seen them wrap up all their peripherals. Kazu.
Great throw.
BZM.
I mean, I can talk more about the game.
Having trouble keeping his shirt on right now, but that might be another story.
Yeah, that will be for later.
VP, though, they're in a hurry to get out of here. They're not going to be too happy with this 0-2 performance. I mean, I feel like game 1 was not remotely close. This one, they did bounce back a bit.
I mean, obviously, like, game 2 was a lot better. For me, like, if I had to pinpoint it to, like, more closely, what they should look at is when they get the timings where their heroes get online, like, look at their BKB timings. I think a lot of them kind of fell flat. Like, we had 2 consecutive BKB TP out, I think, by Lornoff. You had also, I believe, the first BKB of the Hawk that didn't really grant them anything. So it's more about just making sure, like, when you hit your timings, that no one is like griefing each other. Like, you have to play accordingly to it when it comes to the map. You know,
you just saw 33 talking to, I believe, the
light?
manager about the lights.
That makes
making
sense.
Sure that
I think you got to make sure for tomorrow that that's cleaned up. As of course, we've got an interview very shortly. Shannon loves the fill. He's asking for them to delay it.
No, I don't mind filling. I can talk about 33 all day long.
Talk about the light.
No, I mean, this is the first time. Okay, well, it looks like we're going to have to end this conference. I had more to say, but looks like Natty needs to take over.
I was hoping I could actually just get to talk to you. I wanted to ask, you know, how many lumens the lights were, how bright it all was. I feel like there's way more interesting things to talk about, though, with my two lovely panelists, Jenkins and Effie, who very correctly predicted Tundra winning this one 2-0.
Yeah, I think the lights in here, Nat, are not bright enough, actually.
You want it brighter?
Yeah, I think it should be brighter.
Yeah?
I think we should, because our players in Dota are too good. Okay, it's been quite the competitive year.
So you think they can't hinder themselves, so we should
Let's give them a disadvantage. Shine the lights in the eyes of the team that has the advantage coming in.
Okay. What do you have to add to that one, Effie?
Okay,
that's a good conversation.
Listen, I can do actual analysis.
Yes, that is what I was hoping you did.
2 games in a row.
That's how many they played.
Listen, I'm always excited to see 33 play. I want to see what he's cooking. And I'm just going to be honest. I was a little disappointed in PGL Wallachia. This is one of my favorite guys. I'm an offlaner. I like that he thinks about breaking the game in different ways. And he kind of did it on Visage this game. I thought the Conda was a brilliant purchase. You can Conda break the Axe spins, which is good. You can Conda break the DK. But most importantly, you can Conda break the Abaddon. And then he had 2 silences. If Abba is doomed, and if he is broken, he's dead.
Yeah.
This is not an item people go for it, ever.
It feels like that's the thing that has happened those 2 games that they've played. You know, we pointed it out previously when he played the Axe, the sort of build he went for. Obviously, this time around with the Visage, it was a little bit different. And luckily for us, that is the exact player that Purge is going to get to talk to.
Thank you, Nat. Yep, I'm here with 3-3, and I'm here to ask him questions about items, my favorite topic. So, first off, we got the Conda. 2 patches ago, terrible item. I thought it was really bad. What's your thoughts of it now that it's been buffed like twice?
Honestly, it's kind of good. It's a bit undiscovered. I think people haven't really figured out when it's good, but it's kind of good. Like the purge that you cannot dispel it now, I think it's very strong. And yeah, it's kind of an awkward item to buy because it's really, really expensive. But yeah, I think it's probably underbought a little bit.
And it gives you so much mana regen. I feel like a lot of the times that I want to buy it, I'm like, I already have mana solved, so it feels like I'm just dumping 2,000 gold into nothing. But it worked really good with your Visage build.
Yeah, when you buy these items first, like, you know, these big expensive items that build from regen items, it's kind of weird when you buy them later because it's basically 5k and you don't get anything until you finish it. But if you buy it early, you get a lot of value from like the mana regen. So I think, yeah, buying items like Kanda or Refresher like really early sometimes can be better than it seems. It seems a bit weird, but it can be good.
Okay, cool. And in your first game you played Axe, you had another interesting item progression. You went the normal Blade Mail first, but then you built a pipe before Blink. And I was curious why you made that decision. You guys won a lot of those team fights, but I feel like it's scary sometimes to play offlaners and say, like, I'm not going to be able to initiate. So how did you make that decision?
Yeah, we had a lot of jumps already, and I think our worry was maybe more to make sure we actually win the team fights. We didn't have so much trouble forcing them to happen, but kind of want to make sure we win them. Also a bit of a specific item build, kind of against Abaddon, because it's, you know, they pick it against Axe. They want to be able to, you know, hero doesn't die to Cold Blink, and then, you know, instead of playing into that, you buy Pipe to counter his Radiance. So it's kind of, it's a bit specific to Abaddon, but generally it's just, you know, trying to get the, yeah, if you don't want too many Blink Daggers or too many ways to initiate.
That's really cool. Did you learn that just from playing enough games against that matchup? Is this something you've done before, or was it like spur of the moment?
Yeah, I've done it a few times. I actually played more Axe games, I think, recently than, you know, in maybe my whole career. But the hero seems kind of fun, and yeah.
All right, cool. Well, thank you so much for the interview. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Some fantastic information coming out there from 33. So big props to Purge, asking all the right questions. And we got a little bit of insight into that Axe, right? I kind of want to step a little bit back. That game one, he gave us insight into why he went the build he did, because it is very different to what we normally see and what we did see the Hawk build on his Axe when Virtus.pro ended up picking it in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Hawk went for the right build, going for Blink at this one. But the idea that Abaddon counters you in a way when you go for the Blink build, and so you can like counter him, counter that counter, and also it's a timing. Like by the time you would have Blade Mail plus Blink, Abaddon will have Radiance, and he wants to fight. So with that timing, you'll have a Blade Mail plus Pipe by the time he has Radiance, and Pipe destroys Radiance. Like Pipe buyers are like the counter to Radiance heroes. It makes it so you can't fight on that spike, and I feel like that spike is so important for Abaddon to win games. Every single time we're watching an Abba game, it's like, he's got his Radiance, they're TPing together, they're gonna go smoke, they're gonna go fight. You just completely avoid that. It seemed like as he was talking, he's like, I've said too much, and he just...
Yeah, that is my favorite thing. In every 33 interview you ask him, and this man, like, he cannot hold himself back from talking about Dota and all the intricate things. And then he's like, I'm right at the beginning of a tournament, and I shouldn't be saying these things.
That was great, though. That's good.
On.
That's good for all of us Axe players out there. It's like, okay, Pipe against Abaddon. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's also just, he said there was enough initiation, and I think that part really matters. So to anyone listening at home, like if you don't have secondary or tertiary initiation coming from your heroes, you kind of do have to buy a Blink Dagger. But that's what's so cool about 33. He has such a unique take to the offlane, especially through his itemization. He's always been able to see things differently than other people, and we saw it in this game on his Visage. That Conda looked so good, and actually, we have a highlight just to show how quickly these tanky heroes melt when they get Conda'd. But so this was pretty cool because Tundra had a wraparound here where they fought VP. Like, you see Lorinov get insta-broken, and look how quickly he ticks down. Like, that is actually ridiculous. There's a beautiful two-man quill here by BZM where basically Dahak gets isolated on the side. But what happens here is if your Axe is dead, you have no means to take the fight afterwards. And that Roche fight I thought was very cool because there was kind of a will they, won't they for a few minutes. Like, initially it was Dire's side. They fought for it like minute 32. They decided, nah, we can't take this right now. Then they did a smoke on VP. They smoked around. It didn't work out. They reset one more time, and that was basically the culmination of like the decisive Roche fight.
Game 2 was a lot more enjoyable to watch. You've talked about that one specific Roche fight, how back and forth it really was, the will they, won't they. But the game throughout the whole duration was a little bit like that. We thought this was going to be another early snowball from Tundra, but VP really were able to stave them off a little bit. It was that Blink Dagger coming out from Axe, and they had the momentum for a little bit more time in this one.
Yeah, I mean, we have a clip of the Hawk with the Blink reveal. I pretty much think, given the draft that they had, they were going to eventually run into some damage issues, which they did. They did run into damage issues. But if they can get the Hawk, like, blinking in, calling people, snowballing, maybe he can, like, blink in, kill the puck every now and then. Like, this is the one way that they could win, and it looked like they were doing it, but you need a lot more play options to win the game than that against a team that's Tundra caliber. I really think game 2 especially, they need to go back to the drawing board on the draft.
But I have to say, like, when they were starting to ramp up, and it wasn't just the Blink call from Axe, they were getting like Blink stuns on DK with like Static Storm follow-ups, and they were killing Puck and things like that. Evadin died twice in a row. Like, he got picked off when he was farming topside. Tundra was there. There were all their heroes that killed him, and then they doomed DK, and DK died trying to respond to Evadin getting picked off. A few minutes later, after he respawns, he goes to the same lane, dies there again, and that's really what stopped their ability to like snowball off of there. So again, like, this is great for them because there was so much to learn from their series today, but I also think there are key errors that when they watch back, they're gonna kind of smack themselves for.
It's true. Puppy said you don't want to win early in a tournament. Why? Because your flaws are not exposed. And you want the flaws to be exposed so you can fix them. So, and especially against a team like Tundra, you know that they're gonna, if there's a hole, they're gonna expose it.
Yeah.
Tundra's known for exposing holes.
Okay. And I'm sure you'd want it to happen in a non-elimination phase as well. You're like, okay, no one goes home at the end of this phase. Obviously, it depends on the position that you go into when you have that second phase of the group stage as well. But either way, Tundra off to a very good start for themselves, a 2-0. I'm sure they're very pleased with it. But we have a whole nother series to come our way. That's right. The day is not over by any means. Make sure you guys stick around when we come back to brand new teams that we have not yet seen play at Esports World Cup.
to be. Living in the time of our lives. This could go a little too right. Illuminate the room like 1,000 stars. Running like a river through ya. Feeling you can't describe. Melting into waste, so try not to wait too long. Yeah, you make a wish, you get it. Closest thing to heaven.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We do have our 2 final teams playing our final series here for day number 1. It's P-Vision up against Heroic. And, you know, with the change-ups in what teams we're seeing, it's a little bit of a change-up on panel as well. Lacoste now joining at Jenkins and I. How's your day been?
It's great to see you.
It's been good. It's been a long day so far.
It's great to see you again. Yeah, it's great to see you.
Great to see you, Nat. Was a good day. We did also play a game of Magic the Gathering in between, which was really nice.
That was good.
Yeah.
Who won?
Lacoste did.
He's good.
He's good.
I'm not.
He's
really
like,
good.
he's like, I'm new. He's a Dota player that's
win.
try-harding. No. We did not. You did well. You spent your day well. And hopefully you spent your day also doing a little bit of preparation for this series. P-Vision is our first team that we're going to talk about. No drastic changes to this roster like we've seen other teams do, but they did have a slight break for themselves before coming into this tournament here.
They did. They were not a part of PGL Wallachia, so they were kind of, kind of hard to tell how strong they were, but they also showed the strength at the online tournament that they did play in. They also showed a couple of memes as well that are going to become a big meme as well, because, we have 2 of these teams playing, not today, but I kind of feel that they will definitely meet. But overall, a very, very good team. Like, I think a lot of the teams would also put them top 1, like contender.
Is that what you would put them?
They're the best. I think I did. I think this is the team that kind of checks all the boxes. I don't see any flaws. Like sometimes you just lose because maybe you're having a bad day, whatever. But overall, this is the team that is probably the scariest team that there is at the tournament.
How many boxes are there?
There's like, I don't know, 8 boxes, but they check 15. This team is just way too good at what they do.
It's a 2-to-1 box rate to check ratio.
That's pretty good.
Fantastic.
That's a lot of checks.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think they're also one of the most innovative teams at this tournament, if not the most innovative team. Astini, known for being an absolutely insane man. The only coach in the world that the players have to tell him no. Usually it's the coach's job to be like, let's relax, guys. Astini's got some crazy ideas. We have to mention 9 Class.
Oh, we do.
We have to mention 9 Class. He's got the Jungle Veno, which has kind of died off because of him. And lately, he's been rocking our favorite hero, Lacoste.
That is right. That is position 4 slug. Just kidding. That is Pudge. This guy is, like, he showed it during the couple of tournaments and during Dream League as well. He is just way too good at the hero. Like, he has, like, when we talk about P-Vision, it's always about him. I think a lot of people will focus on him because they play kind of a dishonest Dota, what others are calling it, because he buys so much time with the heroes that he does play. They're always going to find a way, whether from the offlane, how to play certain matchups that are kind of unplayable for them, whether we're talking about this position 4 Slark that he's playing, Nyx Assassin as well, that they try to use in that online tournament when they were playing against Liquid as well. Wasn't very successful, but he has a couple of these niche heroes that he also loves to play.
Yeah, the previous tournament, that online one, that's kind of the only recent data we have. But we've had a whole year of this roster. We've had a whole year to be able to see what they have been able to do. And so let's take a bit of a reflection and see how they ended up here at Esports World Cup.
Last year, P-Vision came out of nowhere and rapidly became one of the strongest teams in the world. With their unpredictable playstyle and innovative drafts, they turned heads across events in the past year. With a roster consisting of Satanic, No One, DM, 9 Class, and Ducalis, P-Vision has some of the strongest players in every single role. And with everything from old legends to young rising stars, P-Vision really has it all. Their journey to the Esports World Cup 2025 was incredibly dominant, securing enough points to qualify to the event before 2024 was even over, with their ESL One Bangkok 2024 win. What followed was even more domination for P-Vision, including winning ESL One Raleigh for back-to-back ESL One wins, 3rd place at Dream League Season 25, and 1st place at Dream League Season 26. P-Vision isn't just playing for victory, they're setting trends. As they head into the Esports World Cup as one of the clear favorites, they're determined to showcase even more groundbreaking drafts and maintain their status as the strongest team in the world.
The #1 team on the EPT leaderboard, that's what they come into the Esports World Cup as. So even though we talk about how it's our potential favorite for the tournament, maybe even the #1 team, other teams are looking towards. There is no denying the fact that they are coming in as 1st place on that leaderboard. And this roster has been able to prove themselves time and time again.
Yeah, this is, you could write an essay about pretty much every player on the team. I guess just to go through a couple of them, we listened Cap talk about, No One. He's had this huge dominance when he was on VP back in the day, and then he's one of the few players that was able to come back and be the strongest mid in the world. Like legitimately, you ask any mid laner, like top 3 mids, they're always going to name no one right now. People question P-Vision when they replaced Chrysalis with Satanic, but Satanic was this, like, you know, they're calling him the Donk of Dota. It's like our youngest, strongest player, up-and-comer, and they sniped him. They took him, and people questioned it at first because they didn't have the results.
It was also straight off the back of a win. I think that was the biggest question.
That's why people questioned it.
They just won it with a different roster, and you're immediately going to make a change. That's happened in the history of Dota before for other rosters. You win a big event, and it's like you make a roster shuffle. Is that really the right move? Before, it's never turned out that way. For these guys, it has. It definitely has.
It definitely did. This is the team that, I mean, if we like try to dissect the roles, because this is a team game after all, but you also have pretty much every single player being on top of their game right now, and it makes it insanely difficult for anyone to draft. You did mention their coach Astini as well, but Heroic as well on the other side. This is the team that unfortunately didn't find too much success in 2025. They managed to breach top 8 just now, playing in that Fissure Online tournament, but there was not that much competition, I would say. Not too many teams. Other than that, in other tournaments they participated in, they did not manage to get into top 6.
Yeah, it is a tale, 2 different stories here. You have our #1 EPT leaderboard team, and then you have a team that kind of had to fight tooth and nail through qualifiers to get here. You know, they've proven themselves in that region. They have to come here and they have to prove it again for themselves. But there has been a very big improvement for Heroic having Whisper join them. I would say that's where my eyes kind of go when I look at this roster now.
I agree, and I feel like to give them credit, like he is finally fitting in. In Wallachia, they looked rough in a couple of games, but then they brought it back, and like a lot of their series were 2-1 and the games were close. And you mentioned Whisper. I remember there was a period of Dota where if you asked players who the top offlaners in the world were.
I'm gonna finish your sentence. Whisper was one of the best. He was like considered to be one of the best, if not like the best offlaner, even considered in terms of the raw skill as well.
And a lot of people still think that. Yeah. Like no matter what team he's on, it's like everyone else will always get the blame. So you take Heroic, you take a team that already had a lot of success. For Heroic?
Yep.
Parker.
Okay.
It's Parker's fault. No, I think they're an underrated team. They've tried to pick Yuma, Meepo. It hasn't exactly worked out. I feel like on a patch where Meepo is better,
this team is better.
This team is better because that is such a strong, like, cheese pick, like wild card to pull out. King Jungles, he's played Ogre. We saw him play that recently. Nobody's rocking the Ogre. You know, he'll play Chen, like he plays. You know, his name's King Jungles. He plays the junglers, right? So he tries to make things work. I like that these guys are willing to experiment. I mean, Whisper's on his Grandmaster tier heroes, as usual. Like, there's nothing really new for him. He's just doing Whisper things. We saw in Wallachia, there was a clip where he was literally 1v5 smoked on his Darkseer, and he got a kill. 1 versus 5. Like, that's the skill level of Whisper when he's, like, playing at his peak.
Yeah, he's also like very creative when it comes down to itemization. You were talking about that Darkseer game where he goes for the Helm of the Dominator / Overlord, picks up a Blink Dagger, Shard, gets Orchid if necessary, gets Refresher as well. So I think he's one of the few players who are like willing to risk and try out new things. He definitely tested it out, you know, in demo modes, in some pubs, in some scrims, but definitely bringing new stuff to the table, and that's what I want to see as well. Because offlane right now, it is one of the roles that I think a lot of people want to play, because it does seem like a very strong role and very farm-oriented role, and he's really fitting in. Like a lot of the times you will see Whisper on top of the network for like 15-20 minutes, sometimes even throughout the whole game.
Yeah, I agree. I think the real issue for Heroic sometimes is like the dichotomy between Analog and Yuma, where I question, like, when do you want to put Alina mid and, you know, Analog is carrying the game? When do you want to have Analog playing something like a Monkey King, which he looks really good on, and he's playmaking, and Yuma is more of like the traditional hard carry? I feel like that's the style that they look the best on, and then Whisper's just doing his thing like off on an island. But it really depends on the game which Heroic you get. But I think that Heroic has a lot higher of a ceiling than people
give them credit for.
Give them credit for, especially in a matchup like this where they are clearly supposed to be the underdogs.
So it's a 2-0 for Heroic, right? That's what you're going to predict.
That's right. It's a 3-0 for Heroic Lacrosse. Predictions are very important. People love them.
Yeah, absolutely, and it might come like in that game. Just kidding. Now we're not gonna go to that meme yet. We're gonna be waiting for 3-game series. We're gonna be waiting for those best of 3s, maybe even best of 5. So we're gonna see what's gonna happen. But yeah, Heroic as a team, like they can be really hit or miss. Like I think this is the team that can crumble in like 20 minutes, but this is also a team that can play very, very good if they're off to a good start. I think we also need to talk about Schofield because this guy is also insanely skilled. He is gonna be pulling off some really nice moves on the map. He's going to be kind of playing his own game. He's going to be also maybe overextending a little bit.
A little bit. You're being nice. It's Schofield, brother.
Schofield during Wallachia, Shadow Shaman, they're about to close out the game. He has Refresher. He sells his items so he can have Refresher. Blinks in and just dies. Like he uses one word, uses Refresher, and just dies immediately.
It happens, though.
And they lose the game.
He's representing all of us out there in the pro scene, okay? But if every tournament, I have to mention it. In US East, we always had this rule, the Schofield rule. Do not chase Schofield because he will always make space. He will die 1 in 17.
But I thought you meant for his teammates. Like his teammates shouldn't follow up, you know, because he's just gonna kind of blink.
That's also true. Like the good teams that play around Schofield understand that he's gonna do shenanigans, and they let him do it, and they take space. Which is probably why you see Yuma and Analog like both playing carry-style heroes. Is when you have Schofield on your team, like you will have space. It's just that that's not a hugely popular like strat in the meta right now. No. Usually you just have one like super carry.
Yeah, and we aren't seeing games go that length anymore. Obviously, we are still seeing games go over 60 minutes, but it's like one fight that kind of brings it that way.
And it's semi-carries as well.
Yes.
It's like Abaddon carry.
Exactly.
Ember mid.
You're not seeing both teams just willing to sit there and farm AFK. That's just not really what happens as much these days. And so, yeah, whilst we like to maybe go for that greedier draft that has been success for Heroic, are they going to be able to find that space for themselves when you're up against a team like P-Vision, a team that has been very, very aggressive and likes to have those cheese picks?
I'm going to throw it out there. P-Vision, they do make one mistake. Like between 15 and 25 minutes.
Said they checked all the boxes.
They do, but they have one flaw.
Well, 15 boxes. There's like 16 potential boxes.
There is one flaw. This is something that Ostini also talked about, is that they sometimes do make a mistake, and definitely notice that when you watch them play.
Oh, yeah?
They're going to be like 10K ahead. They're going to lose one fight. Suddenly, it's a 6K gold lead, and they lose another fight, or they lose Roche because of that. Suddenly, the game lasts for another good like 20, 25 minutes, which could have been maybe a 25-minute game. But yeah, Heroic might try to exploit that.
Yeah, I think it is. If it's as obvious as you're saying it is, that is something that they're going to have to look towards. And two big things that are going to help them hit those timings are what heroes they drafted themselves. We don't have the draft on our screens just yet, but two people that I'm sure are fighting it out for a little bit of pride here is both the coaches. We've got Cafs up against Astini. I know both of them very friendly with each other. They like to have a bit of a banter of who's the better coach coming out of South America.
Yeah, you know, it's always a like this is a rough matchup for Heroic to have first because they're playing as a primarily Brazilian team against like one of the coaches that knows Brazil the best.
Yep.
Like these guys like grew up in Brazilian Dota together, so
forged in the fire of SA Dota.
Absolutely. Well, let's just say it as it is. Forged in the fire of NA/SA Dota. It was the same region back then. Now it's just SA Dota, so that's all there is.
So then how do you think the inner workings are going to go for this one, with Astini Caps being very familiar with each other and obviously their teammates too?
Astini knows that Analog just likes to win mid. He will. There was a patch where he would pick Zeus every single game just because it didn't lose mid. He really values dominating the lane. Like, I know this, having played pubs with Analog for 10 years, right? Astini knows this.
I said you're old.
Yeah, that's absolutely. I think we all are.
We are getting old.
It's getting up there. It's getting up there. Anyway,
not Satanic though.
No, he's our. Thank goodness for Satanic and the boys on Navi, Nati. They're young up and comers. What's the?
I'm not picking up what you're putting down.
What's confusing about that?
A lot of things.
They're a young team.
Okay.
We're not old and decrepit in Dota.
No, that's right. There is a lot of young blood coming through. But you were saying the 10 years experience that you had with Analog input your pubs?
Yeah, you know these things. Like, Yuma Meepo is not going to confuse or surprise anyone.
Sure.
Like, he will know that Yuma likes to pick it against Storm Spirit, for example. He thinks it's a really good Storm Spirit answer. These are ideas that circulate. You know, he doesn't need to watch the Yuma interviews to know that. He can just, he knows the guy, you know? So that definitely helps. So it's going to be very hard for either team to surprise the other, unless they pull out something like crazy cheesy.
I'm not sure if they can do that. Maybe game one, but Paravision is a team. Like, if you look at, like, Astini shared some of his notes, the way he drafts, the way his, like, draft screen does look. So you have, you know, picks that are imba, you have, you know, something that is meta, and you also have something that they want to try, something that they want to flex, and they also have, like, other roles. So makes things easier for himself, and you can see the way they think. Sometimes not forgetting things in Dota is very important. You know, when it's Brood Mother patch, sometimes like you forget about it. Sometimes you are getting cheesed. Some of these like Forlock plus PA combinations that we've seen, sometimes it can slip through. But yeah, this team is very difficult to draft against.
I actually haven't gotten your thoughts, Lacoste, on how this meta is for you. If there are any specific heroes where you're like, I see a lot of value in this hero and I'm surprised other people aren't seeing the same weight in it.
Something that is underrated and hasn't been picked too much.
But you think it should be. That's the other caveat to that.
Yeah, I'm just thinking...
I got to put him on the spot, you know? You don't get a free ride on this panel.
We've seen good amount of Phantom Lancer. I think this hero is good, but I don't think you can pick it so early in the draft. I also think that the heroes from the offlane, like Vizirizzi, that we've seen in the previous series, is definitely going to be making a comeback. Dazzle as well, we see good amount as well. Dazzle from position 5, offlane Dazzle as well earlier today. I think these are the type of heroes that people are going to be experimenting with, and because we did kind of figure out the meta, I would say, with these Quaps, these Dawnbreakers as well. These are the newer heroes that did come into the meta recently. We've seen Ame playing Jug, so it is a bit of a hard to say whether the hero is good or not, because Ame definitely loves to play the hero.
They did say it was like the perfect game for it in their eyes. So,
I mean, if not anything, Juggernaut is very entertaining to watch.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Especially when it's Ame, because everybody's, you know, you never know what you're gonna get. I mean, I think that Pudge is genuinely broken.
Good. It's good.
And the only team that has the balls to play it is P-Vision.
Which is funny, because I feel like BB Team should be that roster. Almost every single player on that team loves Pudge.
You would think so, but they just don't have the cojones. I mean, I was actually talking to I think Jabs about this, like Liquid
Jabs.
Yeah. And I talked to CY, and I was just trying to get information on this, because I was like, where is Pudge? I don't understand.
And they're like, oh, Jenkins again with his Pudge love.
No, they said it's good, and I agree. Like, people are just afraid of picking it, and this was interesting to hear, you know, but that is the thing. It's high risk, but it's very high reward. And I think like 9 Class as a player and P-Vision as a team is just absolutely not afraid of high risk, high reward.
What's the high risk to it?
If you go to lanes and you miss a few hooks and you're stealing XP from your mid and you're leaving your offlaner.
Here we go.
If
you experience this way too many times.
No, because you go mid with a smoke, with a blood grenade, you rush the win lane. Like, there's ways, you can hook people into, there's a lot of tree lines right now in Dota that you can hook somebody into that they need to quelling 2 trees in order to get out of. And 9 Class knows this, and I know that he knows this because that's how I know it. I watched him play, and he was doing this. There are spots you can hook people into with how the map is now. And I think there's a lot of heroes, there's a lot of supports that are really good to hook. There's a lot of cores that are really good to hook, like these Drow Rangers of the world just feel
Is there anything that
unpickable.
you don't want to be hooking into the Pudge, other than Tidehunter?
Tidehunter is that is probably the best one. That is honestly probably the best currently. That's like a good hero.
Well, look, I love the spiel and the little bit of a monologue that you've given us here for Pudge. Fingers crossed that P-Vision have the courage to pick it up for themselves. They've done it before in previous tournaments. Will it happen again? Either way, the game #1 draft here, we're seeing the bans. Nothing too crazy really coming out in the first base ban than what we've been seeing already so far in our previous 6 series across 2 streams.
Yeah, I did mention Dazzle. This hero hasn't been, like, his contest rate has been pretty high. He's been contested like in 80% of the games, which is pretty high considering that we haven't seen too much of the Dazzle in the last like 2 months. Maybe some teams did pick it once or twice, but that was pretty much it. And now he is making a resurgence definitely from like 2 different roles, from the offlane, from the position 5. You asked me about the hero that we might see a comeback. I think Faceless Void does have a good place in meta as well.
I feel like
this is a good game for it.
I feel like P-Vision was just dangling the TA there. Like, they Darkseer banned, Batrider banned, Dazzle banned. That screams to me TA, and I'm actually kind of glad Heroic didn't take the bait. Like, they weren't just like first picking Yuma as TA, which they were doing previously, and they actually looked really good when he was TA. So I kind of like that they didn't play into like the clear opening from P-Vision, and they just take the like generically good support hero.
Yeah, they did find a lot of success when they were opening up with Shadow Shaman. I see like winning 3 out of their last 4 games when they opened up with Shadow Shaman. This hero just gives you everything. No matter how bad the game is, you always have some kind of a play that you can make with the hero, whether you're going for a split push, whether you have that level 15 break talent, whether we're talking about Blink Hex initiation, where you're catching somebody off guard. The pickoff potential definitely is there, and P-Vision will respond with Shadow Fiend. We've seen good amounts of Shadow Fiend being flexed to the mid lane as well with Refresher, this Yasha Kaya build, which works really, really well, or from the safe lane, which we've seen good amount of Shadow Fiends as well. During Valakia, when Yatoro did play it, he had like minus 30+ armor on his souls, because he was just going around the map, getting the kills, getting that stuff refreshed, and making sure that they can just keep snowballing. So this is a very snowbally hero.
It's a hard hero to play Shadow Shaman into as well. Like, running in and gripping somebody into a Requiem, whether it's a Shadow Fiend carry or Shadow Fiend mid, AoE, like large AoE disable, and then focusing whatever guy, whether it's a Shadow Shaman or not, is a pretty difficult. Like, how do you position against that? Even Ether Lens doesn't help you. Blink doesn't help you. Like, you need BKB.
If you're the one who's getting the first jump, then it's fine. Pre-BKB, or if you have really good follow-up with an extra stun, then you can make the place. But yeah, both shadows, one on each side.
True. I would, if you're P-Vision, consider Axe ban. Shadow Shaman Axe sounds very strong. Jump the SF. It's a consideration for Whisper. He was playing it a lot recently. Maybe they just don't think it's like you can run SF mid, and I guess SF mid is not, it's not that bad against Axe. Like, you're not doing any physical damage really, so he's not a great Blade Mail Blink target.
Well, Dark Willow is going to be P-Vision's pickup here. I'd seen it earlier in the day today as well. Do you guys like it? Is this also one of those ones, Lacoste, that you're a little bit like, oh, it's underrated? I don't know where it really sits
not necessarily.
here.
I think this hero is really, really good.
It's accurately rated.
It's accurately rated.
Okay.
This hero gives you good damage, gives you control. Also like the fact, this is also one of 9 classes better heroes. He did play it a lot during Dream League Season 26.
He brought this back into the meta.
Pretty much.
Single-handedly. So, okay, there's the TA.
Yeah.
They eventually take it because all of these like excellent TA counters are banned. I mean, at a certain point when you're like baiting a team to pick a hero and it gets later and later in the draft, you just take the bait and say like, okay, well now you only have like 3 picks to counter it instead of like a whole draft.
I do feel like a little bit of a game of chicken as well. Heroics, like, do we pick it up here? Do we kind of wait to try and close out our phase with it? But
okay,
it is a TA.
So Enigma is an age-old counter to TA. You can tear through the refraction charges, you can dumpster her in lane, and I genuinely think this is just Heroic saying, we think this is what you wanted to counter the TA, this is why you're dangling it, so we're just going to pick it, and now you have to come up with some other option.
Yeah, and they also have Enigma, which is kind of a hero that shuts down a lot of the carry heroes from the safe lane. So we'll have to see where this Shadow Fiend's gonna go. So now you have Templar Assassin. You have a lot of tempo with this lineup. There's a lot of damage. Templar Assassin with this. So you have Enigma with Eidolons building into aura items. Shadow Shaman with the wards. So taking objectives is very easy. I like the idea what Heroic is going for. This type of a lineup kind of plays itself where you're snowballing out of the lanes. TA being a super strong laner. Same goes for Enigma with the Shadow Shaman. And this is, I think, gonna be carry Kunkka, seeing that Enigma is going to be played from the off lane, unless Heroic wants to flex this Enigma to position 5 potentially, but I think this is very underrated. This is something that not a lot of teams are willing to pick and play, is Kunkka from the safe lane, and pretty much it was Satanic who kind of brought it back as well a couple of months ago, and this hero looks insane. One of the fastest farmers in the game.
Yeah, the Radiance disassemble into Rapier build late game is genuinely good. If somebody thinks it's a meme, I would recommend go and try it. and you will realize it's actually good. At the timing, so you have this Radiance. Early game, your Blade Mail Radiance running around farming, being active, and then late game, you have a BKB, you can disassemble the Radiance and buy a Rapier at any point. So you get to decide when it's a good Rapier timing. And then the enemy team has to be constantly worried about being one-shot. And the timing works out because level 25 on Kunkka, you get this insane Tidebringer cleave damage. And the one-shot potential is like you just cannot end the game.
I gotta share a little bit of a funny story about this Kunkka. We were talking about it, how, you know, when you do get the Rapier, how you're able to essentially one-shot supports later in the game if they're having a little bit of a difficult one too. And someone goes, how do you counter this? Like, how do you counter Kunkka getting a Rapier and kind of getting to crit you? And I go, just don't let him buy Rapier. Like, that is the only way you can counter that. It's just don't let him get to the point where he picks up a Rapier. That is the only way
you can legit have Divine Rapier 15 minutes into the game.
You need to.
You just can't let him get to that ever. That is the only way you counter it.
You like Hex and then Yules him, but it's really hard playing into the X marks and the BKB. And yeah, Axe is. I was expecting the Axe when SF and Willow came out because you can take Willow out of her W. It's one of the most annoying counters in the game. You just instantly come out of it, and that's what makes Willow tanky. And that facet that heals you, or the NA, whichever it is, honestly, it's a little BS. Like, it's so strong.
It is good.
She sells
150
in the laning stage, and she's full HP. So it's really annoying. So being able to take her out of that is very important. Clearly, they still value it into an SF mid, probably. I don't think it's good against Kunkka or Ogre, though. I don't think Axe wants to call either of these heroes. Maybe it's a 5X.
It might be. I think they are, like, unfortunately for them, they don't have overall last pick, so they are not going to be seeing where the heroes are going to go, because the last pick does belong to P-Vision, but I think they are going to be making this flex happen, which we were talking about, that Enigma doesn't really want to play into this Kunkka, but this also opens up them for Kunkka to go to the mid lane, have safe lane Shadow Fiend, and potentially even have Kunkka from the off lane.
Yeah, that is true, actually. Then it depends on who picks what hero.
Yes.
But both teams don't get to see that until everything is decided. So there's kind of a gamble that's going to be going on here.
That's a lot of moving parts. You're saying both the Enigma and the Axe could potentially be flexed to a support.
Yes.
If it is, that is where we're going to see P-Vision sort of commit a lot more to where the Kunkka and this Shadow Fiend are going to go.
Yeah, and seeing this ban, this Slardar ban, which would give them even more tempo, a bit of a... I would say this is more about the mid lane matchup, so I assume they want to be running, like, I think they're checking some of the boxes where they don't want to have this Slardar into Kunkka. They also want to have something from the mid lane, which is going to be better for them.
Yeah, I agree. I think it would do well in lane against Kunkka, and also TA minus armor plus the Slardar minus armor is... I mean, double minus armor strategy is an age-old combo in Dota. Like, that's always strong.
Always strong. Well, there we go. All the bans now for P-Vision are out there. Monkey King. So
okay,
Monkey King.
They're really making it look like it's a Kunkka mid with these two bans.
Yeah.
Yes. These are just... I'm a melee guy. I don't want to be owned by an anti-melee guy mid. Who's the other alternative? I mean, Huskar, I guess? Analog playing Huskar, though. I don't know. I feel like P-Vision is a team you don't want to Huskar against. Because
Why is that?
Because they've shown, like, they will just dual lane it. They will literally put a sentry in the tier 2 tower in their off lane to get the wave so that they have it pushed out, and then they can dual lane mid without ruining DM's game. Like, they have the tech against this. Everyone is copying it, so this is not the team you want to Huskar last pick against.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah. I see what you're saying. But Heroic, they still got a ban for themselves. They still got a little bit here to set up for themselves. Terrorblade is where it's going to be. And their final pick, I mean, that's going to ultimately show us which out of these heroes, Enigma or Axe, is going to be flexed into that support role.
I'm not sure if they have a pick that can still camouflage this pick, so they're not revealing anything.
That's what I was thinking, because you can still send the TA mid, and it does well against SF or Kunkka.
But it's more the support. Was where I say, like, we're gonna...
Yeah, there's a lot of flex options here for Heroic. So it just depends on how crafty they want to be with the draft.
Okay, I see.
Sometimes you can just next level yourself like that, though, and it ends up to be previous
like
level.
you're playing too many levels too many moves ahead, you know? It's like a game of chess and you're already 15 moves down the path. They don't have too much time left, so hopefully they know Magnus.
I mean, it's all the team fight in the world that they do have, and this is pretty much anti-carry. They have so many BKB piercing tools. You have RP, you have Call, you have Enigma with the Black Hole as well. You're playing Shadow Shaman, so not an easy game. Like, whoever, this is pretty much, we want to shut down Satanic type of a lineup that I'm seeing.
What if Satanic is just Kunkka?
Yeah, I mean, you are tanky enough with the Rum to be able to survive through this, I guess. I mean, they do have still flex available with this Magnus. It could be played from the, like, pretty much 5 different roles. It's one of the few heroes that can do it.
I mean, I will say, I generally like the Mag pick here. Repositioning against SF, if you do want to play him as a turret, is always good. Kunkka likes to frontline and be a maniac and tank stuff for his team, and I feel like when you're repositioned, you can just be a really easy target for Magnus to go on, you know? It's like Kunkka does still need to get his spells off in order to be tanky, so if you can skewer him back into a Hex, that's a great combo, by the way. Age-old combo.
If they didn't have 2 supports already, I would say this would be S-tier Winter Wyvern game. Like, what you're playing against all of these heroes that a lot of the team fight, a lot of the ways to break the fight.
Or Vrubik.
Oh, no, please, no.
I know you love Rubik.
How quick he was to shut it down. Well.
Okay, now I'm confused.
A Chen.
It is a DM offlane Ogre. That's Giga Chad. I mean, I imagine that does very well against a TA. You're very tanky, high armor hero. You can burn the refraction charges with Ignite in lane. I don't mind that at all. You're a pretty bad skewer back target or like axe jump target as well.
And they're still not picking their heroes. They're waiting to see where Axe and Enigma are going to go. Right now, P-Vision, everything is pretty much set for them, where they have this DM on Ogre with Satanic on Shadow Fiend. So you have a lot of tankiness. You have a lot of survivability. Kunkka is definitely not a hero that is easy to kill. Ducalis is going to be bringing those auras with the Chen, so they're still waiting.
Yeah, they're making us wait. I hope for good reason. I hope it's because they're having a... Okay. So it will be King Jungles on Enigma and Whisper Axe. I think this makes sense. I mean, Axe in this game against SF carry, it's a one-to-one counter, right? This hero will destroy itself with the Blade Mail.
I think they wanted to have mana on the hero because you are playing against Chen. He can burn your mana. Axe doesn't care about your mana getting burned, so that's pretty good. Enigma would definitely suffer a little bit more, I would say. But yeah, looking at both of these drafts, P-Vision, they are playing into a lot of team fight and they're playing into a lot of tempo. I think that's why they picked Chen, so they can also match that tempo. They put Kunkka through the mid lane, so he will be getting some extra levels. And we talked about Shadowfin from the carry role, what this hero can do. Like he can definitely pop off if he's off to a good start.
I'm going to disagree with Lacoste politely and say you have no idea what you're talking about. The SA region as a whole has always been exceptional at team fighting. This is when they completely lacked strategy, which was for a long time, they would still become top-tier teams by just team fighting better than you. And they have the team fight. They have the repositioning. I believe in Heroic. I think they're going to take this game off of P-Vision.
Okay, now do it unpolitely.
Lacoste, you've been a great friend to me.
I was, especially in the last couple of months.
You've been a great friend.
We definitely bounded.
We're brothers.
You're okay.
At this point, would you say?
I'll let you guys go and enjoy it, all right? I don't want to keep you too much longer. We don't want to hold the audience any longer either, because we're going to hear the wise words of one of my favorite casters ever, Kezu, and then I guess Sunspan next to him.
Shanna, take it away, please.
P-Vision.
Yes, let's go.
We get to cast P-Vision. Think about that for a moment.
I have.
Enunciate the P.
P-Vision.
It's going to be a good one.
It will be.
Versus Heroic. We have a pause. Also starts with a P for P-Vision.
Not for the lights this time.
No.
It is packet loss.
Well, let's just double check the 33 is he's not out there.
He has left the building.
Right. No, we're good. We're good. 33 is nowhere to be seen. It's just P-Vision and Heroic. I mean, coming into this, P-Vision have had a very good year.
Oh, yeah,
overall.
they're a tremendous year.
And I would expect them to be the favorites here. But it feels like Heroic, they always take games off of teams when, it's just the region in general, they take games off of teams that are supposed to win in most unexpected ways. Is this one of those potential ways?
I mean, obviously it could be. I would like Heroic are not a like strange team, but in terms of like who they win against and who they lose to, I feel like they're the type of team that when you're like supposed to be better, somehow they like level up. Maybe it's that they don't care or they don't have fear, like other people kind of, you know, over-respect their opponent. I feel like for them, they don't. I also oftentimes, I really like their strategies. I do think they have a very good coaching staff when it comes to Heroic. But Mr. P Vision, I believe they've got a pretty good draft themselves. So sure, you're running
their jersey, it just says Vision. You notice that? There's no P.
Where's the P?
I don't know.
We'll fix that for tomorrow.
I can bring...
Or in post.
Yeah, that also starts with a P. I can bring the P tomorrow.
On the shirt?
Yeah.
Good.
Where else?
I mean, that's where it belongs, I guess.
Yeah. Sorry, you were saying...
I don't remember. No, I was talking about the drafts because, I mean, Heroic, I like this team quite a lot. I do think they're like very, maybe a little bit hit or miss, I would say, with like their overall performances. But P-Vision, I was saying that I just kind of like their draft. You have, sure, you've got the SF carry into the Axe, which isn't always the greatest, and there are ways to deal with this hero. But they've got offlane Ogre Magi, which is not something we see too often. I kind of like it. I also like...
Is that how you usually pronounce it?
Ogre Magi?
Yeah.
Well, I could just call him Ogre.
You say Magi?
I don't know. You're asking, like, apparently I do.
That's interesting.
Yeah, well, call me out when I call him something else. I'll just say Ogre. Do you know why I like Chen in this game, especially versus TA?
Versus TA?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, sure, your summons might die, but what's really important when you play against like TA is that people stay alive. First of all, you've got the heal, I mean, obviously, but also you've got the bonus armor for your bros, you know, to stay alive. It's important, Shannon. Staying alive is good.
So they say.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no contrary. I mean,
it's hard, right?
You wouldn't ever really know.
That's true.
If it's true or not.
Yeah.
Until later down the road, hopefully.
One day.
You.
For me.
Yeah, just for you.
I hope they'll find out for you.
So the pause, as you guys can see, is still occurring. I'm going to turn around here and take a look at both sides.
Since we can look at the players.
And I can see Ducala still picking that ear.
That ear?
Getting that...
no, he's got the headset on top of the ear,
extra
actually.
protein. Fear actually looked that up. Earwax does have protein in it. It's important to...
I think you should let Reddit have it sometime so people can catch up on the recent developments.
Yeah, that was quite the development. He discovered something ancient in there.
Right. Shannon, relax. We were paused because of packet loss, which I believe we are fixing.
Yeah, it looks like...
Or are you reading anything else on people's facial expression?
I mean, yes, actually I am. But
Tell me.
Nothing that we should be talking about.
That's good. We'll keep it for later.
Now I know why usually we don't have the players behind us, is because I just get distracted.
I mean, I think in a pause, in a pause, it's okay to be distracted. So I believe it's okay.
Sure. We'll go with that.
I mean, I will say, we have no one on the screen. Do you feel like there's a another player that kind of had like a down dip in their career?
Like
or like
who?
a bigger break? Like no one.
No, yeah.
Because he was like incredible with old age VP.
With VP, yeah.
Winning like majors one after the other in like a superstar team. And then he kind of had a downhill into a break.
Seb.
But I feel like Seb didn't have that much like success initially. Or are you talking like he won a TI, then didn't play, then, or like which time frame are you looking at for Seb?
No, earlier. Yeah, no, you're right. He didn't find that much success, then became a coach.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. No one is a very unique individual in that aspect.
Like it's just not very often you see that. Like either people are gone for good or they try to come back and it's
which is
really
interesting because I think in other games you actually do see that more often.
Yeah.
Like Counter-Strike, I can name a couple players like Kerrigan.
I mean, I guess I know his name, but I don't know Counter-Strike that well, the lore.
Like somebody will find a lot of success and then kind of go dormant. You think they're washed and then they'll win a major. Like, oh,
I mean, I guess
he wasn't after all.
I mean, Thompson is kind of doing that, I guess. Maybe now he's done for good, but like he didn't play, then he just joins like Tundra before TI to get top 3, something like that.
Yeah.
But overall, I mean, this is not something that's easy to replicate.
Nah, it's just, if that one's more, I feel like most people wrote off no one.
True.
That was not the case for Thompson when he came back.
I mean, sure, that's true. It's also just
he
like
can get top
1 year or something.
No, this is a unique storyline for sure.
Yeah.
Worth investigating more.
Why are you calling him out for vacking?
I think one thing I like about No One is he has grown a lot as an individual as well. The interviews are way more fun with him than they used to be. He was a one-word type of answer player.
True. Obviously, he
which
did,
a lot of Dota players suffer for.
He did mature. I still feel like he's, I mean, not young, but when it comes to like super veterans, like I would guess he's like 28. I feel like he's younger than me.
You want me to look this up?
Sure.
Get that chat.
In the meantime, you know what else is kind of incredible? I mean, I will talk maybe one more thing about P-Vision because they have Mr. DM. I think this guy is obviously very good. And well, at some point in his career, a lower point in his career, he played with someone who was actively sabotaging them. I will not name him, but I do think that's something else that's like really hard to kind of get through and like recover yourself when it comes to your career.
Who is this?
Taiga.
Oh.
I mean, they lane together. Like going through something like that is definitely not easy. So
that's true.
You know, kind of kudos to all the people that have to go through a lot of struggle.
No one is 27.
I was close.
Yeah,
I thought 28.
That's crazy though.
Yeah, like he won so much, took a break in a way, and then come back.
How old was he on VP? That was like 10 years ago.
He was probably between 18 or 20.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we look at him as like an old guy in Dota. He's not really that old.
Yeah, he's still like in good shape, you know?
Jeez. That is insane.
Well, and of course, in the meantime, you have like I guess one of the biggest newcomers. I mean, I would say 9 class is still kind of new to the scene, at least like the pro scene. But then you've got Satanic, the little demon.
Yeah,
That kid's real
he
good.
is a beast.
Yeah.
Absolute beast. I mean, if you were to rank carries in the world right now, would he be top 3?
I think he should be. In terms of raw skill, yeah. From what I understand, they're still. I mean, of course, he's young, right? So there are other things he has to learn, but his own skill, super high.
Yeah, I think he's one of the most explosive carries for sure. It feels like a lot of the games, to me, when I'm casting, Yatoro or Satanic, it feels very similar in nature.
I agree.
He can just take over the game, and I feel like not many carries can play to that level. But of course, he does have an amazing supporting cast, and I love 9 class. That's one of my favorite players in the entire scene for sure. Plays the weirdest stuff, has weird builds, plays Armlet, Terrorblade, which
they kind of pioneer a lot
usually
of things.
terrible.
He has some good clips, I will say. Like the blink in into trying to sunder and then like something random hits him, or Radiance, I don't know what it was. He just insta died.
Yeah, the classic.
Yeah, he's got good clips. I mean, it's kind of similar with Heroic. Like their +4, he's an absolute maniac. Like Schofield, this guy, he's crazy.
Yeah.
Like in terms of his gameplay, he just runs around wherever.
Feels like every team needs a wild card.
I mean, it's true. Otherwise, it's just too easy to read you. I mean, it's kind of the meme about +4 players anyway. You need to let the dogs run free.
I mean, when Gaiman was winning, Doraccio was that wild card.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, he did crazy
It's
moves.
usually not a core, though, it feels like.
It's also especially usually not the carry.
Yeah.
Because they're the safe boys that get all the farm.
Yeah. Yep, as Heroic looking to upset P-Vision here in this first game of the 2-game series. This is group stage 1. Of course, first place of the groups will move on to the 3rd stage. Just skip an entire stage just by getting first. So
you just get to chill.
I think that's cool because a lot of these other tournaments, it feels like it's pretty standard.
Yeah.
First, second, like, okay, we have a slight benefit, but this is a major benefit.
It is.
Skipping an entire stage is huge.
I don't know how many days that is in between. I do.
Yeah, is there any?
Actually, I'm not
is
sure.
there any way that that's a detriment to some teams?
If it's too long, I think if it's too long, it's definitely not good. Like, cause you wanna. I mean, you wanna stay like fired up, right, and kind of like in shape and know what's happening. Of course, you still play pubs, you watch the games, whatever, but just wanna stay in the groove.
Now, if there were a big break like that, who would it benefit versus who would be not enjoying the process? Like younger players, for example, preferring one or the other?
I feel like younger players probably don't care because the moment they don't have to play a tournament game, they just go queue 28 pubs a day.
True.
So they'll like stay on top of everything. And I don't know, I feel like that's hard to put like into, I don't know, like to describe it. I feel like it's kind of random. Because you might also have some people in like some teams that do really well, like preparing a lot and like over-analyzing, okay, if they first pick TA, I'm going to pick Bad Rider and I'm going to destroy him. It's hard to say. Water?
Oh, thank you. Thank you, young man.
You're very welcome.
Well, we haven't had a chance to chat too much about this patch. Do you have any favorite additions to the game that you've been enjoying as a player and or whatever else?
I actually like that they don't allow you to activate the Watchers in the pregame.
Oh, yeah.
Teams did actually have, like, not a strat, but, you know, okay, like, you know, in terms of the Watchers, I like that they stopped, that you can activate it early. It allows for more good plays, but it seems the tech pause is not yet resolved, Shannon.
That's right. So we'll go to a little break, and we'll be back once P-Vision and Heroic can get back in game. Greetings, salutations, Heroic versus P-Vision. Game has officially started.
Yep.
Packet loss
Completed.
has been destroyed.
Hello,
Actually,
Hector.
no. Destroying packet loss would make it worse.
We fixed it.
Packets have been added.
We've made them
to
better.
remedy
Exactly.
the
We've
issue.
bettered them. I mean, this better be the best level 1 fight we've ever seen. They've been prepped for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Schofield?
I have a feeling there will be
Schofield, walk in.
no damage done.
No.
It'll be a trade of bounties.
Very fair and friendly.
So, the panel.
Yep.
If you can remember what happened way back when, they did discuss the differences between these drafts, as 9 class will be taking a half HP here.
Yep.
But
It's
Heroic
fine.
with
He's Willow.
a very team fight heavy lineup in the Magnus, the Enigma. What do you think? Do you like that type of stratagem?
I mean, I kind of like it. We saw this last game also, right? From maybe it was 33 who started in the safe lane with like the axe. You try to like do some stuff with the Battle Hunger. Now he will gate, but he will be greeted a little bit by Ducalis. I mean, I kind of like what Heroic have going for them. Also the Enigma 5, like trying to put it away from the Kunko. They have done this many times before, so Enigma is like a soft flex for them. This is quite a good Enigma support lane, like, I'm not gonna lie. You know, Willow isn't particularly good against Eidolons, nor is Ogre. I mean, this guy doesn't even have a spell level 1, so what's he gonna do?
Yep, true. Goes for the facet, giving him the extra levels.
Yep, the learning curve.
Kind of a weird one overall.
It is. I mean, he's like the strongest level 2 hero in the game. Like, the level 2 timing is kind of bonky bonkers.
But for now, he's a bot.
True, passive bot.
Very tanky, though. But what do you think of this hero in late game situations as a core?
Oh, I mean, this hero scales really, really, like, he's very strong. He's got very good scaling. In terms of the laning stage, he should be pretty fine against TA. You have high base armor, you have high base damage, and you have high base HP regen. So kind of all the things you would want. Like, I just wonder exactly what they have going with this one. It's not something that I have seen much of, like not even Ogre support. So we'll be interested to see his build. Maybe a Crimson Guard, maybe you want an early Shard, maybe you just want it like for the Bloodlust to turn the SF into like an even stronger carry. We'll have to wait and see.
As Analog playing the Magnus in the mid lane. 5-2 start versus no one on the Kunkka. 8-3 and seems to be dominating the lane a bit.
Yeah, no one should win this lane. Like, unless we see like some really cool skewer, like Shockwave skewer back into maybe a TP. Kunkka definitely usually, like, he beats out most of the melee heroes, apart from like maybe some Monkey Kings and whatnot. So mid, I would expect to be kind of a chill lane, to be honest.
And KJ playing the Enigma. And in this game, more of a position 5. Here's Yuma. Oh, he's actually going to get first blooded. So DM hits level 2, and they put it to good work.
Yeah, he got God.
Wow.
Just get the, you know, the timing from DM, pops both his spells, Ignite, Fire Blast into the Brambles, Blood Grenade. I mean, it's not something that TA enjoys laning against, that's for sure. Overtime damage, you get slowed down. And yeah, all these early stats onto DM. So P-Vision with the first blood.
Doesn't really miss any creeps, which I guess is silver lining.
Yeah. I mean, it's certainly not something you want to have happen. Like, sure, Ogre is fine in lane against TA, but I would also kind of say that, you know, this is the timing that you kind of need to look out for. So Yuma with a little bit of a misplay.
Yeah, but what do you think of Enigma as a hero playing as position 5? Because we've seen it support. I feel like when I've cast it, it's been a 4 more than anything. Because it feels like a greedier support in some ways.
Yeah, it usually, I mean, some teams flex it, they do it. Like, they were kind of, it's kind of like you vibe check the enemy team. How do they respond to it? They're like, okay, you pick Kunkka, whatever. We're not gonna, you know, we're not gonna put the Enigma off lane. You just have your little Kunkka, we don't care. We can play at 5. And they've done this many times before. Like King Jungles, he's very well trained on the Enigma.
So what's the reason for not doing core, though? Like, if I look at this lineup, they don't really have any cancellations for Black Hole through BKB or anything like that.
I mean, first, like, in terms of the draft, I think it just is really bad if you would give Parivision, like, the matchup against the Kunkka. It's, like, one of the worst lanes you can go into. I think even laning into Chen is honestly not that great, because you can take over the Eidolons. I don't quite remember the draft order overall, but they just use it for, like, one of their own draft advantages. You gotta take an L somewhere to get a W somewhere else. You know what I'm saying, Shannon?
I do, actually.
That's good.
That's my life's motto. A lot of L's, though, I have to say.
That's true.
So P-Vision with a little bit of an early advantage here in the super early stages of the game.
Yeah, Analog, he's trying for the Shockwave. Cool play by No One with the X mark. I mean, to be fair, when you try for the skewer like hard, it's kind of obvious when you go for it, right? Like you keep canceling it, you try to like Shockwave, whatever, because you're starting to feel the pain. Like this is where Kanka really comes in. Level 5, he starts spamming the Tidebringer, and every time he hits you, he has even lower cooldown, of course, with the Facet. So, gotta be careful how many times you get splashed by that one.
Oh, but this time Schofield's going to come to play. Only level 2, but
I feel
Analog,
like they need a third
skewer
hero.
will miss. Well, they need to hit the skewer to start things up. But even if they do, I'm not sure if that's a kill still.
No, I feel like you're not killing him. He's full HP. He's got Bracer. He's also got like the Rum. You cannot forget it. His innate is quite strong. But let's see. Whisper up top. It's one of the benefits of laning against Chen, at least early. I mean, the hero harasses you, but then later it's not like the biggest kill threat. It's kind of like a Warlock. You can leave your offlaner somewhat alone. But I feel like Schofield would like to get something more done on the map, like either stack for his axe or get a kill mid. But Kanka, very formidable mid laner, not the easiest to gank.
This bottom lane, Yuma again taking some heavy damage. Ignite doing work against that Refraction. How good is Ignite versus Refraction?
Quite good.
The new version.
It's still like really strong. Like this hero just.
But surely it's worse than before, right?
Sure.
With the threshold.
Yeah, no, it's worse than before, but it's still like incredibly good. I mean, what I can see from them in the lane right now that they're doing really well on P-Vision is that they don't care about this Enigma. Sure, you've got your little Eidolons, we don't really care. Satanic.
Oh, this would be a big kill. Whisper doesn't have too much mana to work with. His Satanic's going to get the Shadow raised off, attempting to work his way to the north. Ducalis coming in from the south. In the meantime, the Berserker's call does hit.
Pen stick.
No procs to come, though, and now a boat from No One who TP's up. A big skewer from Analog. They will eventually get Satanic, so 1 for 2 with the support going down.
1 for 3.
And now Analog X marked back into the fray as No One and company will clean up yet another kill. So they lose Satanic, but double kill for No One, 3 kills overall for P-Vision.
That's kind of a big one. I did like the play initially from Heroic, but it matters a lot whether or not you can like really get this kill done fast. And yeah, with the Wisdom Shrine invasion, this is a bad time to feed away some kills. As No One, of course, with the TP, he's still here.
Yep,
oh,
this
is
they
a
scan
steal.
it. Yep, Heroic, no, this is happening, but not much to be done, unfortunately for them.
Like, if you catch Satanic in your tier 1 tower, sure, I think it's cool. So, of course, you go on him, but maybe if you Whisper, like, maybe you need to call him earlier to just make it harder for No One to, like, TP in, get the Torrent, get the Boda, because the more, every second you chase there makes it so much easier for P-Vision to just come and respond. No One is still here, actually.
Yeah, he's level 7.
And
First,
I might
you
want
can
to
see
look.
Schofield level 3 still at 7.5 minutes. The Wisdom Shrine just going to add insult to injury.
I mean, this is one of the biggest nightmares if you're playing Axe. Like, when you get, like, overtaken early in terms of the lane, you get ganked, and then the enemy team, even if they don't steal your stacks, like, they just poke into your triangle.
Yeah.
Like, you're losing control of the area you need. This hurts.
KJ and company trying to apply some pressure to the mid lane, force some sort of rotation. It will force No One and company here, but KJ will be the recipient of this boat.
Bye-bye.
And No One with another kill.
Looking for the Torrent.
Yeah,
Don't have too many
Analog
follow-ups.
Skewer.
He should
Enough
be fine.
space to get away. Has the illusion rune.
This is a very, very big Kanka on Mr. P-Vision here. 4,400 net worth on No One at minute 8. And I'm not going to lie, they don't have the best heroes at like shutting him down early. And the other reason why this really sucks for them is that their lineup relies on stacks. You have Magnus, Axe, TA cores.
Yeah. Yep, that's true.
So, and they've, like, Kanka is one of the best heroes early on at, like, looking over and just, like, making sure you steal some of those.
Yeah, P-Vision do have some good tools to get into that triangle and contest a bit.
Absolutely. As Yuma, he's also kicked out of the bottom lane. So, when it comes to the early stages of this map, Heroic are going to have to find a way to kind of damage control. So, let's see how they deal with that. As for now, P-Vision hitting the top tier 1 tower.
Yep, Satanic shadowed by both supports. Hand of Gaben at the ready for Ducalis.
Of course.
There's going to be a TP. Satanic now has a wave. But he does have to be careful with that Chipper's Vest onto Whisper.
That's definitely a 2% win increase right there with the Chipper Dipper.
They're actually going to TP bot to try to contest this DM, working on a Midas.
This would be a big one. He's kind of alone. He is tanky.
He is very tanky. It's a level 4 and 5 support, respectively. He's going to read the situation quite well.
I do like if Heroic try to...
Oh, here's the steal in the triangle as well.
And they're not equipped to fight back. I think you have to let it go.
This is rough.
Like, what TA gives you are, like, two things. You can either leave her alone through and then, like, let him play and keep free farming, or B, you kind of play around her because she has a bunch of traps. But right now they have neither. Like, you don't really love TPing here as a TA. And you have Enigma Rasa supports that need levels.
Yeah, they get basically everything here.
Yep, so that's just a nice invasion by P-Vision.
3K lead already for P-Vision. They have the Midas soon to come for DM. As a core Ogre, is it literally every game you
It's
go Midas?
way too good. You have to go first out of Midas. Like, unless you're, like, what else can you rush that, like, really changes the game?
Yeah.
Nothing really. You can go Vanguard and, like, stay in the lane and sometimes where you couldn't, but just go Midas. It's just way too good.
Now they're using their advantage to take out this mid tower.
Very clean so far when it comes to their gameplay. Oh, they were looking for the catch, but looks like Yuma did back off right in time. This does matter quite a bit. Like, you're down, you know, P-Vision want to walk around on the map and get the next stuff done. You know that you did bait the Conquer TP down into the bottom lane, so maybe you could look for a defense up here.
Yep, Satanic going to get gone on from
That's a
Whisper.
call.
Analog is here as well, uses the RP, Skewer back into the tier 1. He's still pretty healthy though.
Oh.
And that is a Requiem right on top of Analog. He's dead.
That was a cool play. They were wild winging him closer onto the hero during the Requiem. I like that.
And it's a tier 1 tower on top. Yeah, very high skill play there.
Yeah, of course. That looked a bit awkward. Like, you don't have to RP that early. I feel like you can skewer him first and then hold the RP for when the Requiem comes closer to, like, really coming out. But even then, you were lacking damage on Heroic.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
At least both the subs now have their ults available. So we've got the massive Snake.
11.5 minutes in. Schofield will be the recipient of this gank attempt. Will be more than an attempt in all likelihood. He will drop. Foul play only delays the inevitable. Whisper in the meantime going to get gone up by 9 class and Satanic.
Yep.
KJ is in the vicinity
Careful
though.
the black hole.
Does have the black hole. They might just have to use it onto 9 class, although the Malefice.
Dunk him.
And they're going to get the dunk. Whisper.
Well, that's good.
A
that
much
helps.
needed kill for Heroic, but it feels like they do need a lot more than that. They're down 5K at the moment, and they're going to lose another tower. And I was going to say they're in trouble with this game getting out of control. It might already be there.
This is out of control. Which means at this stage, I mean, generally speaking, when you're down this far early on, you need time on some heroes. Like, split the map a bit, look to find people when they're alone.
They're going to try it for the Ogre.
Yeah.
Ducalis in the area, has the hand of Gaben if he needs to use it. Doesn't, though.
This is...
So now Serpent Ward down.
And there's some other stuff that really matters. Like I was saying earlier, you've got the Divine Favor on Chen also against against a TA, which is highly physical. You're also building a Crimson Guard on Ogre, who is like one of the best Crimson Guard carriers also. Especially like you just go to Midas and you scale, you get the Crimson, and you're happy. Like, put all of this, then you have the Bolt buff on top, Hand of Gaben. You've got the Sister Shroud on Ducalis, of course, which is a beautiful neutral item as well.
You love all these neutrals quite a bit.
Yep, I do.
You should make a tier list. Everything's S.
S double plus.
S
That's
and
where
S
Chipper
double plus.
is. Chipper is an S double plus. I mean, I want to see Schofield. Like, with the Massive Snake, maybe it can come in quite handy against P-Vision. They're looking again around it. I do feel like this is the strongest place for Heroic to look for something on the map, right? Have someone like linger on the traps or have like 2-3 traps where they overstep. At this point, if you're Heroic, you need an open map and try to bait in P-Vision too deep into you.
Yeah. Analog takes a boat and will die as a result. 7K lead, just ballooning out of control for P-Vision. As Yuma still working on that last Mithril Hammer component for the Deso to come.
Yep.
But by the time he gets that, no one will have his Radiance. 14 minutes, okay, Heroic, get a little bit of revenge
This is a good
here.
play. I like this. This is good. Like, you just gotta try for some plays, at least eventually. They do have the blink on Analog. I wouldn't be too surprised if they try to, like, fish for a kill somewhere. If you do grab a guy, like, and get him very deep into your own lineup, of course they will still die. Analog will smoke up himself and Mr. Yuma, because they do have a ward. So they know that P-Vision are lingering around this triangle area. Schofield with the backstab.
Yes, he puts down the Serpent Ward,
What
which
up,
does a
brother?
lot of damage. But again, the Wild Wing Ripper to the rescue for Ducalis. I say that as it runs right into Yuma. So it'll be 1 kill for the side of Heroic as he actually uses Hand of God. And the Shackle actually healing up the Rasta to a decent amount, so he will survive. But, I mean, you can just see the amount of pressure that's needed to just get 1 support kill.
Yeah, that was nearly a 1-for-1 with the 1 support being 1v3. Yeah, Whisper, he's going to have to try to work on his Blink Dagger, of course, because, I mean, before that, you're not doing much. But this is the downfall of this hero, at least sometimes, where if you're behind and you jump in, and there's so much backup, that you're jumping into a Requiem, a Terrorize, Hand of God, Rum Buff. It's not going to be too easy. And this Kunkka still, I mean, no one is, this is Ultra. This is Ultra Kunkka territory.
Is that equivalent to S double plus?
It's equivalent, yeah. It's just not the tier list ranking.
9 class runs into KJ. Uses that Shadow Realm very quickly. Whisper still, of course, no Blink Dagger, but not sure if they're going to fully pursue this, knowing that there could be somebody nearby. That is not the case, though, as 9 class. Actually taking quite a bit of damage to the Eidolons.
I think it's kind of wise that they don't go there. Tier 1 is around, you just TP, you're chilling. KJ also, he's looking for a Blink Dagger. I like that he's, you know, thinking big. Because, yeah, when you're down, I mean, you can look for, like, okay, I'm going to buy drums, I'll buff up my TA, but you need something bigger and better here.
Yeah.
Especially against P-Vision's current lead of 7k. Well, Whisper with the Chipper, Dipper, and the Blade Mail. Nearly's got the Blink.
Yeah, that should align with the Deso on the TA.
Yeah, so you've got some, well, not signs of life, because obviously there's, I mean, they're kind of chilling. Of course, they're down a lot, but, you know, they've got good Dota heroes. They're hitting their own
The bleeding
timings.
has stopped, technically.
Absolutely. Yep.
Hasn't gotten worse in the last 30 seconds.
Which, that is quite the win, I'm not going to lie. Because I will say also that Pari have made, like, they've done a good job at, like, not giving away any unnecessary kills.
Yeah, TA's given enough time, can farm with the best of them. KJ onto the high ground.
He dead.
Is indeed dead to 9 class with another Shadow Realm.
Yeah. Good smoke into the top lane, kind of just cleanse the area, make sure that you control the first Roshan of the game, especially against the TA. I mean, Heroic, they will fully give this up.
Yeah.
I don't see how you do anything in this case. You have nothing cool. Which means in the meantime, at least Heroic, they push out the bottom lane, they're going to drop the Snake on the tier 1, get whatever you can.
And Satanic almost certainly takes this one.
Oh, absolutely.
What's his build this game?
Looks like he's got Mask of Madness, Dragonlance, Manta style, which honestly is quite good. If you're clutch, you can dodge Axe Call. It's good against the TA. You can dodge Meld. You can also dodge like RP and Skewer back. So overall, just nice. He could maybe look for... I wonder how defensive he will go. I feel like you don't need to be that defensive as the SF this game. Because even if you get brought in or called, you have so much backup.
Yeah. Well, also, it's harder to itemize like a BKB against Call, Black Hole, and RP.
Yeah,
all three go through.
He should definitely skip BKB this game. This looks... Okay.
Oh, RP. That's a very tanky target,
Oh,
though.
he
The
didn't go over.
Skewer does not make it. Now, Analog in a bit of
He will
trouble.
pay the price.
X into Boat. A lot of damage to come. Yuma, some nice right clicks from the other side of this cliff. It looks like no one will die here, as in nobody.
Mm-hmm. Good correction.
Thank you.
As he will stay alive.
Yes, he will.
Okay, looks like both teams trying to set up their areas, but after this failed attempt, they will give up this tier 2. I mean, to me, it looks like Satanic could just like go... He could just go high damage.
Yeah, this is a team that can take buildings pretty fast.
Like you could
now
go...
you got all these creeps.
Yeah, like you could go Daedalus into Satanic. You've got Bloodlust. You've got like the Crimson Guard later, Hand of God. You've got Divine Favor. They might force high here.
They got plenty of time in the Aegis, 3.5 minutes. Yep, good call.
Yep.
Well, he gets the deny. He wants
more gold.
Absolutely.
I mean, to be fair, the best thing they can do is to like skip over, eventually take over the enemy outpost from Heroic here, so they lose like full map control. Take their mid tier 2, then take that, and then kind of like, then you can vibe check Heroic. You can either force like
them into the high ground, at least force people to go back, then take Torm and end up taking the top area overall.
Yeah, how have you seen the changes with Torm?
I like it. I feel like Dota was like way too, not one-dimensional, but it was like so planned out and scripted in a way where it's like, you know, you've got minute 15, people have like some of their first items, show you have a lead, you do that. At least now there's like a bigger downtime, right? Between like this minute 10 to 20, there's more things that can happen. Like it's more, you can be more creative and like more open what you're gonna do on the map.
Yep, I agree. It's a very good change.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Only thing is for pubs, you just never see Tormentor killed.
Really?
In my level.
Okay, that's true. I feel like in higher level games, this stuff usually just dies instantly. Whereas a bright sign for Heroic. They have the Blink money now on King Jungles, and he's got the Greedy Enchantment. I'm not going to lie, this is one of the better subs to get a GPM bonus.
Okay.
So he will either upgrade this later or also hold on to it, as they're just super chilling here. They want to stick around. Just kidding. Yuma will not stick around, but KJ will.
And how's their high ground defense from the Heroic side? Because we're going to be seeing that shortly, I'm sure.
Well, so it's good because you have skewer backs. The problem is you're doing it into an X-Mark and brambles and like some random creeps. And another thing that I see a problem with for Heroic, when you do this base defense, if they make a misstep or someone like dies out of position, you're going to lose a lane of racks like kind of immediately.
Yeah, we see these towers just melt. There's no tier 2s left on the map for Heroic, so P-Vision.
Yeah.
High ground attempt number 1.
Yep, they've got the Pike flying in on Satanic as well. There's the Manta with all the creeps.
Oh, the root.
No.
The Bramble catches the Magnus.
Good hex.
Nice hex to prevent the Requiem from coming out. There's the RP from Analog. Remember, this is an Aegis carrying SF right
Good
now.
call
It's
in
a
the
call
back.
onto 2 heroes from Whisper. He's going to dunk one. Down goes the Dark Willow, and you can see the Shadow Fiend kind of isolated at the moment. Black Hole will find him. No one is in the vicinity. Goes Yuma, pops the BKB. They have the damage to take out the Shadow Fiend. And now no one shackled under the cover of these towers. And Yuma and company should have enough damage to take him out as well. Very nice defense here from Heroic. They get 3 and make it more. 4th takes a tumble, and the last remaining member of Paravision, P-Vision rather, is Mr. Ogre Magi, as you called him.
Holy base. That was
dropped.
That
Full
was a good
team wipe.
That was a very nice defense from Heroic. First of all, you get the Hex before the Requiem came out, and secondary, you had Whisper calling like 2 people in the backline. I believe it was like Ogre and Dark Willow who got fully caught. In the meantime, they skewered the guy back. We'll see it here again. That was really, really good.
I thought the fight was over here.
Yeah. Like if he dies, like if that Requiem goes off, he might just pop. But instead here, you get the RP into the skewer back, and watch the backline. This Whisper call is super good. And then, of course, you just get the free Black Hole on Satanic here when he respawns. No one maybe should have held his Torrent. But
yeah, that's true.
Beautiful defense from Heroic. As P-Vision. I mean, it was, I don't know if it was Jenkins or Lacoste who mentioned that, you know, Astini, he says that sometimes they're prone to throwing. And we've seen it here. That was 11 to 4K in one play.
Yeah, that was a huge comeback potential here from Heroic.
Well, we've got Mr. Schofield, the man himself. He's in this. He's got a Blink Dagger and the little pony, Tumblr's toy. I mean, quite big. Like, P-Vision had this super humongous lead early on, and now they've got themselves, like, what, a triple BKB timing? And King Jungle is dead.
Yes, he is. So now P-Vision. Oh, looks like we might have one catch here. Terrorized from 9 class. Oh, BKB comes out from Whisper first, though.
He might get this kill, and then he can get out.
He will actually get the chop, so good kill from Whisper as Satanic was not interested.
Oh, very nicely done there by Whisper. You know, 9 class is kind of vibe checking him. Yo, bro, are you going to use your BKB and I get out? He's like, okay, I'll use it and kill you.
Yeah, worked out quite well for Heroic there.
We'll say it's the type of game that can swing very quickly. I mean, it already has to some extent. But you are playing into this Enigma. And by the way, he never ended up buying a Blink Dagger on Enigma. He just went straight up BKB.
Oh. Yeah, I like it.
Which is quite the problem, because they have no cancel. And if SF isn't in the black hole, no one is killing him during it either.
Yeah.
And he's got a lot of chaos to play around. You've got 2 people initiating for you. Like maybe they bring some people in, and you might see it like last fight. They bring someone in, Axe goes on the back line. You help the guy that gets skewered in. Yeah, Heroic. Holding on very nicely.
And Yuma with the BKB on top of the Deso now. We'll be going dataless. No big surprises.
It's absolutely. I also like that he's not going Blink. Like, you don't really need it. Like, let the Axe and let the Magnets bring them to you, at least for now. Worry about the damage output.
Yeah, it feels like players sometimes get caught in this cookie cutter build. They just buy the Blink.
Yeah, you don't
Not
need
even
it.
thinking about the team that you're playing with,
no,
like the composition
like
overall.
Itemization in Dota is so important. Like, people who underestimate that they don't really understand. Like, Dota has so many items and so many timings. Like, just different situations call for different items, which is for sure. King Jungles. 9 class will pay quite the big respect here.
I'm trying to force some rotation, but Heroic.
They don't bite.
Not interested.
No. Well, second Roche is what matters for both teams right now. Another time where 9 class gives his life.
Okay.
Well, I will say it is annoying to play Willow into Axe, at least after like the early to early mid-game stages. Because Shadow Realm, he doesn't care. He just pulls you straight out of it. 1 minute? How much is this?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, 1 minute. As of course, Heroic, they know exactly when. With the good old TA, they will go through the gate.
Now that's a weird innate.
The Seeing Roche?
Yeah.
Kinda. I feel like it could have like a secondary ability or a fully different one.
Well, you don't think it's good enough?
I mean, it's good, but I don't know. I think it's a cool concept, but I don't know if I feel like it's strong enough compared to some other heroes. He went straight Nullifier to kind of just touch through the Crimson Guard. I can see that. Might be better at least like at this exact point. You pump through the Solar Crest, you pump through the Crimson.
There's a Yules as well
Yeah.
on the Dark Willow. DM, he's going to run right into them. Serpent Ward is placed. Satanic with a Requiem from the other side of the BKB is already popped from Yuma. Getting very low is that Shadow Shaman. It's the first to fall is Schofield. Yuma just getting destroyed by Satanic, and Analog looks to be next. He is hitting like a truck. So 3 dead in the blink of an eye, and now P-Vision maybe even finding a 4th in KJ.
Yeah.
He will burn away.
There is a problem. Anything in Dota that is undispellable, honestly, most of the time is pretty damn OP. You buy this Nullifier, it breaks through a lot, but Divine Favor from Chen, undispellable.
True.
That's straight up 20 armor that you're like blasting on whoever they're going on. So this Ogre, sure, he gets nullified, he gets shackled, but he just lives through it.
That'll be second Roche for P-Vision.
And Satanic will once more pick that one up.
Let's see if they try for the same move.
They might. So what do they want to do different this time? Maybe you just make sure you X. Maybe like all no one needs to do is stay behind and have X ready on Satanic.
Yeah, Heroic still have basically everything. They're the Black Hole and RP.
Yeah.
Fortification is used, as Heroic will now have 5.
Got a full Satanic on no one too, so he can look to be maybe more of a nuisance himself as Whisper, setting up the Wisdom Shrine for now.
No one would love to run into Whisper. Not going to happen though.
Nope.
There it is. Satanic.
They have 2 of them now. Very cool.
On no one.
Still have the Chipper Dipper on Whisper.
Still, huh?
To be fair, it's kind of good to hold on to it. People do hit you quite a lot. I mean, obviously, you force them to do it. It's going to look for the Octarine Core next, by the looks of it.
That's cool. Smoke from P-Vision. Got the Greaves, Crimson for DM. Super, super tanky.
Mm-hmm. They're looking for a little surprise attack here.
Yeah, no one. I mean, he doesn't really want to be the one going high ground by himself with everybody at the ready for Heroic.
They're trying to bait this illusion, so let's see if they can get like something else out. Never mind, there will be Satanic. He is X-Mark for now. It was kind of free for him to just hit it.
Yeah. Yeah, they could just keep doing this.
He did go Butterfly. I would like Satanic next first for him instead of the BKB, but we'll see. At least for now, the Aegis is kind of a buffer, of course.
Yeah, we talked about the BKB not having potentially the biggest impact because they have all these BKB piercing, but Hex is pretty big deal. You're going to see it used right there, but the X back to safety.
Let's see. So will they keep trying with this for now, or are they gonna call it quits? Looks like they'll take the range racks.
Thoughts on range racks upgrading Siege? I don't know why it doesn't do that.
Why not? I feel like it has very little value.
The Siege becomes,
Super
instead of a
Siege.
catapult, it's a trebuchet. Longer range. Trebuchet.
Longer range is pretty OP. I'd rather
Trebuchet.
Okay, sure.
Got to stick with the
Because if
theme.
I fight you, you'll keep saying trebuchet.
That's right. You know me, I like to fixate on specific things, like 33 in the...
And lights.
The Phantom Light.
Oh, Whipper Dipper.
My Whisper has to pop the BKB, attempting to retreat. I don't think that's going to happen. Down he goes, 74 seconds. Does have buyback, but that is a really long death timer.
Yeah.
Did he buy back recently?
No, he did not.
That's
Did
a
anyone
really
even
long
buy
death
back?
timer.
I think if anyone bought back in an earlier fight, it was during the base fight and it was a sub. Which means he may be forced into that. If you're heroic, like you're already talking about what happens if P-Vision go high ground like right now.
Schofield.
Schofield in his favorite position, in the most outskirts of any place of any map.
Oh boy, uses the horsey, but
Hippity hoppity.
P-Vision is coming for you.
They're coming. Block him.
Schofield will take a tumble here.
Oh,
Trying to be annoying with the waves is Analog. Attempting to delete
they're making
them.
some space.
They still have the Siege.
For Whisper, as no one has a very nice neutral item for himself.
Roche's banner will keep it alive as well.
And this is quite annoying for them. Siege wave with the Banneroni.
Yeah, 18 seconds. There's the black hole onto 2. Analog looking for the RP. Will find it onto the same 2 targets, but the Hand of God just keeping them alive. The skewer onto the other side. They get no one and the Aegis. Now Yuma and company looking to finish the job. Shockwave onto Satanic. Nullifier as well. And they're going to be able to take out this tower if they want, but it does come at a pretty heavy cost.
Let's look at Whisper. He still has good positioning. It looks like P-Vision will just look to walk it off for now. I mean, you cannot underestimate like some of the scaling and like the strength you have on Enigma. Like again, he's got the GPM enchantment. He's got the BKB. Sure, Black Hole is used, but Heroic are looking for a little surprise.
14K lead for P-Vision.
Yeah.
Bait out this Illusion Rune, 9 class with a nice Bramble though.
They're going Aether on Analog. I like that he's looking for more of a, like maybe utility route, because all that matters for him, honestly, is hitting a good RP and a skewer back. Yuma will do the job when it comes to the damage department. At least he should.
Yep, things slowing down now. I assume they just wait for the next Roche. Do you think they're going to push without it?
No, like pushing no, but taking over the map for sure. Like if you're P-Vision, I think first of all they should invest in a gem. You're playing against TA in like mid to late game. You need to take out these traps. Yuma has 11 traps on the map. Like it helps you a lot when it comes to like just small instances of vision that matter. So for P-Vision, gem, take over the map, take over enemy outposts, and slowly set up the next Roche, but also still look for picks in the meantime. I think we should take a look at Chen's Croaker.
Is that the with the?
It's him.
Okay.
He is him.
That's a big boy.
Yeah, he is a big boy. He's got many auras, gives him some movement speed, higher damage if you're in the water arena. As they take a free Torm, so you get the tidal wave for Mr. No One.
That's very useful.
It did get nerfed quite a lot, I'm not gonna lie. It's still very strong, but the range is way less than it used to be.
Do you miss Water Park?
I mean, kinda.
That's a big courier kill. AC down for a while.
Who cares? Water Park. I mean, I will say I didn't enjoy playing against it, but it was kind of a hilarious concept. Like, bro just owns the entire screen.
Yeah.
For 6 seconds. Have you been to Thermi? In PGL?
Actually, yes, I have.
See? How are you not a fan?
It was okay.
The OGs will understand.
It was okay.
Oh, whip. Ooh. Whisper. He's still holding on to Chip Dress. Are you telling me that a tier 1 neutral item at 35 minutes, you're telling me this is okay?
I like it.
Yeah.
It has Chipper's name in it.
Low skill idiot. You just run at camps and the MV4.
I
It's
run
like
it.
a mini Midas. Should it be like that? No.
I think it's fine.
Anyway, back to the smoke.
From Heroic. They find a big target in the Ogre Magi, as you like to call him. That's a free kill.
He did.
He melts 60 seconds on the deck.
Oh, that's a
gem drops as well.
And I think they didn't get that like too long ago. So kind of a nice little swing for Heroic. They strike back with the little horn man.
And P-Vision have to wait for this courier come back to life before the AC can be completed.
Satanic has Satanic, very cool.
All right, when is the chipper getting removed?
I mean, now.
From his inventory.
Now, it's 35. You're starting to get the next neutral items. We better.
But
we gotta see this go.
You can keep it if you
but
want.
You're not keeping it. You're getting the D's Blood Right. The bonus AoE, you gotta get that.
If you don't have that choice, you keep Chipper's Vest.
No,
right?
you're not. Then, yeah, Valve need to be looking at this game. If he keeps a tier 1 item on tier 4.
Just look at passive Chipper, nothing stronger.
Keep talking.
This is good for the game.
Get the cloak. You get cloak, you get the OD staff, you get the Diesel Beazle, maybe Giant Small. You start critting some noobs. You can get even cast range. Get the monocle.
Yeah, they all sound great, but nothing sounds as good as Chipper's Vest.
Yeah, we'll stay in touch on the Chipper's Vest, of course. He's not yet ready. Of course, this is the highlight of the game currently.
Really highlighting this. Extremely important for the game.
I mean, P-Vision are currently smoked up. I wonder if they might just be... Look at this humongous top wave they have there. Like, shouldn't they just walk here to this double siege and say hello? Or do they want to catch Heroic on their way out? Let's see.
Analog will show.
Or they do neither and just wait for
P-Vision. Yeah, Roche. Is that the timer? No, it's a long one.
Well, looks like P-Vision will get themselves the 3rd Roche of the game, at least soon.
Can we click on Axe again, please? Like to see that Chipper's Vest.
See?
Okay. Parrot Cloak.
Brawny Cloak. I mean, this one is super good.
That's
you literally, you can,
another blade mail.
You have double blade mail.
Yeah, it's good.
To be fair, this is the better chipped vest.
Yeah, Chipper Vest 2.0, I believe they call it.
The S double plus Chipper Vest.
Serpent Ward placed. Satanic will come clean it up.
This is quite a big deal, because this could lead Heroic to like take back the top area, or like their triangle area, because that's what the whole game is about now, with the Roche-D Roche. Monocle on 2 of the subs, higher cast range.
Can we get a Rip Chipper's Vest in the chat, please? Really important.
I mean, to be fair, we got the upgrade. You've got the Cloaky Cloak.
Yeah.
It's even better.
It's not the same, though.
It's a single target, ultra chip
let's
vest.
be honest. The Chipper's Vest was the MVP of the game so far.
What are you talking
Even
about?
though they're losing by 14K, right?
I don't even... I'm not
if he
sure
didn't
it
have
changed a
that,
single
if
kill.
he didn't have that, the game would be over.
To be fair, he would have less gold, so you're right about that.
What do you think of this? KJ going for an Ags.
Like I said 20 minutes ago.
What do you think about that?
He's thinking big. It's good. He's got GPM. Are we still having the GPM on Mr. King Jungles? He had to give it up. Because I believe in Tier 4, you are no longer able to get Greedy Enchantment. It's only Tier 2 and Tier 3.
Yeah, unfortunately, he couldn't get the Chipper's Vest there for the Tier 4 for himself.
He didn't play the long con like Whisper. You got to take
You
the
coulda
Tier 1 and
curioed
ride
that.
it all the way to Tier 5.
Daedalus now online. And the AC officially online for no one. So pretty big power spikes for the side of P-Vision.
Heroic still have, they've got humongous teamfight. They did talk about it earlier. You've got double RP on Mr. Analog. And of course you have KJ on, sure, it's a support Enigma, but you basically have all the items a core would want. You've got Blink, you've got BKB, you've got half the Ags.
Roche is up. They scan it out. So Heroic, oh, nice. Nicely done from P-Vision. Analog has to use the BKB.
Oh, horny
Gets
toss.
the horn toss. And that's a lot of damage now onto Nolan. Pops the blade mail. RP is used into another skewer, but Analog dies before the second will come offline. And now the right clicks are just ripping through KJ and the rest of Heroic as well. And P-Vision taking advantage of the RP on the other team.
I mean, Kunkka has to be... Why did you have to do that one? That was a good one. Either way, Kunkka has to be the worst target for you to go on. He's got Rum built in. He got the boat off. He got Divine Favored. And then Satanic also styled on the RP by dodging it.
This might be it. Tier 4 is exposed.
Yep.
They have 2 buybacks on the side of Heroic. Still the Black Hole,
They're
the second
holding it
one
for
to
next
work
game.
with. They might have to. 50 seconds and 40 respectively on 2 cores for
Cliff.
Heroic. And yeah, that's just going to be it.
Or is it?
In the end,
no,
KJ goes for the black hole as Ducalis pathetically hitting the Ancient with the Chen. They get the kills, though. They get the win. So game 1 to P-Vision.
Damn. They kind of had the lead, I mean, all the way around. Like, the only thing they're going to talk about is, guys, when you go high ground, don't throw ginormously like that again, because they should be pretty happy. I mean, Heroic had a good fight back, but overall, they need to clean up a little bit of their laning. And especially also giving up double Wisdom Shrine. That's a big no-no, Mr. Shinono.
That's right. P-Vision owning game number 1 here. Are you expecting a repeat in game number 2?
Yeah, but not this hard. P-Vision will strike, but not as hard as it did just here.
That was a pretty hard strike for P-Vision here in this first game. But Heroic, I mean, this is a team that it feels like...
They strike back themselves.
No, honestly, this is
going to be bad.
This is the one team that can take a game against anybody when you're not expecting.
Especially P-Vision.
Isn't that right, Natty, P-Vision?
That's right. I think a lot of people would say that about Heroic. The game 1 not going their way, but you know, it's a best of 2. They definitely are going to be able to make a comeback at any point in a series, any point in a tournament as well. This is the first time we're getting to see them play. You can't go too harsh on it. There's a lot of takeaway, and you're going to take it as progress and growth for them.
Yeah, there were some fights that were good for Heroic. They did some classic SA Dota-ing where they did really cool stuff with the skewer backs, and a lot of times there's tosses that are coming in there from the Tinies, but of course we didn't have see Tiny. No, we didn't. Yeah. But we did see the skewer back into Axe Call. That one was quite effective.
It was good. What did I say? P-Vision, they will make one mistake when they are like 10, 15, 20 minutes into the game, and there was a pretty big one which did delay the game. This could have been easily 20-minute game.
Yeah,
I agree. I do agree. I think with the dumpstering that happened from the laning stage, as well as such a strong like run at you lineup, you know, Chen with the heals and auras, plus DM playing Ogre, he went Crimson Guard. SF is like one of the best turrets in the game. If you just have frontliners to run at towers, they definitely could have just maybe not ran it down, but like get Aegis, play the high ground fights a little bit safer, because it is always hard against a Magnus. Like that is one, just to give them a little bit of excuses. You played against Mags.
Yeah, you do get skewered back quite a lot, but this is one of the best comeback heroes in the game. That's definitely for sure. But yeah, all these auras that they were buying, like Chen, he did go for Vlad's, drums, Solar Crest as well. Then you have your Ogre building up that Crimson that you said, Guardian Greaves as well. You do have a pretty strong timing, and I think DM's role, like, he really understands the assignment every single time, what he needs to do in the game, whether he needs a little bit more damage, whether he needs to be buying some of the auras as well. He has a pretty good read what's going to be happening in the next 5, 10, maybe even 15 minutes down the line to understand like how to approach a certain itemization, and he reads it pretty much every single time really well.
So what was the assignment in this game for him?
Just be as tanky as possible, like build up around your team, because something that Jenkins did say is you have Shadowfiend, he's going to be sieging the towers, build pretty much every single aura for him, and he's going to be doing the job. They did slow down because of that high ground push, but also later they pick up the Aegis, makes things way more easier for them.
It legitimately looks like in some of these games, Satanic has like a damage glitch, you know? Like the amount of damage he's able to do to
at a certain point as well, you're like, no one should be doing that much damage in like 15 minutes and 18 minutes.
I've played with Shadow Fiends who have 5 items. It's not that uncommon. It's not like he was like Giga farmed or something. Like if Satanic is Giga farmed, he'll have maybe 1 item above like the average like Immortal Shadow Fiend, but it's the fact that he has that 1 extra item, his positioning is always great, so he's like hitting the right target, and then his team has all of the auras. Like they had so much stuff to buff him up between the Chen creeps and the auras that you mentioned, as well as like when TA hits SF back, because he has Crimson works very nicely against TA minus armor, as well as Ogre is like one of the highest strength gain heroes in the game, so you're getting more Crimson block because of that. Like it looks like he's double the net worth on carry, but it wasn't like a huge deficit.
Right.
But it genuinely looked like it.
Yeah, and speaking of doubling the net worth, No One, he completely dominated this mid matchup. This is pretty much prime No One again, and he's just staying ahead, like 3,000-4,000 ahead of this Magnus, who needs to play a bit more sacrificial in this game. He needs to be making moves. You have Desolator on Templar Assassin, but you can't really make the moves on the map, and it kind of feels bad where you're not controlling objectives, you're not going for the towers, you're not getting those Deso charges, and they kind of handled them with that high ground push, but other than that, we really haven't seen much from Heroic. They did lose their XP runes as well, 7 minutes into Chen, which is a pretty massive deal. It's pretty big, like especially when you have these type of heroes that kind of need level 6s. A lot of, I mean, you can say that most of the people do need to get, need to get level 6, but some of them are more impactful
Shaman
than
and
the others.
Enigma, like, especially. These are two really long cooldown, like big ultimate type heroes. Like,
and you just want to get it out there so it comes with cooldown.
100%.
Yeah, you kind of want to do that. The high ground, the defense was great for them. We saw a couple more pickoffs on the side of Heroic, but it did get to that point. No One, you guys talked about him, but he was so well positioned that any other play Heroic wanted to go for later, you kind of just had to settle for No One because he was there. He was right in front, and it's just like, sure, it's not our best RP target, but we can't really sit around and wait for someone else. We just need to engage. We need to initiate now.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Kunkka likes to play like this, and I think he itemized perfectly for it as well. Like Sanjin Yasha for status resist, Radiance, I mean, that's just for farming, realistically. But like Satanic, Assault Cuirass, if you do, and I don't mean Satanic the player, of course. Well, he did also have a Satanic. But if you pull him back in a fight, you're not killing him in an RP.
No.
And he's going to turn it on you. Like, he's going to turn on Satanic, pop the boat, heal the full HP. It's hard. I mean, this is why people consider Kunkka as a very good hero versus Magnus.
Yeah, this is a rotation where they're trying to set things up. This is like 11 minutes into the game where they're bringing in numbers, but it's not enough. Like, where's the real follow-up? They needed to have at least one more hero immediately here because it's way too much. Like, you see that there's just not enough damage, and Satanic is taking off. This was also, even without Chen using ulti, Dark Willow was close by with the Terrorize ready. So P-Vision, they have a very good read how the fight is going to be played out. And Heroic, like, where's the damage? Like, Templar Assassins are not going to be joining into this fight, so you need either Shadow Shaman wards to trap him there, or you need Black Hole in the middle of the tower. So kind of a difficult one for them to be able to grab the kill there.
That was really nice, by the way. Dookie using the creep to tank the tower, so Satanic could Requiem. Just a little... These are the little things you have to do as a Chen in order to make the hero viable right now. I think it's like a decent hero, but not a lot of teams are picking it. It's only the teams that have the Chen freaks, like Dugalis, that are going to pull aggro like that, and teammates that also know to, like, de-aggro, and they trust that he's good enough at Chen that he'll aggro with the creep.
Do you have to wait that late in a draft to pick up a Chen? Because for them, it was all the way at the end. It was their overall last pick. We were kind of surprised. We thought that they'd already shown both of their support. So is this a hero that's in a weird position of needs to be later? Or they could have done just as well picking it up early.
I don't think this is a first pick hero by any means. Like, you want to be getting some kind of a trade in that first phase, but I could see it maybe later down the line, like in the second phase, I could see some Chens. When you see what you're going to be playing against,
in the lane?
Which is exploitable, especially when you're playing against something that uses quite a lot of mana. With the Satyr Creep, you're kind of making a lot of pressure off of your carry, which is going to be good. But yeah, seeing that Falcons is at the tournament, they love to run Chen. There's also potentially Team Spirit that could run it. I think this hero is in a good spot, but it's a very, very difficult hero. Like, it's a very niche hero.
Okay. All right. Anything else on the side of P-Vision that you guys really loved from this game? No, because you're coming in, they tick all of your boxes. This is a team that does everything except for having one misstep. What was it, the 25 minute mark? Was that what the time frame you said?
I believe so, when they were like going for the high ground and stuff. This is the team that, you know, I feel like they could play flawless Dota without making a single mistakes, but they also, it does feel like they like to push themselves to the limit, see how it's going to go.
Yeah, they do. I'll go back to the Puppy quote where he said, you would like to lose games early in a tournament. You would like to show your weaknesses early in a tournament, so that way you can have data and you can look at those replays and, you know, fix these flaws. If you do this against Team Spirit, right? If you throw a lead like that, you're not getting it back. Period. Like, not at this tournament, Team Spirit, right? Like, teams are going to be on their absolute A game here. So I think for P-Vision, they're kind of happy that they did this in a scenario where they have like padding. They're playing against Heroic. They think obviously they're the much stronger team. They're not up for elimination, anything like that. It's not playoffs. So I think like those problems that you're talking about, it's for Astini to be able to see like, okay guys, here is where we did it. Let's look at the replay, look at our positioning, see how we can improve this. It's very important to have that without having to lose, you know, without having to lose a tournament, especially this one of all tournaments.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be fan service for Heroic out there. I thought you were going to be like, all right, guys, it's fine. They're going to be able to fix some of their issues. There's going to be a quick turnaround time for them. No, instead it was all about P-Vision, how good it's going to be for them. Because for me, in this clip, it was a massive one Lacoste. This was that high ground defense. This was the tail end of it where they were able to get a 5-man wipe there.
Yeah, we missed a couple of kills, but this was the other fight as well, where P-Vision, they're ready to go in. Look at Satanic, this Requiem, it does connect, the boat
This
comes
is the
through.
cheating. This is what look at the damage he's doing.
It's
That's
way
insane.
too much. Like, he's also on the low ground, then gets on the high ground. It's just way too many things that are happening in a fight where you just can't, like, this team has so much tankiness. Like we talked about the auras, Chen heal as well.
Yeah.
Once you get to the BKBs, even though they have multiple ways of dealing with the BKB cores, it's still not good enough because they're like, the way they approach a fight, they're like having different angles. They're blocking some of the routes that they could come through. Even though you have overwhelming team fight, it's still not good enough.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think like, my question is like, does the game even need to get to that point? You know, because I think Kezu mentioned it, like the laning phase was a big problem for Heroic. They were also running into some damage issues early. This has been a common thread with a lot of Axe drafts today.
Yes.
Where like a late pick Axe comes out because it's like, oh wow, it's a SF carry. This looks really good. But then you're relying like entirely on the blade mail damage for your early game presence in the game. And it's like putting a lot on his shoulders. And I think Whisper played really well, but they've got a mag mid, TA who like wants to farm. I wonder like where
there wasn't the active counterpart to go with that Axe.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
It's like it kind of feels like Mag and Axe have a kind of the same archetype, like the same role in the game.
Yeah, so they kind of double dip in there a little bit. Maybe that's something they've gone and had to look at for themselves, because this is still going on our series. It's a best of 2. It's only one game that has happened. We're going to go to a break on the other side, though. That second game will be ready for us.
This land is calling.
Well, if you're a P-Vision fan, good news for you. They've already won a game 1 for themselves. It is a best of 2 in this first phase of a group stage. Their opponents, Heroic, they've had a little bit of time now. They get to go back to the drawing board, take a little bit of a moment, a breather, dissect maybe what happened in that game, and some quick fixes that we want to be able to see from them Lacoste for the game 2.
Yeah, you want to be focusing heavily on the laning stage. I don't think this is the team that you want to give 5k advantage 10 minutes into the game. Give them the XP rune as well. Have 2 very greedy supports that they need levels. They need Shadow Shaman doesn't need that much farm, but Enigma position 5 definitely does. Like this is not an easy hero to use as well. Like you are very slow. Like you're not getting any kind of a farm priority. This is not offlane Enigma we're talking about. So you need to move from one side of the map. If the game slows down, you're losing the lanes. It also means that you might be getting some farm in the jungle, but you're leaving other lanes exposed because you're not really best at defending the tower as well, especially if you don't have that level 6 ready.
Yeah, I feel like probably Caps can go back to the drawing board on this draft a little bit. There was a lot of mind games going on. I really do believe that P-Vision was dangling the TA pick.
Yeah.
And basically they were thinking on Heroic, like, what's the reason for this? Oh, it's DM. He wants to play Enigma. That's going to be the eventual counter. So let's take it. But okay, now it's an SF carry. We need to go Axe. Whisper plays Axe. And then all of a sudden you have an Enigma 5. Every single time we see this, it just doesn't work out. Liquid has tried it in recent tournaments. Insania said, I'm just never playing that again afterwards. Yeah, they won the series, but he's like, yeah, that was a bad game. Like, that was really rough.
To play it.
Yeah, and I think there's a pretty good reason that we just don't see this often. And when we do, it goes badly. And then the player in an interview after says, I'm not playing this again. I think that's a little bit of like, you're next leveling yourself in the draft. Maybe the option is to just like, if you're going to take the bait, take the TA, like, let them Enigma. Sure, go ahead. Like, pick Silencer, pick something.
That's good.
Put TA mid, pick Gyrocopter. I don't know. Like,
there are ways around
options.
it. I think Heroic did cook slightly too hard with the draft where they open up with Shaman on 8, which is fine. They picked Templar Assassin on 14, but then this Enigma and Axe being together and used this, or at least try to use this as a flex, and then Mag on 23. I have to agree with Jenkins that these two offlaners and the mid laner, they kind of do the same thing. Like, they don't really deal as much damage. Sure, you have a Blade Mail on Axe, but if he's getting shut down in the lane, if they're getting the timings on the enemy team, having that Chen being level 6, having extra bit of a heal, you're not going to be able to snowball.
Yeah.
Like, Axe in a losing game doesn't feel as good compared to when you're dictating the tempo of the game, ganking the side lanes, making the space for your team.
I would also, like, heavily beg the question, if you have Axe, Enigma, Magnus, and then 2 ranged heroes, who is the one running in and getting things started? Like, usually you want a hero that's going in, making the enemy team show their carry SF. Like, there's a reason that he was almost never pressured this game for Satanic. Like, he was almost never skewered unless it's like some high ground play. But in high ground, it's because people reveal their positions to hit the tower, right? But it's like, usually when you have a counter initiator, like the 3 that I just mentioned, you have one hero like Undying that just runs in and literally dies. But in order for the enemy team to kill them, they have to show their positions, and then boom, you hit a big RP. Boom, you hit a skewer back on a hero that's important.
Yeah, you don't necessarily need, because the Blink Dagger on both of them did come in pretty late, I would say, considering everything, but you don't necessarily need to have the guy that just jumps in and then you have a follow-up jump. You need some kind of a vision. You need somebody to create the chaos so that your Blink initiators are going to be having a much easier time.
Yeah, and I mean, Schofield can certainly try to do it on a Shadow Demon or Shadow Shaman, one of the shadows, but it's not really the same. And P-Vision, they go with Satanic's namesake, the Doom, of course, which we've seen mostly played in the carry role. And
yeah, the offlane Doom nowadays doesn't feel as good. You're still using that as a flex. Maybe there is, you know, a world where you can still play Doom as a position 4 if necessary, but I don't think you want to be flexing this hero too much, considering what you do with the hero, because you are staying on top of the net worth as a carry. You get that Midas, you sell it, you get your Radiance, you can go back to your Midas if necessary, pick up a BKB, and then you start to scale. Like, this hero is insanely good because of his innate ability, which deals 25% extra attack damage, and you are going to be staying on top. Plus, also, not sure why, but his Scorched Earth deals 1100 damage at level 4.
It's a pretty cool, pretty great
you're just
farming
running people down. It's AoE damage.
That's insane.
And to be honest, this Darkseer pick from Heroic, I know, of course, Doom counters Darkseer. It's a great Doom target, right?
Yep.
Best Doom target you could imagine. And then also you can eat the Iron Shell creep in lane. I actually like the Heroic picks it anyway, because I feel like last game they were trying way too hard to like go for counters. They were overthinking the draft. I think P-Vision probably picks Doom. It leaves the Darkseer in anticipation that they wanted this.
Yep.
We saw first game this was banned out, and they just take it because they're like, okay, whatever, we'll call your bluff. Let us have our best hero.
You probably need to ban some of these very annoying heroes that Schofield does play. Clockwork's already there, but you can't ban all of them. Tusk would definitely be my second choice. Spiritbreaker, he plays Tiny as well. So they have multiple choices they could go for. I think his Clockwork has really been a menace, so they're going to recognize that, remove Clockwork, and leave some of them the ones that we did mention in the poll.
To me, Schofield is the reason why they're willing to pick Darkseer into Doom, is that they know that he wants to be playing a melee hero that enjoys having an Ion Shell on him. So it's not one of these like passive Darkseer lanes where you have a Dark Willow or something like a Rubik, a ranged hero, and you're putting the Ion Shell on a creep wave and trying to push out the lane. It's purely about like going for kills. Schofield and Whisper, these guys will not play for farm. They're going to try to kill you.
And if they want to stabilize the lane, I would be fine with them snatching, maybe taking the Oracle. I think Oracle Doom is also a very strong lane, or if they want to have different ways of sustaining Doom in the lane, I'm fine with them picking up Warlock. I think this is one of the more broken lanes that you, like, it's almost impossible to lane. Yeah, the Demon, there we go. Yeah. What if you try lane with Shadow Demon as well?
That's really strong.
So OP.
That's so strong.
Yeah, this is so 2011.
Has there been an unironic tri-lane in the last, like, 5 years?
No, because in your mind, you're thinking tri-lane is like a substantial amount of time, right? It's not just one.
Not just starting in the lane.
Yes. Then no.
No, I think the only time you do it is when you see some really annoying heroes like Viper. And then you're like, wow, we're going to gank this guy, ruin his game immediately.
Right.
Maybe you stay when he TPs in, so you kill him one more time, and then he's like, well, I'm Viper level 1, I need to walk back to the lane. What do I do?
Exactly. So that's why I'm saying, like, what's your allotted time to classify it as tri-lane? Because, yeah, normally you're there for like 2 minutes, try to get a kill, maybe another kill, that's it, then you walk away. So
this is a very
not
strong
going to
happen. We didn't mention this one because Schofield just has his own unique set of heroes. He does play Marcy, and it's just not something they've picked super recently, at least not in Wallachia, but this is a combo that we've seen other teams absolutely abusing. The double jump of Darkseer Ion Shell on 2 melee heroes on somebody in the lane is like very devastating. I could definitely see the Oracle.
Yeah, if you want to remove some of that damage, that could be pretty good. I'm fine with Warlock because you are getting that sustain. Just you need to be very careful. As a position 5, when you're playing against Marcy Darkseer lane, it is very, very difficult. One misplay, you're going to get jumped immediately, thrown back, and you're definitely going to feed.
Yeah, the heroes you mentioned are both very good for pretty much the same reason. Like, Oracle is more the defensive approach. Warlock, outside of the laning stage, it's very hard to jump 2 melee heroes into Warlock Fatal Bombs.
Yes, also the way this lane works with Warlock Doom against Darkseer, because Darkseer, he wants to push the lane, they want to be unblocking the camp. When you're playing with Warlock, you can use Fatal Bonds, try to run them down, deal extra damage, and you're going to be pushing the lane, which does allow you to go for the small camp, you can unblock it, and then you can pull it. But this is also a hero that they love to run. They're one of the few teams that actually want to play this hero. I think it became slightly more popular in the recent month or so, but it gives you a good way of dealing with the Darkseer. They're trying to surge away. You can easily put them back in. Good amount of team fight as well. Like, you have some of the strongest, I would say, Aghanim Scepter and talent upgrades in the game, because Aghanim Scepter on Static Storm mutes the items. You have Doom with level 25 that mutes items. So even if this game goes late, you still have a lot of ways to play the game, and these are some of the hardest things in Dota in terms of shutting down enemies.
That's a great SF pick. Definitely a hero that doesn't mind getting doomed and just turning and fighting and like killing you before you can kill him. He will shred both of these 2 supports. If they can get any form of disable on them, that's the one concern here for Heroic, is that they do like disable. I could see Marcy SF lane as well, and this was just like a, bluff from Schofield. Actually, I say that. Schofield's probably going to be Marcy. Maybe they like Ogre for KJ. Something simple. That's what he likes. That's his melee hero with SF. Can also be an SF mid, but I don't see Analog as... Like, I know he really likes to know his lane matchup and win the lane. At least try to win the lane.
So they would want to be holding that a little bit more. You're not ruling it out of the question until you see that genuine...
Maybe hold it as a
mid pickup.
Yeah, maybe hold it as a flex too, because SF potentially being able to go mid blocks things like Ember Spirit that we saw earlier today.
Very true.
Ember get completely dumpstered by SF.
So then we're going to see the other support here.
They're waiting a very long time to pick Ogre. That's interesting.
You are so doubling down on this.
I'm so sure it's Ogre.
They can't be a different other hero at all.
I would be fine with some casual Tusk.
Tusk, I guess. Yeah, it's Ogre Tusk.
No, it's Ogre. You said Ogre.
I'm pretty sure it is Ogre. It's KJ. He'll take any opportunity to play Ogre. Anyway, Phoenix, as I was saying.
As you very accurately
Phoenix
predicted,
pick.
yes. You knew exactly why and the reasons were.
I do actually like the Phoenix here. Like, I get the idea. It's very hard to commit into a Phoenix egg, and the heroes on P-Vision right now don't have any good way of killing the egg, but they do have this pick into ban phase, so it's not like it can't be rectified. Something like an Ursa, unfortunately it's banned out, would be insane here. So what are the alternatives for like insta-killing the egg?
Insta-killing the egg? Oh,
Do you want good hero suggestions or just hero suggestions?
Yeah, good heroes.
Oh, okay, then don't worry.
We don't have those. Mirana, Ogre, some of these old school counters are just not heroes anymore. It definitely feels like that. I mean,
I'm gonna double down on this as a Doom carry. I feel like that's just the role for it.
I'm down for some Centaur if they want to be running potentially, you know, running away from the egg, getting everybody on top of the egg, running away from Darkseer's wall. They have very, very limited amount of lockdown on heroic.
That's true.
It's basically you have Vacuum and you have Marcy, which is really not reliable by any means.
Yeah, that's a very good point, and that's precisely why P-Vision picks Queen of Pain. Like, how do you kill her? How will you gank her in lane with a Marcy and a Phoenix support? It's not happening. You can punish the SF. You can run Quap as an off lane and kill a safe lane SF. You can run Quap as a mid and kill a mid SF. Yes, SF will do fine in lane until you get to the point where there's any sort of rotation, and Quap with level 2 dagger will jump on SF and murder him. So this is a really good pick, particularly because you can follow Shadow Fiend no matter where he goes. I think we saw this exact thing earlier today, and it was like off lane versus safe lane SF. SF did fine in the lane, like he won the lane, but there was a tri lane. Like it wasn't a tri lane, but they had the support in the lane a lot, so it wasn't exactly fair. And then Quap won the game.
Having limited lockdown, there's a lot of damage on the ground as well. So Queen of Pain with Blade Mail, which is kind of her first item that she does buy most of the time, does feel well. Does feel really well. And also this Phoenix, I'm just not seeing like the combo that they can execute. Maybe some vacuum into it, but you're also going to be playing into Doom. So your Sunray is really not going to be getting the value if they decide to use that on Shadow Fiend, and most of the time it's going to be used on Shadow Fiend. You just can't help him. Like, you might try to save him, but with some rebound plays, try to pick him up out of the fight, which is good. But they also have pretty good chase. Like, let's say he uses that, there's gonna be Glimpse coming out, and you have pretty good front line. You have Doom that is gonna be running in, and then you have two supports that deal insane amount of damage, plus Queen of Pain. So the chase potential for P-Vision is definitely there.
Yeah, I agree. I like the Phoenix pick. To me just screams that they think, okay, you guys have no egg hitter, and we think we can just egg into a team fight and win the fight. But I also beg the question, like, how are you gonna force P-Vision to not just run away from you? You know, like, I feel like you can just walk away from the egg with all of these heroes, and it's a non-issue.
Look, there's the Ogre. Not for heroic, but P-Vision going back for it.
I think Marcy SF is pretty happy to play into an Ogre lane, all right? Or maybe Ogre Willow has so much like chip damage, because I think you can kill Ogre with triple raise and like Marcy toss back.
Okay.
So maybe they
You're definitely trading in this lane. Whenever you initiate with Ogre Willow in the lane, they have more than enough damage to bring one hero down. So I think that's going to be the strength for P-Vision. But I also want to see some kind of a lockdown, and they don't have many
4
seconds left.
to pick them. Yeah, this is tough.
I did not expect this. I did not expect this one to happen.
Well, the Spectre build is still to go for the Orchid, right? So there is that potential that if you're able to do an Orchid rush, maybe you can get onto the Queen of Pain that way, and you just try and kill her within that silence duration. That's very reliant on having a good start for a specific item very early.
It is. This is also, like, I really don't like this. I feel this is one of the weaker laners, especially from position 1. You're not going to be able to contest Ogre and Willow. Like, Ogre is going to be dumpstering this matchup, and if you give him a good start, he's going to be building into auras. And also, I want to check which facet did he choose so far.
Very curious to check that out. I would love to see what facet.
We'll check that facet for you.
It is. I'm trying to locate Spectre. Twist the knife. Okay. So that's the what, the 2x?
That's the old. No, that's the old one.
That's the old one.
Okay. Old one. Yeah.
Does that give you more confidence, less neutral? Where does
No, I thought maybe there's something to it where he's going to be, you know, getting some Echo Saber.
Yeah. Spectre's universal now.
She is universal, so she does benefit from the item. I think game one was relatively one-sided, and this second game might be the same thing here.
Might be. Oh, super bold prediction from Lacoste. He's putting it all out in the line.
But there's one guy, if Whisper is going to be popping off, if it's going to be him and Schofield owning this safe lane, I could potentially see maybe a bit more of a balanced game. But yeah, because I've been very impressed by Whisper's Archer.
Lacoste, this is going to be full-on devastation here. And normally when it comes to Heroic, I think, okay, they've got some sort of repositioning tool. They're going to win team fights.
Yes.
I don't see it here. I feel like P-Vision has exactly what they want. They've got no one, the best mid in the world, who has a completely free game on Queen of Pain. Whisper's got a lot of weight on his shoulders right now.
No. I have full belief in Heroic. They got some backline jumpers finally. They're definitely going to utilize it for that way. Either way, though, this is game number 2. It is our final one of the night, and it brings me great pleasure to have both Sunsfan and Kezu casting Heroic and P-Vision.
Did somebody say P-Vision? Game number 2 is upon us.
It is.
Heroic versus P-Vision again.
It's happening.
P-Vision takes game 1. Pretty convincing, I would say. Game 2, yet to be seen.
That is true. That is why we're here. They are going for a little smoker-doker here on Mr. Heroic. They're pretty quick on this one, but let's see if
Ducalis on the low ground will pop the smoke unknowingly. And they don't have the catch. 9 class. Yeah, he will get a casual right click.
First damage of the game done by P-Vision here on the Willow.
See if they want to fight, though, for P-Vision's side. They might just end up...
They do need to be a little... You have Ogre Magi. This guy is literally... He doesn't have a spell.
But he's very tanky.
Sure. So ignore him.
Yeah, it looks like they'll just split the uprights potentially here and just go their casual ways.
I mean, let's see. I will say that drafting-wise, there's a few things that were interesting or slightly confusing to me. Like, I would say that, well, the Doom Darkseer matchup, it can go both ways, but I would consider Doom to have the upper hand. Sure, you can search the guy out of the Doom because, you know, Heroic picked it into the Doom. Let's see, Schofield.
Yeah, trying to maneuver his way out of the maze. He'll do so. Does take heavy damage as KJ has to pop the Fairy Fire, but he's going to drop one way or the other, and that's First Blood, the way of Satanic, the last person on Earth.
Yeah.
You want to give First Blood to on this Position 1 Doom.
Oh, Whipper.
9 class is going to eventually tick out to Whisper, so it does end up being a 1-for-1, but obviously with the First Blood and all that, P-Vision rather.
Yeah.
We'll be pretty happy about that.
Yeah. Satanic is going to have some injection of gold, so of course he's happy with that. I mean, we'll have to see about the mid matchup, because this is at least one of the heroes that I have seen beat Quap. Traditionally, it has. I don't know if it's as good nowadays, but it still should. You can out-CS her. Of course, you got the multiple raises going in, so Mr. Analog should be pretty good when it comes to this matchup.
Talk to me about Spectre.
Yeah, talk to you about Spectre. I know that some players have tried the other facet. It's the Forsaken, where you deal like double damage with Desolate yourself, but your illusions cannot. So I thought maybe he will take this one. But no, he went for the normal one, the Twisted Knife, where you dagger on your little reality. Let's see. I guess
reality costs, what, 50 mana now?
40, I believe. So, yeah, I don't even know where that nerf came from, to be honest, but...
No, it's really random.
I will say that Spectre is a very, it's a very untouched hero. Of course, you have Darkseer, which can, you know, help you to, like, skip some timings. Schofield, Dofield.
Goes into the rebound. Satanic attempting to run away.
Oh, Vacuum.
He's going to get pulled back in, and he does end up getting out, but taking really heavy damage there. I mean, playing against a Marcy is super annoying in the laning stage.
There's just so much, like, potential to really, like, for you to, like, lead a kill or take a lot of damage. Honestly, if the level 1 play never happened and they had a blood grenade, Satanic is dead there.
Yeah,
so that's also why small things like that do matter a lot. I will say, though, Phoenix Spectre is a weak lane. Like, it is quite weak. Sure, you're Ogre, like, even level 1, he was going, like, even in CS. He was out-CSing him. And now he has 3 levels, just like he did last game. And I think that Ogre buys a lot of items that Spectre doesn't want to deal with until you have Manta. Like, you need Desolate.
Well, Yuma will bleed a lot in this lane.
Oh, he actually hits a Bramble, pops the wand rather, does survive as 9 class. He might be the one ticking out as KJ. Well, we'll force out the Shadow round, but eventually does go and kill off KJ. So 9 class with the Shadow round. Just such a strong ability.
I mean, especially with the innate, like
and them getting extra regen.
Yeah, and them like buffing it to like what 150%. Like he was healing through a Phoenix who was using his own innate, aka the little Radiance on low HP, and he still couldn't kill him. So yeah, for Heroic, I worry about their bottom lane. So they have to kind of damage control, but their mid and top lane should do quite well. Like both Analog and Whisper, I expect them to have a good game.
Yep, Analog 14-5 right now. No one on the co-op 10-3, so a little bit behind. That's Satanic again.
Oh, that's
He's going to get disposed, but Ducalis is there with a Thunder Strike. Whisper
good
under the
on
tower.
the waves.
He's getting Infernal Bladed, but Satanic, obviously a very juicy target. When you're playing Doom on, does it matter what position you are in terms of your item build? I feel like it's very similar.
I mean, if you're off lane, you should look a little more at your team. Like then, like team items might just make more sense unless you want to greed it up. But when you play it carry, you're going the same items every game. You're gonna do your little Midas into your Radiance, sell the Midas for the Radiance,
I feel
and
like I don't see any of the other facets either. It's just always the.
You just always take this one. I just think it's better. They need to buff some of the other ones if they want to make them
the
viable.
issue is, I think trying to balance that is almost impossible. It feels like.
I think it's.
If people stop
tough.
taking, it means it's just going to be worse.
Yeah.
Based on just conceptually. No one.
Oh,
rebound does hit.
But
Disposed to follow into the raise.
That was a good combo.
Nicely done.
They needed really good timing on that one because, of course, no one's got the blink. So unless you hit the raise during a little dispose, he will die. Or rather, he will live if you miss. I hear a little glimpsy glimpse. I will say, I overall like the disruptor